works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how are the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. And this is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how calls were handled at Ryan's old office.
Can someone please pick up the phone?
And this is how Ryan's calls are answered at his new office at the Executive Center. Service reimagined at the Executive Center.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities. Opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, two options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations, so you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant. And the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And And this is IT at its new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. And this is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center.
Good morning, and welcome back to day 2 of SIS Scaleup Impact Summit. SIS 22 is under the theme of Universe meets Metaverse. Thank you for tuning in, where all worlds collide. So we have a full-packed program also for day 2, but I want to start off with some very special greetings. Special greetings to our audience in the MetaKey and BNV headquarters in Decentraland. I can already see a lot of excited avatars tuning in. Thank you very much also for our international audience calling in from all corners of the world. So not only good morning Asia, but also good evening to the Americas, and probably good night to everybody in between. And a very warm welcome, of course, to our audience here in Hong Kong and also here live at the Executive Center. Yes, we are fully live, no pre-recorded. But the good news is we are recording, so if you missed anything from yesterday, make sure you tune in and listen to some of the super insightful talks we had. Well, I'll give you a little bit of a teaser and some nice sound bites from yesterday. So we had Isabel from Clang Games telling us that we are seeing for the first time a generation that is digitally native. So what that means is today with social media, a lot of our realities and the real world is already very, very virtual. We also had Yatsu from Animoca Brands in a fireside chat telling us that the more transparent a market is, the more efficient it is, and Web3 is all about transparency. And we have Sebastian from The Sandbox telling us that he believes in the metaverse and it will truly empower anyone. It will create millions of new jobs, and the metaverse will become this digital nation without borders. And last but not least, in Web3, our community and products can be or are created hand in hand. Thank you, Robbie from Animoca Brands, for this quote. We also, of course, always have the startups and scale-ups at the heart of everything we do. So yesterday, we had amazing companies from around the world pitch. Just to name a few, we had Transact, Clang, Circular, Anagog, NeoSwap. Make sure you check them out. And for all our investors today here, we do have a special treat. Thanks to Angel Hub sponsoring the Investor Lounge. Tune in to even more fascinating scale-ups, pitching for you and showing you how they improve the world we live in. Now, talking about investors, talking about partners and sponsors. So thank you very much for all of our wonderful sponsors. To start with, obviously, thanks a lot to Invest Hong Kong and the Start Me Up Hong Kong team for organizing this brilliant Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival Week, and we're thrilled again to be core event of this. I can see Stanley here in the room, and I'm sure Jane, Charles, see why you're all calling in online. Thank you so much. We could not do it without our amazing platinum sponsors from DLA Piper and Toco, and from our friends of Animoca Brands. Thank you very much to our gold sponsors as well. We have Jardins, we have Deal, we have Google for Startups, and we also have DBS joining us again. Thank you. We also have silver sponsors that we have to thank: Magazine Cloud, Newman Capital, Glints, Gusto Collectives, and our friends at Christie's. Thank you, as I said already, to our Metaverse sponsors. So obviously, Meta, Key, and BNV. But this time we're also joined by Vertex and Nifty's. Thank you, guys. And last but not least, our amazing venue here in Hong Kong for everybody who's joining us in person and live, the Executive Center. Thanks a lot. And also our friends from the media, thanks for tuning in. Tatler, Gen T, thanks for your loyal support. So today, we actually have so much more in store because we have a full day today. And obviously, we're going to talk a lot about the Metaverse and Web3. So tune in later on. We have Evan from Animoca Brands joining us. We have Timo from Ready Player Me. We also have Tim, right after this opening, Tim Kendall, joining us in and telling us about a new form of venture capitalism, particularly in the Web3 era. And we also have so many others, brilliant minds from the Europe, from the Americas, and from Asia joining us in this. Now, we're going to talk about also how to make the metaverse a safer place. So make sure you tune in a little bit later this afternoon on that very interesting talk. But it's not only about metaverse, right? This here is where the worlds collide, where the universe meets the metaverse. So we're also going to talk about pre-IPOs and IPO trends. We're very thrilled to have the head of Asia Pacific from JP Morgan joining us on Venture Stage. We, of course, going to talk about tech for good. A lot of ESG-focused themes in terms of investing. But make sure also you call in when David from Circular and Francis and Guy from Social Ventures Hong Kong are having a fascinating talk how to innovate in this very interesting and important times. And of course, here in Hong Kong, we could not go with a brilliant talk on Fintech. And we have one of our homegrown unicorns, Jessica Lam from WeLab and WeLab Bank with us. And last but not least, as I mentioned, our friends from Christie's are again joining us and telling us the latest evolution about art and tech. But without further ado, I know you're all super excited and probably waiting for the fireside chat they're going to host right after this little pause with Tim Kendall, who is the co-founder from Common Metal. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how are the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. This is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how calls were handled at Ryan's old office.
Can someone please pick up the phone?
And this is how Ryan's calls are answered at his new office at the Executive Center. Service reimagined at the Executive Center.
Hello, good morning, or I think it's better to say good evening, Tim. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to see you.
Well, nice to see you again. Thank you. It's evening, right, from the West Coast?
It is, yeah. Not too late.
Okay, brilliant. Well, normally I guess you don't really need any introduction, but let me just summarize again your amazing experience. So you actually joined Facebook and grew the ad business from 0 to 2 billion in revenues. And then you joined Pinterest and helped scale their team from 15 employees to 2,000. Some may recognize you from the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma, and talking there about the downsides of centralized power of the internet. And now, actually, you are really deeply immersed in Web3 and bringing a new form of venture capitalists and are inventing companies that embody tech for good through being the co-founder of Common Metal. And Common Metal is a VC that commits upfront a significant profits of their investment. So we're going to talk about that very, very soon. But you know the drill. I start all of my firesides by asking my guests a really true, bold statement. And I want you to give me a bold statement about the biggest opportunities for venture capital.
Well, you know, I think there's a big opportunity in just the asset class of venture capital for the folks that are in the investor seat, just to really ask themselves how their asset class is creating maybe some unwanted and unnecessary outcomes. I mean, I think that venture has become growth at all cost capital, traditional venture. And I think it's put us in this position where we back entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs feel like, Jesus, I gotta double this thing year on year. I gotta triple it at the beginning, and then I gotta double it, and then I gotta double it again. And that just forces the entrepreneur to do unnatural things. And I think we've seen that in Web 2. I think we've seen that with a variety of social networking companies that were venture backed and backed with the capital that needed, you know, its sort of return, right? The top sort of decile return, which is 30, 40% IRR. And to get that kind of return, you need geometric growth. And to get geometric growth, entrepreneurs have to do unnatural things. And I think one of the things that I've learned in thinking about this problem, I think more specifically, I think entrepreneurs have to prey on human weakness. And I think that's what, you know, I think that's what sort of the best companies on the internet have done. The best companies that are now supported by advertising prey on human weakness. And I don't think, you know, I think we think about the usual suspects there. We think about Snap, we think about Facebook, we think about Twitter. But even Apple's not immune. If you break down Apple and you look at where that company gets most of its profits, it's actually from the App Store. And 90% of that revenue is from gaming. And 90% of that revenue is from in-app purchases, which is really about preying on human weakness, trying to manipulate people into buying things in games that they may not need.
I think that is indeed a pretty bold statement, and we'll get a little bit later more in depth about common metal and how are you trying really to change that. But in the prep call, I told you I'm not going to let you off the hook to talk a little bit about the past, right, and to talk about Facebook. And again, in the introduction, I alluded to the fact that you were the head of growth, right, the head of monetization. So I guess it's fair to say that you're probably the person that made Mark rich. I was just wondering, how did your job description look like? When did you join Facebook? Why did you join Facebook? And what was your job description?
Yeah, so I joined in 2006, and there were, at the time, I think we're about 6 million users. It was just a college website. We didn't have a mobile service. I mean, we didn't have the smartphone at that point, right? So most things were still sort of desktop web. There were about 100 employees. No revenue, no business model, and the job was, hey, come in here and figure out how we're going to generate revenue for this service that seems to be really engaging and powerful on the user side. We think it can grow bigger than college, but we need somebody to figure out and lead an effort to look at a bunch of candidates for the business model, and then pick the one that makes the most sense.
Right. Was that a little bit to what you were alluding previously? Venture capitalists asking, founders to do things that they might not, just under the lens of monetization and returns? Yeah,
I mean, I think that look, I don't think even if I had hindsight, at that point, right? If I had sort of known what was going to plan out, what was going to unfold, I'm not sure we would have chosen a different business model. I mean, obviously, if we knew everything, we might have chosen a different business model. But given sort of the information that was on the table, I mean, advertising made a lot of sense, and it just wasn't clear. In the same way that, look, advertising has supported media businesses for the last 100 years, and we haven't had any sort of like systemic issues with it, right? We haven't had a mental health epidemic that I think is associated with the advertising business model on social media. We haven't had sort of the type of societal divisiveness that I think is in some ways attributable to social media. So it was just hard to have predicted that, and hard to have predicted that picking a model, advertising, that was predicated on attention extraction, it was hard to know that was going to result in a whole set of incentives for the company that just made getting more and more time and attention every day kind of the paramount goal.
Absolutely. And we talk also about, and again, some really may have seen, I guess a lot of people have seen the Netflix series about the social dilemma, right? And arguably, actually, in that series, you come across still relatively balanced, right? In terms of, obviously, there's also a lot of good that have been created, through social media. But is there this one moment where you could say there was this aha effect? I mean, afterwards, you were even invited at the court hearing, right? Where you were like, okay, these mechanisms that we're creating actually can have a pretty bad impact on health, on mental health, are relatively dangerous. I mean, is there any one point in time that you could pinpoint, or?
I mean, it's a little bit embarrassing to admit, but I don't think I really had the realization until, I had an inkling that people were behaving in sort of addictive ways with their phones, and that had to do with some of the services that were on there. But I didn't really connect that directly to the business model, again, because of the point I made earlier. Media has been supported by advertising for over a century, and it hasn't been a problem. It's worked out great, right? Users, lots of people get to use media and view media and get the benefit of it without having to directly pay for it. And that has been an amazing boon, I think, for society. And I think, look, a lot of the goodness that Facebook and others have been able to create is because of its reach, and its reach is a function of it being free. And it's free because of the business model. So, it didn't really, at the beginning of filming The Social Dilemma, that was kind of my narrative. That was my talking point. And it was really in the course of filming and doing interviews for that documentary, which spanned really most of was about the filming of that, even though it didn't come out until 2020. We filmed it mostly throughout 2018. I think it was throughout 2018 that I started to really realize this direct attribution or direct connection between attention extraction at all cost and the business model. And then that leading to a lot of the challenges that we were starting to see in 2018. And of course, now you fast forward 4 years and we've seen a lot more in terms of the carnage that's happening. And we're much, I think we're even more concerned than we were 4 years ago about mental health, particularly among teenagers, depression, anxiety, self-harm, et cetera, that we know are at least highly correlated with the volume or magnitude of social media usage.
Yeah, well, thank you so much again for that really transparent sharing. I told you I'll gonna dig a little bit, but we're gonna talk way more about how you then channel, that passion and purpose into different areas. But we also have a lot of entrepreneurs on the line here and watching. And I said, I do want to zoom in a little bit into your experience at Pinterest as well, because scaling a company from 15 employees to 2,000 employees, that's massive. That's one of the biggest challenges, right, for entrepreneurs and founders. I mean, how do you grow a team so quickly, so big? Some lessons you can share.
Yeah, look, I think once you have a semblance of product market fit, I think your biggest risk factor is scaling. And scaling encompasses a lot of things. But I think the key to scaling is really being incredibly clear about what it is that you're doing in the world and what it is you're trying to build. Because everything cascades from there. What cascades from there is your ability to attract people. Because if you're very clear about what you're doing and it's bold and it's mission driven, people will be attracted to that and they'll want to join, right? So that's sort of the first component of scaling. The second thing is once they're there, you want people to all be rowing in the same direction. And that is really a function of, do people know what the hell is happening? Do they know how their day-to-day maps up to sort of that overarching strategy and the overarching North Star? And when you go into a company of 1,000 people, and you just pull someone aside and just say, hey, what's the strategy for Pinterest? Or what's the strategy for this company? Often they can't tell you. And they often can't tell you how the work that they're doing that day ties into whatever it is the strategy is. So you've just got massive inefficiencies in these multi-hundred or multi-thousand person companies. And it always, in my mind, comes back to, is the CEO and the founder really clear about what they're building, sort of why they're building it, and the how for the next sort of 3 to 6 months? And I think what we were good at, and by the way, good is still going to look incredibly messy when you're growing that fast, but I think what we were good at was we had a very clear and bold mission, and that was to help people discover and do what they love in the world. That was big, that was bold, and people really understood it. And it made sense in the context of the people who had used the product. They said, oh yeah, that is kind of the broadened ambition. I could see that broadened ambition given what the product does today. And I can see a path to how that could be a lot bigger and a lot broader in people's lives. And so drawing that link, and then, even taking the mission, like discover and do the things they love. We had for a moment, we had a team called Discovery and we had a team called Do, because we really wanted it just to be so clear strategically how that, and organizationally, how that mapped up to the ultimate mission of the company.
Right. No,
and sometimes it feels pedantic when you're doing it. And I think entrepreneurs especially get sick of saying the same thing again and again, right? And they feel a little bit like a robot. But it actually is, I think, one of the highest leverage things you can do, which is to become incredibly clear and incredibly consistent about how you communicate about what it is you're doing and what you're trying to build.
Right. Is that a little bit the anecdote of the black T-shirt, or again looking for some really practical advice, right? Because yes, being purpose-driven, and we all know and we hear it and we have it on the walls. Culture eats a strategy for breakfast. But I don't know if there's one or two tips. So when you look actually into your portfolio companies and investing, right? I mean, what is the type of advice you give them when it comes about talent recruiting and hiring and retention and then really helping people to understand that linkage to drive the culture?
Yeah, well, I'll say a couple things. We talk to a lot of our companies about recruiting because that's really the big value proposition of Common Metal, is that we can really help people, especially with technical recruiting. And one of the things that we say that sounds easy, but often isn't done, is you really need to be clear and concise about how big this thing can be with someone who you're trying to recruit, right? They need to understand how this could be a franchise, amazing business. And you as the founder and CEO have to be incredibly good at telling that story. And very quickly, should you get product market fit, you're going to be shocked at what percentage of your time you're just going to be a full-time recruiter. Recruiting executives, but also, to the degree that you're a technology entrepreneur, which most of you are, really spending time selling the dream of your company to, the highly sought after engineers. And so it becomes really important to be able to narrate a really compelling story because your competitor's doing that, right? And Facebook is certainly doing that, who you're also competing against often for sort of the best talent, right? Because someone there is trying to recruit, I'm sure, the sought after engineer that you're trying to recruit. If it's not Facebook, it's Google. And believe me, they've got a really clear, concise, clear story that they're telling that engineer about, this is how big of an opportunity there still is in front of Facebook and Google. That gets harder and harder for them, by the way, because they're so massive. And so that's one of the unfair advantages that you have as a startup, is you can sort of say, look, like, we have so much more headroom than they do. But the other thing that they're quite good at is really explaining the impact that engineer is going to be able to have, right? In order to get someone and compel someone to leave their current job and go to a new one, they have to believe you and be very clear about what they're going to do in their new role. And it has to feel like it's going to have more impact than the role that they're currently in. So that whole thing is critical. The other piece that we give advice around for the companies, and we have a couple of these that are larger, right, that are 100 plus employees, is, as the founder and CEO, when you get to that threshold of employees, you get to the point where you can't know everybody, you can't meet everybody. And so you have to start thinking about the channels and even the symbols by which you can communicate leadership.
Right.
And this is what you're referring to with the shirt, right? Like, when we were 1,000 plus at Pinterest, one of the themes that we had for a while was around focus. Let's do fewer things, but better. We've got 10 things on the list. Let's narrow it down to 3. And then narrow that down to 1. And so I wore this shirt for many years. It wasn't the exact same shirt, but it was a shirt that said focus on it, and I wore it every day. I had a couple dozen of them, and it said focus. And it was sort of this, it was this symbol that I was so focused that I was wearing the same shirt every day. And the person that I actually learned that from was Mark at Facebook. Because one of the critical years at Facebook back in 2009, people wouldn't believe this, but we actually had trouble. We weren't sure we were going to really turn the corner on the business model. We ended up doing it. And really the seminal year was 2009 and 2010. But Mark was quite cognizant of that. So January 4th, 2009, he came into the office, and this is the guy who's known for the hoodie, right? He came to the office wearing a button-up shirt and a tie. And he said, this is a very serious year for us. And just so you are all really clear on how serious it is and how seriously I take this year, I'm going to wear a tie every day. And he wore a tie every day in 2009.
Well, that was really serious, right? Because he was meeting VCs with pajamas.
Well, at that
t-shirts,
point, he
like,
wasn't raising a lot of VC, but still, you know, it was a big, and I think as a leader, you start to realize when you've got 1,000 or 2,000 employees, there are fewer things at your disposal, right? You can't meet with people one-on-one, so you have sort of these one-to-many venues, but there are things that you can do, like, you know, wear a T-shirt or put on a tie that you know, at least communicate something that's important to you.
Right, absolutely. Well, talking about, you know, when we had a few calls previously and, you know, insights in terms of, you know, how to recruit and retain talent, but also obviously your network of, you know, great tech talent and talent, just even in a larger sense, is part of what you bring with Common Metal. So I really want to focus in to Common Metal now and announce it as the new version of venture capitalism. So tell us a little bit more. I mean, you're kind of like really bold out there and say, well, I'm now a venture capitalist that gives away my entire carry. So tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, well, look, I don't think I don't know that we're redefining or trying to create a brand new kind of venture, but we do think there's some ways that venture could be done better. And so there's sort of three things that are important about this firm, Common Metal, that I'm a co-founder of. The first thing is that it's our own capital. So the idea there is that we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we've got inherent and direct alignment with the entrepreneur because it's our own capital. It's patient capital. It's got an infinite time horizon. And so a lot of this, we hope that by virtue of it being our own capital, that we can avoid some of these unnatural incentives that create kind of the growth at all cost MO that you see with traditional venture-backed companies. The second thing is, before we started the firm, we want to understand from entrepreneurs what's the number one pain point. And the number one pain point, far and away, for all companies that are building software, be it the blockchain or not, is how do I recruit great engineers? So it's technical recruiting. And so when we heard that, we decided, well, that will be what we focus on. We will focus on helping the entrepreneur be better, be way better at recruiting world-class engineers. And so there's 6 people at the firm today. 3 of them, their full-time job is technical recruiting. And the idea is to really teach the entrepreneur how to fish. So really how to set up the systems required to build a world-class recruiting process. How do you evaluate great talent? How do you find it, first of all? How do you evaluate it? And then how do you close it, right? How do you bring it in? And then how do you keep them around? So it's a whole arc in terms of what we've built out, a whole program that we've gotten some really positive feedback on with, you know, some of our early investments. And then the third thing about Common Metal is as you said, we're giving away a significant portion of our profits. So that is already earmarked towards causes that really are associated with, we think about, these are kind of the ills that Web 1 and Web 2 brought, one of which is mental health challenges, 2 is just general inequality. So that's where all of those dollars will be funneled. And we think it's important. Look, venture capitalists do very well economically, and we think there's a really great opportunity. Unfortunately, the only model now that we have for philanthropy is something called the Giving Pledge, which is really just this thing where if you're worth $1 billion or more, you agree to give away half, which seems crazy. That seems like so little. Give away half your money eventually by the time you die or when you die. It's just like the softest, most limited commitment I could imagine. And we think there's a real opportunity in finance more broadly, but you know, we're venture capitalists, so we're gonna do it in this asset class, which is to say, okay, we have a portion of our profits that typically are spoils that go to the investors. What portion of those do you want to give away? And commit to it now. And ideally, right, like contract it, you know, using Web3, like how do we make that just like immutable?
Absolutely. And I wanted to dive into your investment thesis, right? So this is uniquely investments going into Web3 companies. I mean, if you can elaborate a little bit more in what type of companies you're looking into, and again, your bigger purpose and passion behind really focusing on what do you see in terms of the big power of these Web3 companies and how they're going to change the way we live, we work, we govern?
Well, look, I think the real power is in community and in the co-ownership that Web3 enables, right? I mean, that is probably the only thing, it's the only sort of like infrastructure change that would allow for a disruption of Web 2, right? It's just to totally refactor the incentives and the ownership in this sort of like new model. And so we get really excited about that at a high level. And I think that there clearly are ways in which I think that social networking can be done better. I think there are lots of components of software and media publishing that can be done better through a Web3 lens. I think for creators in a Web3 world, it's probably infinitely better. I mean, there's really only one platform today in which you are directly paid by the platform, and that's YouTube. Everybody else, right? They take all the value, and really all you have to show for it as a creator is followers and likes, which, you know, are distribution but aren't really direct money necessarily. And so I think there's the big opportunity there. And then kind of beyond the internet, you know, I think there are lots of areas where there are suboptimal incentives between the constituents in an ecosystem. I think about healthcare, for instance. There are a lot of weird incentives among physicians. There are a lot of weird incentives among, you know, insurance companies. And even patients don't always have the best sort of like incentives given how insurance works. And so you could imagine that whole thing being recast, right? The intermediary, classically in Web3, the intermediary of the insurance company being removed, and the coordination, the smart coordination between physicians and patients with an objective function of like, let's optimize for health in the short term and the long term, and let's put smart code and immutable commitments around that. That's super powerful and exciting for an industry that, as we all know, is super broken.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had Yat here yesterday also from Animoca on the Fireside, and he was also alluding to really the transparency, right, that Web3 creates, and with that, huge efficiency, and that's what it's
awesome.
all about. Exactly.
It's awesome.
I don't know if you want to...
and I think, you know, you think about news, right? Like, hopefully, you know, there are going to be more immutable, time-based records out there that will just, you know... hopefully we'll set aside a lot of the arguments and debates that we spend a lot of time, you know, in news media and on social media debating, because we don't really have a definition or a standard of what truth is, capital T. And I think blockchain over time can help us solve that.
Yeah, unfortunately soon going to run out of time, but I was wondering if you want to place a shameless plug on one of your portfolio companies or just highlight a little bit. I think as of now, 5 or 6, right? I looked up Build Space and there's some super awesome stuff, but I don't know if you want to give a call out to one or all of them.
No, that's okay. I'm more interested in, I guess, the entrepreneurs who are in the audience, who are building in Web3. We would love to hear from you. So, and we want to understand what you're doing and see if maybe it makes sense for us to partner and work with you. So, the best way to get in touch with me is just to send me an email, tim@commonmetal.xyz.
Great. That was actually one of the questions. Obviously, I could ask, people are asking, okay, how can I get in touch with you? Another question.
Yeah, that's how.
Right. Another question was, again, like, particularly, is there a specific industry? Is it, GameFi, DeFi? What is it that you're looking into in Web3? Any focus or not at all?
No, lots of, I think healthcare is very interesting. I think telecommunications, really interesting. Anything, that's sort of recasting Web 2. So a lot of the sort of the pillars of Web 2, who is reinventing it in an interesting and very thoughtful and systemic way in Web 3. We want to see all those and think, given my experience at Facebook and Pinterest, we're in a really good place to be able to help those companies think through, how to build and how to establish themselves in this new world.
Brilliant. So unfortunately, time is up, Tim, but I'm looking forward to many more great conversations and partnerships. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Big hand of applause, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, I'm actually not going to leave the stage because I have the pleasure to introduce the next panel. And we stay within Web3, and we're going to talk about the new internet, the internet of value, and we're going to welcome 2 amazing Metaverse founders here on stage, Matti from MetaKey and Timo from Ready Player Me. And let me see if my panelists are online. Yes, here they are. Great. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for calling in. I think I do have Matti calling in from Australia, so actually you got up even earlier than us here in Hong Kong. And Timo, I know you took the plane, but you're still in the US, right?
Yeah, New York. That's right.
Well, then, good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. And as I say, I always kind of like try to tease my panelists and to give me some pretty bold statements just to set the tone at the beginning of the panel. And so, Matti, what is your bold statement in terms of the metaverse, the new internet? What is the power?
I swear I had one. I really didn't have one. I've forgotten it this morning, so let's go to Timo first. I'll come back to me.
Well, yeah. Timo, ready player?
Sure. Yes.
Go.
Always ready. So, I would say the metaverse obviously is going to be very impactful and it's going to be a very big part of our lives. And the trend towards kind of spending more time in games, in virtual worlds, in the metaverse has been true for the last decade, and it will be true for the next decades to come. And a lot of people speak about the metaverse as it was something that will happen in the future, but there's actually 3 billion people that play games today. The gaming industry is a $200 billion industry. So the metaverse is, in some sense, it's already here. There's some very core things that need to happen for the metaverse to get to the future vision, but it's very much here, and it's very much a big industry today, and it's only going to continue accelerating.
Brilliant, thank you. I don't know if Matti, that rang the bell and
I'll go for one. Yeah, I'll say I would like to say 99%, but I'm going to say 95% of our attention will be digital by the next 15 years. I feel like things like mobile, internet, games, and all these unlocks of industries have slowly pushed us more digital. The moment when we can flick a switch on our glasses and we're suddenly in VR, We can overlay some text and videos in the real world while we're cooking with another flick of the switch on a glasses, and things become more seamless and quick. I think we're really quickly heading towards almost being 95% of the world's attention being in digital. So, like I said, I'd like to say 99%, but I'll say 95% to be a bit conservative.
Great, to scare people a bit less, I guess. Fantastic. And we'll get to this, what's still missing in terms of, getting to mass adoption a little bit later in the talk. But at W Hub, who's behind this conference, right, we start with W, with why. And I really want to go a little bit back in time, because interesting, you guys didn't start off in Web3, right? So tell us a little bit about, how things got started. And Timo, with Ready Player Me, I think you did not start off as a Web3 company, right? Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, so we started when we saw that Oculus was acquired by Facebook, and we realized VR is probably going to be a thing, and VR is going to be social. And in general, we saw that people are spending more time in virtual worlds and in games, and they're socializing in games, and it's going to be kind of the next social platform. And avatars are going to play a huge role in that. And that was almost 9 years ago. So, and that has been true. It's more true now than it was 9 years ago. And that's what pushed us to start the company, to give everyone an avatar that they love and they can use across many different virtual worlds. And it started from building hardware, scanners, and we've had kind of many different products on the way, but it's always been about avatars. And Web3 is just, actually in our first office, we had Litecoin miners. So that was actually a thing I did before starting the company, just mining some crypto. But I didn't really fully understand it back then. It was more like messing around with things. So Web3 and crypto blockchain have always been kind of like close to us. But yeah, now working on that in more depth, I would say, yeah.
Right, and then you actually totally dropped, right, the hardware business to it, no? Or how do people actually now create their own avatars on Ready Player Me?
Yeah, so the first product was a hardware scanner. So we built them around the world. We scanned tens of thousands of people with hardware. Then we dropped that business and we built a kind of an enterprise avatar tech business. We licensed our avatar technology and we custom built avatar systems for Tencent and Huawei and HTC and Vodafone and many other companies. And that's really taught us what it takes to build a great avatar system. And then eventually built Ready Player Me, which is a cross-game avatar platform for the Metaverse. So for developers, we give a great tool set they can integrate with their games to give them a great avatar system. And for end users, we're an avatar they can use across many different virtual worlds and games and so forth.
Brilliant, thank you. So, Maddie, you're a serial entrepreneur, right? So, Metakey is not your first company you're starting. So, again, give us a little bit, go back to the beginnings, the why and the how.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I started about 4 to 5 years ago. I remember in 2018, had my crypto moment. I'm sure we all had, whether it was Bitcoin or anything else. So, invested in crypto in 2017. In 2018, January, I stumbled upon Decentraland. That was my first foray into NFTs. It just so happened to become this metaverse concept. But back then it was, virtual land, this concept of virtual items and being able to own a part of the world. And for me, being a person that played RuneScape and a bit of World of Warcraft and these games, it was like, oh, this is so cool. Why don't I have, yeah, man, RuneScape was the best, right? Like, why don't we have these lands where we can build businesses or we can have some fun spots? It made sense to me. And I think a lot of people are in this space and they're traditionally gamers because this area makes sense. So started off really investing in Decentraland, buying and selling, learning the economy. And in 1 or 2 years, Decentraland went public and they went live. They had a world that you could finally enter. And then at the same time, the art industry, the digital art industry, the digital collectibles industry, this whole NFT sector as a whole started to become a thing and they started to connect in interesting ways. So started off just really investing and blogging and making content and just really trying to understand what's going on. And me making money from it kept me plugged in, which was good because I could do it as a hobby, but I could also do it full time and also learn about the industry. It was also a time when I was networking with all the movers and shakers back then. So Dapper Labs, Whale Sharks, the Metacovens, all of these people back then, where everyone was very tight knit, right? You could talk to them on Discord. It wasn't as noisy as it was today. So it was an amazing opportunity back then to solidify your network, to learn all this sort of stuff. So anyway, with all of that stuff, eventually eventuated to a fund. So I have a fund called B3V, which we invest on equity and tokens and NFTs across startup projects. in the NFT sector. I also started MetaKey, which is a company that we started a year and a half ago. The premise was that these MetaKeys are sort of like these virtual VIP cards that you get, that we will sort of experiment with and innovate in the front lines as to what you can actually do utility wise with NFTs. So whether that means that you can take a MetaKey in the sandbox or Decentraland and all these games that will be built on these platforms, that maybe it'll turn into a green sword in Decentraland, or it'll allow you to fly in a game in sandbox, or give you a 2% discount when you go to a website that's built on Shopify, or maybe it gives you a 1% discount on Fridays for a DEX that's becoming popular. So there's all these things NFTs can do. How do we pack it into one token and experiment with it? So MetaKey started with that premise. And we did stuff with the Australian Open. We did an activation for them. If you owned an Australian Open, you got a wearable, an official Australian Open Decentraland wearable. You were whitelisted to participate 50% on their round. When they release the Australian Open NFTs, the MetaKeys themselves will have a real world value when you take them to the Australian Open next year. There's all these sorts of things. We integrate into Habbo Hotel. So Habbo Hotel was, my co-founder's one of his favorite games, and it was like a bit of a dream to have a functionality in there. So now you can take the MetaKey. I believe we were one of their first partners, where if you have a MetaKey in the Habbo Hotel, you get furniture drops, and you also can signify that you own a MetaKey with a symbol on your head. So an integration within that company where you can display what you own, which we thought was very cool. All these sorts of stuff. So we're experimenting with that. We've got this new division that brings in brands and architects them in the metaverse. So we realized that after the Australian Open, there's a lot of brands that need strategy, advice. They need to have a presence. They need to choose where to go, whether it be the sandbox or Decentraland. They need land. They need to understand how much it costs. They need marketing and engagement and activation. We now offer these services and plug them all into the MetaKey. So we're doing a lot of things. And I think anyone that's going to stick around over the next 10 years in this metaverse space, there'll be a lot of business opportunities.
Brilliant, thank you. And we'll get into the heart of it and the question about interoperability in a second. But actually, Timo, therefore, I think it's pretty worthwhile also, again, defining metaverse, right? So obviously, again, we have some that are blockchain enabled, some not. Some look a little bit more like better versions of video games. Some other like really difficult to differentiate real life videos from online games. So how do you define? What are some important aspects that you look at it, you think?
Yeah. So I guess in some sense the metaverse exists, like we discussed briefly. People play games; those are very immersive. That's cool. We have VR. What's missing from the metaverse to really be here is the interoperability piece. It's the piece where you can go with your avatar between games. It's the piece where you can bring your stuff with you across games. Like the metaverse should feel more like the internet, where you kind of browse through different sites and then jump between places. And it all feels like kind of one united thing. Right now, that's not the case. The metaverse today is a set of closed worlds that are all building their own metaverses. And in order to experience them, you need to download their apps and whatever. So it's not connected. It's all separate ecosystems. And for us to get to the kind of promised metaverse, those worlds need to be open and connected. And that's, I think, the main thing that is missing. And I think, of course, the metaverse in general is a 3D virtual world, interactive, where you can spend time. There can be some parts that are 2D too, but it's a 3D interactive world. That's how we think of it. That's the heart of the metaverse. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually just zooming in a little bit in this question about interoperability. So again, if we think about not the metaverse, but a multitude of metaverses that form, the multiverse, but actually basically like the internet today, right? Web 2. So you have tons of websites, web pages, etc., and all together form the internet. So probably the same thing is going to happen with all these different metaverses and games, and not only games, right? You mentioned it, Matty. It's not only about gamers, but what's still missing? What is it technical? I mean, are there technical issues? Because again, we're talking different technologies, even, right? We're talking VR, we're talking blockchain. So, what is the biggest issue, maybe from a technical point of view? What's missing?
I think.
Is that for me?
For both of you. I don't know, whoever goes first. First come, first serve.
Go for it, Matty.
I'll add a few words. I think we're still quite young with the technology stack that we have. I mean, blockchain only recently is starting to be experimented on with smart contracts and all of these things that will become the underlying tech for much of the metaverse. there's still, when it comes to NFT projects, there's still no real playbook or guide on how to launch an NFT project in a way that doesn't crash or have bugs and all this sort of stuff. I feel like me and Timo are a little bit, we're sort of obsessed with the interoperability concept. Maybe Timo's watched Ready Player One like me, and we really want to make it happen. We're sort of really ahead in our timeline, where these projects and the tech underneath it still have maybe 5-6 years of maturity, maybe even 10 years of maturity needed to happen, where they really start to explore interoperability, where their game is stable, where they have millions of users themselves, where they've released their first 2 to 3 years of their roadmap, and suddenly they're like, okay, well, how do we connect and make this larger than what we are, right? I know this because in Decentraland, we'd get frustrated because Decentraland would take 2 years, 3 years, and they wouldn't really talk about interoperability. And we'd be like, well, why do we need to mint fashion? Why do we need to mint wearables here? And then why can't we use them in crypto voxels? Or why can't we have the land there in Decentraland? But, time in crypto humbles you a bit, and then you realize that companies take many, many years. Games take many, many years to build out their platform. It takes a long time for things to happen. So I think just being, in the space very, very young and just going with the flow and understanding that we've got many years ahead and we'll capitalize on the opportunities that come with it. And there'll be innovative points and inflection points that there'll be aha moments. And the first aha moment when you download a MetaMask and you add some crypto to it and you start to navigate decentralized applications is you realize how connected everything will suddenly become. Because the ability to take your NFTs, your crypto, your assets, your identity to everywhere on the internet using MetaMask, suddenly that aha moment is when you experience it, you realize that this is sort of like the foundational layer. Anyway, I just feel like we're just sort of early. So another 5, maybe 7 years of everything being mature and maybe some breakout products.
Well, absolutely. I mean, some people would argue that MetaMask isn't that simple and that seamless. But I think Timo, you wanted to build on again, maybe on the tech side, because that's what Ready Player Me is all about, right? Creating avatars that can hop from one metaverse to the other.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I mean, I would say the crypto part of things and MetaMask, for example. You can have your assets in a MetaMask, but you can't really use those assets in games. Like the fact that you have the NFT doesn't make that NFT work on your avatar across games. So that technology doesn't exist, and it needs to be built, and that's what we're building. We have 4,000 games and apps and companies that use our avatars, and you can use your NFTs that are in your MetaMask and really be compatible in all these different worlds. That's just one of the technologies that needs to get built out for the interoperability part of the metaverse to work. But on the other side, I would argue that, blockchain is just a part of the metaverse and probably a very big part of the metaverse in the future, but it's not the only part. So what we can achieve with NFTs is ownership, which is an incredibly important part of the metaverse, obviously. But what needs to evolve is also the experiences themselves, like people just wanting to spend time in virtual worlds with their friends because it's fun. And that's very much here. When you speak with like a 13-year-old today, they play Roblox. They spend a lot of time in Roblox. Probably more time in Roblox they spend on YouTube, or many other kind of like social products. So that word is already here. The technology is here to create those kind of experiences. Now ask the question, like, how do we evolve that? How do we connect those experiences? How do we make it more like a unified, experience? And the technology for that definitely needs to evolve. But I think what's important is that the Web3 industry figures out how to build fun experiences. And the gaming industry has figured it out already, So I think connecting those worlds and I think the biggest blocker is not the technology. Actually, it's the philosophy of the people that build those fun experiences, building open instead of closed, building with interoperability in mind. A lot of education needs to be done. A lot of kind of like the first kind of proof of concept of the open metaverse, which clearly demonstrates that it's a better user experience and it's a better business model. That's really what we need to like push the industry towards building more open. And it's not here yet. Even the kind of the biggest Web3 driven virtual platforms, virtual worlds are not there yet fully. So what we are working towards is like just showing people through avatars that if you have an NFT that travels across worlds, we have a skin that travels across worlds, that's a better experience and it's a better business. And that's what really is needed for everyone to put their engineering talent to work to solve those problems.
Yeah, and it's actually super interesting because the question is it really only like a technical challenge, right? So you mentioned about maybe in Decentraland, which might be a little bit more closed, but should it be totally open? And I, give always this stupid example from the real world, right? I mean, in the real world, I can take my McDonald's milkshake and walk into a 3-star Michelin restaurant, but I'm not sure, technically it's possible, but obviously it wouldn't, people wouldn't be very happy with that. So that would require then also some type of, common standards, or what are your thoughts? Are we already there? And somebody asking these questions and having thought about,
Yeah.
What is?
Do you want to take it? Should I comment on that?
Yeah. I guess I can you go first, Timo. Exactly. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So I would say like there needs to be a real appetite from the general industry to figure those things out and agree on those things. And the traditional gaming industry today, it does not agree that this is necessarily a good idea. A lot of them still want to build a closed platform where they own the economy and control the economy, and that's what they know, and that's how what they want to build. And like this thing happens always with like a new business model, like a free to play was like criticized. It took a while for the industry to convert, but now like most of the revenue is generated through free to play. And when the industry decides that's the way to go, then the technology will follow. And yeah, so that's why I think it's just important to see that interoperability is a better user experience and it's a better business on some sort of scale to support, like to kind of push more people to jump on it and to solve the technical problems and all the other problems that need to be solved. So yeah, I would say the philosophy and the mindset of the industry is the biggest hurdle. The technology can be built and will be built.
Right, and actually, Matty, when I pass on the question to you, so actually Robin yesterday said, the great thing with Web3 is that actually communities and products can be built hand in hand. And I know you have a, super active Discord channel. Again, how does what are the expectations of the community, and what do you think, where do things need to evolve? In terms of interoperability, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is something that has, I believe, the 2020 wave of NFTs has evolved this to some degree, where in 2017, the crypto wave, a lot about investing and being plugged into projects that provide a good investment return. I feel like the 2020 wave or the 2021 sort of show that blockchain could drive entertainment and art and gaming and this whole thing that has more stickiness and reason to be here. So I believe there's a mix of expectations from the community. One, there are different breed of users that are also financially invested in certain areas within the company in different ways, whether that be an avatar, whether that be the MetaKey, or whether that be the token, or just in certain ways, right? In the case of Axie Infinity, the early pets, there's game items. So who do you become? Do you want to be a game breeder and all this sort of stuff? So there's certain expectations. I think they want to be part of the journey of innovation, and therefore like maybe they believe in the concept of interoperability, so they'll buy a MetaKey and be plugged into where we innovate. They also want to be managed and communicated to very, very frequently, and I think more frequently than traditional games and companies, where they want to know what's going on. They want to know if something has come out, how you're innovating there as well. So the communication, and I believe social media has changed the game when it comes to managing community. Like, so if you're not using Twitter, if you're not sort of using these avenues where there's, a big megaphone really to communicate with everyone and bring new people on your eyeballs to your company, then it's just not a good idea. Like, you should be using these things. Yeah, the expectations are just to be managed well, and a lot of questions and answers in the Discord. Discords can get, I think at some point, unmanageable when there's thousands and thousands of members. For me, it's always become very overwhelming to be a member there and keep on top of things, because if something becomes so active, it gets a bit crazy. But it's cool because with Discord, if you own an NFT, you can say, well, if you own this NFT, then you get access to this Discord or this channel. You can start to put some parameters around ownership and play around with blockchain. But yeah, a lot of expectations in regards to the communication, wanting to be part of the journey. And at a large degree, if we were to be honest, many of them are interested in the financial upside or downside, what's happening there as well, and how with the industry boom, does this sector that they've invested in shape up?
Right, and we can leave that a little bit open-ended, because there are a lot of burning questions here, and of course we have to talk about your fundraising, guys, because yeah, people say there's crypto winter. Doesn't seem to be too chilly for you guys. You both successfully raised. Congratulations, by the way. So actually, Timo, the round was led by the famous A16Z, Andreessen Horowitz, but you also had co-founder of Roblox in the round, the co-founder of Twitch, and then Matty, you as well, right? Metaki raised with Animoca Brands leading it, Angel Hub being a very proud investor as well in the round. So tell us a little bit more. So there is no crypto winter. There is crypto winter. How did you guys go about your fundraising?
I think that's a question for Timu. He's crushed it. He's the goat in this. Let's learn about his fundraise.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I think generally, like with bad times in the market, there's like there's a flight to quality. People still want to invest. People still have the capital they need to deploy. So if you focus on fundamentals, if you're building a real business, if it's your business is doing well, you can fundraise in every market. So yeah, I think that's it. And we're planning for a longer runway, than we would usually, because who knows what the market will do. And also there's a lot of developers that can rely on us with a very key part of the product. So we need to be reliable. But yeah, like just focus on your business and they'll do crazy things. Like in like hot markets, people do very crazy things. And if there's people that are competitors, you're like, oh fuck, maybe they're right, but they almost never are. So if you just focus on being reasonable and focusing on things that bring value, I think that puts you in a good place to raise. But I'm not sure if you want to get more, you want to go more detail, into with like, suggestions for a fundraise for founders or anything like that. Then I can comment on that, but that's on the market. Matty, sorry.
Just to add, sorry, man. Just to quickly add, I think some investors, especially large ones, they sort of assess the market. They sort of wait for the hype to die down, and they see who truly has momentum, who truly is allocating resources and talent to build a product, and who's doing all this stuff. So you do find some big raises because these big firms and investors, it's more clearer to them as to who are truly building and leading certain areas. And it's important for this quiet period, because those that are building and that have capital, you'll see them still moving 100 miles an hour because they've had the funds and the vision, and they've sort of looked ahead and they can keep going. And they're interesting ones, because when everyone quietens down, they're still building. And when the wave comes back up again, or when there's time, when it's time to shine once again, they've progressed 10 years ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead, Tim. I was hoping that you guys referred to, crypto does not equal metaverse and vice versa, right? So I think maybe for really entrepreneurs that are, building business models that are built on the blockchain with a true value add, right? They should be away from all these speculative hypes in the newspapers around crypto volatility, etc. But yeah, Timo, you wanted to build something on.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, the VC's job generally is not to predict the market. The VC's job is to find the best teams at any given time that are building stuff and invest in them. And if the market is down, they'll get them for a lower price. If the market is up, they have to pay more. But ultimately, they're going to pay the market if they're a good VC. They just want to invest in the best teams and take what their market has to offer, or what the market sets as a price. But yeah, there's less noise. If you have capital when nobody else has capital, or it's harder to get it, it's an advantage. You can hire better. You can build when other people are slowing down, making layoffs. We compete with some big companies too that are also having problems. Like they have to cut back with their staff. So it's good when you manage to raise or have capital in a bad market.
So actually, another follow-on question is, people are interested then, what's next indeed? What did this, fundraising round back in terms of expansion plan? I'm not sure if you can share something here. Obviously, again, people are looking forward to what's next. How do you scale the company? In which direction? Anybody wants to share?
Just to add quickly, I mean, we're building a virtual world, which we're hoping to integrate our own avatars and meta keys, but also, drop items that you can use in our world, but also start to talk to Decentraland and the sandbox and connect them there as well. A lot of what Timo's doing really more on the blockchain side. We've realized that when doing metaverse architecture, whether you're building a presence for the Australian Open or someone else in Decentraland or the Sandbox, there's a lot of resources that are needed there, but there'll probably be a very large shift of traditional companies moving to digital and needing a presence. If that ever happens, there's going to be a massive business opportunity. So you need to be able to have a process, a large concept art team, a gaming team, people that understand exactly how to build it. You need that processes figured out before this wave happens. A lot of our resources are going in hiring. We currently have about 28, maybe 30 people. We'll probably get to about 60 to 80 by the first quarter of next year. So really beefing up that resources so we can deliver quicker on these other things, but also be ready for anything that comes in.
Yeah, Timo, 56 million, was it, right? Is a lot of money. How are you going to spend it?
Yeah, sure. So we will continue building avatars, making our avatar system better and better for developers to be the default option for anyone building a virtual world, anyone building a game. We're building content tools for anyone to create avatar assets and skins and accessories and NFTs they can sell, and then people can wear on the avatars across the thousands of different games we already work with. And generally just proving that the interoperable economy and interoperable avatars are a better way to build things. That's our goal, to be the default kind of avatar network and to make avatars travel across the entire metaverse between Web3 and Web2 as well.
Brilliant. And unfortunately, we're really super close to the end. So I just going to build on that. If there's any call to action, just use it for a bit of a shameless plug right now. We have 1 minute left, so 30 seconds each. What do you invite people to do? Maddie?
Readyplayer.me.
Ready Player Go for absolutely, totally. Maddie, what's next? Another big event?
Feel free to go to themetakey.com and check out our landing page. We have all the stuff we're doing is all there. It's a very complex concept, interoperability. We try and break it down and see how we're sort of capitalizing on it. Our Twitter, themetakey, go there as well. We share about all the stuff we're doing. So check it out, and hopefully you like the project.
Great, and obviously
we're also hiring, by the way.
True. I do have a shameless plug as well, which is, thanks again, Maddie, for creating a super experience for SIS inside your headquarters in Decentraland. So everybody, get your avatars inside and get some of you. We have some special drops as well, right? I think you have some super fun stuff out there. Cool. Thank you so much to both of you. Once again, congratulations, and looking forward to having you next time again and talk about some amazing evolutions in the meantime.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Thank
you. Bye.
Great. Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, great. And I'm actually going to take a little break from the stage, and I'll therefore introduce my wonderful colleague, Tristram Miners-Jones, who is the head of digital assets at Angel Hub, and he is going to talk about digital currencies, DeFi and tokenization, as well as fractionalization of assets, and therefore has two superstar speakers. I had Felix last time on a panel. Felix from Hartman Capital, and joined also by Maya, CEO at O Group. Tristram, Felix, Maya, the stage is yours.
Hi, Felix. Hi, Maya. Thank you for joining us. Maya, you said on a pre-alignment call that you've been in crypto since 2010. Can you share some of your journey into this space?
I did not know you were going to pick on me first, but okay. It's good to be here and great to share a stage. Hello, everybody. So I got in 2010, I think, back somewhere. At least I can hear it. I've been in this space since 2010, started off payments in Africa and Latin America, and before that, so 2005, 6, 7, 8, and then got into space through a hacker community, and then went down the rabbit hole with Bitcoin, obviously, and then now we are at fractionalization, NFTs, and metaverses. So yeah.
Awesome. And Felix, the CEO of Hartman Capital, why digital assets?
I mean, first of all, I think digital assets are the natural evolution of almost every single asset class out there. It's simply the digital version. You will have digital equities, you have digital commodities, you have digital real estate, you have digital art. And so to me, it is the next evolution of nearly every single asset class out there, but for the digitally native world.
Awesome. So Maya, I'm gonna pick on you with a hard question here, but since you came to crypto in 2010, how has crypto and then Web3 and perhaps even the Metaverse now delivered on its initial promises? Perhaps you can give a sort of scorecard and grades.
Yeah, so we've had a little bit of chat around this, and I know some people may like the answer, some may not like the answer. It really hasn't delivered onto the story, as we know that, and I know a lot of people who've been in it early who were a really a core group of people who built out a lot of this industry. You know, world runs on stories, and I think crypto managed to give this amazing story how Bitcoin is going to save the world and how the centralized world is going to be a way out of poverty and everything else, right? And also how in Metaverse, you know, it's our opportunity to design a better world. But I think a couple of years ago, early on in 2016, I believe 17, don't quote me on this, I wrote an article that talks about, you know, really our willingness to create something versus just blockchain being a solution. And sure, of course it adds to innovation. Of course it's going to transform the way, particularly smart contracts, right? The way we're going to do a lot of things and the way we're doing them today. But I do think on that scorecard, if, you know, to answer a question in a hard way, 0 to 10, I would say we're somewhere at 5, maybe.
What do you think about that, Felix? Do you disagree?
It's funny, you know, we have this conversation almost every single day in our investment committee, because I think in bear markets, it's very easy to get, you know, to get a little bit negative from the perspective. We say, hey, looking back, what have we even accomplished for the crazy market caps that we have? You know, like a lot of the games were kind of Ponzi's. A lot of DeFi has a little bit broken, but at the end of the day, DeFi summer is only 2 years ago. It is only 2 years ago that DeFi summer happened. Since then, we have multi-billion-dollar lending markets like Aave, like Maker, that actually didn't break while centralized finance broke in the last few months. Celsius, BlockFi, Voyager, and so forth. And so, while some of the very, what's the word? You know, the very ambitious, you know, crypto goals haven't been accomplished, I think over the last 2 to 3 years, like an incredible amount has happened from DeFi primitives like swapping, lending, going multi-chain, and so forth.
So add to that, just when I had this discussion, it's a very good point that Felix brings up, which is I brought up the, you know, the whole, everybody kind of looks at the DeFi and can't, you know, separate that CeFi to DeFi to an extent, right? Everybody just kind of latches on to the negativity. Reality is the smart contract and what has happened in the last couple of months have been able to hold up, right? Really, really well if you really, you know, go down the rabbit hole and look at it. I think, you know, in terms of a promise of crypto, when we talk about adoption and the actual impact on the folks that are not as privileged as we are, because that is the promise of crypto, right? Is to elevate the rest of the world in the financial system. And let's just be honest about that, right? This is what the story is about. That in itself hasn't been done, right? And even gaming, like that you and I talked about, and some of the games that have been played in emerging markets where we've gotten these people to leave their jobs or to really depend on this. And now some of those have been Ponzi schemes. It's a pretty scary thing.
I'm going to come on to the differences of emerging markets and developed markets later, but sort of following on from that sort of evolution argument, what does the next wave of innovation in this space actually look like? Felix,
I'm happy to go. Go ahead, yeah.
Sure. I mean, so currently we're really focused on the metaverse. To me, that is where, even though the metaverse was very hyped, so what I've been observing over the last decade in crypto, every single cycle you have a certain thematic become very exciting. And what comes out of that is two things. One, a lot of capital flows into that thematic, and two, a lot of talent starts pursuing that thematic, right? And so in 2020, that was DeFi. And then for 2 years, we had a lot of innovation in DeFi. Last year, the Metaverse was the very much overhyped, thematic. But now there is, millions of people that well, first of all, there's a lot of VCs that have deployed billions of dollars or literally just set up billions worth of gaming funds, Metaverse funds, and so forth. And equally, you have millions of, developers, whether it's game developers or Web3 developers, that are now pursuing, figuring out like what does that new digitally native world look like, whether that's new social networks, whether that is new open worlds, whether it's whole new game designs. And so I think we're going to, like, the last year was the bubble and the hype. I think the next 2 years is the building and the innovation, where a lot of those minds and a lot of that money will come up with things that just haven't been done before.
Yeah, I think to build on that point, I can take a couple of different points of view, right? One is a very controversial one, to say that if we measure something by billions of dollars, right, doesn't necessarily mean it has an impact. I mean, if you look at who made those millions of dollars, it's a couple of VCs and funds, and, really the people that this has been trying to affect, not really. Now, at the same time, to Felix's point, what's interesting is that, as I've written in my articles before, and being in telecom and mobile payments before, these things take a long time to evolve. So I think also people put a lot of pressure on crypto, say, hey, where is that delivery on that promise, right? And reality is it takes a long time. And just like Felix mentioned now, some of those kids are getting in right now. Some of the people that are leaving traditional finance are getting in now, right? Everybody's trying to figure out what that next evolution is and where. And I think that's the important point to really keep in mind when we're talking about where those developments are. And also, I think it is interesting that we are, a couple of years ago at XPRIZE, Joe Lubin and I had a conversation, and he said that Ethereum will change the world in the next 2 years or something, and I looked at him across the table and I said, look, the person that is going to scale Ethereum across the globe hasn't been born yet. And this was in 2016, 2017. And that really, I think there's a whole kind of concept here of time, passage of time, building on code, right? Allowing other people to come in, seeing what that evolution looks like, failing, right? Trying again, but ultimately really having the willingness to design something better that is going to impact everybody in the world in a positive way, right?
Right, so is it fair to say bullish the technology but not bullish the price?
Interesting. I mean, depends, right? I was the first one that said in the beginning, I remember early saying, people are like, oh, you can make so much money in crypto and all this. This is the only place you can really make money is on trades and then on dumping tokens on the retail, right? But now that's evolving, obviously. And so I think I am actually bullish on Ethereum's price, given the merge, but I'm also bullish on other technologies like Near Protocol and its simplicity of usage, right? Solana's and Aves that Felix mentioned, and many other things, right? Depending on what the use case is, who is using it, why are they using it, and then is that use case actually helpful to people doing it at scale, right? Does it add to their life or not really?
Felix, do you think that the sort of drop in prices and the sort of crypto winter, so to speak, might actually lead to a more efficient allocation of capital towards maybe more productive areas within Web3?
It always does. I mean, this is I think my third cycle now where, I first got involved during the post-Mt. Gox crash, like we're talking 2015, 16 here. And then, we've had again another winter in 18, 19 when, I joked about it with my team this morning where I said, after every cycle, people try to recreate the winners of the last cycle, right? So in 2017, there was like a blockchain for XYZ. We literally had DentaCoin, the blockchain for the dentist industry, right? And then now everybody's trying to recreate Axie, like this is the next play to earn game, right? So, and it always takes, let's say, 6 to 12 months to unlearn that, because usually the unlearning happens when those old standards fail, right? So for example, if Axie is already down 90%, I'm sure it will drop a little bit more. And at some point they're like, okay, maybe let's not recreate Axie instead. Let's create something that, that maybe solves the problems that Axie had, right? Maybe that does it a little bit better. And so there's like already now, like first of all, like there's more down rounds, not even down rounds, just like more realistic valuations. In December, January, you had people raise at like this $40 million valuation with a pitch deck. Nothing else. Literally just a pitch deck, 40 million val. That was kind of the norm in crypto at the time, at the peak. So that stopped. All of a sudden now you have actual, pre-seed valuations at like 8 million and so forth. Secondly, I think a lot of the opportunists, they get washed out. This happens every cycle too, where they came for the easy money, right? And opportunists, those can be just, people that have never done entrepreneurship before, but a lot of times actually it's successful entrepreneurs from the past. Like let's say somebody Web2 founded that says, hey, there's so much money in crypto, I'm just gonna make a Web3 startup, right? They're not really passionate about it, they don't really care about it, but there's money in it, there's opportunity, so they do it. And so now that there is there's always money in it, but like there's much less in it, right? It's much more of a struggle to raise money. It's much more of a struggle to get big valuations, and with the government pushing back, it's not as a clear path anymore to launch a token. And so that is reducing already, and historically that's led to some of the best founders building. I mean, the startups raising in crypto in 2019 probably had the highest success rate compared to 17, where everybody and their mother was raising. And so I think something similar is slowly repeating.
On the sort of blockchain for dentists sort of point, are you confident that more real world assets actually can become tokenized and move on chain? And what do we need with a sort of legal understanding for that actually to occur?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things is that courts actually recognize blockchain entries, right? So like that's one part of it, but we're starting to see it actually happen. So real world lending is something that's been really taking off this year. You have platforms like, Maple Finance, TrueFi, Centrifuge, and so forth. And full disclosure, we might hold some of them. But and even MakerDAO, which is one of the oldest DeFi products, that is pretty much the biggest decentralized central bank, so to say, right? They started onboarding real world assets, and that can be bonds, that can be real world projects and so forth, where we're now turning real world debt into tokens. And that the cool thing about that, and like, so people might be asking like, why even tokenize it? Well, first of all, it makes it more composable. Like a big word, pretty much what it means is that like you can actually do something with it, right? You could if you're the one that actually gave out the credit, you could borrow against that, or you could trade, you could sell it, and so forth, right? It becomes a financial asset in and of itself. I think there's also a lot more transparency by doing it on chain versus by doing it off chain, right? So for example, one of the big issues that happened recently was with Three Arrows Capital. Three Arrows Capital was a big hedge fund, out of Singapore. And they were borrowing from, let's say, 10 different counterparties, but none of the counterparties knew that they were borrowing from the other counterparties. And so all they saw was a bucket of money. They thought it's theirs, but in reality, they borrowed from this guy, they borrowed from this guy, and this guy, and this guy, right? And by doing so on chain, you can actually see, you can make it semi anonymous, where you see like, hey, I don't know who lent it to them, but we do know that X amount of dollars were lent by a counterparty, right? And so I think a lot of that can actually remove a lot of the fraud that happens in traditional finance.
Maya, I think in our sort of pre-call, you said that you weren't so confident about the tokenization of real-world assets really picking up.
Yeah, I think it's for many of those. If you stretch out what Felix said and then you read between the lines, it's exactly for those reasons, because today's finance system operates on a lot of middlemen, right? And there is middlemen in crypto too, let's be honest, right? I mean, as I said, I believe that only true innovation happens in science and physics. Everything else, it's a play on words on innovation. And so I think in this case, if you double click on these sentences, you really start to ask who owns current, right, stocks and bonds and real estate and everything else, right? And we've been doing this since really early times. I mean, it's really early, since first kind of security platforms that have been as ideas, and you can see that the middlemen have struggled to kind of keep the assets in many ways, and they want to keep them, right? There's family offices who want to keep them. There's large asset managers who want to keep them. Now, that's not, again, to say that they're not going to realize that there is a way to make more money, right? To digitizing them and to having more transparent ways of doing it. Everything else I don't need to repeat, as Felix said. I think it's just always going to take a lot longer than what we expect. Right? And it's not, people have tried to tokenize real estate before crypto, okay? So it's not, this is not anything innovative. People have tried to do this, way back. It's just that a lot of the crowd that's in crypto is very young and they think that they've invented something new here, right? But reality is it will take a little bit for this to be kind of mainstream, right? Because there's no liquidity on the other side yet. Now, can you do it at a great point of Maple Finance? Absolutely. Can you look at the cases like where, for example, in China, you have score for your behavior and credit score and everything else, and in the US, well, I can just look at the data, on-chain data, and see your spending behavior and see your, the ways that you're doing certain things, and based on that, just lend. I don't need to look at your credit score. I mean, those are useful cases, and there's many of those that we could do, right? That could be very useful. But again, timing is not something this is going to happen in the next, a month or 3 months or 6 months, for sure.
I will also caveat by saying I think the tokenization of real world assets is much more feasible for already non-physical real world assets, right? So for example, debt is an intangible thing. The problem with real estate and gold, I mean, people for years, every year I get pitched like, oh, we're tokenizing gold. Like, what's the point? Because ultimately, you still need a physical custodian, right? That gold is still sitting somewhere, right? There's still, like with a house, right? Who's maintaining the house? Who's watching the house, right? If that's depending on the country, what if the government, takes it? What if the government, it's like a lot of the benefits of blockchain just don't exist when there is a physical counterpart. And so it's kind of like trying to fit, what's the word? A square into a round hole, right? And so I think a lot of DeFi primitives were actually built for the metaverse, like they were built for a digitally native world where like it actually fully works. But it can also work, again, I think for a lot of the financial system is already abstract and non-physical, and so I think for those things it can work too.
So as more and more assets do actually come on chain and our identity is tied more and more to our wallet and our address, is privacy becoming a huge concern?
Yeah, I think for sure. Look, this is where I wear two hats, right? On one side, I'm quite a anarchist, and on another side, I'm quite a rule follower. Really, I do fight with myself a lot of times, and that's an honest truth, right? I went into crypto thinking that this, when I read the white paper of Bitcoin, I thought, holy shit, right? Everything that I was doing in Africa could make it much easier. I was at the time doing mobile payments there. And at the same time, blockchain can be used for bad just as it can be used for good, and it will be. And that's a fact. And governments will do that, entities will do that, people will do that, funds will do that, founders of projects that probably Felix and I both invest in will do that, because they will need that data, right? Now, at the same time, what is wrong with giving data if you're not doing anything wrong? There's that argument too, right? What is wrong with giving up that privacy? But for that, I've attended some conferences from Satoshi Roundtable to, many others where people cringe when people say that, right? And they say they want this world where they're not controlled at all and they want their full-on privacy. So I think that we're going to live in what I call, and been calling for years now, a schizophrenic world where governments are going to choose a certain way to be, certain governments will, and people are going to go look for places where it suits them to operate.
Yeah, I think the war for privacy is perhaps one of the most important things happening in crypto right now. The unfortunate truth about it is that it is perhaps one of the least economic ones, which is why I think we're losing it right now. And so, privacy was a huge thesis of ours last year, and we bet on a number of privacy projects in the crypto space. But most recently, we've had the incident with Tornado Cash, for example, where, not only did the US Treasury say, and so for those that don't know, Tornado Cash is a mixer where essentially if you want to anonymize your transactions, right? And so, for example, you have one Ethereum, you would send it into Tornado, and then maybe 1,000 other people also send in one Ethereum, an exact number. So it's always one and one going in, and then it comes 1,000 one Ethereum transaction come out on the other side, right? And so people use that for different reasons. Was there illegal uses for it? Sure, all the hackers would use it to anonymize where the money came from. But there's also a lot of legitimate use cases, because the problem with blockchain right now is that everything is transparent. So you can say, yes, blockchains are not anonymous, they're pseudonymous, meaning if Bitcoin succeeds and I buy my coffee with Bitcoin, right? That means anybody who knows my Bitcoin wallet knows exactly what time and where I buy my coffee every day, right? Every purchase I made is being broadcast to the world, right? And people say oh, I have nothing to hide, but the reality is I always said there's 3 reasons why you need privacy. Either one from peers, right? So for example, do you really want your neighbor to know exactly how much money you have and what you spend it on, right? Probably not, right? Now there's libertarian, right? Do you want the government to know everything you're doing, right? And some say, I don't care. Libertarians say, sure, I care, right? And then the third one is financial, right? So in the financial world, right, does every hedge fund want to real-time broadcast to the world every single trade, every single purchase they're making? Of course not, right? And so whether it's financial, governmental, or peer-to-peer, right, we want some privacy, right? Just like we have blinds and close the windows, not because we're killing somebody inside, but maybe because we want some privacy. And so the problem is that I think governments are pushing really hard right now against privacy, where you have not only the head, one of the devs from Tornado Cash literally got arrested. And the irony of Tornado is that it literally has a feature where people can prove the origin of where the money came from. Like it was literally already included that if you were getting audited, you can prove origin and so forth. But they didn't care. They just put it on the OFAC list, right? And to step further, there's a lot of OTC providers that will literally not touch privacy coins. They say hey, oh, you want to, let's say trade secret network, we can't touch it because it's a privacy coin. And so, I do think the government is trying to suffocate that. And again, I think it's one of the most important battles we're fighting. But unfortunately, because there's little to no money in it, I don't think there's enough voices fighting for it.
Yeah, economic incentives live long, live large. One point I'd like to return to that I sort of said earlier was I'd quite like to touch on the differences between EM and DM. Specifically, both of you two are based in the US right now, but how crypto adoption and usage actually changes and is different between different countries.
I mean, I've lived in Latin America and Africa for many years extensively, and did this work. And we today, our focus is LATAM. We scale a lot of this. I mean, I'm also an investor in many of the early companies that are scaling now in these markets. Look, the need in these markets is obviously very vast and very much needed for various reasons, be it for government control, be it for poverty, be it for currency fluctuations, be it for many things. I mean, if you just look at remittances, right, and the effect on remittances the stablecoins can have, and other cryptos, education as well, right? And going back to the previous point that we've discussed, I mean, this type of work was designed for kind of things that didn't exist before. So just like, for example, mobile phones in Africa, right? They skipped to mobile phones because they didn't have the fiber network, right? The same way now in Latin America and Africa, they could skip to this financial system, right? Because the other one, just a lot of people are not onboarded because it doesn't really benefit. There's no economic incentive for the banks to really bank the poor. So I've seen a tremendous impact, and that's been one of my focuses as well, is really to scale some of these companies and take these founders, because you could make the money and do good at the same time. It's not mutually exclusive. Where I think in the Western world, people, vast majority of people are just betting on the prices, right? And to your point earlier, and just wanting to make the money. And then other people, of course, are hoping for development and need it. But we have a Visa, we have a MasterCard, we have Venmo, we have Revolut, we have all of those. I'm not saying those are the answers. I'm just saying that people are used to on that. And sometimes it's psychology, right? It's very difficult to get people off of something until user interface is the correct, until, custody is safe, until, and crypto, unfortunately, unless you really know and been in it for a long time, is really hard to use for a lot of people. So it's not easy to use, nor is it very straightforward. And that's just part of evolution of the space.
Yeah, I mean, my summary would be, I would say that a lot of the experimentation and innovation happens in the US and in Asia. The actual utility happens in Latin America and Africa, and Europe for the most part is on the sidelines. That's kind of like the summary, because ultimately, but I think it's good for a reason like that, because people say, oh, you know, like there was a time in 2020 when like gas fees on Ethereum were extremely high, and people were saying this was built for, you know, to empower the third world countries and so forth, right? And now it's not serving that purpose. My pushback to that is that we're still so early where it is good that currently all the experimentation happens in first world countries that can afford to lose it. I don't want a third world country banking on DeFi as long as we're still getting hacked once a month, right? And so let the people that can afford to get rugged, let the people that can afford to get hacked, right, experiment, burn their fingers, and build something stable and sustainable, and then expand it to the rest of the world. Because again, we're still so early stage, I wouldn't want, you know, an entire country banked on DeFi just yet.
All betting on Bitcoin.
Yeah, like El Salvador, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I think Tristan, we spoke about that just a tiny bit on the whole El Salvador case, but I'm sure a lot of people are pro that. I'm completely against it.
So we just got a few minutes left, and had a lot of requests to ask. Both of you are sort of investors into this space. What are you looking for now, and what are you specifically looking for in companies that come and pitch to you? Felix, you can go first.
I was going to say ladies first, but okay. So we are, you know, on the liquid side, you know, I think that there may be more pain to come. Currently, we're very heavy ETH, just because, you know, that's with the merge coming up. Kind of going back to basics, seeing which of the old, you know, founders, even like in DeFi, blue chip DeFi, are still working, are still focused, are still innovating. And I think there's actually a lot of consolidation happening right now. For example, you know, actually we don't hold any Aave at the moment, but for example, it's interesting with Aave, they started as a lending market. Now they're kind of like horizontally expanding to capture more and more DeFi primitives. On the Metaverse front, you know, I think right now in the bear market, the most important thing is actually the founders, that they are extremely passionate about a niche, that they've been living in a niche for, let's say, the last 5 to 6 years. And so, you know, we've backed people that have been in VR for the last 30 years. We've backed people that have been in fashion for 15 years and now bringing fashion to the digital world, like digital fashion, NFTs, and so forth. And so I think niche focus on blue oceans that I can tell is a person's life mission, that's the safest way to bet in a bear market versus, you know, just, you know, making thematic bets, because thematics, they work in bull markets. I don't think they're really that, they don't, like the wave isn't strong enough to lift the boats in the bear market. So you really have to bet on individuals.
I'll start from the back. For me as individuals, I think ideas are like, you know, backs that we have. Everybody's got one. So I'm not really impressed when people have these innovative ideas. I'm more impressed with founders and really what they're trying to solve for, and where that utility and the, you know, use cases. But I am focused on the middleware for sure. I'm focused on ZK rollups, and then some of the innovative stuff in NFTs that could actually open up a whole new world of innovation and participation.
Soulbound tokens.
Yeah, and I was gonna add one more thing too. Like something we're observing a lot is like what I call like Web 2.5. Essentially, you know, using Web3 aspects, but not building it a way where you're literally cutting out virtually everybody, because I think that's what crypto suffered from the last few years, that you build products that literally have no customer, and rather like building something that is actually accessible to people, and then you can like slowly add more and more features.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, both of you, for your time today, late into the night in the US. It's been a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
This one is on? Yes. Okay, well, thank you very much again, Maya, Felix, and Tristram. I knew that this would be an inspiring panel discussion. Now, I just want to remind everyone today, we're not only having main stage, but in parallel, we obviously have our Scaleup pitching stage. So make sure that you tune in and hear to some fantastic entrepreneurs and the products and services that they're building. We also have venture stage going on in parallel. So we had actually a talk about how far can AI be regulated just before this talk, and then afterwards also have some really interesting talks on ESG and outcome-based financing. But now, without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Angelika Angels. I'm super passionate because, you know, we made you the promise that we not only cover this world and the metaverse, but the entire universe, right? And every year we bring SIS to the next level, from being offline to offline and online and in the metaverse. And this time we're probably truly going to be in the universe out there, because as soon as space travel becomes accessible for each and every one of us, the question is, who are we going to meet out there? And that's exactly the question that Angelika is going to try to answer for all of us. She is part of the State Key Laboratory of Lunar and Planetary Science at the MUST. So I'll invite you, and the stage is yours, Angelika.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure you can see my presentation yet.
Not yet. You're loading. You're loading.
Loading.
And I'll give you the stage first so you can share your presentation, and then we'll make sure that we have a bit of time for Q&A afterwards. So everybody in the audience, please don't hesitate afterwards to ask your question. But I'll first hand it over to you, Angelika.
Thank you. I'm not sure the presentation is there. Now I see it. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm very excited to present the work I've been doing for the past 8 years about Mars analog, and I hope you find the talk interesting. So, let me see. Okay, there we go. So, planetary missions to Mars greatly depend on rovers. However, the landing site for the rovers is selected using only remote sensing data, which really lacks essential information for us to fully understand the habitability conditions. So additionally, in a sample return mission, the rover must choose very carefully the samples due to the very limited catching capability and the limited instruments that the rovers have on board. And this is especially relevant when life detection is the main goal. So we really need to understand not only which samples to take, but also the geological, the environmental, and microclimate parameters. So to better understand Mars and to know if it ever harbored life, we cannot rely on rovers and satellite imagery only. Another way to study Mars is to study Mars analog environments, which are extreme places on Earth that are in some way very similar to Mars. And this is what I do. I study Mars analog environments on Earth in order to analyze the survival strategies of the organisms we find in these locations, and then compare these locations to Mars to find out where we could potentially find habitable environments on Mars. There are many Mars analog environments on Earth, depending on what exactly you want to study. But these are the Mars analog environments that I have been studying in the past year. These places might look visually like Mars, but also they might have other similarities to Mars, such as similar geological history or climatic conditions, or even isolation and remoteness. And each Mars analog provides with different aspects of Mars, and it is a combination of all of them that make us better understand Mars. So I'm going to show you two of the Mars analog environments I've been studying the most, the Chaidan Basin in North Tibet and Iceland. And then I will talk about my analog astronaut training and mission in a very different analog site in Scotland. Okay, so for the past 8 years, I've been studying one of the best analogs, in my opinion. the Chaidan Basin in the mountains of North Tibet, which is a relatively unexplored area in the world. It is also a remote place. It takes 2 days driving to get to our study site from the closest city in Xining, as you can see in the picture. So the Chaidan Basin is the highest desert on Earth. It's about 4,000 meters high. And in this drone footage, you see the area is very big. It's about 800 kilometers across. So we had to choose a small area to study. But even though we had very long days, about 10 hours of driving per day or so. It is also one of the driest and more hyper-arid areas on Earth, making it one of the most similar environments to Mars. It is a very remote area, but once you get there, there is absolutely nothing, as you can see in the video. There is no vegetation, no visible life forms, not even insects is there. The site is also a military controlled area, so foreigners are not allowed. So not the easiest place to go to, at least for me, because I'm not Chinese. But every time I managed to get there, we would do the science. And in every trip, we would collect about 50 kilos of samples for further analysis in the laboratory. And you can really see that it totally looks like Mars. It totally looks like we were on Mars. So thanks to my research in this place, I was invited to take part in the landing site selection for the NASA Mars 2020 mission. And I used the Chaidan Basin as an analog site to help me choose the landing site for the Perseverance rover. So what you see in the picture, the pink ellipse is the landing site, and I designed a traverse for the rover, marked in blue in the picture, with 7 stops for the rover to take samples. And I did this by comparison to the samples I was analyzing from the Chaidan Basin. So I'm going to show you some results of our investigations where you can see the similarities with Mars. On the left side, you're going to see always the picture of the Chaidan Basin, and on the right, you're going to see Mars. So what you see here are polygonal soils, which are formed because not only there are very limited brines, but also very strong evaporation, as both places are really dry and cold. We also found yardans, which are these small hills formed by strong winds. Yardans are abundant on Mars, and we could see them in many locations in the Chaidan Basin. These yardans here in the Chaidan Basin are the closest analogs that you can get to the yardans on Mars, as they are formed in very similar conditions of strong winds and very limited precipitation. We also observed large gravel on top of small hills. This indicates strong evidence of past fluvial activity. When underground water thaws, smaller particles settle in the voids below and the large gravel remains on top. And even though there are some differences in gravity and flow conditions and even in the type of fluid, these gravels are an indicator of an ancient wetter environment. And the Chaidan Basin offers us an open window to study Mars when it was wet and warm. We also find a very similar type of dunes. Not only the mineralogy, but also how much they move makes them one of the best analogs to study dunes on Mars. And dunes are also important because they are active landforms on Mars today. And this is my favorite. We also found what we call ring structures, which are features formed by tectonic activity. I will not go into detail in this, but tectonism on Mars is one of the most controversial issues. So here again, we can study something that is very unique to Mars, but rare on Earth. Okay, so now we move to Iceland. So a few weeks ago, I was the principal investigator on another expedition, live detection strategies in Iceland, Mars analog site. So Icelandic lava fields are always one of the best options for studies of potential habitats on Mars. And this is due to the interaction with glaciers, volcanic geochemistry, and a broad range of different ages and relative isolation as well. So the purpose of this expedition was to explore how biodiversity and habitability vary in different Mars analog environments in Iceland. I still don't have the results from these expeditions, but I literally just came back. But I anticipate the results from the different strategies we use to collect samples and the different methods that we will use to analyze them will improve the chances of success of future planetary life detection missions. So during 3 weeks, we performed research in a diversity of lava fields and volcanic tephra sites and other geological units that we considered exceptional terrestrial analogs of some Mars areas, mainly because of the presence of extreme conditions due to low nutrient activity, desiccation, temperature extremes. And in addition, the high iron content of the basalt derived from the hotspot also makes Icelandic geology a very good Mars analog. So here are some pictures of our expedition. And I believe this video should work. Yeah. So this is Langjökull Glacier, and it's the best known glacier in Iceland, and with the easiest access as well. So although we had to use this monster truck to travel on it, which happens to be the biggest ice truck in the world. I'm not sure you can see it in the picture very clearly, but the wheels are almost as tall as me. Around the glacier, we found most of the analog terrain, and we collected a lot of soil samples, but mostly water samples for further analysis in the lab. In the south of the glacier, there is another very important area called Sandur. And this is where NASA had previously tested the rover capabilities. So in this location, there are numerous lava fields and lava tubes and a wide array of different types of volcanoes and craters, including the largest number of shield volcanoes found anywhere. So after a lot of walking and driving, we collected as well the best samples for further analysis in the lab. This site, this site is located in a geothermal area, so we went there to sample filter deposits. Initially, we thought about testing some equipment there, but unfortunately, the area is quite popular for tourists, which means the site is not free from anthropogenic contamination, and so we could not use it for our study, which is a pity because the site really is a remarkable visual Mars analog. We studied many more areas, such as several lava tubes and lava fields. We investigated the geology, the cryology, hydrology, and also potential underground habitats for microbial life. And we also used some instrumentation in the field to create 3D models of the site. And then the last day we were in Iceland, we had a very nice surprise. The Fagradalsfjall volcano erupted. So after driving the whole night across Iceland and 4 hours hike, we arrived to the site just before going to the airport. And it was unbelievable and such a nice ending to our trip. And lastly, I want to talk very briefly about my experience being one of the 5 analog astronauts of the first UK space research analog mission. The mission took place on a remote, uninhabited and secret island of the north coast of Scotland. I am unfortunately not allowed to say the exact location of the island, but after we completed a pre-deployment training, we were training by a private boat that you see there, to the island, and then to the habitat where we had to live and survive. Sorry, I forgot this video. Where we had to live and survive for the next 5 days. So the goal was to simulate a space mission to explore another planet. There are many risks to space, so this analog space mission was a simulation, survival exercise for us, the analog astronauts, to take care of emergency medical scenarios without outside help as if we were in space. And even though the geology of this analog site was not in any way similar to Mars, there were other aspects in this island that made it a good analog. The situations we were put in were perfect for isolation, companionship, developing leadership skills, and to test physical endurance, for sure. Something that the future astronauts that go to Mars will definitely need. So as I said at the beginning, there is no perfect analog, but it is the combination of all Mars analog sites that make us better understand Mars. We still have a lot to learn about Mars, not just the geological path, but also how to get there. And thanks to Mars analog environments, we are getting close. So here I want to thank all the funding provided to do these expeditions and the research. So NASA, the Iceland Space Agency, the Space Exploration Institute of Macau, HKU, and the University College London. And those are my details if anyone wants to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Angelica. And you know, I was super passionate about this talk. I always tell my girls at home you have to study hard so one day you can bring mommy on planet Mars. And that the question is, I mean, why are you studying, you know, planet Mars? Is it really to understand if there are aliens out there, or is it more to understand if we as humans can live on planet Mars? And we actually have, that was my question. We have a very similar question from the audience to say, it's like, yeah, what's your why? And underlying, is there any need, such as climate change, etc., on planet Earth, that we really have to answer this question?
My why is more related to the first thing you said, is more to understand where we're coming from. Are we the only ones alive? Did life appear on Mars and was transported to Earth? And this is a real hypothesis that some scientists are studying, right? Like there was a lot of meteorite exchange at the very beginning of the solar system. So life starting on Mars and being transported to Earth it could have happened. So in that case, we would all be Martians living on Earth. So I started studying this because since I was a child, I wanted to know if we were alone in the universe. Now, in the last years, there is a lot of emphasis about sending humans to Mars, and all the studies we do, of course, is going to help with that, but it's not my main goal. Yeah.
Brilliant. And I think related to that, there was another question from the audience. So, you know, thinking us living on planet Mars. But when you study the Quiet Basin, for example, is it possible that, you know, aliens or other life forms than humans will evolve on Earth?
Is it possible that other types of life will evolve on Earth?
Exactly. So, you know, you made the parallel about, you know, all these different spots that you're visiting to that seem to be very similar to the conditions that you see there on planet Mars. So actually, the question was a little bit, do you think we're going to have aliens on Earth soon?
Okay. I'm not sure I understand the question, because in all these extreme environments, we do find extremophiles that are called. So organisms that are extreme in some sense. Either the lack of water or high levels of radiation or something is extreme, but they manage to survive. And we find in the most extreme environments like Antarctica or the highest deserts, that like this one in Tibet, there are organisms that are adapted to those conditions. And that's why we believe that we could find those extremophiles on Mars as well, even though the conditions are a little bit more extreme, but we know that organisms adapt. So the question of having Martians on Earth, I don't really understand it, because when we bring samples back from Mars, when there is a sample return and there's going to be a sample return mission, those samples are going to have to go through a process where they're not going to be carelessly studied. It's going to be in a room where, just in case it's something harmful for us, it's not going to be outside. So, yeah, I mean, if it comes, I mean, it's difficult to say. Perhaps something could come in a meteorite and then evolve here. Yes, it could be.
Yeah.
But that is, yeah.
Exactly. I guess the question was asked in the context of another question that's very similar, in the sense that can we predict how life or life forms will look like or evolved on planet Mars? So again, it's coming to this in that, you know, there's a lot of that's probably similar, and you can kind of like extrapolate, you know, on things that look very similar here on Earth on what's going to happen on planet Mars. But how can we then from there understand, predict how these new life forms are going to look like?
So we cannot find something that we don't know what it looks like. So what we do is to try to find what we know is the origin of life. So the first thing, this was the NASA logo for a long time. is search for signs of water. So once you have signs of water, because it's a main ingredient for life, then you might find the types of life. But of course, you might also find on Mars minerals that were formed by the presence of water. So they are not life as such, but they were formed in the presence of water, in the presence of life. What type of life, we might not know, but we know that life was there. So yes, we are trying to find the life that we know, but we might find something completely different that we don't know about. I think that's the excitement of not knowing. Yeah.
Right. A little bit related to that is also the question on how far are we away on making predictions. So you have been involved in the research for quite some time. You see the progress. So how long will it take? Is a bit the crystal ball question here, I guess. But how do you see the research progressing?
The research in terms of finding life?
Yes, exactly. So how far are we away from really being able to predict, yes, there will be life on Mars? Maybe not yet exactly how it's going to look like, if they're green or not green and all of that, but really how far are we away from making some very close predictions on what's going to happen?
Well, I hope soon. So the thing is that if there is life where the rovers are now, I would say soon-ish, because the rovers are there. The rovers can take samples. There's going to be a mission to bring samples back. But if life was not in those locations, life is somewhere else where there are no rovers, and we only rely on satellite imagery, finding microbial life from a satellite is really difficult. So, or we might have to wait until we send humans to Mars. And then, of course, what a human can do is not comparable to a robot. So we might need to wait a few years. Or it might happen tomorrow that one of the samples from the Perseverance rover has some sort of organics or something that indicates that life is there. It's difficult to say, but I hope it's soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And it's interesting because I think I asked you this question as well in our call previously, and the question comes up here again is in terms of, so you're studying different environments here on planet Earth, but we all know that there are missions again on the moon. And the question here is like, how much do we think that whatever we find on planet moon and explore will help us to further determine? I guess in short, planet moon, planet Mars, how different are they? It's going to be the same life forms or not at all?
Oh, it will be very different. Yeah, very, very different. So the conditions are completely the opposite. Not the opposite, but very different. So finding life on the moon, I don't think it would be that surprising in a way, because the hypothesis that we believe it happened is that the moon was part of the Earth, that in a huge asteroid crash, this part separated. So finding life on the moon couldn't be as surprising, although we believe there is nothing there. Mars is a completely different planet, but Mars was very similar to Earth a few billion years ago. It had an atmosphere, liquid water, it had an ocean with liquid water, it had nice temperatures. So it seems that all the conditions for life were there. And then the planet eventually died and became what it is today. So Mars is an extreme case of climate change, which also is one of the reasons why we study this. It's like, if we don't take care of the Earth, we could end up like Mars, right? So what we're trying to find is life on Mars that happened a few billion years ago. That's when the conditions were proper for life. If there is life right now, it should be protected from the outside environment. At least as far as we know, life cannot survive the extreme environment that it is in the surface of Mars today. But again, life finds a way inside the cracks of rock, under rock, even in lava tubes, in caves. There is a lot of studies done in caves here on Earth. I did a little bit of that in Iceland too, because you find a whole different set of microbial organisms inside caves, because they are protected from the outside environment. They might have their own water, and there is no light, but the conditions there are proper for them, and they survive under those conditions. So, but again, how can you find life in a cave on Mars unless you are there, right?
Right, thank you. There's another question that is looking more into, I guess, a little bit the economic interest in the space. So you mentioned, obviously, MUST, it's the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, also in Macau, right? That's what the M stands for, and some other organizations. But so who is interested in innovation and investments in the scene? I mean, how big is the interest and who's behind it?
You mean internationally? I think NASA has a lot of funding. NASA has a lot of funding. The European Space Agency has actually some funding right now as well. And I think the China Space Agency is investing a lot of money as well on not just specifically finding life on Mars, but going to Mars, knowing more about Mars. So Mars is pretty much the only planet that we can study now that we could actually go and visit and go there. So I think there is a lot of interest. And I have seen this in the past 10 years when I was studying in my master, we were two people. It was really difficult to miss a class because it was very obvious, right? Right now, there is a huge interest in space exploration. So yeah, I think there is a lot of interest internationally. Like all space agencies are trying to do something with Mars.
Right, and there was actually a follow-on question because I think I went too fast when I talked about the why. So people are really interested is when did you first come across that passion about studying life forms on Mars?
So I was very, very young, and my grandfather was always talking to me about planets and stars, and he told me that maybe they were aliens. So I was very young, and I remember always thinking, I want to know. I want to know if there are Martians or something. So since I was 5 years old, I knew exactly what I wanted to do, and I went for it. And it was not easy all the time, especially sometimes being a woman in this field. But yeah, I always knew, and I hope to find one day if there are Martians. It would be awesome.
That's brilliant. And the time is soon up, so that's why last call to action. How can anybody as passionate as you as well support you? What can we do to help you in your research?
Well, when we do these expeditions, they are very expensive, so we always need funding because it's not just going there and collecting the samples, but it's also all the analysis in the lab and all the instrumentation we need to use. So funding would be great, or even collaboration with someone else that is doing the same, or even just friendship to share more. I'll be happy to talk to anyone.
Thank you so much, Angelica. It was great to have you with us, and I look forward to having you soon back and report about, more insights into your research about life forms on planet Mars. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll take now, again, a little break from the stage, and I think our next panelists have already arrived. Again, just a quick shout out, we do have startups also physically here with us in Hong Kong on the 22nd floor, so please make sure you check them out. Some really impressive innovations boiling up there. Also for all investors here, you're happy to join us on main stage, but also to mingle in the investor lounge, sponsored by Angel Hub. And make sure that you also tune in from time to time into the venture stage. Some great talks going on there as well. But now I think our panelists are ready in the starting blocks. Fantastic. I'll actually invite back on stage. We're going to pass the baton several times this morning with Tristram, our head of digital assets from Angel Hub. And he's going to have a wonderful panel with him, with Assad Khan, Marcel Bloom, and Benedict Nolens, and they're going to talk about how to prevent the sharks from circling in CeFi, in DeFi waters. So, Tristram, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Karina. I'm delighted. This is my first in-person panel here today, and Asad joining us from the Metaverse, it seems. I'm delighted because we have such a broad range of participants here. We have Marcel, the researcher, Benedict, the regulator, and Asad, the practitioner. And we're going to talk today about the sharks circling in CeFi and DeFi. So Marcel, it's been quite a quiet year in DeFi. Markets have been quiet, not too much has been happening, prices have been relatively stable. But joking aside, as I'm sure everybody knows, at a top level, can you briefly explain what's happened and why a single hedge fund has caused so much contagion?
All right, yeah, thanks for having me here. I'm happy to be on this panel, and yeah, so on this really this turmoil which has happened in DeFi this year, DeFi or lending in general, CeFi and DeFi lending was at the heart of that turmoil. So there were, like, the company you referred to probably is Three Arrows Capital. There was another company which was called Celsius, and so there was lots of contagion going on because there was opacity in the system. So before going into details there, probably it's important to give a little backdrop of lending and borrowing in the crypto space in general. So in the crypto space, there are no banks in the traditional sense. There are lenders and borrowers, and so they are there to allocate capital as banks do in the traditional financial system. But in crypto, they are not regulated. Basically, they are fulfilling banking functions without being regulated as such, and so you could think of this is bordering shadow banking, what they are doing. Now, against a backdrop, so speaking of the turmoil, there were increasing interest rates, there was the COVID slump, there was the invasion of Ukraine. All this happened at the same time, or basically during this year, difficult macro backdrop, prices plummeting, and then, so the first thing I think that happened was that Celsius, one of the retail lenders and borrowers, basically found out, okay, their investment strategy doesn't work, and they stopped withdrawals, which was a big shock. So retail basically was exposed to this kind of contagion. They lost funds. People who had lent to Celsius were not sure they get their money back. The second one, the one you mentioned, Three Arrows Capital, they had borrowed, I think, billions of US dollars worth of crypto and money. And so nobody really knew, okay, where are the exposures? And this was very similar to the Lehman moment in 2008, 2009, where there were unknown interconnections between lenders and borrowers, which are at the heart of capital allocation. And so from that moment onwards, when there was this unclarity, who would blow up, where would things blow up, basically lenders tried to withdraw their funds. There was a liquidity crunch, fire sale spirals, and so this added fuel to all the downward movement. So yeah.
Thank you. Asad, one of the things that most impressed me throughout the whole process was how well DeFi held up and how well smart contracts functioned. What is it about them that makes them sort of so resilient? And why did lending and borrowing platforms hold up so well in the DeFi space as opposed to CeFi?
Yeah, Tristan, I think it's the most interesting takeaway from this kind of last cycle of this down cycle. I think Marcel captured the issue really well. And, I think what he said was that it wasn't clear who was exposed to who, right? And, I work for Centrifuge today. We are a crypto protocol. We try to do as much as we can on-chain. We work with other DeFi protocols that bring everything on-chain as well. And really what that benefits is the transparency and kind of the ability to understand really where are the bodies hidden very, very publicly. I think it's kind of interesting. You were able to watch Celsius, the vault they had open on the MakerDAO protocol, and you were able to watch basically the margin, the collateralization ratio kind of approaching the limit there, and you were able to see when they were able to top it back up and know they were safe, know exactly what was at risk and what wasn't. And I think that's really what helped the DeFi protocols and the DeFi landscape survive and weather the storm. These protocols have been in place for about 4, almost 5 years in some cases. So at this point, this was just another day in the office for them, right? I think it was really kind of fascinating to watch as you really were able to take a lot from where they stood versus where the CeFi players stood. And it's kind of a big lesson, I think, for all of us.
And Benedict, this talk is about the shark circling. Given this has largely been a CeFi story, does that mean that DeFi will be removed from potential regulations?
That's a good question. I think you read out that the title of this panel is about the shark circling, but I think it's more like what Asad was saying is, where are the dead bodies hiding? In somewhere have the sharks already reached, So I think, I think the answer is that a lot of what's happening, well, DeFi by nature is trying to be unregulated, right? That's the original idea of DeFi. And I think if you just take it simple for something everybody knows, it's let's say Bitcoin, Ether, etc. And these values have dropped just very substantially. I mean, you're talking in 6 months a drop of 70%. Normally, a retail investor cannot tolerate that type of volatility or drop. You could say a professional investor who's only allocating 5% of their assets, they obviously can take such a drop of 70%, but not a retail investor. So the issue that I see is a reputational one, right? Which is in order to have money flow in on the long term, so money flowing into any asset, you need trust in that asset. So, and so far, these sudden drops, that's very high volatility, I think it hurts trust. Now, that doesn't mean that there won't be a time when this speculation will be right back, because to a certain extent, humans just like speculation. It's a little bit like gambling. This has existed forever as well, right? So I'm not here to say that these values won't go back up. I think they will. I don't know how much, and I don't know when, right? But still, as long as it goes like this, without any stability, it will be relatively hard, I think, for the market to reach the size of a traditional financial system, because we have to keep things in context. It's big, but it's still very small to the size of a traditional financial system and to the trillions that move daily, right? So I think that's where we need to look at how can this ecosystem generate trust without regulation. Can it achieve that or not? That's really the game here, you think about it, right? And so far, it's only reached trust with a small user base as opposed to a large user base. Now, so when you said, will CeFi be regulated, I think CeFi is regulated, but you were talking about the DeFi pools that have a centralized party in it, right? So yeah, they already straddle between DeFi and traditional finance.
I'm glad you brought up gambling there, because one of the sort of criticisms around DeFi is that it is just that at its most innovative, it is just composable leverage on top of composable leverage without any sort of real world use case. So the critics say, at least. But Marcel, do you challenge that definition of DeFi, or is there more practical real world utility that has been generated?
Yeah, so my observations about DeFi are that, so in particular during this bull market, which took place end of 2021 or during 2021, probably 95% or so of that was speculation. So there is like lots of hot money flows. People are speculating on getting rich quickly, and there is not really a lot of real utility there. There are developments in certain areas. For example, like use cases where people, let's say, in countries with weak institutions can hold this as a store of value, and okay, it dropped 70%, like let's say, yet in some countries, I think in Turkey you have an inflation of 80%, which was the latest number. So they, at least, so this is comparable, so people may hold crypto as a long-term store of value. Usually it tends to go up again, and then use DeFi, let's say, to borrow against that. So this is one of the use cases that has been brought up. And I mean, so I think one of the prime use cases that everybody is looking at the moment, or where people say this will be the next big thing, is actually what Assad is in. So these real world assets, which, I mean, so if DeFi manages somehow to get a portion of this real world asset, be it loan issuance or funding real world assets, so that could be really big. So if there would be a way to combine the advantages of DeFi, so the cutting out middlemen, transparency, available 24/7, easy collateralization, and so on, and regulation, probably regulation would be needed for that, to grow that area. So that could be really big. That could be one of the major use cases. But now the area is still very small, so it's not very big, but this may be the one where real growth comes in the future.
And so, Assad, what are the biggest challenges to actually overcome that and implement it?
Yeah, I think it's the biggest thing that has to be said is that there's a state of maturity in our industry being crypto and DeFi, that really just needs to be kind of, I think, elevated in order for this to really take off. You know, Centrifuge, we've been building kind of real world asset protocol platform, foundational infrastructure for a couple of years now, but it's taken a long time to get to the stage of really being able to educate our market and the people that would be most impacted by our market, how they can use it. And that's on both sides, right? That's both in the crypto on-chain world where everything's natively on-chain, but the assets don't traditionally come from this kind of, you know, physically issued real-world context, or on the, you know, the more traditional legacy infrastructure side. How do you use a blockchain? What impacts? What benefits does it have? You know, how do I really leverage that transparency, this new kind of paradigm of investing? And to me, it's really maturity on both of those ends. You know, I think it's been kind of fascinating. You said it was a slow year this year. I couldn't disagree more. It's been more of an exciting year to sit where we are with real world assets, because I think people really have kind of got to a point where they've seen this type of mechanical function in DeFi really do a lot of work for them, and they haven't really seen much value out of it now. You know, Benedict touched on the volatility, but we have an opportunity to really truly bring access to like real kind of illiquid, real business needs, true economic supply and demand, and connect it to this world of blockchain. And I think people are starting to really be really interested in that. And, you know, I think compliance is definitely one of the biggest challenges. We've been kind of a compliant protocol for 2 or 3 years, and it's taken quite a bit for people to understand what that means and engage with us. I think there's just a huge kind of learning curve when it comes to, you know, investing in a securitization platform, right? We are, you know, we have tranching, supporting tranching models to protect investors, and that's a lot for people to understand. It's certainly not as easy as number goes up. And then, you know, at the end of the day, I do think that there's a bit of friction in the UX when it comes to working and interacting in the crypto marketplaces, right? Using a wallet, interacting with these new networks, learning these terms. It's certainly not easy for newcomers to enter the field. But you know, personally, I've never been more excited about something like real world assets. I think given kind of, you know, bear markets are for builders, and I really feel like real world assets, the builders are going to have their say at the end of this.
Awesome. And so, Benedict, stablecoins have obviously been a huge topic after also some other sort of failures this year, but is that likely to be where regulators turn their focus to the most?
Yes, so you're right ahead of me, because I just wrote stablecoins. So we obviously haven't been talking about stablecoins. We were talking about these CeFi, DeFi platforms, but we weren't talking about the hook into the current existing financial system, which are stablecoins. And they're backed by money, right? Money issued by central banks, and typically held obviously at the bank to be trustworthy for the trustworthy stable coins. As you know, there's been a lot of controversy around these stable coins backing themselves with other assets like commercial paper, because that can still cause some form of runs, and in the case of runs, fire sales. So in the US, that's always an area of concern, because they've had runs on money market funds, for example, in the past, and that then leads to fire sales of these underlying assets. So that continues, I think, to be a concern, and will push in the direction of regulation. But I think the broader reason why that area will be regulated is because, as said, it is the hook into the financial system, or it is, so you could say it's a highway between traditional finance and decentralized finance. And yeah, you should expect that area will be regulated. Personally, I still don't think it will be prohibited. Some people keep saying that. I don't think so. I think it will be regulated, but not prohibited. And the core of the regulation will indeed focus on the backing assets and the oversight over the backing assets and the methodology to oversee these backing assets. So maybe for context, I did work at Circle, which is the largest issuer of this type of stablecoin that comes closest, you could say, to regulation. And for example, in fact, the asset backing can be viewed through automation as well. It can be audited through physical auditors like you and me walking and going to take a look what's at the bank. But it is also enabling automated supervision. And that's not something that, for example, exists a lot in traditional finance. So you could say that is an improvement on traditional finance. I think the other thing you've seen with stablecoins, much less liked in the DeFi sector though, is now the ability to freeze, right? So in the case of the Tornado Cash situation, I think $75,000 worth of USDC was frozen, right? And so this remote freezing is a possibility of stablecoins, and I would say it's not a possibility or not as easy in traditional finance. So in traditional finance, it's very hard to know where the money has gone, and freezing it remotely is really, really hard. You normally need cross-border collaboration between departments of justice of different countries. So to be able to remote control that money and freeze it must be, frankly, very attractive to AML regulators. But I would say, yes, for people who are using it, they better be aware that that is a level of automation that definitely does not apply to cash. Try to remote freeze my cash, right? It's not possible. And even remote freezing a bank account is not possible because you'd need to go to the local regulators of where my bank account is held, right? So let's now assume you want to freeze my bank account in Hong Kong. Let's assume the US wants to freeze my bank account in Hong Kong. They can't just push a button like that, right? They need to go through the FIU here, and the FIU here needs to be willing to investigate my case and freeze my assets. So in sum, stablecoins are an interesting thing. A, they straddle between traditional finance and DeFi. B, to a certain extent, they offer less compliance because there isn't a travel rule protection around it. But C, they offer some features that are certainly more powerful on the compliance end than exists in traditional finance, including, as said, that remote freezing, as well as the ability to check the reserves automatically.
Which would be a centralization of power.
No, it just enables regulators to see remotely whether the reserves are in place, and I expect that that will need to happen in order to avoid these runs on stable coins. Yeah.
So you don't think that central banks issuing their own central bank digital currency, or CDBC, will crowd out existing stablecoins in the market?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So as part of my remit, I am working on CBDC, but we are working on CBDC for cross-border payment, and I would say for large value payment, so for wholesale CBDC. In sum, to provide new bridges between countries so that these payments can be faster and also lower cost. And I see that as more like a new payment infrastructure than a competitor to a stable coin. The second thing is for retail CBDC. So for example, when people talk about the dollar and a retail dollar coin of sorts, I don't see that being built in the near future on a public chain. And the reason I don't see that built on a public chain is because in the history of central banking, a chain that exists for 10 or 20 years is not a proven infrastructure yet. So central banks would be quite reluctant to put their most precious asset called money onto infrastructure that is not proven yet, and B, that they can't control either, right? And C, where, as said, the AML controls also are not yet in place. So the outcome of that is, even if there is a retail CBDC, I don't see that necessarily as having the same use cases as a stablecoin. So the stablecoin, if permitted and regulated, if permitted in a regulated fashion, will be still used for that activity in DeFi. But a critical element there missing is, as said, the compliance with the travel rule, and people have now spent, if I remember well, because I was in the sector in 2017, this is already like quite some years that people are talking about travel rule compliance. So what that means is that AML regulators want money when it moves from A to B. They want it to be associated with the ability to check that it went from me to you. So in case either I or you are a crook, they can deal with you or me, right? So that's the idea. And in the case of anything to do with crypto and DeFi, as you know, it's called pseudonymous. I think that's actually a misnomer, right? Because it's actually anonymous. The only thing that's known is the public addresses it's flowing through. So for an AML regulator, if the identity is not there, they can't control money laundering. So they try to impose this travel rule, but as said, so far that protection rail is not yet in place.
Thank you. And so, Marcel, do you think then that KYC for DeFi is an inevitability, and the pseudonymous nature of your wallet address will disappear into the future?
So I think parts of DeFi may use KYC. So for example, again, deflecting this to Assad, I see you on the screen there, that's why I'm pointing there. So I think Centrifuge, they are KYCing both lenders and borrowers. So, and yet I would consider them as being DeFi because they are using a public blockchain and they aim to decentralize. But then there are other players, I think like MakerDAO, who issues one of the stable coins. There's no KYC being done there, and I think their plan is to go on with that. So probably what may happen in the future is some kind of bifurcation of the DeFi system where you have part of the system that implements KYC and regulations and another one which is more freewheeling. And probably the one that implements rules and KYCing will be the one where institutional money flows. So I would expect like that space is investable, that will probably grow faster. So that would be my thoughts on that.
Do you foresee different DeFi ecosystems for different geographies, given some of the difference in regulation between different countries?
I would think that goes against the idea of crypto. So it's usually a global thing. I know that like people jokingly say that Ethereum with the upcoming merge and when most of the stakes are held by US companies will be a US chain. And so they are pushing back against like this being said. So I would think, yeah, I wouldn't expect that it moves there into like different geographies having their own blockchains. Yeah.
And so Assad, Benedict touched on earlier sort of Tornado Cash and OFAC, which is the Office of Financial Asset Control, actually sanctioning smart contracts for the first time. So this is a sanction on code itself and the developer was arrested. Does that worry you, or does that have bigger concerns around the wider DeFi ecosystem that smart contracts themselves can be sanctioned just because of the users or where the users might have come from before? And what does that mean to someone building in the space?
I think it's very controversial today. I think it's really challenging to be in an environment where you're trying to build functions and features that you think can help and really provide a lot of impact to people, and then you face something like the risk of sanction because of someone using your protocol that maybe you didn't have control over, right? But one of the challenges is, again, this comes back to maturity. There's a decentralized protocol, and then there's maybe a decentralized protocol, right? It's not so easy sometimes to point out what's the difference between both, and I think there's quite a bit of difference between something like Tornado Cash, for example, and let's say MakerDAO that Marcel mentioned, right? In terms of purpose and what they enable at the core. To me, really the root of everything we're doing. I think Benedict kind of understated it a little bit, right? There's not just features and abilities here to do things that you just can't do in the traditional infrastructure, but the traditional banking system is still built on Excel sheets being passed around, right? People picking up the phone and talking to each other or having to walk into an office, right? To rebuild that infrastructure would take just a long time, and I think she's right about how long it will take to see, kind of the convergence of TradFi with DeFi properly. It will probably take 10 to 20 years, but in the near term, there's a lot of benefits we get when we talk about, truly like what I would think of as DeFi protocols. There's a lot of reliability, there's a lot of assurability, a lot of accessibility, and I think the transparency is really unparalleled. So to me, if we can continue to emphasize those benefits and we can continue to embed those principles into the protocol and then leverage them in a way that's still compliant and regulated, right? I've said it before, Centrifuge is a regulated compliant protocol, and we take on KYC, we follow legal structures, we build legal structures that then are able to be enforced by our smart contracts, the tokens that represent real, true underlying collateral, legal recourse to them, right? We think about these things. And the way to do that, I think, is to build layers on top of layers on top of layers. So I think you can have a layer of DeFi that has these principles embedded in them, if they're providing value, with then other layers built on top of it, but it takes time, to get there. I think Benedict's predicting that central banks will only use public blockchains 20 years from now, is the quote I heard, but if we want it to be faster, I think we really have to truly kind of mature a little bit faster, really find a way to bring kind of the efficiencies together and really bring the value to it. Value to the people and make sure they understand what we're doing.
So one of the arguments we had from some speakers earlier on our panel with Felix Hartmann and Maya was that privacy might be core to the sort of DeFi ethos, yet there isn't a huge economic incentive for it to continue. How do you view that?
Privacy is one of those things, I think, is that it's a really complex topic that if you offer someone something in privacy with no other features related to it, I don't think they'll find any use for it. But if you begin to be in a place in which your privacy becomes critical to your functioning and your survival and, basically your health and the functioning of maybe your financial system, I think then it becomes a very different conversation. We're seeing around the world data privacy laws, the way we treat data as an asset, a fundamental human right. I think those type of conversations really help advance this conversation on privacy and where it matters and how do we actually implement it and allow it to be a usable part of our financial system versus just becoming a crutch that, we claim that if you don't have privacy, you can't use something.
Awesome. So we've got a couple of minutes left, but I'm really keen to sort of stress some of the advantages that DeFi itself contains over sort of TradFi and other systems. Benedict, can you speak to some of those advantages?
Yeah, so I think we started with complete DeFi, and then we talked about what Asad said, right? The linkage to real assets. And I still remember when I did the first research on this, when I was still with the securities regulator, it's quite some years ago, but we already thought this technology can be very good for improving the functioning of the financial system. And actually, already then we saw it could be used, for example, for securities activity, for instant settlement. It could be used to change the whole custody approach. It could be used to tokenize money. In fact, we thought tokenizing money is necessary for the tokenization of assets to take off. And in some asset that was published around 2016. And this is where we are now, right? So we have tokenized money. It's really those stable coins. And secondly, we have tokenized assets, such as, for example, in Asad's case, those loans, invoices, real assets. And we are also seeing more interest in securities tokenization. So in some, I just don't think this is the end at all of the technology, right? And towards an earlier discussion we had on whether this is useful economic activity, I actually do think it's useful economic activity because innovation comes with testing and failing, right? So, and it will not be a straight path, but at the same time, I think that to scale, as I said in the beginning, you need that trust. And to get that trust from the general public, you probably need regulation, right? So many people might hate regulation, but just think about it the other way around. You want to scale your thing, be regulated. So, for example, for Circle, we launched USDC, I think it was in 2017, if I remember well. And the whole idea was to try and get regulated, to be the opposite really of the only existent other at the time, which was Tether. So you could say focusing on doing it right and trying to liaise openly with regulators is probably the better long-term growth strategy, right? Maybe other people continue thinking about it otherwise, and certainly DAOs, I think otherwise. And I said, I still think they can also try to prove that regulators are wrong. But personally, I think history has shown that the public doesn't trust it unless there's a layer of regulation over it.
Thank you. Much food for thought, but unfortunately our time's out. So Asad, Marcel, Benedict, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Okay, the mic is back on, and I'm back on stage, and I'm super excited now about the talk that is coming up, the Fireside, that I will have the pleasure to host together with Enzio von Pfeilen. We're going to talk about the fact that we're operating on a very economic backdrop that is living up here for years and years. We can be in the metaverse and we can hype it, but we're working all on very basic principle of economy, and that's what we're going to look into: recession, stagflation, and beyond. Where is the world heading economically? Enzio, can I please invite you to join me on stage?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, perfect. Fantastic. And well, we already flag here behind us kind of like the main topic of our conversation and have people a little bit digest what's up here. I'll actually give a bit of background and introduce you. I'll have my cheat sheet in front from me because I'm really worried that I forget half of it. You have an impressive background. You're a multicultural individual, right? So from originally from Germany and Nairobi, and you then made Hong Kong your Asian home and headquarters since 1989 already, right? Fantastic. You're also lucky you're one of Friedrich von Hayek's students, ladder students. I'm not gonna date you older than you are. You wrote your PhD on German multinationals.
Yes, in America, yes.
You did that, and then afterwards, actually, looked into the American economy, right? You looked into how multinationals in America actually create the trade deficit.
Absolutely, that was angered Capitol Hill to no end, but it didn't bother me.
Great. And then you went into on the merchant bank at London's top banks. So you were the currency risk specialist at Schroeder, and then you went on to be the regional chief economist for Asia, right, at the brokerage arm of Rothschild and then Warburg. Did I forget anything?
That I play a lot of music. So a lot of what happens in the back of the head is a structure of, that's why we have this clock ticking incessantly.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Do you think the audience had enough time to digest what's actually on the screen? Should we start?
If you think you have, don't raise your hand because I haven't. Shall I explain the clock?
Absolutely. So I think it's, as I mentioned before, it's good, in all this hype to go a little bit back to basics. So this is the economic clock. That's your masterwork, isn't it?
Well, Rudiger Dornbusch was a little bit more instrumental. It's just that he never put it into a picture. I'm good at drawing, so. But let me just explain this because there's an awful lot of chit-chat in the press. I'm not going to impress you with original insights like birthdays, deaths, spring, winter, and fall, because I suspect you all know about these things, but you may not know how to put some things into context, and one of them is the economy. And so what I've done is I've created something where you have 4 economic time zones. The first one is green. That's actually sort of the bottom of the cycle. That's where China is, where we have too much money, an excess supply of money, and also an awful lot of goods dumping around, especially in the rural economy, which is only worth 900 million people. Then you move the central banks that still are doing with hard currencies. I'm not qualified to talk about cryptos. The central banks allow the excess supply of money in zone 2 to continue, and that then flips into an excess demand for goods. The economy picks up. This is what happened after the great financial crisis, which was, by the way, a function of unregulated markets. The unregulated market in America, the big bad one, is the $13 trillion derivatives market. So if you're lucky, you won't get regulated either. Then we'll have a real nice mess. So what we have here is the excess supply of money translates into an excess demand for goods. The economy picks up a little bit. We saw this in the US. Then the central bank starts getting a little bit worried, usually 20 years too late, and it should be creating an excess demand for money, pulling back on money. Some people call it quantitative tightening, raising interest rates. Excess demand for goods is still there. And then after all of that has happened, you have the excess demand for money flipping into an excess supply of goods, and that's where America is headed. Now, if anybody's comprehended this in that speed, I would be truly amazed. I'm still working on it after 20 years, but that's kind of the idea. I just want to make one obfuscation before we continue, that it's all bullshit. And it's all bullshit only because we value the cycle too much. This is all cyclical. The real stuff is the trend. The trend is my friend or my enemy. It doesn't rhyme as nicely, I know. And the trend is going to be not recession, but stagflation. So without any further ado, I'll turn over to Karina now.
Absolutely. And actually, it's funny because at the beginning we were debating if the second quadrant should be blue or red, right? It depends if you have a favor for, you know, hot or cold. So. But anyway, yeah, no, and again, I think we're going to go a little bit later on into what does that actually all mean for us here. But first, we really want to still try to understand, right? So, you know, a framework is there to help us or to actually be challenged. But before that, so tell us a little bit in terms of, where are we now? When you talked about US, you talked about China, and maybe underlying the question, are all economies at the same time in the same circle?
Good question. No, they're not. I'm going to stick with the 2 big ones. Forget Europe. I used to live there too long. Sorry, it's a bit of a sick man of Europe. Not either countries. We've got China really in the first zone, in that green zone, the excess supply of money. In other words, there's too much money swilling about. The interest rates are very low. If you don't know that the renminbi has been falling, I can't help you. And then there's also an excess supply of goods, and that's why they have all this money around, because if they tightened, the place would go really like this next to COVID, and things you all know perfectly well about, okay? The US, though, is in zone 3, which is the excess demand for money and the excess demand for goods. And what's happening there is, in other words, we've seen the unemployment rate falling, even if that's a subject on its own, which is also full of riddles. We've seen retail sales being pretty strong. That's because of the feminine in the market, not the masculine. Who in this room suggests we go shopping? The man or the woman? I'm not getting a lot of responses this morning. I think it's the woman. At least my wife is always saying, let's go shopping. I'm sort of saying, let's go saving, but that doesn't work. So what I'm saying with that more seriously is that there's still a lot of demand out there, but that's kind of living a little bit in my mind in America, having lived there for many years off borrowed time. What you will find is that the inflation eats so much of normal people's basic income, food and energy, which we can talk about later perhaps, that you will find they have an awful lot less to spend, and that's then when the slowdown happens big time, probably after the midterms.
Yeah, so we're actually already in a recession. Nobody really talks about it yet that clearly, no?
I think so, Karina. I think that we're actually already there. It's just, Kubler-Ross has 4 stages of depression. One of them is that you deny. That's the first step. Then you negotiate. Well, actually, it's not that bad. Then the third one is, at the end of the day, you finally accept. We're still in denial. And we're kind of, well, the numbers are okay. Unemployment rate is low. That just try and then explain what the unemployment rate is and how little it actually tells you. That doesn't matter. The unemployment rate is low. But I believe that we're very much headed into that recession into the US. And then, and this is the worst one, for those of us oldies who were around in the 70s already, stagflation, high oil price, this time compounded by terrible weather. We kind of all figured that one out. I'm not being totally English on this one. It's just that you've got the droughts, you've got El Nino, La Nina, ringing any bells here with palm oil prices in Malaysia. And things like that are mucking the whole equation up, so that the central bank coming in with its toolbox is a bit like trying to repair a car with knitting needles, because they're working on one type of inflation, which is called demand pull inflation. Too much money chasing too few goods. And that's why I said this clock is not bad, but it's a good start, because there's also supply-induced inflation.
Absolutely, we're going to get into that in a second, about not everything can be solved with monetary policy. But actually, before that, I remember when we talked, you had this amazing quote. I mean, you have tons of amazing quotes, but you said this, recession is like a beauty.
Oh, yes, recession is like beauty. It depends on the eye of the beholder. Now, to make that particularly relevant to us economists, the recessions are only foretold 2 years after the event. Are you following?
Yeah, you said a recession is like a beauty. You know when you see it.
You know it when you see it, okay? So you know it. So the National Bureau of Economic Research in America knows it when it has seen it, past tense, 2 years later. So we're going to be really well served in 2023, in my reckon, or 2024, by being told we had a recession in 2022. Isn't that useful? I believe actually we're already there, as you were saying, and we're going to move the next stage. You're getting some snippets of this, of the stagflation coming in now.
Yeah, and which actually I had the other question still, you know, in terms of this entire cycle, in terms of speed and pace.
Yes.
I mean, is there, any way to forecast, and there are different cycles that go faster or slower, or what about the pace on change?
Well, it depends on the level of development of the economy. If an economy is kind of still pretty much at base level, like, say, my hometown, Namibia, which I'm sure you all guessed, then you will find that an excess demand for money very quickly cuts things down, because there's not that much demand around in the first place, so it's much easier to control. It's tinier, basically. You get to something like the US, where you have all of these different things going on, which is time series analysis for us economists, is the cycle. That's what we're talking about here with the clock, obviously. Then you have the random, which is the bad stuff. That's the war in Ukraine. You have the seasonal, too many beer sales in summer. And then you have the trend, which is a really, really, really big one, and that's the stagflation. That's the stuff that happens regardless of where the cycle is, regardless of what is happening. People get old. That's the trend. We're having a stagflation come in. That's going to be a trend that lasts for, I'm afraid, at least 2 to 5 years.
But I'm still going to poke you, because we all obviously want to kind of like be able to hold back time, control time. Can we control that cycle? Because right now, as you said, I mean, nobody's really clearly saying we're in a recession. There's this whole philosophy about sentiment, right?
Yes.
I think we're coming from Germany. I think it was Theodor Heuss, right, who said,
yes,
like, it's all a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if we just kind of like ignore where we're going, can we hold it back?
We can have the power of positive thinking. But it's not going to help you an awful lot when you've run out of money and run out of a job. And with the US, I used to do a lot in the Japan, US, China trade war on Capitol Hill with Jesse Helms, who was about as right as you could get. But what I learned there was that with this decoupling, this hatred of America, if you've not read the China Mirage yet, that's a must read, by the way, the China Mirage. It tells you how the China lobby goes back to pre-World War II, to Francis Delano Roosevelt. Delanos used to live on Rose Hill in Hong Kong, and they were, of course, great in the China-India opium trade, which is really useful. Okay? But where I'm going with all of this is that these trends are, they will pervade the bigger the economy. And of course, I hate to say it, but the America is still the dominant economy, and nobody's going to come close to challenging that. And there the cycle is much more complicated because of intellectual herd immunity. What do I mean by that? It means that, well, let's all think alike. Let's all say that we all have demand-driven inflation. So if we pull back on money, then it's going to, the inflation is going to stop because people are going to stop shopping. Right? Wrong. Because half of inflation currently is actually cost-push inflation. Too little food around because of the weather. Too much, the oil prices all mucked up because of the politics. No economist can actually forecast oil prices. Forget demand supply. It doesn't work. I've tried it for years, okay? And so these kinds of trends pervade. The higher the level of the economic development, the more the trend pervades. And that's why we're stuck with this mess with Europe and with America, and of course, Japan, which is probably kind of where we're going to be headed. Now, meanwhile, my little hometown of Namibia is going to do mighty well, but I don't think we're going to talk about Namibia too much this morning. Please don't.
No, but again, we're talking about, okay, what actually can hold it back or not. We talked about sentiment, and now we're talking about the point that probably also monetary policy is not going to help, because some of that really nasty stagflation, as you called, is caused by other main factors. So talk a little bit more. I interrupted you a few times, but you were already on the hits with oil, right? Oil prices, like some very...
Stagflation, let's just define it, is protracted inflation, and it just ain't going to go away. No monetary policy can remove stagflation, because the central banker cannot tell the Prince of Saudi Arabia what to do, in simple talk. And that's why the Saudis, the OPEC Plus, have again said, well, we don't want those prices going too low. Let's keep them up, so let's pull back on demand. So the central banker can do what he wants, whether he's Jay Powell or Joe whatchamacallit, it doesn't matter. He's not, or she is, Janet Yellen, is not going to influence the way that the cartel on oil works. You can't use monetary policy to control sunspots. In other words, you can't use monetary policy to get the sun to shine just a little bit less, so we have a little bit less El Nino or La Nina, and then a little bit more, less rain and more rain and all that kind of stuff that we all know about, okay? So that's what I mean by stagflation, these trend things. We've all sat at a beach and watched these big waves come in, and then you see the little waves. Well, the big waves, of course, bang on the little wave, and then, of course, the little wave is kind of completely gone. That's the cycle. The big wave is the trend. And that's the stagflation that we're heading straight into.
Yeah, you also mentioned that probably the Texan shale producers are not going to increase their production either. But we talked about others. Yeah, Europe is in a big...
Europe has been a mess.
It's a very difficult situation with the upcoming winter.
Yes, I mean, we all have a view. Mine is going to be totally unoriginal, that there's going to be an awful lot of political strife there. And then, of course, my dear friends on Capitol Hill will say, what you have to do as we say, because we're a democracy and you're not, and then everybody's going to get in the right mess again. So I'm afraid that, but that's, again, a kind of mess that will just stick around. So where I'm going with all of you is just that when you read in the press the intellectual herd immunity, well, it's all going to go away. Don't worry about it. Next spring, we're going to back in growth. Interest rates are low. It's all, in my mind, very misplaced, because they're using intellectual herd immunity. They're saying what everybody else wants to say, because guess what? That's what the boss wants you to say.
Yeah, and some of these problems that we're creating are quite nasty, right? And I think you gave me the example of metal and mining, that, you know, for some of these really things to put in place, it takes like 10 years, right?
Copper.
To create, yeah, exactly.
And so you just because you've increased interest rates or decreased interest rates has nothing to do with the boss of a copper mine, I'm not a copper specialist, deciding on whether to invest in a plant, because he or she will decide whether they actually see rising demand, that they will invest in a plant. But the problem is that plant, or that mine, excuse me, takes 10 years to get running. So it's, again, the monetary policy is so overvalued in the markets. The intellectual herd immunity of the monetary policy, demand-driven, demand-pull inflation, that intellectual framework is so overvalued. No wonder this place is a mess.
And you talked already several times about La Nina and El Nino. Well, the fact that actually excess supply or actually shortage of supply, particularly in the agriculture space, is not necessarily due to monetary policy, right?
No, and that's all structural. Absolutely, that's the structural stuff that just ain't going to go away, and that's I can't. I mean, I used to look at El Nino, La Nina a great deal when I was at Rothschild. I was doing this for the broking side, but those cycles are mega cycles. They're not just sort of in and out jobs.
Now, again, you're wondering again, where we're heading with all of this, right? So again, it was like, let's get back to the backdrop of the economic mechanisms. But what does that mean? I mean, can we outsmart the cycle? What does that mean for companies, startups, scale-ups? What does that mean for investors? How can we still be smarter and, you know, manage all these different backdrops in our favor?
Well, I'm totally for what you do, even if I don't understand a thing of it. You should listen to me talking with my IT specialist. Has anybody here seen the IT Crowd on Netflix? Yeah, okay, I get one soul, two. Okay, yeah, well, I'm part of that.
I'm glad my CTO is raising his hand.
Unrehearsed. But no, you're the future because you are going against the trend. What I'm looking at for you in my more futurological mindset is mini economies of scale. In other words, we all know that big is beautiful, has always been for many, many decades already, but I think that the stuff that you're doing, of which I have very little understanding, to be honest with you, because it's all kind of gobbledygook to me, this crypto and D, and my friend Ed here does something about D, I don't even know what it means, but is that it's at least going to be a cutting edge technology that is taking the established system by total annoyed surprise. Because you're cutting out the middleman. For instance, that's where a small economy of scale comes in. Ed was telling me about what they're doing, and there's no kind of middle guy doing what the hell they do. I think that that's going to be one major disruptor, but the big one has to be that you're going to just find that so much of this is going to boil down to the education system at the end of the day, because we have in America, let's say 12 billion unemployed. No, so 120 million unemployed. 12 million, okay. Forget the number, it's a big number. A lot of people without a job. Half of those guys are unemployed because they're just no good. The other half are unemployed because they've not been educated to fill those 50% of jobs that could be filled. So you need good electricians, you need good plumbers, you need good hand workers. But I have a BA. I then sort of say, so you're a bullshit artist. No, I'm a specialist in Shakespearean English. That's terrific, that's really useful. Okay? Well, no wonder they can't get a job.
Yeah, so just reinforcing actually that the war for talent is real, and that's one of the major problems. And again, that's where actually particularly, you know, companies are really well advised to put their focus on.
And you also, in your investment side, I mean, that's another whole dimension for you, I believe, is this whole education, educating the youngsters to what you do, because that's the way of the future. If we're going to go in there with Noah's Ark yet again and look at old monetary policy with cryptos and God knows what you do, then it's going to be totally anachronistic.
Yeah, let's get back to that, the part of money, right, and cash. So cash is king, what we say, right now. But is it actually true? I mean...
Nothing could be further from the truth. The biggest myth in the world is that your cash is safe at the bank. It is an absolute lie, because when the bank takes your cash, it lends it out. Now, how the hell do you know what the credit risk of that wall is? Nobody does. So one takeaway for you just in your own personal investing is that when you have cash, make the bank the custodian of your cash. Do not let them hold cash. Make them hold a small short-term treasury bill or a short-term exchange fund bill or something that is near cash, but where they're just holding the paper. They ain't holding the money. Because even if the bank goes bust, or actually when the bank goes bust, it still has to give you back the paper. But the cash, well, that was, I lent it to Karina, and Karina went bust. That's not my fault. Don't look at me. I'm just the banker.
Yeah, and actually in these times, bonds, currency, they're not that safe.
Terrible. The bonds that come from that market is a 3% bond is a very, very risky proposition these days. A 3% high sustainable dividend yielder is a very good proposition for you. Because if you have, what do? We all shower, we all eat, we all take a bus or drive or what, this kind of stuff. And if you find companies that have these high sustainable, that's the key bit, sustainable dividend yields yielding 3 to 5%, SHK props in Hong Kong, for instance, I believe, is about 5% kind of thing, then you're onto a good ticket. But please, please don't buy bonds because the interest rates are going to keep on going up. I'm looking at a Fed funds rate of about 6%. It's currently 3.75. Now, whether it's 6 or 5.5, it doesn't matter. It's way out of consensus with most people. That's going to bang the bonds back down like the valuations, what Ed was teaching me about the valuations of a lot of tech companies, because the higher the interest rate, the lower your valuation goes. I can kind of follow that. If you have questions, I made Ed sit in the front here.
Absolutely. Actually, we're getting to the point where I really wanted to bring you. So now is the time to invest into tech companies.
I think so for two reasons. One is because there's just there's too much anachronistic stuff happening that just isn't coming to any solutions. We're going into I mean, if anybody here thinks that the world is fine, I'm in the wrong audience, because I think the world is I've never seen this kind of mess in my life. I was just about drafted into Vietnam. That ages me a little bit. But I think that you're going to find that the need for this new cost-cutting innovation, because again, it's deflation, 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 which is again a trend that transcends the clock. I'm just saying the clock is there, because when you're reading the Wall Street Journal, all these perfectly good papers, at least I hope that you can make some sense of what they're trying to say, okay? But the big one is actually the deflation and the stagflation.
And you're inviting actually everybody here to really look at their investments with a lens of a risk budget, right? And really be looking through what are actually the inherent risks in your portfolio, and then in comparison, investing into tech companies isn't that risky.
Very useful. What do I mean by risk budget? Risk budget was actually developed by somebody called AQR Capital, which has some really first-rate research. Turgid as it is to read, by the way. But what they're really saying is that we all look at our allocation from currencies, stocks, bonds, countries. That's the easy bit. It's then to take within the country allocation, well, what is the riskiest country to be in at present? Probably China. High volatility. Probably the least risky is Botswana, because nobody's ever heard of it. Or maybe the US, because it's just so damn big that there's less volatility around, okay? But you need to, when you're looking at your own asset portfolio, you don't correlate standard deviations. I mean, you can try it. It's kind of fun to do, but it's about, even Ed is scouting there. But I think that you need to just be aware, what risk does this additional investment pose to my portfolio? And the same thing when you're investing in your tech companies, what's the additional risk that you're layering on? Because if it is correlated with the other risks of the portfolio, maybe it's not so smart.
So all of that is obviously not investment advice, but we hope that we could contribute a little bit in terms of understanding what are the underlying factors, where we are in the current cycle, what are some opportunities and ways to look into diversifying your investments. I unfortunately have to probably cut us short here very soon because we're at the end of the time, but is there any last call to action or insight you truly want to pass on? And it could be just reaching out to Enzio von Pfeil under EVP at ca.hk.
If anybody wants these notes, you come to me and I'll just pop me an email on. You've got the email address there. But the key thing I want to leave you with is you can put some clarity into the cycle. There's an economic clock. You can put some clarity into inflation. There's demand pull inflation, that's the stuff, the intellectual herd immunity, and the cost push inflation that very few people except maybe Janet Yellen talks about. Then we have the asset allocation side of things, that you need to also have a risk budget involved. And those are kind of three, I hope, takeaways that you can keep in the back of the bean.
Brilliant, fantastic. And you will hang a little bit around in the investor lounge, right, downstairs.
Yeah,
thank you so much. A big hand of applause for Enzio von Pfeil. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, your toy.
Is the mic back on? Mic is back on. Okay, fantastic. So I'll have the pleasure to invite my very own CTO at WHub and AngelUp, Graham, on stage, and he will lead a fascinating panel on what are the possibilities with cloud technologies in the metaverse. And he's joined by Jason Wong, Associate Cloud Engineer at Megazone, one of our fantastic sponsors here, as well as Simon Yuan, Senior Cloud Sales Specialist at Megazone, and also Chris Wong, who's the Business Development Manager at AWS. Graham, the stage is yours.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so I mean, I had it like a really long slide to do an introduction, but I think Karina's already covered that. So we're joined online with Simon Yun and Jason Wong, and I have the absolute pleasure here to having Chris here with me.
Thank you, Graham.
Each of you guys are going to get your own introductions, so don't worry too much. We're going to start off with Simon. You want to go ahead? You can sit down.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Simon here. I'm from Megazone Cloud. So I think here today we are going to share more insights about how Megazone Cloud can help you on building your Metaverse project with our own cloud technologies.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to start off because it works out really well because from our point of view, it's going to go from the right side of the screen, and we're going to continue on all the way up to the left. So we're going to go to Jason next. I think you need to unmute yourself. All right, go ahead.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jason. So I'm an associate cloud engineer in Megazone Cloud. So really nice to meet you all. And later I will share like a demo of how AWS services work with the Metaverse.
Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to jump right on over to Chris. So Chris Wang from AWS, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Graham. Hi, everyone. Just do mic check here. My name is Chris. I'm the business development manager from AWS. I look after the startup business in Hong Kong. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Fantastic. And as Karina pointed out, so I'm Graham. I call myself the alchemist. So I run all the tech, all of the stuff that's happening right now, and I'm a little bit nervous because I have 36 minutes remaining for this talk to make sure that the stream doesn't go down, because if it does, I'm going to disappear from the stage and come back again afterwards. But yeah, so I'm handling all the tech through websites and everything, as well as making sure the stream is maintained throughout the day. So that's what my job is. So as you can see with the hair the way it is, I'm rocking the Einstein look. So that's how we're gonna go with is how we have the backstage going. So as you guys know, we're here to talk today about the possibilities of cloud computing in the metaverse. Now, many of you have many questions related to what is the metaverse. You guys have had some amazing talks earlier from yesterday and some earlier talks from this morning that had talked about more details about the metaverse. But really, we want to get down to what happens behind the scenes. And so one of the things that Megazone Cloud actually does is making sure this stuff happens. And they do that with always having the best uptime by using amazing services like AWS. So we're going to have Simon, I'm going to have you go ahead and start showing us exactly what it is Megazone Cloud does and how it's amazing within the AWS Metaverse scenario.
Thank you. Let's do it. So as introduced, that today we are going to talk about how we can help you to build your Metaverse project in cloud technologies. But before we jump into that, I want to just spend less than 1 minute to introduce you what Megazone Cloud is. So actually, Megazone Cloud, we have born 24 years ago, and we have over 10 years experience in cloud-focused projects. So we born as a startup, and we also grow as a startup. We are going to have our IPO next year as a unicorn startup in 2023. So we are expanding in global. Our headquarters is in South Korea, Seoul, and we have across office across all the countries. We have our office there in Asia and also in Canada and America. We have served over 5,000 of customers in the worldwide, and we have served not only enterprise, but we also serve startups as one of our main one of our key customer in our portfolio, and we witness them to grow as fast as we are. Back to Hong Kong, we also serve many local customers in Hong Kong across public sector to other commercial sectors. Yep. So when we talk about what are the possibilities with cloud technologies in Metaverse, the first question we want to answer is what are the possibilities with cloud technologies in nowadays? So of course, there are many cloud projects we can handle, but today I just want to highlight you that AI ML, which is AI machine learning, and also big data is one of our key highlight offering this year. And we have done many interesting projects with our dedicated AI machine learning center with over 50 plus data scientists and engineers. So what kind of project we have done with our AI, ML, and big data center? First of all, we can leverage object detection to help food companies to count their chickens in their stock and inventory, so that they can they are able to make a more accurate production plan for their food and products, and save their cost and manpower. We also help a plastic surgery hospital to detect their customers' skin condition, so that they can help to build a skin history for each of their customer profile, as well as to recommend some of the treatment for them in the future, which is leveraging one of the key facial recognition technologies from our team. We also help a car company to teach their drivers how to use their car when they buy a new car, when they jump into their car, but they cannot figure out what the buttons means, or what the functions behind each buttons. So we have built a machine learning algorithm to help drivers to detect and learn each of the functions behind the buttons in the new car, so that within a few clicks, the new drivers can understand their car and enjoy wiring. We also have helped a game company to leverage big data analytics to analyze the behavior of their player in their games. For example, we can trace and record the online time of each player, or how they spend the items in the game, or even more, if there are any cheating behavior in their game, so that the game company can develop a better reaction plan to maintain a good gaming experience throughout their journey. So we have done many interesting projects and things with cloud technologies. The next question would be what we can do for these cloud technologies in Metaverse. So basically, we can do quite a lot of things with cloud technologies in Metaverse. For example, we can do live streaming, we can do AI chatbot, we can do AI machine learning recommendation model. We can also help you to build your own blockchain network. We can also even help you to build your AR VR project in the Metaverse environment. And upcoming, I'm going to show you a few examples here. So for example, everyone knows that live streaming is one of the most effective way to distribute your content. And live streaming is also one of the biggest change in the industry to bring live show to the internet and also to metaverse environment. But not only live concert, we also seeing many shows like art exhibition, conference, and other performance. They are trying to leverage live streaming to bring the performance and experience to online or even metaverse. So if you having a metaverse project and considering having a streaming functions within your project, what you can do with cloud technologies, I will show you in the next page. So in cloud technologies with AWS, Amazon Web Service, we have a solution called Amazon Interactive Video Service, which allowing you to build your own streaming solution with under 30 minutes and ready to go solution. More importantly, this streaming quality would be high quality and low latency, which means that it's no more than 3 seconds in global area. On the other hand, NFT is one of the key fundamental thing in Metaverse, and people are doing many activities around NFT. I'm not going to explain all the things we are playing around with NFT in Metaverse, but I'm going to show you how, if you want to build your own blockchain network for your NFT project, how we can help you. For example, we have a solution called Amazon Managed Blockchain, which help you to deploy your own blockchain network with also only less than 30 minutes. More importantly, it is also supporting, it's also an open source framework supporting Ethereum as well as other languages, so that to make it as much as user-friendly for developer and also help them to shorten their time to launch their project in the market. AI chatbot. So have you ever imagined to talk to the computer or talk to a virtual assistant, verbal to text or text to verbal, so that you can not only get some generic information there, but also you can have some personalized advice, which we are going to show you at the end of this presentation. But the question is how to build an AI chatbot for you to maybe just a few clicks or also with less than 30 minutes. In our solution called Amazon Lex or Transcribe and Poly, we support different functions such as speech recognition to support your native language for the AI chatbot to understand. Also, we support voice to text or text to voice features, so that you do not need to type everything. You can just talk to your mic, and the AI chatbot or the virtual assistant in your metaverse can help you to guide your visitors or your members to where they want to go. So for the next section, I'm going to hand over to Chris to answer more important question here. And he is going to share more insight from AWS perspective on how AWS can support Metaverse project.
Okay, thank you, Simon. And sorry, I'm going to bothering you by asking you to move to the next slide. And so a very quick introduction about who AWS is. AWS is a cloud platform that provides on-demand technology services for literally every industry businesses and literally business of all different sizes, from startup to enterprises. Speaking of technology services, it can also cover a very large portfolio of technologies ranging from maybe some more low-level infrastructure, compute storage data, to more advanced artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, business insight tools, etc. But really, what is the relation between AWS and Metaverse? Of course, AWS ourselves, we are not a Metaverse, and we've heard about a lot of people trying to give out definitions of Metaverse. It's not something that's very new, right? It's been there for over decades. However, the actual definitions has been changing from different destination, different ages. And I think nowadays, the definition of Metaverse is actually quite wide. And instead of like a vertical specific meanings that previously we more defined it on a more gaming focused area, Metaverse has become a horizontal solution. So it basically encourages different kinds of use cases, improving user experience or improving accessibilities. Sorry, apologies in advance. You're going to see a lot of use cases sharing today. Really the key message we want to bring out is just that Metaverse nowadays is not futuristic. It's something that can already be applied in many different areas and already benefit the users and businesses together. So how does AWS play the role in Metaverse? We really the technology provider that powers Metaverse use cases. Very typical examples, I believe everybody heard about Meta. So they are a AWS customer and they are basically expanding their Metaverse projects on top of AWS. And Varjo is basically one of the most high-end XR providers providing VR, AR technologies, applications for businesses that realize the most immersive virtual reality environment for different use cases. Next, please, Simon. Another very popular use case is Epic Games, and we all know that they are one of the thought leaders in the Metaverse genre as well. And I will share a very interesting use case about them on AWS as well. Next, please. So before I talk about the use case, I also want to kind of give my angle from a more like technologist point of view. So Metaverse can be, when we're talking about it, it's like a black box, but when we are breaking it down, we can see there are different layers of technologies that is actually supporting the realization of Metaverse use cases. Right? So like I talk about, there are basic infrastructures, and it's actually essential and crucial for Metaverse to even become reality. We have to have the powerful network. We have to have the powerful enough compute and computing capabilities to render and support the whole applications on Metaverse. And then we have spatial computing, which is on more the software layer. How do we optimize the rendering of the 3D environment to make it more as immersive as in real life? Of course, on top of the platform we're talking about, there are technologies we can use to support a decentralized and more interoperable economy system. So that may include technologies on the blockchain, and that may include concepts like NFT that driving the creators' value throughout Metaverse as a community rather than just one centralized entity. Now, of course, everyone knows that Metaverse is about experience. And how do we improve that experience? There are a lot of different use cases on that as well. Next, please. So what does Metaverse mean for us today? Again, I mentioned Metaverse is not a very brand new thing that we have to adopt right away. It's not. We don't want to make it a hype that people are fair out that they are not using Metaverse. Actually, Metaverse is kind of embedded in our physical day. So we have to really think about the actual values that they bring to us. So I'm going to give some examples. Next, please. So there are three, I think we can break down into three major benefits of what Metaverse and technology together can bring us today. So one, increase the accessibility. Two, enhance experience. And three, encourage engagement. Next, please. So regarding to accessibilities, it's been 2 years that we have already seen the difficulties for us to get together in a large group all over the world. And it has also become a kind of mainstream for us to host a lot of different events virtually. So one of the example is actually a game by Epic Games called Fortnite. They are nowadays we can't say they're just a game like a single or first-person shooter games. It's actually become a community-driven platform that we can call it a metaverse now, because people can actually host different events on Fortnite, and they can create their own avatars, and they can actually interact with different activities and behaviors. So actually, Travis Scott has already hosted a concert on Fortnite, and it has served more than 28 million unique attendees for that single event. And consider this is actually supported by the cloud technology underneath. Now another one is about enhanced experience. I'm taking an example of more an industrial use case called digital twin. So this is how we can consider this as a reverse 3D printing. So instead of making something physical from a blueprint, we actually do it in the reverse side. We're actually trying to use IoT technologies and recognition technologies to try to copy a physical building or physical being into a virtual world. Right? So we're making a digital twin of like in this example, making a digital twin of a building. And that can actually help people to operating the building to enhance their experience to monitor and manage the whole facilities. Next, please. Now I'm going to give a AWS own example about how we encourage engagement. AWS has what we call a Cloud Quest, which is actually can consider this a role-playing metaverse game for people to build up their cloud skills while playing this game. So we're really gamification the whole learning experience, and people can actually benefit by, while they're having fun, they're also learning the cloud skills, and they can actually get certifications by playing these games. So this is something that we are linking the real life value into the metaverse. Next, please. Now, how do we start? When a lot of business will ask, I heard about metaverse, but how do I start applying metaverse? Of course, I won't urge like before you even start metaverse, think about what business value are you bringing to your end customers first, and then when you are actually starting, please try to define the approach and evaluate different solutions. There are actually a lot of pre-packaged solutions. And AWS actually have a large ecosystem. We have tens of thousands of partners, and many of these can provide turnkey solutions or provide tools or platforms that help the business to build their own metaverse. Next, please. So again, just to try to call back my key message, I think for business to start applying technologies, there are already existing use cases they can learn from each other. But then again, to think about the business value, preview what could be potentially the visuals of what you want to achieve, choose the right partner and a solution, can of course experiment with prototype and POCs, and then choose the right platform to help you deliver at scale. Now, I'm going to pass it to Megazone, Jason from Megazone, to give us a live demo about how the technologies can do with metaverse applications.
Yep, okay. Thank you, Chris from AWS. So today's demo revolves around how AWS Service can integrate with your custom applications such that we can enjoy the benefits of cloud in the metaverse. So we're going to show two examples in here. So the first example here is going to be a virtual chatbot application. So you can see here, we'll just go directly to the website. So maybe I will just explain a little bit more here. So this Yep. So the first example here illustrates a virtual person. It's going to handle registrations for a virtual concert. So this chatbot is actually composed by a virtual person with virtual support, which is powered by AI backend to respond to the customers. So for example, I'll just click this click to talk button and then start my registration. Buy a concert ticket. Justin Bieber, please.
I thought you were going to really troll everybody by saying Rick Astley.
Okay, 5 tickets. Yes. Yep. So you can see that I've just finished the registration for the chatbot, and I'm ready for the concert now. So you can see this whole architecture and this whole application here. It's a much more vivid experience because you can see this 3D person and there's voice support. Like instead of using traditional IT chatbots, this is much more vivid and much more interactive. So you may think that this setting up this whole application with included 3D modeling and the AI algorithms, it's going to be hard, but it's actually straightforward through AWS. So in here, it's a little example of how we build up this whole architecture here. So firstly, it's going to be the website, which is hosted on the web server named EC2. And we're going to interact, with the chatbot through the website here. So the chatbot is actually composed of 3 different services, which Simon have mentioned before, which is called AWS Transcribe, Amazon Lex, and Amazon Poly. So we will just jump into the first service here. So after the users send their audio messages to the chatbot, it's going to go through AWS Transcribe. So AWS Transcribe is going to translate these audio messages into text messages, which is powered by AI/ML. So the really good thing about here, this service is already ready to make. So it contains sophisticated features like automatic language identification. So if you're talking Chinese or English, he will identify that kind of language and it will convert for you automatically. And it uploads punctuations and sentence normalizations. So after these audio messages are translated into text messages, it goes through Amazon Lex, and Amazon Lex is going to read through the intent of these messages. So because Amazon Lex, it's a conversational AI chatbot that allows it to do so. So once again, it's actually very easy to deploy it. So from my experience in deploying it, you're just going to need to design and deploy this chatbot in the console without dealing with any machine learning code. And as you can see from the demo just now, it's already kind of sophisticated because it can already respond to customer inquiries and appointments accordingly. And it's also very easy to integrate with your custom applications. So after this, Amazon Lex gives out the according response, and it will send it back to Amazon Poly. So Amazon Poly is going to translate the text responses from Amazon Lex back to audio speech, so which is powered by deep learning. So it is also already developed by a solution already developed and finished by AWS. So it is easy to use API, and you can also adjust the speaking style, the speaking rate and pitch, so that it will fit into your own scenario or own situation. So yep, let us jump into the second example, which is going to be the live streaming application. So you can see on the screen here, this mimicking a virtual concert scenario. So in the screen is going to be the live stream. So you can feel free to scan the QR code on the right-hand corner here. I'll just give you maybe 5 seconds, and then we will jump into the example directly. Yep, so let us go into the example. So you can see here on the screen, it is live streaming the concert for Imagine Dragons. So as I'm streaming this concert through Zoom, so it may sound a little laggy because it has like a double latency thing. So yep, you can see here the music is here. You can also adjust like the resolution, and you can enlarge or getting a full screen of the view of the concert here. So yep, let us just go back to what it's all about here. So firstly, again, this is a simple architecture of what's happening behind the background. So you can see as we are doing this on a website, so we're definitely going to have it on the web server. So and again, we're interacting with the streaming through the web server. So this Amazon IVS, which is actually the streaming backend, is going to provide us with the streaming content through the web server, through the website. So let's go into what is Amazon IVS. So it actually is an interactive live stream experience, which is fully managed by AWS. So it is already developed by AWS under the backbone. So you can set up streaming with a few clicks, and set it up really quickly in seconds. So it also meanwhile allows a really high quality streaming while low latency. So in here, what I talk about low latency, it's about less than 3 seconds of real live streaming through across the globe. So as a wrap up of today's demo, so the first demo is about the virtual chatbot application. So unlike traditional chatbots or traditional IT help desks, it actually consists of the virtual person in the front end and the voice support, which is powered by AI ML in the back end, which consists of Amazon Transcribe, Amazon Poly, and Amazon Lex. So by combining these three AWS services together, you can really build a sophisticated solution which integrates with your custom applications, such that you can provide a really vivid and much more interactive experience than the traditional chatbot technologies. So the second example here is the live streaming application. So by leveraging Amazon IVS, you can fully offload your streaming applications to AWS, which provides you with high quality streaming with low latency, while you can fully focus on your own Metaverse applications. So that's the end of the demo here. I will pass the time back to Simon.
Yep, I think after all, what we are trying to say here is that if you have any fun things to do in Metaverse, we can help you with our AI, machine learning, and big data capabilities. As well as, I want to highlight one thing more important is that we provide many supports, free supports and resources to startup and if you are a developer having a project, come to us. We can provide free training or even free support for you so that you can shorten the time for preparation and launch your project much faster. So talk to us later on if you have time. And I think we can go back to Glim and maybe to see if you have any question from the audience.
Sure. So I have a couple questions first, and thanks again for the demos. I mean, Chris and I were actually just talking earlier, and we didn't mention that actually the current system that we're running, Impact Summit, with the live stream and everything that's going on right now, is running off of Amazon. So we are running this currently off of AWS. Anyone online right now that's seeing us from around the world is watching us using the AWS services. And as long as you're not having any issues, you know, knock on wood.
Taking the responsibilities.
I kind of, got to put my foot in my mouth there. But then, yeah, it works really well, and we're able to service everybody quite well. So I do have one quick question here. This is for you, Chris. With so many great outlines that MegaZone Cloud has pointed out about all the different services, the one thing that they really kind of didn't go through is how these packages are put together. So obviously with putting together a chat system or a live streaming system, they have the various components within AWS. Is AWS looking to do any pre-packaged solutions a little bit more helpful in that scenario?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Graham. So pre-packaged solutions nowadays, we can see very different use cases for pre-packaged solutions. Right? And if we are going to really look into some turnkey solutions, AWS most of the time provides a lot of these solutions integrated with our partners, and we integrate that extremely well, so the users won't really find that they are using a separated solution that is out of the cloud, out of the AWS. So I would say end up for pre-packaged solutions, there are a lot of partners that are providing this on AWS. So from our point of view, if there are a solution that our customers really need and they want us to provide something that is AWS native, we definitely look into that, and we will have something in the roadmap that is targeted for specific scenarios. For example, the AWS Managed Blockchain Service that Simon just mentioned about. There are multiple public blockchains nowadays, and we are actually looking into develop more and more integration with those. And we want to provide more and more managed kind of solutions so that the users don't have to worry about how they put the things together underneath. Another example is on AWS, we already have a serverless stage where you don't really have to maintain these actual servers or the capabilities, infrastructures underneath. So we manage everything for our end users, and the users can we can actually let the users have less gap of skill set or knowledge on AWS in order to utilize some of the solutions by themselves. But again, we also want to step aside from the customer and let them choose how they want to integrate those within their own applications. So we give that customizability to the customer, to the partners. I think that's a healthy synergy that we are working in this ecosystem.
Well, that really points out quite well. So you already built my own segue, because then it goes right into your partner, Megazone Cloud, right? So obviously you guys have been in Korea for a long time, and you guys have been at the precipice, you guys have been at the top of the food chain when it comes to these kind of solutions. So can you go through and explain to me what Megazone Cloud really is able to offer out of the box right away for anyone that's coming in to try to build their own metaverse? What kind of things is Megazone be able to go put together, as well as what you guys have already showed us, as well as how you guys have been able to maintain being at the top for so long?
I think I can put it into two reasons. One is that we have the longest experience in the market. With the long experience, we have served many clients. We have delivered many projects. And throughout this long journey, we learn a lot from them. And that is the reason why we keep evolving ourselves, as well as we maintain our knowledge as the most updated status. Second thing is that I would say it is because we have the most resources in the market. For example, you have seen we introduced our AI ML Center. We also have other resources working with our partners and our customers, so that we are not only sharing our knowledge and technology to serve them, but we also have learned a lot from them. And from time to time, we also collaborate with our customers and partners so that we can deliver a better project together. So I think to make it short is that we have the longest experience in the market, and also we have the most resources in the market. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so we only have about 2 minutes left, so I'm going to hand it off. We're going to go, Jason, you're going to go first. But you have about 30 seconds. Tell me exactly what kind of expectations you have for the metaverse coming forward, or what's the key learning that you got from any metaverse? And this is going to be the same question for all of you. So you can either talk about what was amazing about Fortnite's metaverse and Ariana Grande's kind of concert there, or anything related to the metaverse.
I think one of the really great things about the metaverse is it pulls everyone much more closer together, because now just take a concert as an example. So you do not need to really go to that place to be in person there. So you can actually join the concert like through the network, and everyone can be really together. So it really brings everyone much closer, and it also makes people can join into different activities across the globe much easier without the geographic and time limitations.
Awesome. And Simon?
I think one of the key things we can see is that, as I share, we have been seeing more and more possibilities is going to happen in Metaverse. And actually, I'm seeing that those offerings from us and all the techniques from us is linking the reality and also the internet and even Metaverse more closer to develop and to deliver a better experience to everyone in the world. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Chris?
So Metaverse is a very big topic, but I would say the learning is always start small and learn from the others. My suggestion for businesses or persons who are interested in this topic is to find a partner or talk to a partner, learn what kind of use cases are there, think about what business values would it bring to you when you think about Metaverse first. So I encourage everyone to speak to someone in this area, speak to someone who has the kind of expertise or experience in the past, and then learn from them.
Fantastic. Well, that's it for our talk today. Thank you again, Jason, Simon, and Chris, for joining us and telling us about how cloud computing is going to be helping the metaverse as it grows and grows as we keep going. All right. And
thank you.
Now I'll welcome Karina back on stage to
Thank you, everyone.
continue on.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Just 30 seconds to say now we have a short break here on main stage to make sure that you can grab some lunch and network. The investors and speaker, make sure you check out the lounge on the first floor sponsored by Angel Hub. Other ones, go upstairs to the 22nd floor. Network in person here in Hong Kong with the amazing scale-ups that are showcasing upstairs, or just mix and mingle online. We'll see you back here at 12:30 on main stage. Thanks.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities. Opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, two options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations. So you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant. And the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how are the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. And this is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how calls were handled at Ryan's old office.
Can someone please pick up the phone?
And this is how Ryan's calls are answered at his new office at the Executive Center. Service reimagined at the Executive Center.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities. Opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, two options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations, so you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant. And the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how are the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. And this is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how calls were handled at Ryan's old office.
Can someone please pick up the phone?
And this is how Ryan's calls are answered at his new office at the Executive Center. Service reimagined at the Executive Center.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities. Opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, 2 options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations, so you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant, and the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. And this is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how calls were handled at Ryan's old office.
Can someone please pick up the phone?
And this is how Ryan's calls are answered at his new office at the Executive Center. Service reimagined at the Executive Center.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities, opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, two options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations, so you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant, and the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a
Okay, I know a lot of you are still networking and lunching, but let me move on to the next panel. I'm super excited now to have probably two of my favorite fintech persons here in Hong Kong on stage together. We have Jessica Lam, who is the Group Chief Strategy Officer at WeLab, and Mushir Ahmed, who is the founder and MD at FinStep Asia. And they're gonna look into fintech disruption in the past, now, and in the future. I think the question is, who's disrupting the fintech disruptor? But without any further ado, I'll have with me here on stage Jessica and Mushir. Please take your seats.
Thank you, Karina, and I'm really glad to be back in what is my most favorite event to attend and the most fun that I tend to have on an event. So thank you for having us today. So, this topic is something that keeps coming up every 2-3 years about fintech and disruption, the past, the future. The latest story is fintech is dead, right? So, Jessica, what's your view on, is fintech dead or is it a zombie? Where are we on this?
So the first thing is, it's probably my 4th year back at a Startup Impact Summit or Scaleup Impact Summit as it is, so it's fantastic to see that the ecosystem has thrived.
Yeah.
So the first thing I would say to that is Fintech is definitely not dead, okay? Because if it were, I don't think we'd be here and talking about this. So Mashir, first of all, not dead.
Okay, alive and kicking.
And I hope we're aligned on that one.
Yeah,
There's going to be a much shorter discussion that comes on from this.
It feels like the Lord of the Rings for me in some cases, or a fantasy novel where fintech is now split into different things and different beings. So it's not just fintech. It may be dead in the sense of what is fintech, right? When the term came about in the mid-2000s, for me it was a lot about disruption, how does changing banking completely. Yeah. But now it's just part of normal language. So in that sense, I think it's dead from that perspective and what it was meant to be. But what it's doing now is it's all embedded. What's your thoughts on that?
I absolutely agree. I think the way I see it right now is the definition of what people called fintech when it first started in the 2000s was, oh my goodness, we should add some technological element into what we're doing so that we can move it from a branch-based model to an online model. I think that was sort of the 0.1 or the 1.0. And since then, it's been, let's not just make it available 24/7, let's not just make it digital, because that is the most hygiene of hygiene expectations. But the next thing now is, how do you push the boundaries? So other than being super easy and convenient and accessible, how are you adding value-added services that previously not available in the market? So that is probably, whether you want to call it a 2.0 or a 1.5, whatever it is, I think there's an evolution, but that's not where it stops. I think there's actually a lot more. When we look at, fintech nowadays, it's about what is new. It's not just making it fast. Initially, it was just being faster, cheaper, more efficient, and now it's like, oh, we never thought that was possible. We never thought that you could actually provide us with a two-way dialogue and communication, whereas in the past it was very much push, one-sided type of how should I say, it's not even dialogue, one-sided sort of information. And now it's also like, Mashir, you can ask questions to a robot or something and it actually gives you smart and intelligent advice. Yeah. So I think there's many, many phases, but that's sort of how I'd start the conversation. And also to your point on fintech, what is fintech, right? Fintech now has so many sub-verticals, right? People ask, oh, everything in terms of crypto, in terms of metaverse, is that fintech? Depends on how you define it. Yeah. So the key thing is, how is that being applied and how is that relevant to our lives in so many different ways? So in short, definitely not dead, but we can go into a little bit more on the definition of that.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to go ahead with that definitions of dead, not dead. Vampire comes to mind, never can kill it unless there's a silver bullet. But in this sense, the reason I say that is when we look at the key components and, fundamentally fintech is financial technology, right? Technology for finance. And we've had that from hundreds of years. So if you think about the first use of paper currency, right? That's using technology to allow finance to become more broad-based. And that's essentially when China started the printing of the fintech, of cash, you now had a means for easy carrying, it's for easy spread, it didn't weigh so heavily, and it is a representation of money. You then, you can fast track to the late 1800s when Telegram wasn't an app, but actually a messaging system that was one of the main uses of which was...
I'm too young for that, by the way, the Telegram thing.
Yeah.
Just want to
so one of the reasons for that was it was used for stock markets, for news, for financial markets. Then you had the evolution from the ATMs all the way to stock market trading. Millennial capital have been using AI and technology since 1984 for trading, right? So it's nothing new. It's just, it continues to be a new wine, an old wine in a newer bottle every time. It's just shipped into different phases. And today, what we see is that disruption is now becoming continuous innovation. As you said, right? It's a build-up. It's about what can you offer. It's reimagining in some senses how things can be achieved. That's what I would say.
And I'd just echo on that and add, I think it's also how it's proliferated and become more and more available. Yeah. So you talked about millennial already using AI in 1984, but at that time it was seen as being a super niche thing, a super, only the super intelligent or those with special access would be able to do. Whereas now I think with the proliferation, with it being more common, more understood, it's now become the norm,
right? So I would say that's the evolution. So maybe the quote-unquote technology itself has always been there, but when it becomes more easily understood, that actually increases the profile, acceptability. Same thing on something as simple as, buying things on e-commerce or digital banking or what have you, right?
Yeah.
It's always been there, but at first everyone was skeptical. They were worried about different things, whereas now it's like, I wouldn't expect anything else. Buying on Amazon or, shopping on e-commerce is just normal part of what I do. At least that's what my credit card tells me, so.
Yeah, so from a past, and we'll move to the present and the future soon, but I guess one important technology for me is how telecom has evolved, right? So we spoke about the telegram, which is essentially the beginning of telephone or telephony, telecom technology usages, to the late 90s to 2000s. Once you started looking at 2G, 3G technology, the ability to be mass access, one of the early use cases of fintech that a lot of people used to talk about in the early 2010s, it feels like such a long time ago in terms of what's happened, was M-Pesa in Africa, which used simple feature phones for allowing people to transfer money in an environment that was not necessarily safe for them and expensive. So you had a phone, you went to a store next to you, they made the transfer, you received it, fairly safe, very quick, and affordable. So this is something that started transforming and started making people believe, this can be done, and if we can do it with the feature phone, as you started having the iPhone coming in, you then had that disruption. So I quite often try to correlate two things that happened at a similar time frame, right? So 2007, about 15 years ago, the first iPhone was launched almost to the day, right? When September, that's when Steve Jobs came and said, hey, here's this revolutionary new smartphone, albeit that we had tablet phones for a while. And subsequently, 2008-9 is when the global financial crisis happened, and all the big banks were just left to fend for themselves to ensure that they don't crash and burn. Some did, right? So even though banks used to invest in technology from a middle office and back office space, you now had them just saying, let's just keep our systems in place. We're not going to invest in the near term. That allowed, at the same time, when smartphone technology is building up, for startups, technology players to start filling that gap. And banks had a 5-year, 6-year time frame before they started acting upon it, before they were back on their feet. And that's when I think the real change happened, because then you went from 1G to 2G to 3G, right? And now we're talking about 6G soon, which will make a lot of things very seamless in the metaverse or for all of our experiences. So I think that's a very key element in terms of underpinning technology, right? And how the security thereof is going to be important.
Yeah, I think the point on security, that's a very interesting one. I was reading a recent report that came out where in the survey results, the participants, one of the panelists said they were surprised that only 50% of the participants from the fintech startups were concerned about security and cybersecurity. And my response to that is I am not surprised at all, because as a digital native, we grew up knowing that digital security is already top-notch. So that is not even something that I worry about, because that is bread and butter in terms of how we would have started the foundation. Whereas if I flip over and think of myself as being a CIO or a CTO of a more well-established, traditional organization, which is much larger, they probably have much more to do to quote-unquote make modifications to their base stack in terms of what it is. And this comes back to Mashir's point in terms of the need to continue to quote-unquote upgrade and invest. Now, as a much smaller and newer company, there is less quote-unquote upgrading to do, because the version I have is probably 1 to 2 years old, as opposed to something that is probably a lot more complex, but probably built for a different era. So I think these are different considerations, and so it depends on who you're asking this question to and what the considerations are. Now, technology, I tell you, whether it's in banking infrastructure, even when you look at sports equipment, the tennis rackets these days are much better than tennis rackets from 10 years ago. The golf clubs that I buy, apparently it gives me extra 10 yards. I'll take it. It's not me, it's just technology. So everything has different technologies embedded into it, which are to make our lives better and give me a feel-good factor, I guess, right, in terms of that.
Yeah, she's just listing out the sports I don't play but watch. But in any case, technology has always been a play for all of us, and it's been around. Now, I want to ask you this one question, right? And if we look at the last 10 years, and VLab's been almost around for 10 years now?
Coming up to 10 years,
Coming
yes.
up to 10 years. Right? So one of Hong Kong's first unicorns, probably the first fintech unicorn we've had in the city. And we've seen the evolution from a focus which was largely on lending and credit to now being a virtual bank and now expanding into Southeast Asia. So as a group, right, you have evolved and that's been replicated, I would say, across a lot of fintech firms. So how has that journey been for a fintech company, right? How has newer technology that's come in or newer participation or competition changed your way? And as a chief strategy officer, how have you evolved?
I think about that every day. And I was talking to someone last night. He asked me, what do you want to be when you grow up? And he meant, what does WeLab want to be when we grow up? And as part of that is we've evolved over the last 10 years. So we start off being one market, single market in Hong Kong, very much credit and lending focus. Now we are in 3 markets, 50 million users. You need to navigate very different, I wouldn't call them challenges, but I think you need to understand different markets and offer different products and services for those markets. Along the way, obviously the benefit of having started, 5, 6, 7 businesses is you can learn from each one. No process is the same, but there are a lot of similarities you can leverage, but also understanding what part is no longer relevant. So am I still using the version 1.0, or at this point in time, actually version 1.0 was really good for 2000 and, what are we now, 22, 2019, but probably no longer relevant for 2022 and beyond. So maybe now we need to use the version 3.0 or completely different in terms of the infrastructure. And so now as we're building our second digital bank, which is in Indonesia, so other than the regulatory framework differences and the product preference differences, there's actually a lot in the infrastructure, right? Do we need to consider whether it's not just about, oh, we need different KYC technology because they have a KTP as opposed to a Hong Kong ID card. That is just, the basic stuff. But more importantly, is there a different methodology above and beyond the way we are looking at it right now? By and large, I would say regulators are reasonably homogenous. So the short answer to that is probably not. However, the way that someone like a WeLab has made that difference is sometimes it's at the edge, where you're not changing 100% of the process, but sometimes by changing 5, 10, 15% of the process, that is the difference that makes when it comes to accuracy, when it comes to efficiency. And sometimes it's with these micro changes rather than, oh, I'm revolutionizing the whole world and how we're doing things. These are the micro impacts that do make a difference. And I think this comes from being an experienced player in the market. So if I was new to the market today, if I just tell people I'm making these micro changes, I don't think there would be much of an impact, but we have the benefit of having a much larger infrastructure, a much larger team. We're close to 1,000, we've got data scientists, we've got our own, R&D team, because we've been repeating, revisiting, rechecking in terms of what we're doing and what makes sense. So I do think there actually is a lot of value from experience. But you also need to push the boundaries so that you're not being complacent and saying, you know what, we're going to keep the exact model that we have here and replicate it across. So those are some of the very real life examples that I would talk about. But we don't rest on where we are, right? We need to look ahead and saying, so what's next, right? In the future, we get asked this question a lot, right? How is digital banking going to change lives? So the beautiful thing is we obviously don't live on an island. We live in a very global economy, so we can look to other markets, right? We can look to Europe, we can look to the US, we can look to other parts of Asia where they have, some are more advanced, some are less advanced, right? So I think the best thing is you cherry pick on what works. And one thing I would say is, and I'm going to ask Bashir this before I chime in on my views of that, which is, what do you think will be different when you think about the future, whether it's in terms of technology or whether it is in terms of, how people see fintech and business models?
It's an interesting point about when you're looking to the future, a lot of times people say, you need to know your past, right? And the present in some senses. And what you were speaking about in terms of incremental changes, etc., was something that you heard from banks a long time ago, right? They say, oh, we're doing this incremental changes. But the important thing is you do need that big disruptive moment before you get to the incremental changes. Because if you haven't changed status quo massively, that smaller incremental changes don't make a difference. So you do have to have those things in cycles. And that's what I think is evolving as banks in early, mid 2015, 2016 would be like, oh, fintech, nothing's going to happen. What are these, startups with little money? We are multi-billion-dollar
We'll just buy them.
operations. It was dismissive, right? Then came a phase like, oh damn, they're taking away our market share. They're going to disrupt us. And there's a lot of hype and media saying fintech will eat up all the banks, blah, blah, blah. And some fintechs got caught up in that as well and said, oh, we're going to kill all the banks and just disparaging banks as well. And then we reached a stage in pre-COVID where banks realized that, hey, we cannot do this on our own. We need to do the changes. Our changes take 2 to 4 years minimum, maybe more, given the infrastructure size, cost, etc. Whereas the fintechs also realized that that regulatory arbitrage that they had, which is for a long period of time, regulators said, okay, go ahead, for the greater good, build this out. Because you're small, you're not impacting, having a significant impact on the market, so they were allowed to do it. But once the regulations kicked in, fintechs realized that they can't do this on their own. And that's only going to tighten in the future. So I think there is this harmony to a certain extent where a lot of fintechs work with banks, right? The B2B fintech scene. So from a funding perspective, you'll see a change in 2019-20 where a lot of money went from being dominantly for B2C plays to B2B plays. The biggest fintechs in the world today in terms of market valuation, including if you take the Ant group, are largely B2B. Ant does do, has Alipay as a major factor, but they do a lot of B2B. Stripe, again, as counted as the biggest outside of Ant, is B2B. It's purely B2B. So you do see that change in valuation, spending, and investment going into B2B firms, which shows you the impact, right? And coming to the future, for me, it's going to be 3 parts. One, so think of it like 3 main pillars. One is regulators evolving and saying, yes, we're going to be encouraging of innovation while being a bit prudent, right? Hong Kong's done, in particular, I give a shout out to HKMA for having been both progressive, having thought this out, but not rushing too much, right? So allowing that balance to take place in a way that there could be almost seamless transition. 4 years ago, very few people wanted to use mobile wallets, including people who use technology, professionals, etc. Now everybody, it's seamless. Everybody wants to use all wallets that we do. That's number one, right?
FPS, I encourage using FPS,
right? Yeah.
everyone.
It's one of the first faster payment systems, seamless interoperability, which is not there, right? Second, so regulators are important. Number 2 comes the reality that banks are now competing with fintechs, meaning they're like, we are going to build propositions that can take on fintechs because we have a large mass, and they're not taking the users for granted. Right? I'm not panning the banks as such, but you had very profitable margins in Hong Kong for a long time.
Yep.
And so a lot of, you would have charges for low balance, you had charges for 100 things that have all gone away once the VB license was announced, which is one of the impacts that HKM was looking for, better services for consumers. So banks are, putting up a good fight. In some cases, some of their solutions are quite seamless and quite good. I have used, without naming the biggest bank in Hong Kong, they are quite good in their mobile app in most parts. And number 3 is the future technology usage, right, which is the blockchain, the crypto world. Yep. I can talk more about it, but I think beyond looking at crypto as a disruptive financial ecosystem, for me, the interesting element is blockchain and the disruption that it's bringing or the efficiency it's bringing across regulated and non-regulated applications. What about you? What do you think is the future of fintech financial services? What do firms like, futuristic firms like VLab, how are you leading this ecosystem forward?
So the first thing I would agree with you first is the convergence of being unregulated and regulated. Basically, there is a convergence of finance and technology converging into one, because ultimately, at the end of the day, as businesses mature, as industries mature, and you've seen this around the world, everything will have some form of regulation, whether it's light or heavy. I think digital banking or a lot of the different financial services have now entered into that, and we are to think that it won't be regulated is just a pipe dream. That's not going to happen. And so I think as I look at this conference and this event, we've heard from a lot of different speakers talking about topics like, Web3, Metaverse, or even, branching into crypto and some other parts, which we can talk more about. Maybe regulation is still being formed. It's still being developed. Regulators like us are still learning in terms of what is the right way to do it, because honestly, no one knows. And that is how, new things evolve in the markets. And this is a little bit of a, test and learn process, as we will continue to see that. But I am a big fan of, being decentralized in terms of system, but we are seeing a lot of movements where regulators are coming in to set their own version of decentralized systems, which is very much an oxymoron, if you think about it. But to each their own. I think it's something we need to have eyes wide open in terms of what could happen next in terms of that. So regulation, it's not going away, but there are ways to manage it. So that's number one. Number two, I would say in terms of, we've always said it's partnerships, right? Their market is not a winner takes all. It should never be a winner takes all. I think in this market, it's always about partnerships. It's about friends. It's about building ecosystems, right? And when we think about competition, it's always about healthy competition in the sense that at the end of the day, your common goal is to elevate the delivery. And elevating the delivery and providing a better service can be on so many different levels, right? If I know that I need to get a perfect mark and, Mashir is my competition, I would want to do something better than him. Not because mine isn't good, but it's like, oh, I just want to edge him out by that little bit. So that's that extra little bit of motivation. And I think we should have that motivation if you're going to compete in this market. It's not necessarily because you want to be cheaper or you want to big. It's just, that's why we're building things. We're innovators, we're creators, we're builders because we want to have a good service. I want to deliver something that, someone comes back to me and says, you know what, I thought that was such a good experience. And that is the joy that it brings to me as a creator, but I'm sure it also brings a lot of joy and satisfaction to the user. So that's a little bit less tangible, but it's very tangible in my heart in terms of what we stand for. What I would say in the future, as I look a little bit, and you talked a little bit about, funding and what people are investing in, I think there's a very, very staggering number that I recently came across, which is in 2021, investments into fintech was about 168 billion globally. That's a very, very large number. What is the number in 2022? It's something around 60% down from that. I don't have the exact number. I know 2022 is not done yet. And there's a couple of reasons. The market is still flush with liquidity. Nothing has changed in terms of the availability of liquidity. That is very much still there. However, I think now that the fintech industry has matured a lot, the FOMO factor in terms of people rushing for investments because they're missing out has reduced, which is actually not a bad thing. In fact, I think it's a very good thing. So what you're going to see a little bit more of is the survival of the fittest. For the fintech companies or the startups or the disruptive companies to actually know what they're doing in the sense that they have a fantastic value proposition, they know how to run the business in an organized manner, and most importantly, there needs to be a sustainable business model. Now, I sound like an old person, but what does a sustainable business model mean? It means that you need to have a path to profitability. Yeah. Historical businesses, if you ran a restaurant, if you ran a widget business, your revenue needs to be higher than your costs, right? That is just basic math. However, what we've seen in the last, I would say, 4 to 5 years is businesses where costs exceed revenue forever. Not just in the first 3 to 5 years. It is for the next 10 years. There is no path to profitability. And I just with a single focus on user growth. And I think what we're seeing is that trend has ended. And so right now, when we talk to investors, when we talk to different peers in the market, particularly for industries that are a little bit mature, it needs to be a sustainable business model. That doesn't mean stop innovating. It means continue to innovate, but please continue to be vigilant and think about, does this make sense above and beyond just to pump it up and hype it out? Because I feel that the industry is becoming more sophisticated in terms of what they're looking for. So that's a little bit in terms of how I see the future. Any parting thoughts?
Now look, I think there is the merit in looking at, steady growth is very important, but you can't just say, hey, we're going to keep giving you treats, we're going to keep giving you treats, and we're not going to charge you, just keep coming, right? You can't keep taking those costs because users have a lot of options and they're not as sticky as they could have been previously. So you need to add value for people to stay where they are. They stayed with banks because they didn't have too many options to move around. But now they have a lot of options. So make sure that you not only offer excitement, but you also offer steadiness, even if it is so that you have consistency. One of the major things that most people look at with fintechs or were concerned about 4 years ago is, will I see this firm in 2-3 years' time, right? that used to be the case. So then you got a lot of money, so it said, oh yeah, they'll be there for 3 to 5 years' time. But still isn't like, I will see them in 20, 30 years' time. So you need to build that trust among your users that you are going to be there, right? Because I don't want to put in a lot of money and say, oh, they're gone, right? So what happens next? So I guess that's what's going to be. A lot of people are more comfortable with apps in today's world, so you got to make sure that they stay with you because they believe that you will be there. So yeah, look, it's been a great fun doing this with you. I want to end with asking you, what's the one technology or company that most excites you in the coming 5 years? What do you think is going to be the most exciting thing?
So I won't name a company, but what I will say is, in this event, in this conference, I'm learning so much, and I think the whole thing is I'm continuing to learn. I'm thinking about what's the applicability of Web 3.0. How does that apply to a regulated business and what we're doing? And I'm not talking about a Me Too movement, i.e., quote unquote, buy a piece of land because everyone else has one. It would be, if you buy a piece of land, there needs to be a functional purpose and proposition that links it to everything else to do. There's nothing wrong with buying a piece of land. I'm very supportive of people doing that, but I think it's about, if you are going to develop and do that, please don't do a Me Too movement. Please do it because there is real value in terms of what you want to do. So I think all of us, Mashir, yourself, and everyone here, we're here to learn. We're here to hear different viewpoints, right? When you hear a sentence like fintech is dead, think about it. See what the viewpoint is. Does it make sense? So that's my view. What do you think?
Look, as I said, fintech's the vampire that's going to be around for a long time. No silver bullet for it. But the key thing for me that's going to be exciting that I saw recently is the ability to do transactions in space, right? Satellite technology and a combination with 6G is going to be very revolutionary in the sense of instant everything, right? And that's going to take maybe 10 years to come through, but I'm looking forward to that. And if I had to pick one thing that I'm most excited about, would be augmented reality spectacles, which are not clunky, chunky, and which are like normal glasses like Google Glass was, where I can use hand gestures and stop typing and screwing up my wrist. So that's what I'm looking forward to. So once again, thank you, Jessica, for
thank you, Mashir.
Wonderful insight, and thank you to SIS for having us. I hope you had some insights on this and some fun. We're happy to chat afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much. Brilliant fireside, one-on-one interviewing each other, and actually giving a wonderful bridge and introduction to our next talk, because we're going to stay with fintech, and we're going to stay with fintech innovation. And indeed, we talked about fintech in the metaverse. So why are banks and how are banks entering the metaverse? So we're going to welcome here online with us a very loyal supporter of SIS, Walter Jennings from Asia Insight Circles, and he will be joined by Gary Lamb from Livy Bank. Walter, I'll hand it over to you.
Karina, thank you so much. And it's wonderful to be here in the metaverse when I would much rather be in person in the Executive Center. We're joined today by Gary Lamb. He is CTO of Livy Bank. And Gary and I have a few things in common. Number one is we're both quarantining. I'm in a hotel and he's made it home already. And second, we're both long-term financial services professionals who have pivoted into the Web3 and financial services. Gary Lamb is CTO at Livy Bank. And Gary, for those who have not yet put on the Oculus at your booth there at SIS, can you introduce us to Livy Bank?
Okay, thank you, Walter. Thank you, Scaleup Impact Summit. Yeah, before we jump into the metaverse, you guys can play around with the Livy team around the floor later on. Quick introduction for myself, CTO for Livy Bank, and I has been serving this financial industry over 15 years in many major banks, and recently decided to pursue my career into more hype, young, full of energies, kind of new industry. Yeah, not so much as a vampire, but yeah, we are working our way to serve the community. Yeah.
Fantastic. And tell me about Livy Bank. This is a purely online bank or a virtual bank. Tell us about the services it offers and how successful it's been since its introduction.
Yeah, thank you. So Leafy Bank started in 2019. It's one of the 8 licensed virtual bank in Hong Kong by HKMA. We and a little bit around 2 years old now. Yeah, our key shareholders is BOC Hong Kong, Jardine Matheson, and JD.com. So you can imagine a brand with a strong shareholder support. We are full of like traditional banking know-how with very like to the seasonal technology stack with JD.com, all these e-commerce related kind of innovations in the past 10 years, as well as Jardine Matheson give us a huge opportunity to tap into a big ecosystem that we can create a very unique kind of a virtual bank in this market. Yeah, just a quick intro of what is our key service. In last year, we are the first bank develop a buy now pay later service launched in Hong Kong. Yeah, it was quite we create some noise over there, and kind of slowly changing the spending habit in Hong Kong as well. And starting from this year, we are starting another product called Flexi Loan. So if you go into a Leafy Bank or join us, right? Get an account, go to the booth and talk to them. Another product is called Flexi Loan that we are launched this year. And today, I think we will deep dive into what 3.0 means to us, and then we would like to talk more later on. Yeah.
Fantastic, Gary. Well, I understand that Livy Bank is in Decentraland. And for those of you who are there in the audience, please do stop by the Livy Bank booth at SIS, whack on the Oculus and go for a walkabout. But tell us, what was the motivating driver to be in Decentraland? Was it just to be cool, or what do you do? Why is Livy Bank in Decentraland?
Yeah, thank you, Walter. Actually, it can share a little story to you all. In early this year, I think as a fintech CTO, we cannot say blind either to the Web 3.0 initiative that is getting more tractions in the market and getting more recognizable in the retail market, especially as well. So we also look into that. But for the Decentraland strategy, for the Metaverse strategy that we go for, we actually go using it in the other way. Not like JP Morgan in Decentraland as well. HSBC also got announced it in Sandbox, right? So for us, we are not too much looking from the marketing angle, but what we're trying to do is create a space for our internal community to have a place to gather, increase our staff engagement, level of engagement within the team, and as well as you may remember, if you were in Hong Kong Q1 this year, we kind of like all of a sudden lockdown, and everyone just go work from home, right? So starting, we are so proud of spending around 1 or 2 weeks that we reshape our infrastructure, that get everything ready, get everyone safe at home. But after that, we kind of, our technology team kind of challenging ourselves, say, what can we do more? Now we are all work from home. Then we just search for opportunity. There are many technologies that we looked at before, but at the end, then we look into Decentraland will be one of the good space for us to temporarily become a home for our staff. Yeah, if you go in there, you can see there is a lot of furnitures that we're trying to borrow or copy or scan from our office that we brought into that. We just try to make our staff feel like, all right, it is a virtual presence. It's quite close to what they familiar with, what they used to in the office. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, the Livy Cube, as I understand your space in Decentraland is called, looks like a great place to bring staff together. But when customers or potential customers wander in, what kind of banking services do they get in Metaverse, or is this more relationship?
At the moment, we are not opening as a banking service center. Yeah. However, by appointment, some of the invited guests can come in and and have a walk. Basically, the information over there, you can imagine, we kind of make our leafybank.com in a 3D style with all the very similar information of the rewards, promotions, latest products, etc., in there. So feel free to talk to our staff and walk around and look at what inside there. Yeah, it's a 4-level building, so you can walk around.
Well, I'm looking forward to exploring. That opens up a bigger question, Gary. Not only is Livy Bank in the metaverse, but you mentioned JP Morgan and HSBC. What are the motivations behind banks and fintech companies entering the metaverse as a technology leader?
I think it's about to create a new user experience for our customers. Yeah, I can say, I cannot speak for them, but for us, we are still exploring that opportunity, what more we can do. So now they potential customer or staff can have their own avatar, have their like kind of a representative of their gesture, emotion. They can do voice over or texting to each other. So what more can they do in terms of engagement, right? And we try to do a few tests on there, like a savage hunt kind of a search and find some goodies, or play some videos, and or you can interact with some with your mobile phone with some QR code. Try to explore these 3D worlds beyond like gaming. What can they do more, like mimicking the real like physical life? Yeah, yeah.
And Gary, around the world, there are, of course, many banks and financial services looking at Metaverse and Web3 as a way of engaging with customers. What are some of the trends globally in Web3 and financial services that you're keeping your eyes on?
I think there are quite a few, but we can like almost see a pattern on that, right? From the traditional ICO, recently IDO, that they try to get fundings from all these small medium projects, try to get funding and make their dream come true. As well as there are multiple kind of what we call utilities services has been around, which is like I see them as a very pure technical with a passion to try to make this foundation works for the future. Yeah, so I see a lot of investment over there. And in the same time, I also see there are some other like charities starting to use leverage the power of decentralized finance, try to, again, fundraising, share rewards or share stories. Some of them now, they try to do that as well. So there are a few areas that I can see slowly evolving on top of traditional like cryptocurrency, buy low, sell high. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was interesting to see how quickly in Web 2, banks turned to Twitter and Facebook for customer service and resolving problems. I'm sure there's going to be more ways to engage with Livy Bank in the metaverse and handle specific problems. Are you finding any which demographics are taking to the virtual bank more than others? Do you have a sweet spot of consumers that really are more likely to use virtual banks?
Maybe there are multiple questions. Then maybe I share a story. So as I said, we just touching two years old and a little bit. So we just did our second anniversary celebration in around April time. We also proudly be one of the first bank in Hong Kong that self-minted NFT collection called Mochi. Yeah, that Mochi collections we use lucky draw, a means of lucky draw, and freely give to Hong Kong customers. With that program, we are minting around 2,000 of them, partly give to our staff and partly go for the public lucky draw, which is 1,888 NFT. With this NFT collection, what we see in the lucky draw program, we look at the data, we attract around 18,000 users that interested in that and try to do the mission that we place it in the app. And then we're excited to see how to grow this community, because if you talk about if any of you run an NFT program before, 1,800 is a huge number, right? And we're lucky enough in shorter than 1 month, we can see that effect, and we're hoping to groom these customer segments to give them more rewards and more extra in the future. Yeah. By the way, the NFT collections called Mochi is a bunny. I'm not sure our staff, our colleagues has put Mochi on brought Mochi on the booth. You can ask them what is Mochi and ask them to show you the collection. Yeah, basically it's a unique avatar for with a bunny look like artwork that you can represent yourself. Yeah. You can have a look over there. Yeah.
That's great, Gary, because it is a good way to get people more comfortable with the technology by playing with it. And nothing works quite so well in Hong Kong as a lucky draw. People are immediately taken to it. How else do you see gamification of financial services evolving?
So Levy Bank is a virtual bank. I also see us, besides bank, we also have Fintech. Yeah. If we are looking into the lens of Fintech company, the user base, the customer centric is at the heart of every of us. Yeah. What we want to do is, besides the traditional like revenue target or whatsoever, what we want to do is create a unique experience, unique customer journey that our customer will be enjoyable experience while doing traditional banking or even beyond banking. Because as I said earlier on, we have a huge ecosystem by working with Johnny Matheson Group. We have a lots of ecosystem partners, about 40 odds of them. Yeah, over there we have a lots of different journey. While Levy cross the travel industry, Levy cross the beauty industry, what can we do? So we just don't let our imagination stop there, right? We create lots of what we call mission in the future. They will be coming to ask our customer to do some mission, and then we will give them rewards, and it may or may not be in the means of NFT. Yeah. So when you talk about gamification, how is it linked to that? Yeah. When we talk about customer centric, customer first, right? One of the key points is how to interact and keep the customer stickiness with our platform. So some kind of traditional DAU, MAU is something that we want to keep up. We want to make sure our system is not only the old-fashioned kind of banking products that you come in, look into your statement, and then transfer money, and that's it, right? We want to create something for our customer to remember the journey, the experience, and then to come back to the app again and again. Yeah.
Gary, you prior to joining Levy Bank had been in traditional financial services, still in technology. How has moving into a virtual bank challenged you as a technology professional, and what are some of the new skills that you've had to learn in order to succeed in your role?
Great questions. So yeah, this is about myself, right? Before I joined Levy Bank, I am like I would say is lucky enough. I can taste different areas of delivering banking products for the consumers. If you look at my background, I have background in retail, commercial banking, investment banks, and ultra high net worth segments as well. Throughout those, I have opportunity to learn a lot of various traditional banking products. Yeah, and in the same time, as a technologist, we always challenge ourselves how to make it better, faster, and we trying to use technology to lead the conversation and try to use the business case to validate our ideas. So in Levy Bank, it actually is a fantastic platform to make that happen. because the team is, we are actually quite flat within Livy banking structure. Recently, we launched what we call Beyond Agile Way, we call Formula One model, that we actually, as a senior management group, we are committed to fully empower every single staff within the Formula One team to make their own decision, to run their own show. And then what our role become, to support them. Where is the blockers? What can we do more for them? We might have some common sense, but many occasions I found in the Formula One forum is we actually got beat up by the team because they got lots of customer understanding, research, with the ideation well groomed. And then when we challenge them, we said, oh, okay, yeah, right, yeah, let's move on, right? So I'm so proud to work with a group like this. And we are also so proud to create not only a virtual bank products, but also have a unique culture that we, Livy Bank remains, yeah.
Yeah, I would say for those of you in traditional financial services who are exploring or thinking about careers in Web3 and DeFi, the energy level is so much higher, and the enthusiasm, it's very different. It's hard to beat, and it can be exhausting, but it really makes you, brings out the best.
Yeah.
Now, Gary, the Metaverse and Decentraland, they're new avenues to reach the consumers. And, you know, in financial technology, they talk a lot about DeFi, decentralized finance, but really Livy Bank is an example of CeFi, or centralized finance. Yeah. You know, how do you find the authorities and the regulators preparing themselves for a DeFi world? And how are you adjusting and preparing for possibilities in DeFi, if at all?
Yeah. Yeah, if we talk about that, we go back to what is Web 3.0 and what Web 2.0, right? About ownership of data, about the engagement of the community and social engagement, right? For us, even though we call ourselves Web 3.0 team internally, yeah, but personal speaking, I would say as a bank, as a regulated organization, not only banks, but maybe insurance and maybe other industry, you can never go into Web 3.0 and most Web 2.5, right? Or maybe Web 4.0, combine two things together. So what I see as a bank, especially as a virtual bank, we not only have the commitments to leverage technology to introduce better experience to our customer, but also I think we have a social responsibility to promote financial inclusion, to work with both sides of the game. What am I talking about? This is while we owning this technology now, we self-minted, but we shouldn't close our door to partner with many other ecosystem players. When we talk about ecosystem player, just now I was mentioning about the retail markets, but what if a fintech, we can collaborate with them, right? Many of you guys in Scaleup Summit right now, you're a fintech. You can talk to our staff and look into collaboration opportunity, right? Together, then we can fulfill the mission, right? For Livy Bank, we are doing what we call traditionally saving, lending, and remittance, transfer money business, right? That sounds boring, right? But together, I believe we can reshape this business and we can create something more interesting in the markets, just like what we did Buy Now Pay Later last year. Yeah.
And Gary, in Asia Pacific, which other countries do you see having kind of being at the forefront of virtual banking and banking development? Is Hong Kong the center of excellence, a center of excellence? How are we compared to other nations around the region?
Yeah, I would say different regions have different pace and different focus to them. Yeah, For sure, within those focus, for example, Hong Kong, we are more looking into risk-based, how to protect our consumer assets, how to protect the citizens' interests, right? For other jurisdictions, they may be more aggressively to exponentially grow their economics, or some of them may be trying to skip multiple generations of technologies because they were so lacking behind in the developing countries, and I can see that their trajectory is quite fast when compared to normally how a country evolve. With this Web 3.0, I can see some countries really skip the entire Web 2.0, 2.5, all the way to Web 3. Yeah, but I spoke with another partners the other day. They say in that country, they're still struggling with how many percentage, is it over 40% of their citizens with mobile phone? Yeah, but when they go into that market, they say, okay, forget about mobile phone. We give you a Web 3.0 mobile phone. You go there and you're already transacting with cryptocurrency. So I would say you cannot compare good or bad, but in different jurisdiction with different focus, I can see this race is happening everywhere. Yeah.
Fantastic, Gary. And you've been at Livy Bank for a period in your career. What have been some of the surprises and delights that you've experienced in this new world of virtual banking?
We've been through the mini cycle, and I believe this cycle will repeat and repeat again, right? Every time we deliver a new product, we are actually what we call test and learn. Yeah, we launch a product and we see the feedback from the customer. Sometimes they like it, sometimes they not really likes it. Yeah, sometimes we need to work alongside with regulator to make sure this new product is working in this market safely, and everyone can enjoy the benefits in the same time, right? So we've been through multiple cycles. Up to now, we have launched 18 banking products, yeah, including the product I talked about just now. And this cycle is keep repeating, I can tell you, yeah. And in the recent NPS, Net Promoter Score, that we can see within our survey, first time in my entire career in last 20 years, I see a bank's got positive score, NPS. Yeah. So if you're into that, you know, like traditional bank, we're always struggling with -22 or -15. Yeah. But Livy Bank, the last time we got a positive score. So I'm really proud of that and really happy about the feedback from the customer. They actually like the way that we test and learn. But you know what? I don't expect we just keep going flat like that. As a fintech, we will go through multiple cycles. The next new products come out, they may hate it, and then we learn from it, we improve it, and then we launch it. Then we can see these things again. Yeah.
Well, Gary, I wish we were there live because we could ask the audience by a show of hands how many of you love your bank. In Hong Kong, I don't know how many hands would be in the air. So that's wonderful feedback to hear the Net Promoter Score for Livy Bank doing so positively and having the positive engagement. What can we expect next from Livy Bank?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So we have been speaking of our next step in multiple channels. So first of all, in this, especially in this Metaverse space, we rebranded ourselves Livyverse. We will continue leverage this technology to seek opportunity to partners, to create excitement and create some kind of mini, I wouldn't say products, it's like mini services that we can work with our customers. If you talk about mainstream businesses, on top of lending business, we work on the last 6 to 8 months. We are looking into more SME, small medium enterprise. So for many of you guys, stay tuned, or you can talk to us. We are in whitelisting right now, so we hopefully within 1 or 2 days, in the best case, can virtually remotely open SME accounts. In Hong Kong, I can tell you by working in commercial bank for so many years. This is breaking the records. Yeah, and the last thing, we also look into investment stream as well. So hopefully by early next year, we will see if the market maturity and when it's a good time, then we will also have announcements in that space as well.
Fantastic. Well, I look forward to coming into the Livy Cube in Decentraland and learning more about SME banking opportunities as well as the other products you have. Gary, it's been a great introduction to Livy Bank, to your experience, and to also what we can expect as banks enter the metaverse. Thank you so much for the conversation today.
Thank you, Walter. It was a lovely conversation with you. Hopefully, when we come out from quarantine, we can see face to face.
Well, and then we'll put on our Oculus and meet up in Livy Cube after that.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, well, Karina, we'll turn back to you, and thank you so much for inviting us to enjoy Scaleup Impact Summit. Back to the main stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vincent Vassell from W Hub Innovation. I hope you're enjoying the program for the afternoon. We've been looking at several different new solutions and new services that have been allowed by technology since we've started yesterday. There is one thing that we've not really talked about yet. It's how to make this growth sustainable. How do we tap on the human side of things? This afternoon, we have Alan Hsu from Deal, which is going to tell us a little bit about their solution to make sure that organizations in Hong Kong are able to continue tapping into the best talents in the world. Alan.
Oh. Thank you, Vincent, for the introduction, and it's great to be a part of this event. And good afternoon, everyone here. My name is Alan from Deal, and on a daily basis, I speak with companies that are having trouble finding the best talent for their company to build their business. And of course, finding the right people for your business is becoming harder and harder on a day-to-day basis. But today, I'm happy to share with everyone that one of the ways the fastest growing companies in the world and in Hong Kong are using to be able to access the talent all over the world. And also, I'll be joined by a special guest later who has firsthand experience in building an international team and bringing her company to be a leader of the industry. So, the challenges that each company faces is different, of course, unique to their industry, unique to their locations. But one common challenge, as the topic shows today, is being able to identify the right skills. Now, the talent shortage story is not a new one. We've been facing this for many years. But over the last couple of years, or the last few years, global trends have taken this to a whole new level. It's brought new meaning to what talent shortage actually means. One of those is new businesses and new technologies. So obviously, that requires new skills, and a lot of those skills might not be readily found, and not that many people are trained in it. But secondly, there's obviously COVID. COVID has changed the way that people work and redefined the way that employees view employment. And a study from PwC recently showed that 9 out of 10 workers in Hong Kong, or job seekers in Hong Kong, expect or want a remote working or a flexible working arrangement. But less than half of those companies are willing to offer it. So obviously the expectations between job seekers and employers is becoming bigger and bigger. But to Hong Kong specifically, there's a brand new challenge, and one that's quite unique to Hong Kong is that we're seeing the loss of a lot of educated and skilled workers. So the world's becoming a smaller place, and being able to work or live in another country is becoming more and more accessible. And many people are taking advantage of it. And in another survey that we see conducted by with hundreds of companies in Hong Kong, almost 40 of those respondents said that they are being impacted negatively by this mass migration of skills to some degree. And many of those people are middle-level management or kind of first-line management, which is basically the backbone of the business. So how can we overcome that? One solution is to look internationally. So don't just look in Hong Kong, don't just look in your backyard. There's a pool of international talent all over the world. Now, a research by Korn Ferry recommends that the future of work isn't necessarily just finding the right skills, but an entirely new way or a new mentality of working. And they go on to say that in order to combat this talent shortage, you should be looking internationally for hiring, which is something we've touched on already, and being able to accept a more fluid labor market. So bringing on people on a project basis and so on. And thirdly, is to rely on an ecosystem of workers, partnerships, and technology rather than just a permanent workforce. So how do we hire internationally? Like, you might think that hiring internationally, it's easier said than done, which is true in the past. It used to be. So if we take a step back to before companies like Deal, if you wanted to hire internationally, then you'd either have to set up your own entity, which could be very time-consuming, and you need people to look at local employment laws, you need to look at tax laws, and so on. And so it's a lot of work and resources. Secondly would be to use an agency, which over the long term can be very costly. Thirdly, you could hire contractors directly yourselves, but of course, hiring contractors internationally or hiring people internationally obviously plays a risk of local employment laws, not being compliant with regulations and so on in that country. So now there's a kind of new solution that's available that's called an EOR, or an employer of record. So what is an EOR, or what is an employer of record? So like Deal, an employer of record can help companies hire full-time employees in a foreign country on your behalf. So, so the EOR, or the employer of record, can help you manage the onboarding, all of the legal responsibilities, payroll and local benefits, and all the company has to do is manage the daily performance of the employee. So there's a few use cases that we see in Hong Kong that is most popular with this model. So first of all, it's expanding the talent pool. So as we've touched on earlier, there's a lack of talent or shortage of talent in Hong Kong. And so looking internationally will open up the talent pool and give you a much bigger option of available people. The second option, or the second major use case, is if you want to expand overseas. So if you're expanding overseas, but you don't want to go through the trouble of setting up an entity, then you can hire a few people through an EOR to test the market, see what the potential is, and then kind of make a decision on whether that's a good place to be building a full entity. And thirdly, and becoming increasingly popular in Hong Kong, is employee retention. So if your employee is thinking about leaving or emigrating to another country and you want to retain that person for a period of time, but you don't have an entity in that location, then obviously you can go through an EOR and keep that person within your talent pool. So with companies like Deal, EOR companies like Deal, you can do this with a few clicks of a button. Once you've found the best candidate overseas, what you can do, you just generate a contract with employment, with compliant to local employment laws. You can onboard them in a few days. You can run the local payroll, you can offer them local benefits and so on, and just basically enhance the employee experience so that they can work in the comfort of their own country and their own home. And all of this can be done on one platform with just a few clicks. So this is a global trend, but are companies in Hong Kong already doing this? And the answer is yes. So Deal, we serve around 8,000 clients globally, and Hong Kong is one of the fastest growing regions. And you can see here some of the top 5 locations that companies in Hong Kong are hiring people remotely. Companies like Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, and the United States. Belarus being the top one, Philippines coming a close second. And then based on our kind of internal data from thousands of employees and contractors, these are some of the main roles that we see Hong Kong companies hiring nowadays. Translator, consultant, software developers, engineer, and sales professionals. So a couple of the use cases that we touched on earlier, for example, expanding the talent pool. In cases where you can't find the skills that you need locally in Hong Kong, for example, a translator, software developer, or a software engineer, you can look internationally and find exactly the type of people you need. And secondly, if you want to expand overseas, you might want to hire a consultant or a sales professional to help you test the market. And just for a quick look, these are some of the Hong Kong workers based in other markets that companies are hiring remotely. USA being far ahead of the pack, and then UK, Singapore, Germany, Australia coming in second to fourth. And these are some of the companies that we serve globally. So as you can see, it ranges from a large range of different industries. And we're using our service to enable these companies to hire internationally and build the best international team available. But let's have a here of an example that one of our clients is using EORs to be able to build to be able to expand into multiple countries and save a lot of time in terms of hiring efforts.
Deal is enabling the workforce of tomorrow, the new world of work, which will help hire anyone in new countries in minutes and be able to onboard their payroll and compliance. My name is Nupur Mehta. My role at NIAM is to hire and retain the best talent at NIAM. NIAM is a global payments platform for modern money movement. Our mission is to move money around the world faster, safely, and easy. Prior to Deal, it was challenging for NIAM to grow fast and hire in new markets. Not only is it time-consuming to hire in newer geographies, fintech talent is scarce, but also for NIAM HR to understand the local nuances and compliances was becoming non-scalable in the way we were expanding to newer geographies. Deal was one of the tools that enabled us to achieve our mission to reach and expand new markets and geographies in faster turnaround time. We have employees in about 19 plus countries, and we are always expanding. I would say it saved us at least 12 to 24 months of effort to expand in a dozen geographies we did. Being in a financial services industry, which is highly regulated, compliance is a very key part of our existence. The ability to be compliant in newer geographies where limited subject matter expertise exists internally is the biggest advantage to work with Deal. The ease of use of the platform is one of the key advantages. The one-click payments, the ability to do advanced payments, the ability to have reminders in time. The cost advantage makes it more predictable and sustainable. All these factors makes Deal our partner of choice. I'll recommend Deal to anyone who would like to expand globally and has limited time and resources to build capability internally. Deal can help us scale up in no time.
And now I'm very happy to be joined on stage. And I'd like to welcome Haley, who's the Senior HR BP for BitMEX. And she will be sharing with us her firsthand experience with building an international team for her company Thank you. Welcome, Haley.
Hello.
Hi,
Testing.
thank you for joining us. We'd like to learn a little bit about how you were able to kind of build an international team and make your company a success. So can you first kind of tell us a little bit about yourself, your company, and what you do at BitMEX?
Thanks, Alan, first of all, for having me here and spending time here with people and also virtually in the audience. My name is Haley. I am a senior HR business partner with BitMEX. We are a crypto derivatives exchange founded in 2014. Some of the OGs would know us as the inventors of the perpetual swap. And we are in many countries globally as a crypto exchange. I work as a senior business partner there, partnering with the business to hire the best talent and retain them, and also creating environments where our employees can do their best work.
Great, thank you. So as we mentioned, the title today, we're kind of learning from your first-hand experience of how to build and manage an international team, which is a challenge for many businesses. So can you share with us, first of all, what was the kind of problem or the pain point that you wanted to solve?
Yeah, of course. So I think the story I'm about to tell is probably very similar to many of those in the audience, which is, as BitMEX was growing in the past few years, we always had a very traditional way of growing, which is like we would build teams around managers in offices physically. You would remember the time where we would have like literally we have war rooms where we're like, let's go and hit this problem and let's get the code out, and it's a very quick kind of cycle process to push out codes and being able to create products. But as we started to expand, we needed to build more products. We needed to be in different markets. We wanted to test our product in not just in Asia, but also in other regions as well. What we needed was global talent. And what we came to understand is what we traditionally did pre-COVID, which was, I guess, what I would call standard. You would bring the talent to your office, right? So for example, I would hire someone internationally, maybe I might relocate the person, or I find great talent in Hong Kong and I hire the person into the Hong Kong office. But with COVID, it's simply unsustainable. I think what we saw was there was a lot of hindrance in terms of global travel. It's extremely expensive to relocate people. A lot of talent are unwilling to relocate. In fact, I guess relocating themselves back closer to family because of COVID. And as part of that, this is a real talent crunch for us where we weren't able to find as many people as we would have wished. And that's when we started exploring, hey, we have people who are interested in working for us globally. We receive these LinkedIn messages all the time. How do we make this happen? Do I really have to physically locate someone in the office now that everybody's on Zoom and having virtual spaces, right? Like, can we meet the talent where they are physically?
No, thank you for that. And I think that's, as you mentioned, that's one of the problems or one of the challenges that many of our the companies that we talk to face. So obviously when considering international hiring, brings about new challenges. So what challenges did you come across with your team when you were considering to change into this international hiring model?
And I guess change is the key word, because I guess for us in the HR team, it's a little bit of a paradigm shift, because having people physically in the office versus trying to develop a talent pool and keep people engaged virtually is a completely different ballgame. So I would highlight 3 things I think that we were looking at. The first, obviously, I think, which is where deal comes in, is how do I even engage someone contractually, legally, compliantly in a different location if I don't have a legal entity? How do I even know what are the HR practices, employment laws, social benefits, cost, and all the HR practices that I have to do as an HR team or as a business in order to engage that particular person in, say, Estonia? I don't know. Secondly, from an employer branding perspective, how do people know us? Where do I have to advertise in order to find this talent, right? Like traditionally, maybe I would have gone to schools and I would have hired talent in Hong Kong. I would have done job posts. I would have partnered with local agencies to hire these folks. But can I go to maybe 100 countries all over the world and do the same thing? I can't. I have to transform the way that I'm able to bring talent to us at BitMEX. So that was the second thing. How do we attract? And then the third piece that we were really hesitant about is when you start to manage talent globally, that remote hybrid working, how do we make that work? That magic that happens in the war room, if you're physically in one office, needs to transform into something else. How do we make that happen?
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I think a lot of us are dying to kind of hear how you guys took those kind of issues and managed to kind of change it into your advantage now. So what were some of the processes you had to put in place to enable all of this? And I guess, did using an EOR kind of make the process simpler?
Yeah, and I think the devil is really in the details, right? And I would say we don't really have the perfect answer for this. I mean, on the outset, I think our mindset, especially with building companies and technologies, it's the spirit of experimenting and testing and seeing what works. So, but let me go a little bit into details about, I guess, two processes maybe. One of the things that we were looking at was employer branding. And I guess that is what we call the outside in. And then the other thing was the inside out. What is the culture that we would build in order to retain folks? So if I go into the employer branding piece, how do we bring people to BitMEX, to our webpage, as opposed to, you know, leaving a flyer at the door or like going into a job post that's like for just Hong Kong only? We have to start to build, I guess, a brand virtually, whether it's on LinkedIn or other platforms. We have to start to consider that our clients can also be our future candidates. Our future candidates can also be our clients, right? How do we build that experience that doesn't segregate client versus employees? They are the same thing. What is our identity? What is the full package? So when you think about a total value proposition for a future employee, flexibility now becomes part of that full stack that we can offer for people. In fact, I guess, Alan, you were saying earlier, like a lot of people expect that flexibility, expect that you're able to hire them remotely now. And so this challenge that we have now actually becomes our advantage now that we figured it out. So that's on employer branding. The other piece on culture, and I really think that this is the piece that is very organic. It has to be, because, you know, in order, like, my culture is these 5 things, is not going to work. So what we're doing is actually we're empowering our managers through, I'm actually running a manager workshop right after this, but how do we empower our managers to support cultures that engage people remotely or in hybrid environments? How do we build intentional connectivity beyond what is in the office? In fact, I think now that our offices are shifting into smaller spaces, how do we think about leveraging the office for something else? Maybe something more social instead of everybody just sitting there. How do we, you know, even down to the detail of when are days that are Zoom days? Do we have overlaps in terms of time zone? When we, for example, our sales team does this really well. If they're going for a conference somewhere, can they all congregate in a different country and take turns, I think, in terms of congregating in different continents? And this really, I think for us, what we learned, depends on the team. For example, the HR team is not going to go to all different conferences and congregate in different continents. So we have to think about something else that we would solutionize. How do our developers maybe congregate in a more virtual space as opposed to traveling physically to somewhere to congregate? So these are all, we believe in empowering our managers to solutionize, and we believe in empowering our employees to also kind of contribute to an ever-changing culture, I would say, as opposed to something that's fixed.
Yeah, I mean, those are some very interesting points. And as you kind of mentioned, given the circumstances and the environment, you were kind of more or less kind of pressured or forced into kind of changing into this model. But nevertheless, was there a challenge when it came to convincing the management or your team to kind of change into this international hiring model?
I think the turning point for us is, yes, there are challenges to understanding what does remote working, what does global hiring mean. But once we realize that it's just not sustainable, that we're not able to find the talent that we need, and then we realize, hey, there are all these people on LinkedIn who are reaching out to us who aren't actually located in our office locations, who are dying to work for us. This then becomes a no-brainer. How do we leverage them? Like, for example, I think that one thing that really clicked was when we had people, we hired someone who was based in Europe, who actually reached out to us because we're a sponsor of AC Milan. And he was like, I'm a huge fan, and I really do want to work for you. I'll drop the other offer, and I want to know what you can offer me. And that's when we're like, hey, we want to make this work. How do we make this work, right? That's when it all clicked. We want to make this work as quickly as possible, but as compliantly, if that's a word, as possible. And that's when our management was like, yes, let's go for this.
Interesting, thank you. And is this going to be a new norm for the company? As in, obviously, things have changed during the period of COVID, restricted travel and so on. So is this kind of international hiring model going to be something that you guys adopt in the long term, permanently, or is it still just a temporary solution?
I do see this going on long term, because I think that we definitely stood to benefit in terms of being able to reach out to just a massive talent pool that we didn't know are out there, and we're still experimenting. What does this talent pool mean? How can we best leverage them? But at the same time, I think, going back to, I think, one of what Yasu was saying yesterday, I believe, at the start of the conference, it's about also giving back and helping build the Web3 ecosystem. So while we're able to hire these people, it also means that we're able to engage these talent pool and train them and expose them to Web3. So we're literally, I think, with Deal, we're able to, I guess, democratize the way that the talent is being leveraged. So we also truly do believe in that.
Okay, and with all of these kind of new changes that you've implemented and potentially these permanent new changes, what do you think has been the result in general in terms of kind of hiring these people internationally rather than locally?
I think the benefit is actually much bigger than we thought. I think I was laying down all of these challenges, and it was like challenge after challenge, because for us in HR, it's always operationally, how do we do this, right? We have to tick every single box on every single line. But at the end of the day, I think hiring talent that is excited to work for us, giving talent a space to develop, because we are, I guess, one of the Web3 companies that are into crypto, is I guess the Easter egg. If you hire the right people with the right engagement, then you're able to create a company that moves from the physical into the remote, into the virtual. So I think that's one of the best results that we have.
Great, great. So thank you, Haley, for your sharing today. I think we're just on time. So allow me again to thank you for joining me on the stage and for your sharing. I think that was very valuable for all of our audience here and the people dialing in online. And thank you, everybody, for allowing me to speak as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, I'm so glad to be back here on day 2. By the way, I'm very sorry because my dad told me yesterday I forgot to do something for my mom and grandma. All right, there you go. Again, thanks for allowing me to be cheesy. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kenneth, and just a little plug, everyone. On Saturday, we have Young Pioneers Forum, and it's co-hosted by Crimson Global Foundation. In fact, I have the team here with me today. So looking forward, if you're about building talent, we have to start young. So hopefully you can join us at Young Pioneers Forum to do that. Now back to my main job, right? Because I'm here to introduce the amazing speakers coming up. First is Francis, my idol, clearly SDG'd up, right? So that I can introduce this panel. And of course, joined by Mr. Francis Ngai is Ms. Denise Ho with Circular. Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers. Thank you so much.
Wow, your idol.
I'm really honored to have the chance to speak to you today, Francis.
My privilege as well.
Yeah. So, sustainability, sustainable future. Well, with like the record heat waves hitting Hong Kong, China, Europe, Pakistan and flooding, fires in California, it's really no wonder that whenever we think about sustainability, we immediately think about climate change. But as you know, it's far more than this. There's social equality, food access, infrastructure development. And you have been at the forefront of this in Hong Kong. Social Ventures Hong Kong has been at the forefront of this in Hong Kong. In terms of sustainable development, what do you view to be the most important for us here at home? And how has that guided you as you formulate decisions with SVHK?
Thank you, Denise. Many things are important. But first of all, I think in these sections, I don't treat you as the moderator, because I know that many of your members in your fan club are here. So I think, and what you are working on is super interesting as well. Yes?
You've just made my work harder.
We treat it as a dialogue between two speakers, please, right?
Yes, please.
So, but I think while we are sitting comfortably in this conference room, while we are busy working on our own startup work, I think we have to realize that there are still a lot of problems in our community, in our society right now. I can tell you, under pandemic, a lot of families in the subdivided units right now is under severe situations. Kids not at school for a long time. They are not in a studying mode at all. And then right now, the climate change, we can feel it. And then imagine how many degrees of the temperature is now in the subdivided units. And in many elderly, you're saying hi to your grandma, and then many of the elderly now in the queue of the elderly homes. So I think, how can we work harder? I don't see that as just the privilege of the social entrepreneur to solve all these problems. If you are working on some cool stuff, your technology or your application, I think it's also very useful in our community maybe. So I think, first of all, if you ask me one important thing, I would say maybe it's the SDG, the goal 17, how to build partnerships, how to get many more people from different sectors work towards one thing collectively and together. So I think take SJK as an example. We witnessed the inception of the whole social entrepreneurship happening in Hong Kong 15 years ago. At first, we are just incubating a lot of different projects. For example, Green Monday, we talked a little bit about that later on. Lightbeat affordable housing, Diamond Cap, the very first wheelchair accessible taxi car fleet in Hong Kong. Run Our City, if you're a runner, you'll get to know Streetathon maybe. So, but after building all these things, we think it's very important for us to get the business on board as well. Apart from social enterprising, we need to get the enterprises go socializing as well. So I think we start working with a lot of bigger corporate to work on their impact strategy and their impact projects. For example, Airport Authority, URA, the Urban Renewal Authority, Rosewood Hotel, and many others as well. So we even provide advisory for some of the family foundations like Swire Trust, Chow Tai Folk, and then see how can we get these sectors to work harder and together on that. So I think if you ask me, right now at this era of change making, sometimes we call it an impact renaissance, we need to build partnerships. We need to get different people from different sectors to work together. So how can we change the ways change is made? It's very important.
Absolutely, and we see many of these partners here with us today. I know, for example, with Green Monday, you have a lot of buy-in from many of these corporate names that you have mentioned before. So speaking of Green Monday, it probably is the most popular or the most well-known name here in Hong Kong. I think most of us here today know why it's good to reduce meat consumption, whether it be for health reasons or even ecological reasons. But could you talk to us a bit about how food tech has impacted the options for alternative proteins and eating healthier?
Okay, so I'm not going to preach for a long thing about the plant-based diet. Just check out some of the Netflix documentary or just search online. So plant-based make huge impact to our climate change issues, actually. So I think, how many vegan or vegetarian in this room? Oh,
Flexitarian.
Some of their hands are like that. But let's talk more later on. So one of vegan over here. But the good news is, Karina, we just need people to be flexitarian, I think. So it's very hard for someone to turn into a vegan overnight. But I think flexitarian is meaning a consistent habit every week. For example, 1 day meat-free. So what advocating by Green Monday is Monday, because weekend you are having party. So no point to ruin your party. But I think on Monday, we will start with Blue Monday anyways. Why not start with emissions? So that's something like this. But for myself, 10 years back, I'm just doing Green Monday. But later on, I find this baby step, the micro actions is very important to keep my consistent habit. So every Monday, I keep on doing that. Later on, actually, these 10 years, I become a vegetarian full-time already. So start with a baby step. The gradual step, I think, is more important. So right now, how can we get more people, right now they pledged, become a flexitarian. If you ask you, next Monday, can you be a vegetarian? They say yes. But where can I eat? It's very important to solve this as well. So apart from promoting the movement, how can we provide more options, become the missions of Green Monday? So later on, if you get to know, we have our own concept store called Green Common. Right now, apart from Hong Kong, we got almost 10 all over Asia. In Shanghai, we got 3 shops. Although we still have a lot of challenges. You can imagine with the COVID, where we are under severe situations. But at the same time, we see that launching a plant-based substitute is more important in Asia as well. So somewhat like the Beyond Meat or Impossible that we are more familiar with, we invented our own Omni Pork. And then recent years, last year, we launched Omni Seafood. So these, apart from we can launch at our concept store, at our restaurant, we can work with the restaurant chains. So that's what we talked about, the partnerships. So right now, what we need is not just one successful Green Monday. We need to build a successful ecosystem for the overall plant base. So we are very happy that in these 2 or 3 years, we work with McDonald's. So if you have no choice for the vegetarian, you can go for a breakfast. They have the Omni luncheon meat. Don't eat it every day, of course. But I think if you're eager go for a vegan breakfast, you can just go to McDonald's right now. So if you're a local Hong Kong, you'll get to know Tam Zai, right? The noodles, very famous one. So we even launched options together with these kind of food chain. So that right now, even in the community, you got vegan or vegetarian options. It's very important. So apart from that, right now, in terms of the grocery, Omni Pork is selling around the world. We just went into Walmart. So apart from American, we sell in Europe as well. So how can we get a Hong Kong startup with the food tech technology to go around the Asia? I think we need more collaborations and partnerships.
I know where I'm going for breakfast soon. I can also have my hash brown. But you mentioned having options being very important, and I truly believe the same thing. I think a lot of people are interested in eating more healthily, living more healthily, buying more responsibly and mindfully, but there are just very few options. So actually this is, I came out of a banking career. And I wanted to do something in the sustainability space. And this is why I joined Circular, and it's extremely important to me because we're aiming to build a platform, a retail platform, and that will become an ecosystem to support sustainable and responsible consumption. And I think only with such infrastructure and platforms are we ultimately able to shop sustainably for our families and home in an easy and convenient manner. Because only when it's easy and convenient are people willing to change their habits. So hopefully we'll be able to find work together.
Yes. So riding on that, I'll build a little sidetrack on that. It's, we see that a lot of women need a work in the community. So a few years back, we started the project called Hatch, like hatching egg. It's we call it a co-working factory. So apart from co-working space, we need more community workplace for the women to go to work more easily. So at our factory, we got different brands. We promote local productions. So in case you got some brands would like to have more local productions, we got women in the community to help out that. But at the same time, we got a kids' room in our factory. So women, even single mom, they need to take care of their kids. They cannot work because of that sometimes. So they could bring their kids to work for 1 hour or 2 hours as well. So I think that combined with what you talked about, it's we call it the impact lifestyle. consumers need to change, and they need options. How can we build up more environmental friendly product, but at the same time, if it's not locally made, we can reduce to minimize the carbon footprint, but at the same time, we are providing jobs or economy for the community. That would be a great thing.
Yeah, so the concept of having an end-to-end ecosystem, it's not even end-to-end, it's a circular ecosystem is so important. But actually, you also mentioned previously to me off this separately that there's a link between what you're doing on the property side, sustainable housing side, and how it links to Hatch. Can you talk to us a little bit about what you're doing to promote sustainable housing here in Hong Kong and how that leads into the women's work with Hatch?
Sure, thank you so much. I think when we talk about sustainability, many people focus on the environmental thing. But I think a lot of societal issue is now still in severe situation. So there's one project that we work on, it's called Light B, with a product called Light Home. In Cantonese, called Guang Fong, if you heard about. I think 10 years back, we see that in the Hong Kong market, the property market, we just got private market and the public market. And as we all get to know, right now for grassroots families in need, they need to wait for a public housing. Average waiting time right now rise up to 6 years. So imagine a single mom or a grassroots families with kids, they need to stay in the subdivided unit for 6 years. If they are in primary school, they need to wait until secondary schools. Actually, in the subdivided unit, it's not just the physical security problem or the hygiene problem. I think it is the emotional problems as well. So in the subdivided unit, people losing their momentum to climb up the ladder. So what we right now seeing that is very important for the discussions itself. Apart from talking about the safety net, we need to talk about the trampoline concept. Can we get them back on track? So Light B is a concept like that. We assume that a lot of landlords doesn't just need the market rent. So right now there are a lot of landlords rent their house to us without charging the market rent, and then we rent that to some single mom with the young kids. So it's a co-living model. If the apartment got 2 to 3 sleeping room, we move in 2 to 3 families, each occupying once. But I think at the same time, they will share the living room, share the kitchen, and share the bathroom. It's not subdivided. So the living environment is improving quite a lot. But at the same time, we rebuild the neighborhoods. So right now, fast forward, we collected more than 130 apartments. Even the government rent one of the underutilized premises to us to renovate it. And then over 400 families, 1,000 people been there before. We give them just 3 years' time. So during the time, I think every month we'll go to discuss with them for an exit plan. Yes, quite cruel when they come in and say, hey, how can we exit you? Because we need to empower them.
Yeah, it's all about sustainable futures,
exactly.
Right? They must have a sustainable future for
but
themselves.
But among those families, right now, average exit time is just 2 years. They don't overuse it. And then many of them is not just going to the public housing, just 20% of them. Many of them learn how to co-live with each other. So if the grassroots families can live with each other, they don't need to find the subdivided units. It's much better environment. And many of them use the 2 to 3 years to find a better job, to move on to the next stage of the career. Some of the single mom waiting until the kids grow older, they could find a job. And then all these kind of exits prove that we can really get the trampoline concept done. So apart from that, right now we work with the property developer, the government. If you heard about the transitional housing, that concept, the government policy is actually originated from the Light B concept. So apart from just working on our own thing, we need to make efficacy at the same time. Get the policy come on board. Right now, New World donated a piece of land at Tin Shui Wai, at New Territory. So we're going to build up a light village with almost 80 units. So if we could get more landlords or more property owners come on board, there will be a chance for us to solve the housing problem.
So not all landlords are evil. And if you have any, if you would like to contribute any housing,
we will set up a counter out there. So
yes,
leave your home out there.
Come speak to Francis or Light B. Yes. So you mentioned something interesting earlier. You said micro actions. I think this speaks a lot to me. I term them green hacks, like green life hacks. Small little things that every individual can do, but amongst everybody, it makes a big impact. My favorite, my biggest thing at the moment, because I have children, plastics. Plastics is a big topic for me. 3 green hacks that I have incorporated in my life are switching to bar soaps and bar shampoos instead of using liquids, which are always in the plastics. I've started using more wet bags instead of plastic bags or Ziploc bags. What are some micro actions that you have incorporated in your life? What are your favorite micro actions that you would like to share with us today?
I will emphasize on Green Monday first. Because it's easy. We eat every day. So if it's not one day a week, just one meal a week, it's workable for everyone. So can I call for a pledge for next Monday? Can you eat 1 vegetarian meal? Please raise your hand if you can. Yes, almost 80% of you. Some of you are not listening at all, but I think it's fine. But I think just 1 meal. Start building a consistent habit. And then with the micro actions, for me, after doing a few years of Green Monday or become a vegetarian, I start taking shorter shower. I start adopting the soap bars as well, because I see that I try so hard in reducing my carbon footprint. I try to build awareness. So micro actions, the magic of the micro actions is to consistently build the consciousness. If you remind yourself, it's just like praying. If you pray every day, your wish will come true. If you remind yourself with the climate change thing, with a cautious consumption thing, that would be a more long-lasting habit. I'll take up the role of a moderator. So for circular, I think, of course, we are building up a circular economy. But in terms of the consumption habit, do you see that globally? How is the outlook? Is it an upcoming trend, or is it more popular in the US or Western country or locally? How is it?
No, absolutely. I think globally, Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, Gen Z, millennials, we're all very focused on consuming more mindfully. Like if we were given the choice, we're less focused on price as older generations. We would like to make mindful and responsible decisions. But at the moment, it comes back to how empowered are we to make these micro actions? How difficult is it for me to change from eating a hamburger at McDonald's? Once there's Omnipork there, it makes it so much easier, right? So that's what Circular is here for. We're building a marketplace where we're only going to be onboarding sustainable merchants. So it's going to be a one-stop shop amongst so many product verticals. You can go to, you want to shop mindfully for your home, you can buy your soaps, things for your kitchen, your clothes, your shoes on this platform. We love shopping in shopping malls. We love Lane Crawford. Why do we love it? It's because everything is there. We don't have to run from one part of town to another to get everything. That doesn't yet exist for sustainable shops and goods. We have so many wonderful people having opened wonderful stores here in Hong Kong, whether it be Green Commons, Slowood, Live Zero, all these places. But ultimately, at the moment, we have to run around to multiple places. So hopefully, we'll be able to have discussions with them and yourselves, and we'll welcome them onto our platform later.
Yeah. So echoing with what I said at the earlier of the sections, I think it's the platform. So I see that Circular on what you're working on is trying to build more of these platforms. We don't just need one, we need many more. Because I think a lot of manufacturers, one of your friends is working on some sustainable product, but I think where to market these. So apart from Hatch, right now we have another platform called We Plus. So we, not me. So we are trying to aggregate different locally made products. Some of them are fair trades, and some other environmental friendly products that we put together. So right now we are helping them to go to the Hong Kong TV Mall or some other different electronic platform, which is quite difficult for one small brand when they are starting up to go on these platforms. So we are aggregating these. For some of the platforms, we even ask for separate shop-in-shops, so that when some more conscious consumers want to find this place, they could go for that. So definitely something that we can work together on that. But one more question from me, sorry.
Sure.
People talk about ESG investing, impact investing. Do you see that will be accelerating with all these sustainable consumption habits?
I think so. I think we are a generation, I am a generation, the younger folk behind me, we have been told all our lives that we can be the change, right? So we're going to be the change in whether we are running things ourselves through micro or macro investments. We will find, I truly believe that we will see more involvement from people of my generation to support businesses that are going to truly deliver the sustainable future that we deserve for ourselves and for our children.
Yeah. So I think writing on that, I think don't underestimate that right now how desperate these people want to collaborate and work towards some of the sustainable goals together. So one of the things we talked about earlier, it's apart from social enterprising, we got the corporate on board to build up their own impact strategy, to work more collaborative with some NGOs and SCs. But I think right now, these few years, we even asked for a lot of startup people to come on board. Actually, they are young people. They all want to build up a better place. So every one of them, when we talk to the founder or even their workers, hey, can you use your technology or applications to work a better Hong Kong city? They all say yes. So we work with Bowtie, the InsurTech. We work with Preface Coding to get their Nomad to work something with our community kids together. So right now we are also build up a new concept called Impact Valley. So can we build up using Hong Kong to call for a lot of startups together? Karina knew this concept. I assume that you will be on board, right? Yes. So how can we call for more conscious startup to work together? So we can get some social workers to brief you about what is happening with our grassroots families. And then you think about how to use your technology to solve these problems together. So it's an alternative hackathon. We can think about how to bring these things into the community. Right now we have a community lab / community clubhouse, we call it, at Sam Shui Bo. We work for 6 years already. We call for the grassroots families in the subdivided to become our member. So not just the middle class need a clubhouse. They need a clubhouse to know friends together. So if you got some good stuff, we can try it as a lab in this area as well. So I think way forward, if we could not just waiting for social entrepreneur, sometimes we call them idiots, to quit their job to be a social entrepreneur, we can call for the startup people. Don't raise your hand.
Not the idiot part, but quitting a corporate job.
That's not fast enough. Imagine if we could get hundreds of startups to using their platform to come on board in the impact. That would be a more powerful and faster thing that we could scale the impact. So I think right now I treat it as a chance. Thank you, Karina, for this platform. But way forward, we got many other platforms. We need Karina or some other people in the startup scene to come together, to work together for our better city.
I think that's a wonderful summary of everything. We have a few minutes left. Should we open it up to the floor to see if anyone has some questions?
If there's no question, Karina will be here. I know that.
I have tons of questions. But any question here from the floor? No? Don't be shy. No? Well, actually, I would have a question to both of you, but maybe actually Denise first in terms of circular, right? So again, I would be interested, you're up to a rock star, right? Amazing traction. And I was wondering in terms of your consumer base, do you see it way more skewed towards a certain part of the population, or is it very homogeneous, that wish, that willingness for really sustainable products across ages, across different demographics?
I think the initial demographic is what you would expect. It's a younger demographic, a lot of females, a lot of mothers who are trying to be more conscious for their family. But ultimately, it's for everybody. Anyone can be on this. I do believe that at heart, no one is shopping to cause harm, right? We're all buying because we need something. If I give you an option to buy a more sustainably and responsibly made thing,
bringing us and advancing us in the sustainability agenda.
I would still going back to, apart from the individual technology tapping on the issues, how can we bring technology to be a platform to connect different people or different sectors together? So what I said earlier, I think if right now all the corporate, whatever they do, their business, they will have a tech scan and see what kind of technology we should put that in. With Web3 impacting us, I think the other way around, whatever you're working on your technology, I might not know everything about that. But I think, do think about an impact scan. Can you think about what your technology can make sense to our grassroots community, people in the subdivided unit, or our climate change issues? Do the scan as a habit. I would see that there will be many more opportunities for you. So I'll go back to also on the shared value directions. Working on the community thing or the climate change thing is not just the contributions. I see a lot of startup and corporate using that as a shared value directions. It's much easier when you're working on purpose or impact to find partnerships or collaborations. Some of the HR heads saying that, working on purpose, making the employee happier. So it's good for retentions as well. So I think I'm not routing around your questions about technology, but I think I always see that don't just do technology for the sake of doing technology. But I think whatever we do, can we combine the thinking of the other things? It's just a small check. If we have the impact check, that will definitely create a lot more thinking. Or maybe, apart from the business model, you will think about a lot of impact models that you can tap with a separate market. It happens all the time.
Great. And maybe one last question, if I can, Kenneth, because we're here not to only showcase impact, but also to make impact. And you know, at Angel Hub, we're very passionate to invest also in the companies that are driving sustainability. But what do you think is still missing in terms of the investment ecosystem into sustainable innovation?
I go first.
First come, first serve, yes.
I think we're missing. We're missing as a sustainable retail platform. Look, you asked me earlier about consumers. We've been up in the past 8 months. We are the fastest growing sustainable marketplace. Our consumers are. We have presence in 23 countries. Our sellers are happy. We have 100% retention. We have 225 brands on already. A lot of these brands have moved away from their prior marketplace platforms. One may start with A, big online platform. They are seeing Circular as their #1 platform for sales and their #1 dedicated venue for ad dollars. There's a reason for that. They're seeing success of sales on this platform. So no matter what the demographic is of buyers, more and more people are gravitating to this option because it's now there. People are hungry for sustainable options.
Well, that's a beautiful call to action for the investors, right? That's not only doing good, but also making money. By the way, we have 2 A's, right? We have the Chinese and the US version of the A. That you're disrupting. Great. So, Francis, what's missing? How do we get more money into sustainability?
I would more tricky to say it's an ecosystem. Okay. I think we got more money than deals, at least in the impact investing world. But I think, can we get more different kind of exit? For example, get some corporate to merge with some small startup to build up their own impact arms? Can we get these different startups or non-profit work together? We need more of these kind of vehicles so that we can build up more vivid ecosystem. Investors can come on board. I think that's it.
I guess that's a beautiful end word. A big hand of applause for our star panel.
Thank you so much. Hey, Ido, thank you. Thank you so much. No, honestly, I'm very, very proud. And first of all, I also need to thank Karina and Karen for a very, very simple reason, right? So in 2020, I had the pleasure of joining the first ever, for me, right, the Startup Impact Summit. In 2021, at the Scaleup Impact Summit, right, we were awarded by the World Economic Forum as an SDG Top Innovator. And now this year, in 2022, thanks to this amazing platform built by Karina and Karen, we are now a member officially of the World Economic Forum Global Alliance for Social Entrepreneurship. So merging the two worlds of SDGs and social entrepreneurship, I hope we can all work together to build an impact valley, just like what Francis said. Next up, my favorite topic and my favorite brand of eating. we have Mr. David Leung from Maxim's Group, joined by our very own Josephine Chen from W Hub to talk about Eat, Play, and Earn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, because we've got something to show you guys.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So, hi, nice to meet everyone. I'm Josephine. I'm super excited to announce our next guest, Mr. David Leung. He's the head of branding from Maxim's Group. I hear some cheers. So, David has been with the company 15 years now, and amongst a lot of creative initiatives, he's created one of the most iconic ones, which is Etizen. Etizen is a group's first membership rewards program that has over 40 brands, and this was launched in 2020. He's also an NFT artist, so if any of you are interested in that, he's the man to speak to. So a little bit about Maxim's Group. So it's definitely a household name in Asia. For those who are watching internationally, it's Hong Kong's and Asia's largest food and beverage conglomerate that has over 1,800 eateries across Asia. And it was founded in 1956. So my first question to David is, with the rich history of Maxim's Group and the eateries business, can you share a little bit more about your experience and what you do there?
Well, thank you, Josephine. Happy to be here, first of all. I'm the head of branding for the group, and mainly I develop brands, no matter it's physical or even digital right now. So we have so many different types of brands and cuisines, which I'm going to show you guys. So maybe let me start?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay. Where do I? Cool. Yeah. Oops. Skipped. Back. Can we reset? Yes. No, oh, right. Can you, yeah.
Perfect. I think we're working now. What is a tech conference without a little bit of a tech hiccup?
Yeah, like Josephine said, we are a group that are 66 years old right now, and we have over 1,800 shops in Asia, and we have over 80 brands in Asia as well. And we are hiring around 30,000 staff at the moment. And our main objective is to connect Asia with great food, okay? And over all these 80 brands, we have ranging from Chinese to Western, and to Japanese, and to many other different types of cuisines. Also, we have retail mall, which is a cakes and bakery of over 500 shops of them. And also branded products, our festive products such as mooncakes and other snacks all through the years. It is important to tell you guys about this background because this is part of the reason that why we are trying to get into the Web3 metaverse, okay? Now, over these years, I would say around over a decade, the e-marketing platform that we are on are mostly on these types of platforms, such as the social media, e-commerce websites, CRM mobile apps. Like Josephine said, we also created our own Etizen app, which is covering over like 40 brands inside, giving out a lot of incentives and discounts and rewards, right? And also we are collaborating with a lot of other third-party aggregators, such as YUU. This is one of the Hong Kong's biggest reward loyalty program, which have over like 3 or 4 million members right now. And of course, Deliveroo and also Foodpanda. Now, in the end of last year, we started to notice the Web3 trend, right? And our headquarters started to think about how can we make use of this in our own business and trying to rejuvenate our marketing mix, such as the one that I showed you just now. And maybe we can be an early innovator in the Hong Kong F&B industry. So in the beginning of this year, we decided to come up the first ever virtual world strategy for ourselves. So the objective basically is to bring our brands into Web3 with an immersive and rich experience beyond our already physical footprints of over like 1,800 shops. And the core focus, because of we are trying to make use of the shops, right? So we are trying to apply this O+O strategy in this. It is very different from the usual O to O or even O to O to O, right? We all know about that. We're trying to make this online and offline happen together at the same time, right? And in this way, maybe we can enhance our brand engagement and also build up virtual communities. And at the end, extra footprints, extra traffic, foot traffic, and in sales. So this is going to be a metaverse to go for our players. I wouldn't say members only, right? It will be an application that people can access based on our real locations, right? In this metaverse, no matter if they are at home or even they can be accessed these places on real locations, right? Also, we are acquiring younger customer demographics. Because all those apps that I just showed you from our already, the business units, they are targeting on our usual age demographics, which is a lot of them are incentive-oriented, and they want to get jacksos, right? And we are targeting a little bit niche to start with. Say, for example, we know that there are 1.8 million online gamers in Hong Kong, and we are trying to target the first like 30% of them, which are under 30 years old, around 54,000 of them. And because of we are trying to approach this younger demographics, we want to switch the mindset as well from the usual traditional give and take. What I mean is, we usually ask them to maybe buy 10 pieces of bread and then we give you a piece free for the next visit, right? Now we're trying to give them, let them to take maybe more fun experience or even free rewards or even in a way free NFTs, right? And then in the long run, maybe they are more willing to get more engaged and give back and trying to go to our shops and buy our products in the future. So we are trying to target the experience seekers instead of the Jaxos seekers. So the most important key ingredients in our program this time is gamification, play to earn, okay? And the GameFi we want to achieve is, we want them to be easy and fun, engaging and also rewarding. It's like a piece of cake. But for us, it's not as easy as a piece of cake. So this is the positioning of our strategy. The most important is the play elements inside this intersection, right? In the traditional way of doing our e-marketing, there's only like eat and then earn, but we want to play up the play elements inside this. So this is the background and its strategy.
Amazing, thanks for the sharing. Yeah, I know that you're just about to unveil a very exciting product. You've kind of been leading up towards it. Why don't you share a little bit more about the entire brand that you're just about to launch?
Totally, happy to. Now, in fact, we have already launched this program, okay? But we name it Phase 0, okay? Because we are trying to educate our own operation staff first. Launching a program like this in this scale, we have to highly rely on our operation staff familiarity of the program. So this Phase 0 is only within internal at this moment. But I'm going to tell you and show you guys a little bit more about this. The positioning of the program will be a multi-brand F&B metaverse game. We leverage our own group's advantage, which is a lot of brands and also a lot of locations, but we want to make it fun and drive our brand engagement and the player loyalty in a more 3D experience through gamifications. So first, we have to think up, what does this metaverse look like? We want to, because it's not just an NFT collections, right? It's going to be like 3D space. We want it to be surreal but real, okay? The game elements inside, all of them are based on our real brand's DNA, the hero products, the signature dish, and most importantly is the real locations of our shops. Now, this is like a really sneak preview for you guys. Oops. How do it should be an animation. This is the PDF or the keynote? Keynote. It should be animated. Well, do it. Seems like, I guess you guys want to see it move, right? Yeah, can you?
Let's check if we can get the animation working, if we can just give it a couple seconds.
Yep. While we're waiting for them, it's almost like a Pokemon Go. We want to try to look a little bit like it because we want the players to be easier to adapt to instead of like trying to figure out a new environment. But inside, it's going to be our shops in this metaverse. It's going to show you that there are like 2 bakery shops inside, which is one of them is like underneath the MTR station, and one of them is on the street. So you can see 2 shops with the same brand on this place. Anyways, I'll just go through that. Too bad it's not animated. It's more fun. This is the first brand that we put in. We have one of our brands called Aromi Bakery. And currently, there are like 80 shops of them on the street. And this app we have now is all connected with this brand right now. Our staffs can go there and redeem products and then virtually as well. Okay, and this is the interior of the shops. As you can see, it's a bit surreal. We were trying to make playful decorations of it. Say, for example, we're using the cakes for the tables and the chairs, right? And the products, they are actually real hero products of our brand. But we want to try to make it a little bit more cartoonish and more cute, but yet have to be appetizing. Now for the backgrounds, I just show you. Too bad it's not animated. And then for the players, we want them to have a second life in our metaverse, right? We are going to put in game adventures and also virtual ownership of collectibles and many more. I'll tell you later on. Okay. And the strategy of trying to achieve that, we want to make use of maximizing this player's time confetti. What does time confetti mean is it's the moments that when we are waiting for the bus, or maybe queuing up at the restaurant outside, or even the time when you are just before sleep and you want to play something and earn a little bit of incentive. Because Metaverse is always on, as we know, right? Okay, I'm going to show you the O+O play-to-earn journey of our game. Basically, you can earn in the virtual games and also physical missions and redeeming the virtual and real-life rewards through this game. Right. In our map, just now when you see that, you got a few different touch points that you can earn and collect ingredients. Say, for example, you can pick up randomly on the map. There'll be a lot of ingredients lying on the ground, and you can click and then collect it. Maybe some coins that you can use later on. We have 30-second games, which I mentioned about using the time confetti concept, and also in-item shops that you can trade your ingredients with. Say, if you got too many mangoes, but you have to use some cheese to make your dish later on, you can trade it in item shops. And also the physical check-ins. We have QR codes in our shops, and then the players can go there and scan and getting hidden items and also perks that maybe you can make use of them in the game, speeding up the dish-making process and so on. And with all these touch points, when you're collecting these items, then you can make the dish. In this moment, we have only the cake brand, right? So say, for example, you use all these ingredients and then make these cakes. And when you make this collection, and then you can redeem a physical rewards. Oh, it's going to be a few different video clips right now, but it seems like we can't show
We're
the
trying to get
animated
it,
one.
so we'll come back if we do find a solution
Okay,
to this.
so this is a movie that showing what you can see in our metaverse in action and clicking on the items to get the ingredients. Oh, that's the game part. All right, okay. Say, for example, we have these 30-second games, and you can just shoot whatever you want. And in 30 seconds, when you collect enough candies, and then those candies convert into ingredients, which we have over 100 of them right now. And later on, if we add on more brands and cuisines, it's going to be much more different ingredients inside than just these sweet stuff. You can have meat and also other cooking oil, that sort of stuff. And that's what I was talking about, the scanning in our shops, that you can get hidden items and also speeding up the cake making process. These three are also animation. Well, basically, you go into our shops and then you enter this menu, and then you can try to select which items that you want to make. And then after a few hours, you will have the notification of the dish ready for you to pick up and then put into your pocket. And inside, you also have the description of the dish, because we want the player to also know about the product. And so there's some types of education there. And then when you collect enough dishes, you can then convert them into physical rewards. Supposed to be a movie clip showing you choosing which rewards, and then you can generate a QR code, and then you can redeem it in the shop. Now, NFT is a must, right, for any metaverse projects. At this stage, phase 0, we haven't launched this part yet, but we are trying to come up with a more approachable strategy for the NFT collection, because many of our current existing customers are non-crypto savvy. And even though the young online gamers that I was talking about, maybe not all of them have them. So what do we do? Okay, we came up with this strategy with owning an NFT without you guys needing any crypto wallet. So in this game, when you have enough coins or certain achievement that you do, when you get, you can then redeem a NFT ticket when we fully launch this program. And with this NFT ticket, you can then redeem this NFT avatar and then input, deposit into the game and for further gameplay. What type of gameplay? You can actually get this avatar to work in our virtual shops, okay? So in this way, you can let them earn extra rewards or even the coins. And in the long run, when the person who is gonna have the crypto wallet, they are free to withdraw from the game to the crypto wallet and then put them onto OpenSea for trading themselves. Of course, if I just started start from buying an NFT from the OpenSea, I can also deposit back to the game and keep on playing the game. So this is the journey of what we have done for the moment internally, as in phase 0.
Phase 0 is already very exciting. I'm sure we would have seen even more when we could see the avatars and like the videos that we're kind of fixing right now to get a showcase of. So I kind of see a lot of branding behind this, and being a branding professional, I wanted to ask you how this whole idea came about and the whole concept behind the eat,
right.
play, earn idea.
Okay, here's the branding. It's quite fun, actually. Now, first of all, this whole program, we call it ET, okay? Because we wanted to have the concept of this ET avatar is hungry for food, hungry for fun, hungry for our rewards, okay? And so the tagline, the slogan of our brand is also eat, play, earn, right? And if you have seen the logo just now, you may have imagined this is an image of a stomach. It's a very hungry stomach running towards, running to get all the actions. And the metaverse that I was just describing, we have registered this unique name for our metaverse. It's called Itiverse. And the coins that the currency inside the game, it will be called Iticoin. All right, this is more fun part, the NFT design. I think even our boss haven't seen it yet. It's very first. From the logo, we developed this 3D image of the ET, NFT. This is the very first one that we did, and then we put a chef uniform on it. But for the whole collection, it won't be this boring type of uniform or even putting a logo on it. It will be a lot more fun. It's not animated. It's got like a few other different version about how this NFT looks like. Oh, too bad. Yeah. Anyways, this can be an astronaut. It was something like a whole big octopus on the head, and then but for sure it will be some food elements inside. But the styling, the attributes is much more interesting. Anyways, okay. Now to the roadmap.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing the whole concept behind ET. I just wanted to ask a little bit more about, you mentioned this is phase 0 and it's already well thought out and a lot of different pieces from thinking about addressing it to younger consumers and making it accessible and utilizing time confetti. So essentially what's phase 1 then? Right,
okay. Now, like I was mentioning, phase 0 is, for us internally, it's actually a grand experiment as a proof of concept first. It's already launched internally in early August. We're getting a lot of feedbacks from our staff, especially the young ones, the young kids who likes to play games. And there are like a lot of adjustment that we are trying to do to perfect the phase 1 launch later on this year. I'm happy to tell you all, there will be more brands coming into this Itiverse, and more games as well, not just one. And to enrich the whole experience, there will be a lot of other different cuisines, and even up to 400 shops in Hong Kong that's going to be included in this Itiverse by the end of this year. And we're also trying to add on the social interaction for ET. As you can imagine, there are a lot of possibilities because the way I was telling you just now, the ET cannot communicate to each other, but we're trying to make that happen. There will be a community for ET in Itiverse. It's going to be like game battles, festive pop-up stores and events, and even Hall of Fame that you can have different game scores to compete with. Maybe we can see who have the most shop check-ins, or even the working NFTs, who are the employee of the month. And in the future, we are, of course, looking for different collaboration as well. There may be different types of brands or even chefs or artists can be applied onto the NFT design to make it more rare. ESG is a big topic in our group nowadays. And so we are trying to think if sustainability is also applicable into our Itiverse. We have a few ideas coming up already. Say, O+O bread donation in our virtual shops, or maybe introducing our local sourcing ingredients through those virtual locations. And also tree planting is one of the other big things that we are trying to do. Maybe with those coins, people can do charity, giving out to a real tree planting program, or even planting trees inside our Itiverse. And of course, as we all know, Metaverse is interlinkable. So we're looking forward to have different other collaborations with other people's Metaverse as well in the near future. And at the end, maybe, as I was always saying, we can go back to open shops for ET. it will be really fun. And we're coming up with concepts like that and merchandise. Okay, so that's all today for the sharing.
Thank you. Yeah, that really, last bit really goes back full circle.
Sorry. Yeah. No, that's all. Yeah.
Perfect. So we have a couple minutes left. I just wanted to open the floor for any questions that you may have. I have one burning one if you guys don't have any. I wanted to ask you, there are many different metaverses. We have Decentraland, which we're actually hosting SIS on. And obviously we have Sandbox. So why not on these metaverses that are already existing?
Well, first of all, of course, we are aware of these giants metaverse that they're really successful. And but because of our business nature and the number of shops that we have, we want to make our own in order we can make use of the O+O strategies that we have, so that it's more location-based instead of just going in there anytime, of course, to access our shops or brands engagements. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
No,
I think
sorry. Yeah.
we're getting
Now it works.
the animations to work now. So maybe we can do a quick demo in the last couple minutes we have remaining.
Okay. So yeah, that's the virtual shops in the metaverse based on our real locations. Like I said, except besides the two shops, there are the things and the game points that you can click into, right? Oops. I'll just quickly show you guys through the animated version as well. Yeah, so that's the interior of the shops that I just talked about. Yep, and that's how you can click on these different types of items in our Ethiverse to collect the ingredients. We want to make it like our own Alice in Wonderland or even Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. And that's one of the reasons that why we want to create our own metaverse. Yeah. Oh, that's the game part. It's a speed up version for 30 seconds. You can just shoot things inside, right? And nowadays we see a lot of our staff on a table doing things like that because it's like gyro activated. So from these candies that you shoot, it converts into ingredients, which are over 100 of them right now. Okay, and that's what I was talking about. Yep. When you go into the shop, see those ET inside? Maybe they're working, maybe they're just browsing around. And you can go to the product list. Say, for example, I choose the Japanese cream egg roll. And I click on it, and then if I have enough ingredients, and then I can order this dish. And then a few hours later, there'll be a notification, and then I can put this dish back into my pocket, along with other dishes that I make. And then on the right, converting them into physical rewards. So from the reward page, we can choose different dishes that we make, and then convert into to redeem the coupon. In this case, it's a discount coupon. When you go to the shop, and then you can activate this coupon, and then it will generate a QR code. Yep. And yeah, let me show you the NFT. Yep. So yeah, it's more fun than just normal type of worker inside the shop.
Yeah, that definitely gave us a much more flavor in terms of what is already in the works of the Etaverse.
Yes. Okay. So that's all.
Perfect. I think time's up. Thank you so much, David, and for your patience for the technical glitches. But we got there in the end. I'm going to pass it back to Karina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And I have the great pleasure to bring us back to the topic of financial services and fintech. And I will now welcome two very loyal supporters and speakers of SIS. I'm really thrilled to have Britt with us, now working for Franklin Templeton, and she's going to be interviewed by our Mehdi from DBS, and they're going to talk about the future of startup investing and how do you invest into startups for an innovative future. So here, the stage is yours.
I'm ready. So far away.
Hi everyone, sorry it won't be fun like the thing you just saw before. We are coming back to normal business, investment, how we collaborate with startups.
Asset management's a lot of fun, Mehdi, come on.
So I'm Mehdi, I'm working from DBS, and we have Britt from Franklin Templeton, but also ex-head of innovation and ecosystem at DBS. Hi Britt, how are you today?
Great, great. It's such a pleasure to be on stage with you, Mehdi. Not at the same company this time, but in the the same circles, of course. So always a pleasure. And I think if you all don't mind, we may actually, I don't want Mehdi to be interviewing me the whole time, so we're going to have a little bit of an exchange as well. So make it a little more exciting for you all.
So before we start this talk about innovation and innovation between corporate, asset management and banks, maybe you can describe yourself a bit because you have a tech background and you came into the bank here when you moved to Hong Kong and now you're on asset management. So can you share a bit more about you?
Yeah, well, I don't have, I guess, maybe what you would call a traditional finance background. I've worked most of my career in tech, in media, helped start a few companies, a financial startup, a startup that focused on actually providing broadband service to the merchant shipping industry. I've worked at many large media companies in the US, like AOL, Univision, worked at B2B, ran digital transformation for Dun & Bradstreet, which has a big presence here in Hong Kong. And then when we actually moved to Hong Kong 5 years ago from the New York area, I joined DBS as our head of innovation and digital partnerships for the bank in Hong Kong. And then just in January of this year, I made the move to Franklin Templeton, one of the, I think, very well-known asset management companies, obviously a US company, but with a big presence here in Hong Kong and all of Asia, actually.
So you are very well known with the startup and fintech ecosystem here in Hong Kong, and when you came here, you become one of the most famous person, I want to say, in the area. What makes you from the banking industry pivoting to fintech, and how you bring DBS and now Franklin Templeton to the startups? How do you do it? What was the motivation for you there?
Yeah, sure. So when we first came here 5 years ago, I just saw, obviously, with the HKMA and all the open banking initiatives that were being promoted and announced at that time, I really saw the industry changing from one where fintechs and banks were more, maybe not always on the same page, to one now that's much more collaborative, where the banks and the fintechs can really work together. And the fintech scene itself, I think, has become so much more sophisticated in the last 10, if not really in the last 5 years. And you see the technologies and the offerings, the products of these fintechs, they're really amazing, and they do solve real pain points, but also opportunities for the traditional banks, for asset managers. And so I think this industry has become so much more collaborative. And it's just such an interesting space to play in, and there's so much potential. I think particularly Mashir, I heard, was talking about it earlier. I think, of course, B2C is always very interesting, especially everything going on with the virtual banks. So there are many companies working in B2C, but I think even more interesting sometimes is the B2B or the B2B2C, which is where we, Franklin Templeton, normally focus most of our efforts and where that's going to make the most sense for us. So there are just so many amazing companies that we can work with, and we'll talk about that a little bit more and about our efforts in that space.
So if I remember well, this year we saw a big push for advertising for Franklin Templeton, especially on the tram, where we could see like your digital strategy, and recently on the newspaper with the new accelerator F10. Yeah. Could you share a bit more how you collaborate with startups, why do you do this, and how you bring startups to your AUM ecosystems and asset management ecosystem?
Yeah. So in terms of our marketing, yeah, for those of you who were still venturing out earlier this year, we did actually run a full-scale branding and marketing campaign, which was actually driven out of the US. We've really rebranded our company. We're showing how we have taken what's been a very traditional company, and in the last decade, we've really become a very transformational, forward thinking, a digital first in many ways company. And that's a lot of our focus. So with that, we had a big branding, marketing campaign that Mehdi is referencing that was all over the MTR, all over the trams and things like that, getting the word out. Because I think, me personally, I hadn't seen that much of a presence for FT in Hong Kong, an overt presence. So it's nice for us to be more out there in terms of our marketing, and then also I'm going to be doing a lot more panels, so you're going to be seeing a lot more of me, because I really think the asset management space is such an interesting space in terms of fintechs and the capabilities there. You know, being at DBS for the last almost 4 years, there's a lot of talk, obviously, around collaboration between fintechs and banks. But the collaborations between fintechs and the asset managers, they aren't always as talked about. So I think it's really something really important to talk about, and to also look at all the opportunities and all the untapped opportunities there. So in terms of our accelerator, and I'm not going to take up the whole time here, Mehdi. In a minute, I actually want you to kind of compare what Mehdi and I actually did together at DBS before I joined Franklin Templeton. And this wasn't planned. We were actually just kind of randomly, well, maybe not randomly, but we were assigned to each other. We didn't sort of collaborate and put this talk together. So it's just quite serendipitous that we're up here together on stage. And we've been amazing colleagues for many years, so I have a lot to talk about and had a lot of fun along the way. But in terms of our accelerator, or sorry, I shouldn't call it, it's different from DBS, which is an accelerator. This is really an incubator at Franklin Templeton. And we're headquartered in San Mateo, California. We launched our first incubator in 2019 in California. We've had many companies go through the program. And then we decided, actually our CEO, Jenny Johnson, came over to Singapore Fintech Festival a few years ago, and she comes over to this part of the world quite often. But she happened to go to, she intentionally planned to go to the Singapore Fintech Festival, and she just saw the energy, the dynamism, the breadth of companies, their offerings, and she said, we've got to have an arm of our incubator in Asia. Although anyone anywhere in the world is eligible to apply to our incubator in California, she said, I really want to have one here for Asia. And so we actually launched that this summer in partnership with a corporate accelerator called F10, which is based out of Switzerland, and they've got an office in Singapore. And this is really for early stage companies, seed companies, pre-Series A, who have maybe a product in market, but normally they're even earlier than that, where it could be just a founder, it could be a few people, it could be an idea, or it could be really something where they've got a working prototype, but still early days nonetheless. And what we do is we offer funding around $150,000 US. We provide, if the company has a presence in Singapore, we provide office space. And then, of course, mentoring, networking, and then they get the power and the brand behind them of Franklin Templeton as such a trusted brand. We've been around for over 70, 75 years at this point. So we launched this summer with our first company called Better Data, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. It's an amazing company that provides synthetic data that's all AI-driven. So it takes any bias out of the data. It's obviously completely compliant and very seamless in terms of integration. So it's a fantastic company, and we're really proud to have them as our first. We've had at this point well over 100 applications to our program, and so it is a rolling program. So it's not going to be like a cohort model. This is really organic, so a company can apply at any time, and we'll review their application and have a talk. So please reach out to me if you're interested in talking more about it. And then Maddie, if I can maybe turn the tables and ask you to talk a little bit about our journey at DBS, about the accelerator program, and then kind of how that's evolved over the last 5+ years.
Sure. So what is interesting for the accelerator program is all you collaborate with an external party. So for example, a VC or a company doing innovation, and then you pay them some fees to organize like a cohort every year. For example, 12 companies come from April to June, and they try to go to the business unit and ask this company to sell their brands. Biggest issue with them is when you collect the problem statement from the business unit, sometimes they don't know how to structure the problem statement, and we could see that. So when the company is selected, sometimes they don't reply to what the team want to achieve. And this is the biggest issue because you bring companies hope a lot to collaborate with DBS or any other company, and when they come on the table, they don't have the right solution for the right problem statement. So it's not a market fit. But when you internalize this kind of acceleration with a team in-house, you make a lot of savings in terms of cost, to be honest with you, because you just pay a full-time employee and sometimes a bit of marketing, and you don't pay the fees of a big company. But your teams working on this problem statement can really tailor-make the solutions with the company. They also can drive the bankers to collaborate with a startup. Because the biggest issue is like bankers sometimes, or like people on enterprise, they really want to have the full solution. Like they want, a Formula One solution. But when you start to do innovation, you need to start with something simple. One problem statement you can solve, such as a skateboard. You start with a skateboard, and you develop that solution to a bicycle, and then to a car, and then to a Formula One. So what I really like on this is you are working with a startup on a regular basis. You are working on the business unit, and your KPI is to make this project to be successful. So you look at some KPIs you can fit, save like some actions from my teammates working on it. Can I like save some hours of work every day? Can I make the process easier for everyone? Or can I generate customer acquisition, revenue, growth, or co-create solutions together? Do you want to supplement a bit on this?
No, I think I would just, I would add that I think that's obviously kind of for that next level of companies. So that's when you're moving beyond the incubator to looking at those companies that are more sophisticated. And then maybe if I can just build off of that, I would say some companies that we work with that are at that stage, beyond that stage, well beyond that stage, I would say would be Quantifeed is one. And if you know them, they're a homegrown Hong Kong-based company founded by Alex Ypsilantis and Ross Millward. They provide, it's more than a robo, it's really digital wealth solutions. And we work very closely actually with Quantifeed. They have a fantastic team here and in other parts of the world as well. So that's one where it's an active partnership. We're actually building and working on solutions together. And then another company would be Coherent, which is again another homegrown Hong Kong-based and born company run by John Briscoe, which is focused on digitizing the insurance space. So they have solution, their kind of anchor product is called Spark, where they can basically take Excel and turn that into code that can then be, basically turned into APIs so that you can very easily integrate it with your different systems. So all of the executives there, they come from the insurance space, and so they have a lot of experience in this and really understand the needs of insurance companies and being able to modernize. So it's a fantastic company as well, and we're working with them on some solutions as well, like an ILP solution and some other things. So I would give those as just two examples of like the other end of the spectrum in terms of the companies we work with. So we work with companies early stage through our incubator, but then we do actually work with and invest in the much more mature and late stage startups as well.
For us as a bank, what we are looking is not really cost savings, but it's mostly how we can acquire customers at scale and how we can generate revenue. So maybe by using API, maybe by adopting cloud solutions or co-create solution with them to bring 1 + 1 = 3, 4, 5. For you in asset management, is it the same? Are you looking at cost saving, revenue generating, or maybe more distribution?
Yeah, it's actually, those are the three. You nailed it. So one, yes, would be cost saving. looking at how we internally and externally can actually save costs for ourselves and for our distribution partners, like the banks, the financial institutions. So looking at ways that we can take manual processes and further digitize them. So we'll work with any kind of company focused on the operations, on back office, like with technologies around blockchain, AI, machine learning, things like that. We look at companies that can help us find these alternative distribution channels for our funds, for our model portfolios, for all of the different asset classes that we have at Franklin Templeton. We have a whole suite of products and actually of companies and services under our umbrella. And so we'll work with companies to extend those distribution channels through digital channels with alternative investment platforms, but also working with a bank to create a digital product around investing so that can actually extend your offerings but also lower your cost to serve at the same time, and where an RM maybe having 500 customers can work on one of our flagship products is called the Goals Optimization Engine. So we can integrate the Goals Optimization Engine. It can be advisor-led or it can be direct to consumer, but an advisor such as an RM could work with their customer, kind of go through what are your goals. And I think now in this day and age, especially over the last year, how we've seen kind of the turn in the market, goals-based investing has actually come back, where it's maybe less about day trading if you don't have the stomach for that, and more about this, what we really promote is more longer-term investing. And so goals-based investing obviously it could be a goal as short as a year to 10, 20 years. But we have this product called the Goals Optimization Engine, where we can integrate that with a bank, with an FI, and they can, in a much more efficient and bespoke way, work with their customers more. It's not really meant as much for a private bank, but where you could serve your emerging affluent retail customers in a much more hands-on, high-touch way that actually saves a lot of time for the advisors as well. So it makes their job more efficient and much more effective as well. So those are a couple of the examples of what we look for. So it's those technologies that will enable investment, enable digital investment, finding those new distribution channels for us. It's on the operation side as well in terms of cost efficiency, and then kind of in terms of growing our digital capacity and focus as well. So those would be the areas we're looking at.
When I was checking at the program that you have, it says that the duration is 2 years. So can you explain a bit more also how the collaboration with the startups works during those 2 years?
Yeah. So I'd say unlike an accelerator where it's normally going to be a shorter term engagement, this is really meant for, the companies do need to make the commitment that they will be in it for about 2 years. Because these are, as I said, they're very early stage companies. So this is something where we will work with them and help them really grow and develop their product and their business over that 2-year life cycle. And it really gives us the time and the opportunity to work with them in a much more kind of focused and in-depth fashion. So it is a longer program.
And do you see any exciting things happening with the new technology or the new, keywords, the buzzwords we have on the fintech right now, from the asset management perspective?
I would say, I think what's most interesting, and we saw it as well at DBS, is that I think it's really validated our approach that hybrid makes a lot of sense. I don't think you can. Well, in our industry, I don't think you can ever be 100% digital, nor do I think you'd want to be. What we really see as a very effective way of working is that hybrid approach. So we have these best-in-class digital products and services when that makes sense, but then you also have the higher touch working with our distributors and with their advisors in these networks. It doesn't have to even be, it's from traditional banks to anywhere like a Picture Wealth, which is again a former colleague of ours as well, Neil Cross, who's the co-founder and chairman of Picture Wealth in Australia, which is a fully digital advisor-led platform. So it's working with these kinds of companies to be digital when it makes sense to be digital, but then have that personal touch and that advice and that conversation when that makes sense as well. So I really think the last few years have validated that approach, that hybrid is really what makes sense and what's going to make sense for the foreseeable future.
Do you see any challenges to collaborate from Franklin Templeton or any asset management company with startups?
Sorry, what's the question?
Do you see any challenge to work from your company with some startups?
I mean, I think obviously, you know, the KYP is, I wouldn't call it a challenge, but it's always, I think, the most important. You need to know your partner, and you really have to do your homework and finding the best companies to work with. And you've got to also really, I think the softer side of that evaluation is just as if not more so important, you know, who's the leadership? Do your goals align? Does your culture, even though you might be a corporate culture and a startup, still do you have the same kind of cultural focus? Do you want to be going in that same direction? Do your goals align? So I think that is probably, I think it's a good challenge, but I think it's really important, and I don't think it can be underestimated, because I think that the success of a partnership is only as good as the people on both sides who are working on it, and you really have to have that collaboration and that willingness and the passion on both sides as well.
What are the key drivers of innovation and technology growth for an asset management company?
Well, I really think it's just, it's a blanket statement, but I really do think it's digital. Asset management is still, I think, going through the transformation, and I think there's still so much potential in the space to further digitize what we're doing, to speed up the processes, the end-to-end, really, that whole process. Not only in kind of traditional asset management, but alternatives. I mean, the entire space. I think there's still so much opportunity there, and I really think it's kind of at the early stages. Even though we've been at it for a long time, I really do think it's definitely early days. And then I think, interesting as well, I think there's just even more of an opportunity, or there always has been, but I think it was just validated in the last couple of years, where you see some of these robo-advisors and the meme stocks and all this, where people just thought they could kind of do everything themselves, you know, with an app in their hand. And that doesn't always, it may not always be the answer, you know. I think there's that level of financial education. It's extremely important. I think sometimes people can mistake financial inclusion for just having that power in your hands, where I really think more financial inclusion as including education as well, and really educating people on how to invest, the steps they should take. And that's why I really do think goals-based investing, it's kind of bread and butter, you know. It goes back to basics, but it's actually, you know, it works. It's proven. I mean, that's why we've been around for 75 years, and that we are one of America's most trusted brands, you know. So I think I think again, it's just, there's that balance, and I think there is a whole lot of potential for our Franklin Templeton, of course, in the space, and others as well. So kind of welcome the conversation. If there are any other asset managers here, it'd be kind of interesting to have more of an exchange as well.
We spoke about digital strategy, startups collaboration, consumer using like your different product. We are almost at the end of 2022. We got COVID before, still here a bit, but we also have the great resignation. We saw a crazy amount of investment on every financial market in the world. Did you see, maybe for this year or the last 2 years, any change in the way that individuals or corporate consume asset management?
Well, I think it is that back to basics, you know, that maybe ETFs, mutual funds, model portfolios, they can make a lot of sense, and it just depends what you're investing for. And so I think those have been some of the learnings over the last years, that you know, obviously you can pick individual stocks, but you want to do that carefully, and you want to assume the right level of risk, what's appropriate for you. So I think that's been something that's been validated and interesting in the last few years. So what would you say you've seen at DBS? What do you think is...
Mostly it will be on the corporate side for me. I see like the corporate move from traditional like accounting, payroll, onboarding on the system for any kind of bank account or solutions to something more digital. We can see also, because I'm working with my colleague on corporate banking, more consent to share the data, for example, from cloud solutions like Xero or other accounting software with the bank. So like this we can have an expectation of what will be the future revenue of this company. And like this, if we speak with them, we know what they are facing. Do they face some difficulties to sales? Do they face right now some difficulties just to have money on the bank account, but they have expected revenue in the future? So it's pretty interesting, especially when you look also at some startups doing revenue-based financing. So it's basically factoring, but it's externalized from banks to startups. Pretty like this. On the consumer side, buy now, pay later was huge for the past 2 years, but right now we see a drop on using that kind of installment solution there, and a lot of companies just fail to stay ahead, like Klarna and few others in Europe. For Hong Kong, it will be mostly like adoption of more payment solutions, but we can still feel like sometimes some difficulties just to adopt solutions like paying your taxi with your Octopus card, with your phone, or with the taxi app or Uber right now. Can be still difficult. For example, last year I tried many times to have a taxi on the road and pay with my phone, and it was impossible to do it, even if the application Hong Kong Taxi give you $50 for this, but didn't work for me. Yeah, definitely not. So if there is any companies online or here today, what do you expect if they come to you just after this on LinkedIn or just face-to-face?
Yeah, I would really welcome the opportunity to have a conversation with any company focused on, of course, digitizing the asset management space, wealth tech, even reg tech, anything around insurtech, and then as we talked about the technologies that drive all of this, so blockchain, AI, machine learning as well. So really look forward to it.
A bit of a trap here. We have universe, metaverse just behind you. Anything on this kind of industry at this moment, or cannot disclose?
I mean, we're definitely, I wouldn't say we're going as far as the metaverse right now. I think, of course, those are things that are being talked about, but in just the early stages, for sure. Even crypto is something that we are looking at very carefully. We do have a fund in the US. We don't have it outside of the US right now, and kind of blockchain in that space. So it is something that we are, looking at very carefully and definitely focused on, because I think all these things are the future in one way or another. And then how about you? I think you have something. You're kind of exploring some things in this space, right?
I cannot disclose right now, but stay tuned. I think in a couple of days, some press release will be out for DBS and what we are doing on Metaverse.
Very cool.
It has been my project for the entire year, but still waiting for the clearance of the communication.
Great, that's exciting. I can't wait.
It's almost the end of this talk, so I have a last question for you. What do you see or foresee as the future of asset management in the next maybe 2, 3, 4 years?
I just think we're going to see, I would say continued growth in the space, although I think, as I said, people have learned some lessons over the last few years and will tread more carefully. But I'm just most excited about the opportunity for inclusion and for to drive more of that focus on investments and thinking about your future. And thinking about your future, whether it, maybe it's real estate or maybe it's actually funds, So I think there are all the different variables, of course, but I think having obviously a strong financial plan, people can start at any age and with any amount of money. So I think that's what I'm most excited about, is that continued growth and being able to reach more people for their long-term investments.
Thank you very much, Brit. Thank you very much, everyone. Feel free to reach out to Brit physically or online on LinkedIn, for example. And have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brit and Mehdi again. Before I introduce our next speakers, I'd like to make a kind reminder that we have startup booths on the 22nd floor. So in between talks, make sure to say hi to our startup that have come all the way to speak to you guys. And also, we do have NFTs for you to mint on the website. So make sure if you wanted some SIS22 exclusive NFTs, make sure to get them minted on the website. So I can't wait to introduce you guys to our next speakers. We have Anson Bailey from KPMG, as well as Kevin from Blue Artificial Intelligence, who will share with us how smart should AIs get. Thank you so much.
Okay. Oh, sure. Fantastic. Okay. No heckling. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SIS 22. It's great. It's another year, and we're here at the Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. Can you believe it? And it's really great that we've got thousands of people flying in from all over the world. Oh, wait a minute. That's in a parallel metaverse, isn't it? But listen, we're so delighted that we've got lots of people here online, all of our virtual delegates, as well as lots of people in the studio here today. There's a front row. I'm a bit concerned. Scott Teal is sitting on the front row, and Scott said he's going to heckle me. Scott, bring it on. Just bring it on, buddy. And don't worry, I'll get my own back on you on Friday afternoon. But listen, I'm delighted. KPMG partner, covering consumer, everything consumer, covering everything around tech innovation, all those exciting things. And you're probably asking yourselves, what's a boring accountant or an accounting firm, what's a boring accounting firm doing talking about AI? I mean, really? That's okay, because I'm the moderator. Luckily, I have got the guru with me right now, Kevin Pereira, the head of Blue AI, Artificial Intelligence. Kevin, good afternoon. How are you?
Good, hanging in there.
Good. Listen, it's great to see you. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go on, I want to introduce you. Let's talk about some football terms here. Manchester United supporter, woo! An Arsenal supporter over there, ladies and gentlemen. Arsenal, loser. But no, listen. I promised I'm not going to talk about football because you don't want to talk about football right now. You also don't want to talk about cricket because I think Pakistan just beat India as well, Kevin. It's been a pretty crap week for you so far.
Let's hope it gets better tonight, right?
That's right. Let's hope it gets a lot better. But listen, can you give all of us a quick elevator pitch in terms of tell us a little bit about Kevin Pereira, but also tell us a little bit about Blue.
Sure. So my name is Kevin Pereira. I was actually born and raised in Hong Kong and started my career in finance. Working in private banking, and realized eventually making really rich people even richer was making my soul a little bit darker. So I had to go do something a little bit different. So ended off running off to business school, and then started my career in technology by working at a firm in Myanmar that was doing internet infrastructure, and now I work at Blue Artificial Intelligence in Hong Kong. So we do consulting within the AI space, and we also concentrate a lot on education as well. So as part of the education, we do a lot of corporate workshops. And for me personally, I teach at a few of the schools in Hong Kong as well. So HKU, HKUST, among a few others in terms of courses on big data and AI.
That's a great elevator pitch. So let's get this right. You were in financial services. Great. You kind of did all of the financial services stuff. Now you are teaching AI and big data at HKUST. And apparently, you're moonlighting in this new role at Blue Artificial Intelligence. How does that work?
Sure. So I feel like it's almost actually probably the other way around.
Okay.
But in terms of moonlighting and the professoring, it's
Okay.
great too. But what I would say is I find the teaching part to be very exciting because I get to interact with younger students, right? And I think the way they use technology and the way I use technology, maybe that's putting me in the camp of being a dinosaur, but it is very different. And so I actually really enjoy teaching these classes because I learn from them as to how they're using tech, how they're thinking about AI, and how they're thinking about Web3 in general as well.
Okay, cool. So let's get down to business right now. Is AI the hottest technology in the world right moment at this time? And is AI, is it going to save the world, Kevin?
Sure. So pretty deep question. I can talk about this for 36 hours in a class, but let me do it in 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, we do it in 2 minutes. But can we trust AI? Because everyone's telling me, yeah, AI this, AI that. Yeah. How many of you, let's have a quick hands up around the audience here. How many of you would get on a plane and fly somewhere without a pilot? Hands up. Okay. Scott Teal, the only hand. Oh, Ron, you, okay. 2 hands out of the whole audience. That's not, they're not very confident, Kevin.
Yeah. And what I would say, right, I think when it comes to AI, there's a component of capability, and there's also a component of trust as well. And I think when it comes to capability, I think a lot of what AI can do is very complementary to what humans can do. So in general, AI is very good at repetitive, structured, narrow tasks. Human beings are good at exactly the opposite, right? So I think there's a lot of complementary sort of items there. But I think the piece that a lot of companies don't think about is the trust element, right? So similar to what was mentioned before, I think if you don't consider trust, then a lot of people will feel that, you know, with AI, I think they feel either it's going to come and kill me, because a lot of people look at, you know, movies like Terminator, you know, anything basically that results in human beings dying, getting shot, a lot of negative associations. And I think when they've seen that for 15 to 20 years, that's something that gets associated in their mind. So I think to be able to combat that fear, it's good to understand that AI works from a capability perspective, but people also have to trust it as well. And I think that's very important for companies going forward.
Okay, but the problem we've got right now is that people don't necessarily trust AI, right? There's a big discussion around the bias of AI. There are people out there that are saying that AI is going to destroy not only the world, aka Terminator, but they're going to destroy all of our jobs. We're not going to have a job in the future, Kevin. My son, 17 years old, you know, I've been working on him about becoming the next, you know, top accountant of the year. But AI is going to remove all of these jobs.
Yeah. So I wouldn't quite say that I think that's where it's going to go. In my view, it's not really about job automation. It's more about task automation, right? So even consider your job that you have. There's probably some pieces of that have tasks that are easy to automate. There are some pieces of that have tasks that are hard to automate. And so I think in the future, it's actually going to be about how do jobs sort of change going forward. And in certain cases, I think the labels might still be the same, but I think what the job entails is going to be very different. So if we quickly think maybe about doctors, right? I think doctors in the future will have AI doing a lot of the diagnosis potentially, but a lot of the other people components of that job may potentially still be done by human beings going forward. So I think something that I encourage a lot of the audience to do would perhaps to be to think about your job or maybe your next sort of desired career and think about how many tasks of those could be automated in the future and have that as an input in terms of what you might want to do 5, 10, or 15 years down the line.
So you accept we're going to lose millions of jobs?
I do, but I also think we're going to create jobs too, as well.
Right. So in that case, that's great. We're going to lose millions of jobs. We're going to create a few jobs. What are the new careers?
So I would say that from the jobs that are going to go, right, many of them will be routine, repetitive, boring type of stuff. So if you imagine, you know, a job like a toll booth collector, a lot of that can be automated. That's just stick out your hand, get the money, put it in a bucket, right? That's very easy to do. I think other jobs, what will happen is certain skills that are hard to automate. So take, for example, things like sales skills, things like trust building. I think those are actually very difficult to automate in the future. And so I think those are elements of the jobs that are going to stick around. So I would say for people who are worried about what they're going to do, concentrate or develop yourself in the skills that are hard to automate. And I think if you can do that, then whatever job of the future that's coming, it will require that skill set anyway, right? So I mean, even though I may not today be able to predict what is that job of the future, they will need those skill sets that are hard to automate. Now, if I could maybe throw out one job that I think might become something in the future, I'd say consider an AI ethicist, right? So you might have a company that's out there, they might be using AI, but I think they've never thought about what is the right way to use it. And I think that AI ethicist might be a job that you may see in the future. Part of the inspiration actually for that comes from a time when I gave a talk at my high school. And I gave a talk to the general class, and then I also gave a talk to the philosophy students. And the philosophy students said, you know, before, philosophy was only something you did if you were bad at math, science, you know, and you keep falling down the thing, right? And I think that's maybe more of a Hong Kong sort of thing here from a hard skill perspective. But they were then saying that afterwards, down the line, if this AI ethicist job actually becomes something real, the philosophy students are going to become the like really cool kids, you know, from a career perspective. So I just thought it was interesting how they were thinking, and I appreciated that in the future, you know, the subjects that are prioritized or are thought of as more important might actually change going forward.
Okay, cool. By the way, I'm getting a couple of messages here on my LinkedIn chat and WhatsApp chat as well. A couple of comments here. Apparently an architect asked AI to design skyscrapers of the future. It didn't go so well. Check it out. That's a CNN report. Now, the interesting thing is, what's the magic ingredient then? If AI is perhaps not the answer, and we're talking about humans, is it a combination? Is that the magic ingredient? Can we kind of have AI together with humans, and is that going to work?
Yeah, and I think that's, in my view at least, the short and medium-term answer for a lot of what's going to happen. If we think about what we talked about before with the issues with capability and trust, I think one of the ways you get people to trust AI is have a human in the process as well, right? So if we talk about the flying example that you brought up before, I think in many ways people want human beings to be there in a supervisory capacity at least, right? And if they're there in the supervisory capacity, people feel a lot more comfortable. Now, ironically, with that plane example before, if you actually talk to pilots, right, and I've got quite a few friends of mine who are pilots, they'll tell you that AI actually flies a lot of the airplane, right? This is not something that's new, but people just feel more comfortable that there's a human being there. But the other question that I'd also ask you, right, if you really implicitly trust human beings, is when you get on an airplane, do you actually knock on the door and ask if the pilot has a current license? Do you knock on the door and ask if the pilot has had a couple of drinks before the flight? Do you knock on the door and ask them if they had a good night's sleep? And the thing is, we don't do that, which means that I think we implicitly trust human beings and we don't implicitly trust AI. And so therefore, I think a lot of the solutions in the future, because of both capability and trust, will require AI and humans coming together. And I think, at least in the short and medium term, that's probably going to be the solution that we see for many of the jobs that are out there. If there's maybe one exception to that, though, I think it's actually going to be in transportation. Because a lot of the self-driving cars and stuff that you see, I think that is one area where we take the human being and completely push them out. But again, the challenge with self-driving cars is that I think from an implementation perspective, a lot of people are still worried, right? So I think the way we may see that kind of improving going forward is the autonomous vehicles will be used on either closed loops or areas which are pretty routine and repetitive to drive on. I mean, if we're seeing that in the transportation space now, imagine, you know, lorry transportation, right? These lorries are driving on straight highways, boring, repetitive, routine stuff. It's much easier to do that than to have an AI drive in, you know, Mongkok on a crowded night, because that is much more difficult for an AI to do. So I think it'll be, you know, implemented in a very step-by-step way to make sure that they do it in a way where AI is capable for that specific scenario.
Okay, great. I've got a couple of other questions. So again, I've got lots of questions, by the way. I'm going to talk to the panel in a moment. But one of the questions that's coming in right now, Napoleon Biggs, Web Wednesday, he's asking, can you share with us about dialectic tribalism and the doctrine of continuity around AI? No, Napoleon, we can't, so too bad. But at least I asked you the question. That's important. Now, I just want to talk. We talk about people, but I also want to talk about the impact of industries, because there are going to be a number of industries that get impacted by AI. And I'm going to give a little bit of a plug for our new paper right now. I'm just going to hold that up. Emerging Giants in Asia Pacific, ladies and gentlemen. KPMG, HSBC, collaboration with PitchBook Data. And we were actually looking at the next future unicorns. Scott Teal in the front row there, Toco apparently could be a future unicorn. But the interesting thing, in the paper that we just released, we looked at those future-focused industries. So with regards to AI, what can you share with us in terms of, what are those future-focused industries? And I'll tell you my list.
Yeah, so a good question there, right? I actually think a lot of the areas that are going to see a lot of AI coming in are actually the boring industries. Okay. And why boring. I say that, yeah, and why I say that. You mean like accounting? Accounting, I guess certain other areas where they have a lot of tasks within that job that can be automated. Because those are actually good candidates for AI to look at. And I think why that should be something we should look at in a positive way is because I think it frees up the human beings to do the more interesting value-add type of stuff, right? So even if we kind of consider, for example, the whole area of law, right? I was having conversations earlier today with people about it. I think there are some areas of law that have a lot of very menial tasks that are there, and I think those are very good candidates to potentially be automated. But I think some of the other jobs, for example, where they have a bigger human component, things like sales. I mean, if we look at finance, for example, I came from a private banking background. I actually think private banking will be very hard to automate in the future, right? Because that is something where people want trust, people want to talk to a real person, as opposed to a specific robot, right? So I think there is elements of different industries that I think will go. There are elements of different industries that I think will stay. And I think for each individual industry, that's going to vary quite a bit. So it's hard to give an overall statement, like this is definitely going or this is definitely staying, but I think individual industries will move a little bit. And I will definitely also say that I think when it comes to AI, we tend to underestimate short-term change and, well, actually take it the other way around. We actually overestimate short-term change and underestimate long-term change. So are things going to be that different with AI 2 years from now? I'd be willing to say no. But in 10 years, right, certain jobs, certain things that are out there, we'll probably look back, for example, at cars and laugh that we had steering wheels, right? So I think that's the type of thing that is coming sort of 10 years from now.
That's interesting because just to share with you, looking at our list of those future-focused industries, no surprise, NFTs right up there, surprise, surprise, DeFi, but EV was a very big focus. But then we also looked at new technologies, quantum computing, satellites, auto commerce, everything around sustainable. These were all really going to be key drivers for the future focused industries as well. Now, a couple of things I wanted to share with you. Last week, I had the good fortune of catching up with Dr. Kai-Fu Lee. And I'm sure we all know Kai-Fu because Kai-Fu came up with AI superpowers, I think back in 2018. That was his first book. He's just released his second book. I got my signed copy, by the way, on AI 2041. Now, we still got a few minutes left. So just quickly, I'm going to call out his 10 values for our future. Talked about deep learning, big data, talked about computer vision. He talked about NLP. He talked about, of course, AI healthcare. I think that's an obvious one. He talked about the VR, the AR, and the MR. Talked about, of course, quantum computing. AI job displacement, AI and happiness, not quite sure how that works, new economic models, future of money, singularity. So which one of them, because we've still got a few minutes left, which one's going to change the world?
So yeah, it's a tough question to
answer.
Have
you read his
in
book yet?
Have you read? I've read excerpts from the book, but I have not actually read the full thing yet. Right. So there's plenty of stuff to kind of
Did I tell you I got my signed copy?
You did.
Okay, good. That's good.
A few times actually. So hopefully it'll be worth something a lot more in the future.
Good to know. Good to know. I just thought I'd tell everybody.
Yeah.
Very excited about that.
So yeah, so I think, look, there's a lot of interesting stuff there, right? If I had to pick maybe one area that I'm very excited about, that you had picked out, I'd say it's probably in healthcare.
Yes.
And I think fundamentally why I'm excited about AI in healthcare is because I think it opens up new business models there. I think it does this for many industries, but healthcare in particular. So if you think about healthcare, right, just kind of going back, a lot of healthcare is historically very reactive, right? You get sick, you go to the hospital. But I think AI can fundamentally change that paradigm because with a lot of the predictive stuff that's coming out, we can not only say, hey, what do you have today, but we can start to predict what will you have in 5 years? What will you have in 10 years? And if we can do that, then you can start to do remedial action today to help you with that going forward. And again, why I like that is because it's in the interest of every stakeholder that's in the process. Right? So insurance companies will have to pay less for your operation. People will have to go through less pain, maybe less sort of care that they need to have afterwards. And I think it just helps everyone overall. And so in my view, if we can move from a more reactive healthcare model to a more preventative or proactive healthcare model, I actually think that will really change the game. And so I'm excited to maybe see innovations like that coming through. And I think if we can do that, we can realistically, raise life expectancy by 5-10 years. We'll probably have to think about what we can do with those next 10 years afterwards, which is a different question and a different element. But I do think that's an area I'm really excited about. So yeah, preventative healthcare.
I'm very excited. I think AI healthcare is going to be the major change. And hopefully we'll be able to recover from COVID wave 6, wave 7, wave 8, wave 9, wave 10. You kind of get what I'm talking about. Kai-Fu last week, I think he also had a key message that I want to share with everybody. He said it's about time we learn to stop worrying and embrace the future with our imaginations. He mentioned that there's a need for us to give technology a chance. Is that the right thinking?
Yeah, absolutely, right? I would highly echo that sentiment there. I think part of this whole AI revolution, and I think Web3 in general, and we could even talk about the metaverse in that bucket as well. I think when you're not familiar with something or it's new, it's very scary, right? And I'm 100% with you guys on that. But I think the only way you really address that, I think, for me at least, is through education. So that's why at Blue we've been doing a lot of education work. I've been doing a lot of teaching as well. And I think if you can address the confusion and address the fear around some of these newer technologies, it starts to become a little less scary. I think once you do that, then it's a question of embracing it from your everyday life, right? And I think if you have that fear that it's going to come and take away my job tomorrow, it's very hard to embrace it. So I think another mindset shift that I think is important is this idea of continuous learning, right? Like I think our careers in the future from today, there are going to be many different careers in many different areas, as opposed to maybe previous generations where it was one career for your entire life, right? And so I think if that's the mindset that you have going forward, then even if Web 3 becomes Web 4 becomes Web 5, you'll still be in this environment where you're thinking, I need to learn something more. And so I like that idea of change. I like that idea of kind of progression as well. And I think going forward, don't be so afraid of it. Like, give it a try. Like, one of my mottos in life is, I'll try everything once, right? So sometimes my friends have shown me this crazy type of food or whatever, and I'll say, you know what? I'll try it once. I may never try it again, right? That's a different story, but at least I'll try it once. And I think that's important.
That's funny, because that's Scott Teal's tagline as well. He'll try anything once. But listen, I've got another great quote from my good friend Kai-Fu. And I think this, for me, resonated. He said, we need to stop treasuring things that don't matter. We as human beings are spending so much time on things that are simply not relevant. And we need to realize our true value as the human race. Now, for me, that's actually really quite profound. So I'm also looking for your profound statement here, Kevin. Because there's a lot of people that are like, AI, not really too sure about that. So what's your message to all the delegates today in terms of the true value of AI?
Sure. So I think from a career perspective and kind of how we're going to see it being used, I think AI is going to come and do a lot of the boring stuff in our lives, right? And I'm actually really looking forward to that. Because honestly, there's a lot of stuff that I feel like should be done easily, really takes up a lot of my time in everyday work. And I think if AI comes in and is able to do that for me, I would be really, really happy. I do think, though, that we should also be cautiously optimistic, right? Because I don't want to come here and say to everyone, hey, embrace AI, do everything, it'll be fine. I think we still need to hold on to things like human common sense. We still need to think about what are responsible ways of using AI and using data. I mean, one example of that would be a lot of my friends who I know, if they ever get an app or anything, they'll just hit, I agree, I agree, I agree, right? But I think we need to be mindful, like what are some of these things we are signing up for, right? So you might get a free service, but you're actually paying for it with your data. And so I think we need to be smarter with how we use AI, and I think we need to be cautiously optimistic. And I think if we can do those two things, then there's a lot of positive value add that I think AI can have for the rest of our lives.
Okay, great. That's good. I'm just writing these nuggets down. So we as human beings do need to use our common sense. We need to work with AI. It's not against, it's not humans against the computers. We're not against AI, but technology is going to be an enabler for the human race. I think that's a key message. And as you say, you are cautiously optimistic until we see the next installment of Terminator. Now, just really wanted to check. Any final comments, views, the audience? Scott Teal, any final thoughts, comments? Do you agree or disagree?
I think we do agree. We had a great chat this morning down at the Investor Lounge about actually the combination of...
You know what? Oh, getting a microphone. Sorry, can you repeat yourself, Scott?
So I was just saying we'd actually had a great conversation this morning down in the Investor Lounge about this topic, and I absolutely agree that AI combined with human endeavour will allow the human endeavour to go up the value chain and doing more interesting and less repetitive tasks. So I think it's an exciting future where we complement the human endeavour by automating some of the more mundane tasks.
Good point. So we're all in agreement. I'm even in agreement with Scott myself. That's amazing. That's amazing. But I think that's a great point that AI combined with human endeavour, we are stronger together. We are better together. So, final comments, because we're running out of time. The last 30 seconds. Think about all those delegates joining us today. What's your one piece of advice to everyone out there?
I would say, number one, be open to it, right? I mean, you may not embrace it, you may not like it off the bat, but be open to it. Give it one try, see what the possibilities are, and then dream, right, with what is possible. Because I think ultimately people will be able to use AI, but I think it's going to be up to individual subject matter experts in different areas to take AI and take it further as well.
Okay, so be open to it, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's a great way to end on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree, a great discussion with Kevin Pereira. A massive thank you to you, Kevin. I also want to say a massive thank you, of course, to our friends at W Hub and Angel Hub for yet again pulling together an amazing SIS event. So I can't wait. And Karina's out there. And by the way, Karina, I've challenged Karina. So she invited me to do the panel today. I've invited her to do the panel on Friday afternoon. She is going to be in a big game show called The Wheel of Sustainability, the green team versus the blue team. Karina, who's going to win. So please join us for Connected Cities on this Friday, September the 9th. It's going to be big, a lot of fun, but equally this whole week's amazing. And again, a massive shout out to our friends at Invest Hong Kong for yet another Start Me Up Hong Kong Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, great to see everybody. Back to our MC. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Hello, Anson and Kevin. Kevin is Team Wharton, of course, right? And Anson, oh, come on.
Come on, buddy. Hey, Kenneth, quick selfie. Come on, we're gonna do this.
He's the king of selfies.
Come on, we're doing this right now. Sorry, everyone.
We're being facetious. Right?
We're just doing a quick. Kevin, this side, buddy. Kenneth, this side. Okay, get everyone in there. I'm trying to look cool. One more. This is gonna go to millions of people.
Of course. All right. Thank you. Thank you. It's hard to follow Anson. It's just a fireball of energy, right? Thank you so much. Look, all right. Our tech is next, right? I'm sure most of you have bought some NFTs, I hope, right? If not, I hope you start. Well, next we have a fully virtual session featuring the one and only Francis Berlin, representing Christie's, of course, and joined by Miss Anjali Wadhwani from Asia Society Hong Kong Center. Look, personally, I have to say, if you're not in the art tech space yet, better make sure you are part of it by the end of 2022, because by 2023 comes along, I think every Gen Z would be related with art tech. So anyways, back to Zoom. Thank you so much.
I can start? Okay. Hi, Francis.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Lovely to be here.
So we only have 30 minutes, so let's get straight into it. So a very warm welcome to Francis Bellin, President of Christie's Asia Pacific, with whom we will spend the next 30 minutes talking about new technologies, how they're impacting, or rather disrupting, our traditional art world. So digital art is not a new concept. Artists have been experimenting and creating digital art since the 60s. Discussions around authentication are not new either. Solowit, for example, created certificates for people that bought the artwork, so that if the artworks were destroyed, they could be reinstalled, they could be copied, and yeah, but the owner knew that they were theirs. However, the emergence of blockchain technology and NFTs are relatively new, and they have empowered digital artists to both create and share their work like never before. Last year, Christie's embraced the crypto art phenomenon by being the first auction house to register an NFT on the blockchain platform. The result was simply astounding. And Christie's showed that they were truly at the forefront of art and tech revolution, and have really been instrumental in bringing digital art to the wider audience. So we're truly delighted to have Francis with us today to shed light on art in the Web3 era. So we're going to start with Beeple, because everything has started with Beeple. So in March 2021, Christie sold Every Day's the first 5,000 days for $69.3 million US. And what I don't want to do is just talk about the money that it generated. What I really want to talk about is the artwork itself. So Beeple had a following. He was already creating works for Ariana Grande, Justin Bieber, Nicki Minaj. He had a 1.8 million Instagram following. So he was clearly an established artist, but he wasn't the first NFT to ever be created. And that was done by Kevin McCoy, whose artwork was sold a couple of months later for 1.47 million, which is obviously a lot of money, but nowhere close to the 69.3 million. So I'd love to know, how did Christie's know that this was the inaugural work to sell? What is it about this work that was truly great? And can you talk to us about the object and how Christie's thinks about choosing that initial object as an NFT sale?
Right. It's really great to be here again at SIS. And thank you for starting with a comparison between Beeple sold for 69 million at Christie's and the other work sold in a competing auction house for slightly over $1 million. But more seriously, I think it's, when Beeple was sold, you can guess that I get a lot of phone calls from a lot of collectors, established collectors, and by works at 7-8 digits and just asking me, what is this? Should I buy an NFT? Should I buy an NFT? Was the question I've been asked so many times last year. And the simple answer is, this is not the right question to ask, because the right question is the NFT being the technology that empowers transactions around digital asset. The real question is, what NFT should be buying? What is the underlying asset? Because the value is not defined by the fact that it's an NFT, it's defined by the underlying creation that the NFT is empowering the transaction of. And I think this is really fundamental, because then it points back into some of the existing drivers of value for art, for traditional art. Could be classic, modern, contemporary art. We know that rarity matters. We know that condition matters, which obviously doesn't apply to a digital object. We know that provenance matters. So if you buy a CryptoPunk that has belonged to a very famous person, you're likely to be more value around it. But you also have in art something extremely important, which is the historical relevance. So what is it that that artist at that moment in time has initiated, because it was fundamentally breakthrough? And we've all seen paintings and look at them and say, well, I can do that too. Yes, but you were not the first one. And the reason why this one is way more valuable is because it was just really groundbreaking. And I think that's also something which is very important. What we see in art NFTs, which is a very broad spectrum, I'm sure we're going to dig into this, because some are very fine art, some are very crypto-based. But what we see also is a very strong sense of community. Which is quite unique in the realm of collectors, which usually are rather private. Not that they hide what they have, but they don't show it as much as currently NFT collectors would be, where the collection is completely open. But you also see, and you pointed at this with regards to people, I think the followership of these artists is incredibly important, because the followership is actually driving the I wouldn't say the general opinion, but the level of resonance that these creators might have in the world. And lastly, to your question specifically on Beeple and the Kevin McCoy work, I mean, I don't want to comment on the quality and the relevance of the object, but Beeple was a huge collage. Let's look at what the Beeple work was. It was years of his work. There's so many drawings. I mean, he really put on in that NFT a whole tranche of his creative life. The Kevin McCoy one was an interesting, digital drawing. But I think it's also, just to put things in perspective, I think the Kevin McCoy one is historically very relevant because it was the first one. But the richness of the object itself is hard to compare with the collage of people.
And just to respond to that, so when the work was being marketed, was it being marketed as one work, or was it being kind of portrayed as this is 5,000 works? Or does people like it to be perceived as one work?
It's one work.
It's one work.
It's one work. And the buyer, which is public, but the buyer got the link into the collage, which is one work, which is composed of these 5,000 drawings. So it's very clearly one work. Yeah.
Okay. So you talked about, it was very important that he had this following. If we look at traditionally artists not in the digital realm, they've historically followed a sort of path. Maybe an emerging artist will start with a gallery, then it will be acquired by an important collection, possibly by an institution. And then after it's sort of been validated along the way, it normally comes to auction. This is very different, or is it not very different? Is validation still important in digital art? What is the trajectory of a digital artist? Because I think, as you said, we've seen collectibles and we've seen artists that have followed a more traditional path. Yeah, maybe you could give us some clarity on this.
Yeah, look, it's obviously there's a lot of moving parts in that category. It's a new one. It's one that started last year. It feels so strange actually to say it was last year. It feels like it was 5 years ago. The world has changed so dramatically, with the addition of that category into collectibles. But I think it's the same. There's the same mechanism around it. Rightly, as you pointed, for traditional objects, classic, modern, contemporary art, especially for contemporary art, when you have new emerging artists, you have they start to sell paintings maybe to friends and families. Then you have a gallery that actually starts to support them, maybe a small gallery, then a bigger gallery, and actually drive the primary market. point having developed, there's a resale value and there's a secondary market that appears, and that's where we in auction houses we actually step in and say we believe these works are important and we think they deserve to be placed in one of our sales. So there's a whole ecosystem because you have there's a lot of people kind of jointly defining the value of these works, of these works, this impact, you know, the value of
yes. Can the audience hear me? Hi, I'm so sorry. I think we've lost Francis there. He's actually in Japan at the moment, so he might have had a weak connection. So we'll just wait for him to rejoin us. Great. Great. Thank you.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities. Opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, two options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations. So you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant. And the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glints. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network. In just 7 days,
I made many great candidates with the skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how are the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's old office. And this is the workplace at his new office at the Executive Center. Workplaces reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how calls were handled at Ryan's old office.
Can someone please pick up the phone?
And this is how Ryan's calls are answered at his new office at the Executive Center. Service reimagined at the Executive Center.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities, opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But
welcome back, Francis. So we were in the middle of validation, and yeah, would love to hear you.
Yeah, so I was the existing, I mean, the previous model of the art market was it was a very strong ecosystem of validation, what I explained. And I guess you had not lost me yet when I was saying that, to echo where you were saying in your question, that you have galleries, you have institutions, you have large collectors, and then you have auction house. So you have academia, people who research, curators that gradually elevate the profile of artists and the body of their works, certain periods, and they explain why certain works or certain tranche of their work actually are important and relevant historically in the bigger picture of art. And this is the way it's been working for decades. And obviously with digital art, it's a bit of a different game, because there is there's still the notion of an ecosystem, but it's a different ecosystem, because it's this intermediate ecosystem, but you still have the same drivers within this. You have tastemakers, you have people who have, relevance in the judgments, who, because of their followership that they have earned and deserved over time, are likely to be weighting more heavily on the acknowledgement, on the recognition of certain artists or certain movements. So I think when we see that the structure of the ecosystem might be different, I think and there's a lot of things that is developing. It's hard to have a fixed view of how things are because there's a lot of moving parts. But when the architecture and the structure of the ecosystem is different, the dynamic of the ecosystem is the same, and the drivers of the ecosystem is the same into leading, recognitions of certain NFTs, certain art NFTs, whether they're crypto or fine art based. I think it's pretty much the same.
So we talked about a different sort of path in getting the artists to the public. What about Christie's role? So Web3, it advocates for a more decentralized world where creators go directly to the audience. There's supposed to be less intermediaries and gatekeepers, but yet artists still need to get their works minted. They still need the auction house to get the work to the audience, or a marketplace where they're dropping their works to connect with the audience. If blockchain really does do the role of authenticating the provenance, getting rid of counterfeit issues, how do you see Christie's role or the gallery's role evolving and changing as the market becomes more mature?
Right. It's true when we think about Christie's as an auction house, we quite immediately think about researching the objects and kind of the strong brand behind a transaction that gives you confidence that there's no issue on the dating, the way it's been cataloged, or the authenticity. The reality on how we work is, yes, some objects need to be researched, especially antiquities or works that are pre-modern times. They do need to have a lot of research, which they discover things that we might not have known about these objects. If you look at contemporary art today, you can, if you buy a Kusama or a Nara, and these are very well documented, or a Basquiat, these are very well documented paintings. You have estates, you have foundations, you have catalogue raisonnés. So the work that we do, in the value that we add as Christie's on that tranche of the value chain, I would say, is less important. What I do think we bring is, because of the decades, the centuries, 250-year-old of experience that we have in assisting collectors in very different fields. We have 80 categories at Christie's that we are transacting today. I think we bring some validation as one of the elements of the ecosystem we were referring to earlier. So it's not that we decide that an object is important, that we decide that an object is worth X, Y, Z, because the market will ultimately decide that People is worth 69 million. We didn't start at 65 for the work to land at 69. But we do have, with our specialists who have a lot of experience and a lot of exposure to a lot of things happening in the art world, we do have experience, and we help our clients in a certain way also as test makers on what we think is important and relevant. And this is not going away. This is staying. The other thing is we tend to see, and I challenge this, we tend to see NFTs and art NFTs as a complete revolution, as something which is a separate world, as much as cryptocurrencies would be a separate world to fiat currencies and so on. And I challenge this because I think it's just an extension of 21st century art. And this is the reason why we have transacted on chain, but we've transacted off chain also within our evening sales, where we put physical art, 21st century, and we put NFTs alongside, because it's the same thing. Yeah. It's not the same thing, it's a continuum. Yeah. You mentioned earlier, you've had digital art for decades, in the 60s and 70s. The only thing that was missing is the ability to transact them, and that's what the blockchain technology is bringing. So finally, you can have not just a file, but you have a file with a token, and that token means a lot when you transfer that file, when you want to prove ownership, when you want to track prices or be able to pay royalties. I mean, there's so many permutations to these smart contracts. But fundamentally, this is not a completely different world. This is a continuation of an existing world, as much as the late, the Basquiat era was a very different era of creating than the one that was just before, as much as, the Pollock era with abstract expressionism is a very different, and you go back in history of painting and you see these revolutions each time that were, that might seem not like technical revolutions, but they were also technical revolutions in their own way. They were conceptual revolutions. They were a completely different way of approaching art and art creation and what is art here for. I like to give the example of the Impressionists. You know, how come a guy like Monet could now go outside and put the easel and start to paint outside, because he didn't have to grind pigment in a studio, which is what all painters had to do in the past. So if you have to grind the pigment in the studio, then you paint in the studio. So you have a reclining nude, you have a model, you build these scenes. The moment you actually have the ability to have your paint into a tube, I mean, it sounds so trivial for us, 150 years later, but it was a revolution. And you could have this painter going out, capturing the light and just painting in a very different way. So I think, technological prowess and evolution does trigger, new waves of creativity, and we should never see them as complete revolutions. That is a disruption, massive disruption to what it was before. It's building on the past, it's building on a history, it's building on inspirations. And what I find particularly exciting when we talk about NFTs and what blockchain technology is going to offer to art is, if you think of the avenues of creation that the digital world is offering, we're not talking about the canvas and paint anymore. We're talking about so many different ways to program, to mix physical objects and digital ones, to use, and you mentioned about Rafik and Adel before, but to use AI, to use programming, then you all of a sudden you take creativity into a completely different place and environment. And that's what digital is about. You can put videos, you can put sounds, you can create experiences, and that's it's huge in terms of avenues and possibilities that is created. And you add to this, I say it again, with blockchain technology, the possibility to be a collector and to own that piece, and to be able to transact it and to move it around with a relatively high level of safety. So I think there's a lot of exciting things in there, and I'm not too worried about Christie's ability to continue to have a voice in that space. Probably not the only one. We continue to transact anyway the good old stuff. We just announced that we'll be selling the collection of Paul Allen, the co-founder of Microsoft. It's going to be the largest collection ever to come on the block. It's over $1 billion. There's no NFT, so I think the market still needs us to actually sell that kind of thing. But I do think on the NFT front that in the continuation of what we're doing in the 21st century, we very much will be continuing to play a role. Not the technical role, maybe, that is associated to transacting, but a role that is more related to, having a point of view whether objects are important and why they are important, and how. One thing we do also in our sales, which is particularly exciting, I believe, is we're not selling objects separately. We're selling objects within a sale. So we actually take a chunk of the art world and a selection of works, and we create dialogues between artists, between periods, between regions. And that's also something that I think helps to gain perspective on one object within the context of others. And I think it does bring value.
So if it's an extension, then in terms of the consumer, are traditional consumers moving and buying NFTs, or is it a completely different audience that is actually looking at NFTs? How is that shift happening, or not?
So we see there's an evolution. When we sold Beeple in March last year, we had up to a few million US. We had a mix of new buyers and they did not collect anything before, and existing collectors. I think above 5 million, we had primarily, if not exclusively, new buyers, which are by and large driven by the crypto world. But things have changed. We've seen as established collectors start to embrace NFTs, try to better understand what the category means, try to have also the footing in terms of the value drivers and or the relevance for their own taste. We've seen more of the all the type of collectors moving into NFTs. As much as we've seen, and it's public, that we've seen some very prominent NFT collectors moving into flat art and at very serious price points. So I think we see, and I'm glad we see this, because that's the reflection of the reality. It's not a separate world. It's a continuum. It's a new horizon, but there are two worlds that are intrinsically connected. And seeing artists like Urs Fischer, just to name one, that really embrace digital art and kind of venture, have been incredibly successful, with their own creation, with institutional shows and so on, and embracing digital art and moving into NFTs. I think it's great.
We just have a couple of minutes left, but there's two questions I do want to ask. One of them is, how are we going to experience, how is our role as the audience to experience these works? So when we come to a Christie's preview, we normally come to a physical space. Is the future a Ready Player One scenario where we're going to put on our VR glasses and we're going to enter a world to experience the work, so we don't have to come to a physical space? Will that change, or is that too far in the future? And I also do want to, well, I'll let you answer that first, and then
I think it will change. How this will change is not for us to decide. I think the whole infrastructure of metaverses and VR and how this plays. I mean, there's a lot of talent and cumulative IQs being poured into defining what it's going to look like, and it's fascinating. But we Christie's are not going to define what it is. We're just going to embrace whatever has been defined as being the new places where we can experiment, whether it's different metaverses, with or without VR sets. And we will experience that, of course. Real estate in the digital world is not the same as real estate in the physical world. So the way we would put together shows that are digital in the future is obviously different than the way we put shows together today in the physical world.
The other thing I want to touch on is the community, because I think this is really important, and it maybe is something that is relatively new. So we talked about unique works, and whereas with a lot of NFTs, you have collectibles, which, for example, CryptoPunk, Crypto Monkeys, you can buy, they have edition of 10,000. When you buy one of these works, you buy into the community. Can you talk to us, what does that mean? Is it like membership to a club? What access is it? What is the network? What is this added value? And has the value of exclusivity diminished?
I think your point on the second one, I'm glad we talked about this one, is the second thing, I believe the second most fundamental difference between more traditional arts and digital art. The first one being the immense possibilities that digital art is offering when you can mix physical, AI, and we saw a work by Beeple in November last year, which was an incredible, it was a tower with 4 LED screens with a man walking inside, all this driven by AI. You would never see the same image again, and the whole thing rotating. I mean, it was a very, very striking object, but you can't do that with paint and canvas. Yeah. The second one is exactly what you're saying, which is communities and the way, not just the fact that it's a very open way of collecting, where people just post a collection. I mean, the collection is public and is open, and they become member of one of the 10,000 who have a CryptoPunk or a Bored Ape. But the possibility on the smart contract. So one part is the underlying assets, and the creativity you have on creating very different things. So it's the digital asset itself, and then there's the smart contract and the structure of the smart contract, where you can do a lot of things. You can issue coins, you can create a new piece of digital real estate, and you can do anything you want. You can say, if you have one, buy one get one free, you're gonna do all these things, which obviously you can't do with Picasso. So you have with these two avenues. So the token part of the NFT, as well as the underlying asset part of the NFT, you have a notion of creativity that can be created, which I find is really fascinating. Do I know where this is going to land? Of course not. But I think it's worth really asking ourselves what these opportunities are, and start to explore.
Thank you so much. There is so much more to discuss, but our time is done. So I'll just say thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you to W Hub, Angel Hub, to Invest Hong Kong, and lots more exciting developments ahead.
Thank you, Anjali. It was great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Francis and Jelly. Next, well, I love this topic because, at night, my evil twin kind of, roams around the metaverse and buys skins and weapons and all that. But in daytime, when I wake up, I'm like, wow, I have to go back to the office again, right? What am I going to do? We need Web 3.0 in this office. Come on, everyone. Isn't Executive Center such a great venue? Don't you want to work here every day? Yeah, I want to move in already. So, of course, moving on to the main topic, we have Mr. Charles Batana, Ms. Chelsea Perino, our wonderful host, and of course, our very own Vincent, on this wonderful topic of future of workspace. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause to our hosts.
Thank you, Kenneth. I know somebody if you want to potentially discuss a contract with the Executive Center. All right. Thank you very much for being here this afternoon, physically and online. We are going to talk about, indeed, a subject which is sort of touching on the services and the growth of all the organizations that are creating so much technology here in Hong Kong and abroad. And that's people. So how do you enable organizations to work today with great team members here and there? We have today, so Chelsea Perino, who is from the Executive Center. You are, sorry, I'm going to look at your title, Managing Director, Global Marketing and Communication. And Charles Batana, who is the founder and CEO of jobslab.io. Maybe Chelsea first. You have been at the Executive Center one of the first sort of movers in sort of these co-working spaces. A lot of people came to that market and a lot of people have gone as well. What makes really the Executive Center such a special thing?
Thank you so much for the kind introduction and welcome to our spaces. Appreciate everybody being here and hope you're enjoying all the amazing programming so far. I know I have been inspired. I think the concept of co-working actually isn't as new as a lot of people think. The Executive Center was actually founded here in Hong Kong in 1994, so 28 years ago, and have been growing strong ever since. So we have 165 offices across Asia Pacific, and happy to call Hong Kong our home. I think one of the differences is you guys all are experiencing are the way that we think about our spaces, right? So right now we're sitting in this amazing venue looking at all of this technology that's enabling people online to look at all of this programming, but at the same time, tomorrow this space may be used for something completely different. And the experience is what we think about when we design all of our spaces. So we really think of ourselves as a facilitator, much like Angel Hub, I would like to say, and W Hub as well, right? We think about our businesses and the people that use our spaces as our partners, and so we grow off of the back of their successes, which I think is really different from some of our competitors.
I know, for having experienced it, that you have a great care of the organizations that are working with you and that are coming into the space. Charles, this is also something that you're kind of caring very much. Jobs Lab is something a little bit different on the take of the sort of resourcing, right? Do you mind telling us a little bit what you guys do and the specific angle that you have?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a talent marketplace specifically tailored to more experienced hires across Asia. We currently offer our product as a software as service to many large financial institutions. We're up to about 400 customers across Asia currently. One of the advantages of using technology in our vertical is that we can deploy machine learning, artificial intelligence, and statistical models to get people a better quality match in terms of helping them define what they want to do for their career, but also helping companies hire faster. So generally, that's what we do. We're very interested in growing in Hong Kong, hence the reason why I'll have a side chat to you about rates at Executive Center. And I think we're really excited about the opportunity within our vertical.
Yeah. There is, when we were sort of discussing together and preparing this panel, both of you shared with me sort of the research that goes into creating the right service for your customers. Maybe Chelsea, can you give us a couple of examples of what you guys are doing to sort of take people with you on this journey of transforming from an office as we all know it, which is a 9 to 6 in best case scenario, into something that people want to do now, right? Different model of working and different locations, different maybe sort of engagements as well, a community.
Sure. So I think when you talk about flexible workspaces, it seems like this new concept, and even up until 5 years ago, it was considered sort of a fringe industry, which is interesting because, as I mentioned, we've been around since 1994. But what's exciting now, and one of the actual silver linings and opportunities that have arisen from what we've all collectively experienced, the challenges of COVID-19, means that people are really starting to think about what does work mean. And this idea of the hybrid model, that there's not one size fits all solution, is something that's become really poignant and at the forefront of a lot of the conversations that we're having with our clients. One of the other differences that I didn't mention earlier between ourselves and some of the other operators in the marketplace are our clientele. So we serve predominantly MNCs. So this is big companies that have lots of employees and lots of offices across multiple markets. And so I think for us, we really try to build customized solutions for all of our clients. So it's not just, oh, here's an office of 5 people. I mean, we can do that, right? That's part of our product set. But I think where we're really special are having these really strategic kinds of conversations with growing companies. So people in this market, right? Companies that are just starting or are in different phases of funding, that are different stages of growth. We really try to listen to what their business needs are and use our expertise in the way that we've seen other companies within our business grow perhaps 5 years ago. And we have so many different kinds of stories of companies that started with us in one location with 5 people, moved to 12 people, moved to 50 people, and now have lots of offices with us across multiple markets, and have traditional offices with them, with other providers and other landlords as well. So I think the idea of not having this kind of cookie cutter model is really important for the success of our business.
You said that you're listening to organization, but I know you're not only listening, you are actually proactively helping and consulting. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I think there's a lot of misconceptions, or I suppose there are a lot of questions that are still in the air that corporations are asking right now about, how do we do this? How do we move from a traditional lease model, for example, to incorporating flex workspaces into our larger portfolio? And so we like to take a step back and say, okay, well, tell us, what does your portfolio look like now? What are your people asking for? What are your business goals in what sorts of markets? And then we can come back to our portfolio and say, here are our recommendations as to where our business can help support all of those things that you just told us, which a lot of times we can bring different insights to the table that they hadn't thought about before. I think at the end of the day, we consider ourselves a service business. And so, just like you mentioned as well, right? It's real estate as a service, right? It's the hospitality, it's the understanding of the clientele that allows us to make these kinds of decisions, as opposed to just saying, here's 5 solutions, choose them or go somewhere else.
Charles, I want to ask almost the same question to you. You are, as sort of a service provider, looking also to try to understand the organization from things that they don't know themselves, right? You were mentioning to me that you were able to actually go and deep dive into, say, the background of the people within an organization to be able to better propose talents?
That's right. So I have an unfair advantage that my partner is a PhD in maths from Harvard, and so that was very helpful for statistical modeling. I think matching is a very complex thing in the universe of HR, hence the reason why there are just so many companies out there trying to do it. And a lot of the technical disruption that we've seen in our vertical has been for people with less experience. We generally call these people green hands, people who can sort of go each way into different directions for their career. But within the vertical of people who are more experienced, that match is more complex. So, to give you an example, when we look at products like LinkedIn, they clearly do try to match, but they're using keyword to match. So, for example, my title is CEO. So I might get a smart recommendation as for a job as being the CEO of Bank of America. I mean, how cool is that? Like, I'd totally do that job, but it just won't pick me. So I think a lot of the innovation in our space has been keyword driven. we take a bit of a different approach to it. So at first, what we do is to call through an API all company data on their employees. So what we want to know is where they hired the people from, what university degrees they study, how quickly did they get promoted, the gender balance between males and females, and where are they geographically located. And we basically build a cheat sheet, right? Because companies have a bias, and it might be a subliminal bias. But if you want to be a service provider that services that universe, you need to understand the algorithm, how they match. So we take that information on their company, we comb it, and we look for these statistical anomalies in some cases, and in other cases, patterns where we can play to by presenting them with candidates that match their bias. So to give you an example, there are companies that hire people from an anthropology background in financial services. So we want to know, why did they make that decision? And was that based on a bias, or was that based on something about that academic sub-discipline that makes them a good portfolio manager, for example? So once we learn that algorithm, we basically build a supply and demand chain. We take a look at what's out there in the market, and we make that connect for them. So it happens much faster, but again, it's a cheat sheet, right? So we can mine Executive Center, we can find these patterns in how they make hires, and then we make that match based on those statistics that we generate.
Can I jump in there for a second? Because I think this idea of matching is really important. It's relevant to what we do as well, because we're talking about, you know, the experience and the future of work. And I think that what you guys are doing is creating a better hiring and experience and a better application experience, right? And what we're trying to do is create a better workplace experience, whether that's within the search exploration function of, am I moving my office from traditional or to flexible, or am I inflexible? Because what you don't want to do is provide a bad solution for someone, because then they're going to leave, right? In your case, if you're providing a bad application process, then people are not going to come back, or the applications themselves, the applicants are going to be disheartened, right? And
yeah, exactly. And it's about building a robust feedback loop to capture that data as well. So I totally agree with you.
Is there any sort of, we all have bias, of course, right?
Yes.
And I'm going to be the first one here to raise my hand and say, I think that this is, for example, the people that I want to work with, or this is the sort of offices that I'm interested in. And when somebody comes back to me and tells me, Vincent, actually, this is, you know, this is not you. This is, you say that, but this is how you act. What kind of reaction are you facing? Sometimes it's a little bit of a journey, isn't it?
Interesting question. So I think as a platform, we behave like any other platform that has a two-sided exchange. So we don't judge the bias. We simply just deliver into the bias. Now, there are anecdotal recommendations that we can make to help them adjust their user behavior on our platform, but we take a very passive role. What we like to do is to give the right feedback digitally to the candidates that are using our system, and also the right feedback to the hiring companies that use our platform.
Okay. From your side, Chelsea, we are currently doing, I should say this before, we are currently doing a project for one of our customers, right? We are an innovation consultancy, and we're kind of doing all kind of different services. One of them, at the moment, is working with one of the large financial institutions here in Hong Kong, who is going to recreate their headquarters. We have done studies to try to understand what really people want from an office, but also what this leadership is ready to accept, right? And there is, of course, we can create an executive center for them, or recommend them to go to a model that will be a little bit more flexible, but this is not something that they would actually accept. So this is a little bit of a journey, as I was saying, right? And I'm wondering, how do you take people on that path to try to say, well, this is maybe tomorrow? Here is what you need to do before you're going to get there.
I think there are always barriers to entry when you're trying to instigate change, especially with large organizations that have been doing things the same way for a really long time. So I feel your pain. I think one of the strategies that we found really successful is to take a step back first and ask really simple questions that people are used to hearing and used to answering, which are things like, what are your business goals? Why are we even having this conversation to start with? And then try to make the link between those business goals and the projects that you're trying to push. Because at the end of the day, businesses want to grow and they want to make more revenue, right? They also want to make sure that their employees are happy and that they keep them there for a longer period of time. Because we all know that the two most expensive outputs from a business are HR and real estate, right? So you have the two most expensive people sitting up on the stage right now. So if you can make the connection between the people, the real estate, and the business outcomes and the KPIs that they're looking at from a profitability perspective, then you really start to see like the light bulb go on in people's heads and they go, okay, now I understand where I should perhaps start. And then I think the other piece of the strategy that works really well is to suggest pilot projects. So look at specific pieces of business functions or pieces of the larger goal and do it in stages so that you can actually show the ROI for that particular project and then extrapolate that to the larger project as a whole.
Yeah, of course, the sort of pilot and POCs, even you could say for these kind of things, is very important in any sort of big transformation. Charles, you've not been in business for a long time, right? I think it's a one-year endeavor.
Pretty much. It feels like a lifetime, though, to be fair.
Well, 400 customers is more than one a day. It's quite something.
And something like 500 interviews through our platform, end to end, which I think is pretty cool. So if we look at that versus the output of a company that is more traditional, take Michael Page, that has an army of labor, we were able to do that digitally, end to end, using a software solution. So we were really happy.
What drove you to this in the first place?
I think naivety. Like for a lot of founders, you just assume the problem you're trying to solve hasn't been solved because of some kind of miracle equation no one else has considered. But the reality for my vertical is the problem hasn't been solved because it's very complicated. So we place, for example, JDs and CVs into machine-readable format. Mm-hmm. So even before you can even think about making a match, you need to be able to process the data that you're obtaining. And the thing about CVs is really annoying. And guys, write your CVs in a formatted way. Otherwise, I have to build an OCR, and it's terrible. Is that they look different, right? So checks look the same. So when you try to read a check through an OCR, you can recognize watermarks. You can recognize different features that determine that's a check. But for CVs, data is everywhere. Some people put their name on the left. Some people put their name on the right. Some people will put it chronologically. So it's a very complex challenge to even get to the starting point. And I think the reality is that we just had a mentality that we just didn't want to give up. Mm-hmm. And we had to learn many, many different disciplines in order to get that product refined. So we started by, of course, experimenting with big data, statistical models, and algorithms. But even before we could put that into an algorithm, we needed to figure out a way to obtain the data that was being written in Word format. Mm-hmm. So then we had to build an OCR. And by accident, we built an OCR that could recognize 8 languages. That's totally cool. So we currently can do it in Chinese. We can do it in Thai. We can do it in Hindi. We can do it in Japanese. Obviously English. We do it in French. So we created a product from just identifying a pain point. But the honest truth is, we started because we couldn't get jobs. Like we really realized that every time that we applied for jobs through, I don't know, one of my competitors, we just didn't get any feedback. And we just didn't know if it was something wrong with us or whether we were just being overlooked. And the reality was that a lot of the alternatives in the market are kind of like static platforms that haven't really evolved technologically for 10 years, 20 years, right? So the first thing we were looking at was a job advert for Disneyland from like the 1950s. And it looks exactly the same as a job advert today for Disneyland. I'm looking for, I don't know, Snow White, So we realized that it was a really great area to try to disrupt. I think the technical challenge in trying to do something so simple, like matching A with B, was something that we completely underestimated, and we're constantly refining as well. So it's an evolving process.
That's quite fascinating. You guys are at Cyberport, I think, at the
Correct,
moment,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Speaking of Cyberport, we are, of course, here in Hong Kong. This event is part of the Start Me Up Festival of Invest Hong Kong. We, through the pandemic, have seen a few changes in Hong Kong, of course. From your side, Chelsea, what are the big changes that you see and the big hopes for the future for once this blip of the pandemic is gone? What's going to happen with Hong Kong, and how do you think this is going to evolve?
Well, first off, I'm super optimistic about Hong Kong as a global city. I only moved here 5.5 years ago, and I don't plan on leaving. So fingers crossed that we're all going to see the end of this as the rest of the world has. And I'm optimistic that we will see it soon. I think one of the silver linings, like I mentioned earlier, is the fact that there's almost this pause and reconsideration of a lot of the traditional ways of working that were just sort of nascently accepted because there was no impetus to change. Hong Kong, we were fortunate in a lot of ways in that we were never, forced by the government to work from home. But a lot of people experienced that anyway. We at the Executive Center didn't. Our doors were always open, but we definitely saw over the last 2.5 years, ebbs and flows of occupancy of people actually physically working in the centers. And a lot of our other cities, they had to close because the government said everybody works from home, right? And I think in the beginning, from an experience perspective, people were excited about the work from home because it was new, right? It was something that was never in the policy handbook. And so they were like, wow, this is so exciting. I get to work from home. I can wear my pajamas. I can spend time with my cat, with my kids. Then suddenly the cat sits on your computer and your kids are screaming, and they also, by the way, have to go to school, and your partner also has to do work. And maybe you are lucky and you live in a big house, but in Hong Kong, many of us are not that fortunate, right? So all of a sudden, there are all of these factors that are negatively impacting your level of productivity and also just the comfort of working. So we saw a very rapid decline in the excitement and the satisfaction of working from home, which has created this resurgence of appreciation for the office, which for us, great, right? And so I think the other piece of that, though, is that now the conversations are much more interesting, they're much more strategic, right? People are taking a step back and thinking about themselves and the way they work. So I guess the short answer to your question is the whole conversation about work is becoming much more human-centric, and also, like you mentioned earlier, this idea of tying different verticals together. So it's not just, real estate people make the real estate decisions, and then the HR people come in and put the people in the space, and then the technology is in there somehow at some point, and maybe nobody even knows what it is and how it works. When we talk about really successful companies that are sort of navigating this entire environment really well, they're the ones that take all those verticals and put them in the room in the beginning. So I guess also to answer the question you asked earlier, ask these companies that are, starting on this journey, hey, get your head of technology, get your head of people, get the real estate team in there together at the beginning so that you're actually, and ask your people what do they want as sort of like the foundation so that you actually build something people are excited to use.
Charles, you were when we were preparing again this call on Monday, I think it was, you shared also that you were trying to bring the right skill set to the different locations. And can you tell us a little bit more about this? Because I found this quite fascinating.
Yeah, so we're interested, again, we're following demand from our user base, from hiring teams. And I think an area of growth that we'll see over the coming years is fractional employment. And I think it's very topical at the moment, but I think Hong Kong lends itself really well to that type of business. So for example, a lot of our customers are great companies with great brands. Some of them are still in growth stage and they don't really know what types of skills they need. And so the idea that they can come onto a platform like ours and hire someone through a smart contract via a paywall that we have in our system for fractional work, I think is really cool. So, and I think that offers a lot of flexibility to the candidates on our platform as well. So imagine being an accountant at KPMG Monday to Friday, and you work at a really awesome startup on your weekends in your spare time. And I think a lot of people are willing to do that. They just can't identify the opportunity, and the incentives aren't there. And I think that plays really well to people reskilling as well, right? Because the future of work is the future of reskilling also, right? As well as the future of workspace. So I think we're really excited about that as an initiative.
And this is something that you see a lot of executives jumping on, or this is sort of a wide bandwidth of people?
I think it's a diverse portfolio of people who are willing to engage in a new type of work with great companies, absolutely. So we work with former partners of Goldman Sachs, MDs at Morgan Stanley, to junior people who are looking to reskill. They just need to be able to find that connect, to identify where the opportunity is. So I think it's really cool.
This is something that actually excites me quite a lot.
Absolutely.
I'm going to contact you very soon. We're coming to the end of our panel. Thank you very much, both. Any last word, maybe? No?
I'll leave it to Chelsea.
Hope you guys enjoyed the space, and if you, no, it's been a really interesting conversation. We learned a lot, and looking forward to the rest of the programming for the evening. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a plug, did you know that there are 12 executive center branches in Hong Kong? So maybe what I'll do is I'll buy a monthly pass, right? And I'll just, take Zoom calls from 12 different places every month. That'll keep my life exciting, right? Thank you so much for the free pass. Just kidding. I will get one for my team very soon. Next up, it's time to spice it up a little, right? Make your metaverse closet a reality. What does that bring to mind when you hear metaverse closet? Well, without further ado, right, we will bring on Richard, right, Jing, and Nathan, and to do this hybrid format panel. Thank you so much, and take it away. Right? Oh, with the video, right?
Hello, everyone. So I'm Nathan. Nice to meet you all. And we have here on screen remotely Richard Hobbs, CEO and founder of BNV, and Jing Zhang, who's in London, heading our business development department. And very excited to see you both virtually in the metaverse. So welcome, everyone. We are Brand New Vision. We are where fashion meets the metaverse. And for anyone who doesn't know, we are a Hong Kong-based company with colleagues and teams all around the world, in Europe, in America, and Asia. And we are an Angel Hub and Animoca brand invested company. We've been around since around 2020, 2021, when BNV.me launched. We have significantly evolved over the last year to 18 months from a marketplace and NFT collections of branded wearables to a fully fledged ecosystem of entertainment, identity creation, and of course, earning and experiences throughout the metaverse. So just to give you guys a quick background before we get into the whole topic of what exactly is digital clothing and digital fashion. So BNV really aims to, redefine what self-expression is. So in the world of Web3 and the metaverse, we believe that everyone can be who they want to be, and this can happen through avatar creation and, of course, dressing these avatars in various different ways for various different events and experiences. So let me just start off by introducing our two fantastic guests. We've got Richard Hobbs, as I mentioned, who is the CEO and founder. He has, you know, many decades, not too many decades, of course, of experience in global fashion. Everything from sourcing, production, distribution, retail, and licensing. And Richard was obviously one of the co-founders of The Hub, a Hong Kong-based international fashion trade event. And he's also got investments through Entrepot Asia. Jing is a woman of many positions, and she's currently the global editor-in-chief at Jing Daily, as you may know, a fashion and culture magazine. Jing is also an expert in luxury fashion, and she is heading our business development side. She was a journalist for Prestige and South China Morning Post, amongst other magazines. I myself, Nathan Mintzberg, hello, I'm the Metaverse lead at BNV, and I come from a variety of industries, film, TV, journalism, and sort of ended up in this world of content creation for the Metaverse. So I think we are going to start off with, you know, very much an overview of what exactly it means to be working in wearables and Metaverse fashion at the minute. So I want to ask you both, you might have seen recently that the Metaverse Standards Forum, which is obviously an organization formed by some of the big tech firms, highlighted that avatars, apparel, and interoperable assets are three of the most key and important issues facing the Metaverse and building the Metaverse. So my first question to both of you is, how does it feel to be right in the middle of one of the most crucial industries in the Metaverse?
Yeah, I'll jump in first. It's a validation and a vindication of what we originally set out to do. The people that founded the company, along with myself, always had a vision that fashion would be an integral part of how people would need to be engaged within this thing called the Metaverse, which was being talked about at that time. And you know, fashion. And it works for everybody in different ways, but there are tribal elements, there are trend elements, there are identity elements. So I'm not surprised at all that, let's say, the Web2 guys have just recognized that fashion and avatars and identity will be a key part, and glad they're catching up with us.
Yeah, as someone who you know, spent most of their career working for newspapers and magazines and you know, even physical, like publications, it's really exciting to kind of be part of this world where we're merging the physical and the digital. And I think actually, even with like virtual worlds and virtual reality, you know, once that whole scene gets a bit more sophisticated, I think it'll be even more exciting. What we're doing at BNV with all these amazing designers, it's also opening up another opportunity for them to create in a different way, you know? I think I'm interested in the expansion of the parameters of fashion designers and creatives and digital designers.
So you touched on a point, Jing. I think for those of you who don't know, BNV started off as a marketplace and also a company that was there to help traditional fashion brands sort of transition into the world of Web3. And as we mentioned, you know, over the last couple of months, we've very much transitioned ourselves into a company that is Metaverse first. And I'd love to hear from both of you why you feel there is such a need for us to be, you know, not just NFT collections, but rather an ecosystem where these NFTs can live and be used and engaged with.
Okay.
I think,
sorry, Jing. There's definitely a lag here. Jing, you go first, and I'll follow on.
Okay.
Fill in any
Well,
gaps.
I think, you know, I think it's fun to have to have awesome NFTs in your wallet, but you know, the real Web3 community, it's about community, right? And that word is key to what we're developing. So I think with things like our Gs, our G2 projects, it's about like linking up, you know, our fans, our database, our community, fashion fans, in the metaverse, and that has to happen in an ecosystem where we can interact. You know, I think it's less exciting if we just, you know, if I just have a collection of awesome NFTs in my wallet. I want to kind of interact with other people who might collect the same things. or want to look at the stuff that I've got, or want to explore, that's I think the key to all of this development.
Yeah, and I'll add to that the NFT world that exploded in sort of 2020, which was mostly geared around art and a few of the side projects following on from CryptoPunks and CryptoKitties, was very much about a single item and what to do with it. And since then, since the sort of boom in the end of last year, beginning of this year, it's all been about utility. That's what everybody talks about. And fashion and utility means wearability, and wearability means the ability to be able to take something and move it around the metaverse. So to actually just be an NFT marketplace without having these extended opportunities for wearability, for transactional, for trading, for styling, for all the elements that come from our perspective being, first and foremost fashion people. That's where we come from. So we're constantly looking at, we're not sort of driven by the tech as much as we're driven by how can we bring the traditional fashion industry into this amazing opportunity of Web3 and the metaverse. I think that's a key element of why you can't just be a marketplace or a launch pad. You have to build in all of these extra elements. And for us, that's real world activations, collaborations with different Web3 projects, collaborations with different real life projects, and actually mesh the whole thing together. Because we are not all going to be wearing headsets 24 hours a day. There's still going to be engagement and activity in the real world. And a token, an NFT, enables many more options for those interactions to happen.
Yeah, and I think, one of our most recent projects that was announced just last week called Metalove, which is a collaboration between the K-pop group Lightsome and the French fashion designer Victor Vinsanto. I think this is a perfect example because, rather than just launch a collection of wearables, we're really launching an entire experience. So we're going to be launching the collection at Paris Fashion Week in September with a phygital event full of holograms and immersive projections. We're going to also, have online presence through our Discords and social feeds, and the collection will only be launched in October on bnv.me. So it's really about multiple layers and multiple stages. And I guess my next question for you guys is, as we develop into this metaverse ecosystem, what are you most excited about? Is it offering the end user interoperable assets? Is it transitioning traditional brands into this world? Or is it, this upcoming earning potential that NFTs have for their owners? Or is it all of it? And you can say all as well.
Jane, over to you.
I think I'm really excited about the way Web3 can enable young designers, to kind of produce, create in different ways, and actually provide a source of income, and not even fashion designers. It could be digital designers, and having everything on the chain and having royalties built into the chain that goes automatically into your wallet at every transaction. Is you cut out so many of the middlemen that is in traditional fashion, so that's exciting. I mean, the Lightsome and Winesano project is also awesome because you're bringing together two very different audiences, the kind of K-pop stans, the K-pop community, which is very powerful and very loyal, and this digital Web3 community. I think that's exactly what we have to do going forward. If more people are going to adopt Web3, if more people are going to get into NFTs and the metaverse, we have to embrace, physical fandoms, communities, Web2 as well. And I think we've done projects, we've done filters and things like that on social media and Instagram. I think that is the way to go on certain projects, to kind of engage people who are not Web3 natives, but might be Web2 natives.
Yeah, and I'll say the bit that gets me most excited in terms of the potential relates exactly back to what James started mentioning, is the economy changes, the traditional apparel industry, the fashion industry, means that sometimes the most creative and the most diligent and hardworking people are the least rewarded. But if you set up the right parameters, the right smart contract structure, the right reward system, you can actually reward the people that are actually really doing the work and really being creative, rather than the main capital deployers, you know, the big retail groups, the big manufacturing groups that would normally dominate the traditional cycle. I think the thing that leads to, which I'm personally most keen about, is what we're leading towards, is creating the economy and the mechanics that enable the digital owners of products, in our case that will be fashion items, to monetize, to earn through various different levels, but let's say metaverse engagement. So what we're referring to as wear and earn, and building, what we're doing is building the platforms, the opportunities for these digital asset owners to be able to monetize exactly what they've invested in. And I use a very simple example. If you walk out of a store, you buy a pair of sneakers and you wear them to an event, your people or friends are going up saying, what are those? Where did you get them from? So essentially you're an advertising billboard for that particular brand or for that particular product, but you're not being rewarded for that. What we're building is the ecosystem that enables you as an active participant in Web3 and the metaverse to be rewarded for promoting and advertising and collaborating with that brand, or even the owner of that particular product. Maybe it's not something that you own, but you could borrow it, or somebody could lend it to you in order for you to then go off and help monetize it for both parties. So I think that's the most exciting thing for me, is this huge economic shift from Web 2 to Web 3, or real life to Web 3.
Yeah, and I think for those of you who don't know BNV in detail, I think it's important to state that BNV has land in Decentraland. We have parcels in the Sandbox. We're soon to launch our very own BNV World, which is a fashion-forward, some would call it mini metaverse, sort of specifically created for fashion events and experiences. And the reason that we're building across these different metaverse platforms is that, you know, we really want there to be an interoperable experience for users. And when we discuss this economy or this economic system that we're building, I think it's very important that people understand that, you know, we're trying to build a journey for people across Web3 and across the next iteration of the internet. And if you can take your digital assets along with you wherever you go and play and earn, wear and earn, style and earn, then, you know, hopefully both for emerging markets and sort of emerging developing communities, but also everyone else who's working 9-to-5 jobs, the ideal or the dream would be that you can earn by doing culturally and entertaining experiences rather than just dull office work. And that's sort of like, I think, where BNV is trying to push the frontier. But whilst we're on the fashion economy side of things, I would love, Richard, for you to give us a little bit more detail on sort of where you believe the key, I guess, uniqueness of what BNV is offering through these earnership opportunities lies compared to maybe some of the other brands within digital fashion.
Difficult question to answer. I mean, there are people out there doing, I would say they're not competitors, but people that are working in the same space and building different projects and different experiences. And actually, we're in the process of, you know, collaborating and reaching out to a few of those people to actually do something together, because we see this very much as the early stages of fashion in Web3, and we're all here to, in the spirit of Web3, collaborate and cooperate and build this thing together. I think what probably sets us apart is the likes of Jing and myself and, you know, various other people that we have around the globe who are, I won't say veterans, but let's say long-standing members of the fashion community with really strong relationships and networks. So we are actually able to connect and talk to brands and designers, and as much as explain the opportunities, but also manage the expectations of what's actually achievable within the metaverse as it stands at the moment. Because there are some people that do have unrealistic expectations of what's available now. which will be available in years to come. But there's a lot of technical and bandwidth requirements that are going to be put into place. So, yeah, I guess to answer your question, I think we're the safe pair of hands. We can talk the right language to fashion people, but we have the full tech and we have the full marketing and the networking team behind us, and an amazing group of investors and shareholders that are able to support us.
Yeah, so I think just touching on that point, and I think it's probably the most important part of Web3 and sort of what we're all trying to achieve here, but the collaborative side of things and what it means to collaborate. I think BNV really strives to promote the idea that we should collaborate and unite rather than compete against each other, and that no one is going to succeed in the open metaverse and in Web3 if it's takes sort of the negatives from the old world and tries to compete and push each other down. But, from every project that we do, whether it's a collaborative project like MetaLove or our own in-house assets like the family of G's collection, we're always working together with other communities, designers, brands, Web3 communities, and I'd love to understand from you, Jing, and from Richard, what exactly do you believe is the power of collaboration, and where do you hope that we go? What collaboration are you dreaming of in the future?
I think actually, the creative collaborations, like, it's quite limitless in the digital world, right? We don't have to design with fabrication. There's no sourcing. There's no, you can have someone who frankly isn't a fashion designer designing digital fashion. So I think, in that world, in the world of music, you can have people, pop stars and K-pop stars, like we're doing collaborations. You can, the limitations are just kind of endless. I mean, I think it's interesting, Richard touched on the economy side, and that stat by, I think it was Morgan Stanley, that said the metaverse could bring fashion and luxury goods industry an additional $50 billion in sales by like 2030. I think there was a stat. And I think once the metaverse becomes a lot more sophisticated, gaming, throughout people like our investors like Alimoca or Epic Games, who own Fortnite, like those skins, those people, like once we get more people immersed in the metaverse, like, I think there'll be natural collaborations that will be very unexpected.
I also think that the concept of collaboration traditionally in our industry as a fashion company would be one brand partnering with another. And it's the power of two names which would form that club. And I actually started a business 15 years ago, which was all about collaborations, but between different fashion brands and different designers working together. For example, some of the stuff we're working on, we're not just collaborating with brands, but we're collaborating with gaming companies, we're collaborating with Web3 platforms, we're collaborating with music artists, we're collaborating with media publications. It's so, what I love about this is you wake up every morning and you never have to think, oh God, I've got to do this today. There's always something new, and there's always a new opportunity. You read an article or somebody pings you something on a DM or on an Instagram and you're going, wow, that's amazing. What can we do? How can we get involved in that? So the collaborative element from our perspective is we're open to all sorts of ideas. If it's helping to build relationships and communities and we're supporting each other and driving each other's businesses forward, it's only going to be for the benefit of everybody, the collaborative parties and the end user, the consumer or the participant and the community. So be as open as you possibly can when it comes to collaborations.
And I think you touched on
coming from a more traditional background in fashion, like I found the Web3 community so open and so even with companies that could be your competitors, it's been very eye-opening for me to operate in this world, because I've been so pleasantly surprised with how open people are and how willing they are to help and collaborate with direct competitors, because I think we're all working for more adoption. We're kind of all working in the same direction. Maybe that will change once it matures. I'm not sure, but right now it's a really nice space to be in.
And I think you both touched on a great point. You know, we started off by collaborating with designers and fashion brands, and we're moving into the realm of gaming even. You know, I think we all agree that fashion in the metaverse is not just, you know, the coolest new trend or catwalks or that haute couture. It's really identity. And I think, you know, that's what we're really concentrating on. You have to create your identity through the clothes that you wear, through the power that these clothes give you. And in the metaverse, clothes can have utility. They can have perks that tokenized. They can give you access to specific events, or they can give you exclusive discounts. And the more and more we delve into the role of NFTs within fashion, it's very interesting, and I'd love to hear what you think the most interesting perks and utilities that can be attached to these digital assets, and where you hope to take these perks, I guess.
I think we just did a collaboration with MetaKey. We just literally closed it down about an hour and a half ago, I believe, very successfully. Everything sold out. And I was listening into Matti and Timu from Ready Player Me this morning, the early session here at 9 o'clock, and it was you know, really interesting because we always felt that avatars and fashion will go hand in hand. And when you look at what Ready Player Me have created so far and continuing to grow, it brings that level of avatar interoperability. And we believe that you know, we'll have that fashion interoperability. I mean, we are working with Ready Player Me on a couple of things. And I just see that is the biggest sort of utility for us, is to eventually have that interoperability, not just across wherever Ready Player Me avatar can go, but wherever other avatar systems can go as well. And there is no simple method at the moment. It's very much hands-on. We have to do a lot of manual processing to create multiple versions of outfits so that can be worn in different locations. And whether we do it or somebody else comes up with the algorithm or the process that does instant conversions, which is, you know, what OMA 3, which is the open version of the Metaverse Standards Committee, which we are hoping, well, will be a part of, will help to facilitate. I think that's going to be the key. When you own something and almost seamlessly can wear that and move around different locations and different environments, I think that's what I'm really looking forward to.
I think for me, I like also the kind of physical digital aspect of what is possible in the future of NFT ownership. I think not necessarily, I don't mean like digital twins, you know, not like a digital twin of the outfit that you would own in real life, but more what perks and utilities the NFT is going to give you in real life. I think creating that community online is really important, but I think in real life experiences are also super, super important. I don't think the metaverse is going to replace life, you know, IRL stuff. I think it might take a certain part of our time, but I think there's a lot of perks that could be built into NFT ownership, like, you know, depending on the community, depending on what people want, DAOs, voting, you know, a new kind of system or democratic system that people can participate in that can manifest itself in the real world as well.
I think you touched on a great point there, that the metaverse isn't one singular entity. And maybe if Facebook hadn't changed its name to Meta a year ago, then no one would even be using the word. But the metaverse, and I think this is what I'm most proud about the BNV team, it's VR, it's AR, it's XR, it's physical, digital, it's a conglomeration of different types of technologies coming together. And the more our ecosystem grows, I think the more people will realize that what we're building is multi-layered, and it's going to allow you to walk into a physical store maybe in a couple of months or a year, and you'll be able to see things on the walls that maybe only you can see with your NFT. And, you know, Yatsu said this yesterday in his talk. Over the next 12 to 18 months, hopefully, there'll be a mass adoption of Web3 technologies, wallets being integrated within phones. And the more and more people join into this metaverse and sort of new Web3, the more we're going to be able to you know, provide to the masses. And I guess my final question to you guys is, what do you think is the key thing missing to grab the mass population or the big crowds of people out there that still aren't part of our community?
I'll jump in. I'll start first here, Jing. I still think that for a lot of people, it's quite daunting. When I first got my MetaMask wallet 3 years ago, and tried to buy Ether, and it was complicated. And it's easier now, but if you're doing it for the first time, it's still a complicated process, and it can be quite off-putting. For mass adoption, for everybody to come on board, the process of interacting with a wallet has to be almost invisible. It's almost something that you do. It's like, we need to get to the stage where it took many, many years for people to be very, very comfortable with e-commerce, giving their credit card details online, and lots of tools and lots of security elements had to be built in, and then along came Shopify and a few similar people to the point where everybody is so comfortable with the process now. It's almost, it's a no-brainer. People do things without really thinking. I think we're a long way from that yet, but I think that's when we will get to that tipping point of when people are interacting with Web3 and with the Metaverse, and they don't even realize that they're doing it. It's just all embedded into their, their phone or their desktop or their headsets or whatever it is that they're using to interact with.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, as someone who's not a crypto native, it is painful, that onboarding process at the beginning, to be very frank with you. And I think if Web2 built in systems, maybe in Web2 to kind of help guide people into Web3 would be very useful, because now everyone's, through social media, whatever it is. I remember the beginning of, logging onto Friendster and MySpace and having these different accounts and trying to navigate how social media works, right? It was kind of painful at the beginning too. But I think Richard's right. Now with like the payment thing, or look with Apple Pay, we just tap our phones and click on the side, and it's completely seamless. It's we don't really even think about it. So I think the technology and the partnership with devices and Web2 companies, I think, to provide this more seamless and less painful journey into Web3 is definitely key for the average person,
And as we wrap up, I would love to send you all to start this journey and learn more about Web3 and what it means to, dress yourself in the metaverse. Go check out bnv.me. Go check out our booth and scan some QR codes to play around with some AR and some bunnies jumping around. You can test out some of our coolest wearables. I'd like to thank again Richard Hobbs, CEO and founder of BNV, and Jing Zhang in the business development. Thank you very much, everyone. And again, thank you to Angel Hub and W Hub, all the team, Josephine, Muskan, Karina, Karen, Graham, Vincent. Thank you, everyone, for hosting us, and have a great afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for inviting us to speak. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you, BNV team, right? Super exciting stuff. In fact, I thought about my closet at home, and I realized I am really missing a few digital pieces. Next out, yesterday we had lots of talks, right, of ESG and compliance. And it's one of those things that the audience raised their hand and is like, I want to be regulated. I don't think many people say that unless they really think it's serious. So there's no better reason, right, to want self-regulation unless it's actually personal. So on this front, we have Christy with us once again, joining us from day one now in day two. And of course, as well, with Scott Theo. Is that right, sir? Come on up.
Well, we were just noticing that it doesn't quite resemble Scott, but that's all right. We were just asking Jeff to take the stage. Come on down, Jeff.
We've upgraded to a better-looking moderator.
Thanks. Although I'm not meant to be the moderator, we thought we'd change things up a little bit here, just because that's like how we like to do it. As mentioned, my name is Christy Swartz. I'm a partner at DLA Piper. And Scott Teal here, also known as Jeffrey Choi. Basically, Scott and I used to work together at DLA Piper. He was a partner there. until he basically, recruited me, left me, and joined Toco, which is his baby that he set up. In all seriousness, I thought it'd be great to kind of switch the roles around a little bit, because Scott does come from, of course, a legal background, but it's a great story that we have about Toco. Toco is a wholly owned subsidiary of DLA Piper, and we're super blessed to have Scott with us. And the guy knows more about technology than I would probably ever know, so hence the other reason why he's a great person that was meant to be the moderator, but we're going to kind of take turns with this. So on that note, I wanted to start out with the first question to Scott, and maybe in line with our topic. Can you tell us about your kind of journey with Toco, and what caused you to do it? What were some of the things that jumped out at you that you were seeing that made you decide to jump from being a very nicely paid lawyer partner at DLA Piper into the entrepreneur space? And what are the challenges I think you've seen while doing this? Is the market ready for Toco?
Thanks, Christy. Great to be here again today at SIS. I think the purpose of this is about regulation. That it's to give a sense. But what we're going to do is try and use Toco as an example of why regulation, what it means practically from a good and also perhaps from a challenge perspective, and then weave it back into me actually performing something of a moderator role and throwing some questions back at Christy, but let's call it a chat rather than a moderated session. So Toco was really ideated in the context of this wonderful thing called distributed ledger technologies and the promise that it provides to create a more interesting, a more inclusive, a more dynamic, a more liquid capital markets infrastructure. And capital markets sounds like a big scary thing, but I think what we're talking about here is the ability for more people to participate in the financial services ecosystem, to have their own assets that they can fundraise against, or indeed to invest in other people's assets in smaller, fractional and liquid ways. And we've seen through cryptocurrencies and more latterly, I guess, NFTs, the excitement and the buzz and frankly, the want. Humans want to do these types of things. Unfortunately, traditional finance has only allowed certain humans to do these things, either big corporates or very rich humans that can play in regulated assets as professional investors, for example. And so part of the rationale for this was to democratize finance, to democratize participation, to help create an ecosystem of virtual assets that allows for more creativity and more participation. So that was probably the driver. Plus, I was very bored being a lawyer, let's be honest, and this is a bit more fun. So turning this to the regulatory piece, and this is where it gets interesting, because as we start moving from unregulated digital apes, and Christy happens to be a fan of the digital ape, I personally have some challenges with the current valuations, but as we move from that kind of single NFT, single asset kind of JPEG type world into more interesting and more complex things, whether it's fractional interests in artwork or fractional participation in real estate or tokenization of funds, essentially the ability to tokenize anything, the law gets complicated. It really does. And the law was written for traditional finance. It's siloed, and the entire ecosystem of assets really has been regulated along fairly defined different silos. This wonderful technology is allowing people, asset owners, and more people to crash across these boundaries and find themselves in the regulated space quite easily. So if I have an NFT, I have one asset, maybe a piece of digital art, and I create one NFT. No problem, unregulated, I sell it to one person. At this point in time, in most jurisdictions, and we'll come on to this, that's an unregulated asset. Go for your life. Then I come up with a good idea. Wouldn't it be interesting, because these digital apes now are worth quite a lot of money and not everyone can afford $300,000 for a JPEG. How about I break it up into 100 at $1,000 each or $3,000 each? Yeah? All of a sudden, this is suddenly probably a security or a collective investment scheme or some other fairly complex regulated financial instrument. And if I'm in the business of selling, buying, dealing in these things, suddenly I'm at risk of going to jail in one jurisdiction or the next. And it's a very simple twist of a structure, and it shows how this technology is enabling people to do things that perhaps traditionally were only the purview of fund managers or investment managers or banks or other financially services regulated players. So that's the challenge. What we've done with Toco is we've allowed people to come in and now create these assets. But there is a misunderstanding, I think, that you come in, Toco can just mint the asset and that's easy, which is why Christy and I speak to each other every day, usually several times a day, because as you structure these deals, it's really important that you get it right. And I spoke about this on the panel yesterday, that it's very important that the transaction is structured in a way that doesn't breach in Hong Kong the Securities and Futures Ordinance or some other rules. And if you do, there are potentially significant consequences and enforcement actions. So that's the point. Now, the world, without doubt, the world wants to do this. We have asset owners all over the world coming to Toco, coming to DLA Piper and saying, we want to do this. We have lots of investors wanting to buy these things. So why have we not yet got a vibrant security token ecosystem? And this is the challenge. The regulatory frameworks are not catching up, or are yet to catch up. So Christy, back to you, because you're getting governments around the world now reaching out to you as one of the preeminent virtual asset lawyers on the planet and saying, Christy, can you come into my jurisdiction and help me design a framework that protects investors, that does the things that we want to do that are right and good for a proper operating marketplace, but actually enables these ecosystems to get going. So I'd be really interested in your perspective on what's happening in the world, what are you doing, and what are the key elements around that?
Sure. So some of the things happening in the world, as Scott mentioned, it's without a doubt, people want to do these types of transactions and they want to do these deals. It makes sense. It's right for the picking. However, you don't have a lot of the kind of necessary people to the party yet. I think if you take a look back in the past year or so, we were hoping that some of the pieces, part to the puzzle would be fixed. I think some of them are getting there. We're basically further along now than we were then, but perhaps not as far along as we'd like to be in the security token space. As for governments, as for regulators, we do a bit of work in that space. And when they come to us, they say, what do we need to be doing and how do we do it? Sounds pretty simple, sounds very easy. No problem, we have this thing called crypto. Yes, crypto assets, yes. What does it mean? What do you need to do with it? And as Scott mentioned, you've got TradFi, you've got the traditional finance, and so like a place like Hong Kong, come on, that's basically the bread and butter of Hong Kong. It basically makes Hong Kong tick. And so when you try to add on to it, you've got legacy issues and problems around what you can basically add on. Because unfortunately, I think some, and I'm not saying Hong Kong is particularly guilty of this, but I think some people want a quick fix. And this is just something you're really going to have to either overhaul, or as we mentioned yesterday on Alice and my panel, we said, you know, I think you may have to actually look at even possibly a new regulator with new laws, and that's a big job. So when people are asking us, okay, so we want to draft new laws, for instance, what does that entail? Well, if you're a regulator, you look at it and you say, oh gosh, I've got to draft the laws and I've got to make something that's fit for purpose for the jurisdiction, super hard. Then I have to basically launch that, pretty hard too. I've got to bring all the market participants to the jurisdiction, because what's the point in drafting it and say, draft it and see if they'll come? That's not particularly probably viable in many jurisdictions, or desirable anyway. And I think finally you basically have to say, is it sustainable? Because once you get the market participants there, and once you basically have the laws and the regulations in place, if basically you have no sustainability, people, as soon as the next jurisdiction comes along and puts a fix-it Band-Aid over things and jumps to the next jurisdiction, people in this space unfortunately have seen in the past a jurisdiction hop. It's what we call jurisdictional arbitrage. You basically look for a jurisdiction that can do things that you like to do a little bit better than somebody else is doing it, and just you jump over there, and hopefully the cost of doing so isn't excessive. So as a regulator, as I mentioned as well yesterday, I would hate to have the job, because being a regulator just is a thankless task at the moment, I think, because you just tell a lot of people no. Nobody likes what you have to say because they don't think you're doing anything about it, or you're not acting quick enough. So I think the role of the regulator in this space is critical, because I'm of the view that for the first time in my 26 years in Hong Kong, I feel that this is an area that's basically asking to be regulated. It's almost begging to be regulated, and to say, can you give me some certainty around the regulations and some of the requirements of what we need to do to get licensed? And then after you have that in place, how long is it going to take me? Because traditional finance and licensing in Hong Kong, as many will know, looking at Karina, it's a tough process. It's a tough, expensive, long process, and only those who are really in it to win it basically will succeed. So I think the role of the regulator is paramount, because once you get the laws and regulations in place, you have to have a pretty vibrant or pretty enthusiastic regulator who will take a look at what's happening in the industry, and they'll basically look to see, do we need to tweak things, and then that they can do so quickly. Because otherwise, the law is reactionary. We don't exactly pass laws just because that's what we do, and people think, oh, I've got nothing better to do, let's go pass a law today. So I think that's the problem, is that even if you get the laws in place, you've got to have a regulator that's pretty dynamic and is willing to basically move with the, investment community in doing so.
I'm going to ask one supplement. You touched on the role of the regulator, and it's an interesting one to me, and we've obviously seen different approaches from different regulators around the world. The role of, I think, every particularly sort of financial services or securities regulator clearly includes investor protection. Yes. But is that where it should end? Because we are seeing some regulators who are clearly of the view that they're trying to create a vibrant ecosystem for the market participants, and there are some who are stuck on investor protection as their primarily, if not even bordering on only perspective.
Yes, I think in that respect, I'll comment from a Hong Kong perspective. I think Hong Kong is a little bit, I find it super interesting. A lot of things have gone by in the last 26 years that I've been in Hong Kong. But the one thing that still sticks out, and I think probably everyone remembers at the SFC and others who've been around, is the Lehman mini bond fiasco that we had that went on for a long, long time. And the SFC, I think, has a very long memory of kind of the investor protections, or the lacking of investor protection around the mis-selling of the supposed purported Lehman mini bonds. And so with that, I think the regulator has, especially Hong Kong, I think most regulators have consumer protection, investor protection at the forefront, but I think Hong Kong, unfortunately, it blinds us slightly because people say we're just not going to have one of those again, come what may. So I think that's some of the issues we have around, basically professional investors. Scott mentioned earlier, just only the wealthy individuals can basically do certain things because we have a real protectionist feeling towards retail. We think that retail couldn't possibly know how to do things. So the SFC, they're here to save us, and goodness, we're so happy we have them. And I say that in jest because I think they do a pretty good job, but I think they're just a little bit gun shy around things that have happened in the past, and I think we need to move with it and go forward. But I think the other thing that we always see, governments and any regulator, AML, KYC, FATF, there's a lot of movement in this space. There's a lot of people basically on the gray list or moving towards the gray list, which is a pretty undesirable place to be. And I think when people are trying to get their heads around crypto regulations or virtual asset regulation, it becomes super difficult for people to try to balance, if you will, the consumer investor protection piece versus the AML KYC. And I think anyone that's in this space realizes it's not a place where you can say, oh, I can't do that or else I'm going to lose the business. It's a pretty de rigueur requirement and request for people to onboard clients to do AML KYC. And I think that's just a discussion that you're just not going to have too much of going forward, because FATF has been pretty aggressive in the last few years. And I think Hong Kong, we waver and we hover a little bit over being a little bit kicked down to the gray list. And I think that's a big fear for some place like Hong Kong to be anywhere near that side of the AML KYC regime. So I think I'm going to kick it back to you, Scott. We talked yesterday about, and it was discussed, should NFTs be regulated? A lot of people think they're super harmless. We know what Toco does. We've seen, tokenization, what it can do. There's all sorts of, fascinating things that can happen with tokenization. But let's talk about NFTs for enterprise. And where do you think this is going, or are there any challenges? For instance, I'm just going to say it. Do you think they should be regulated? Are they harmless?
They clearly are not harmless, in that what we've seen is the explosion of multi-billion-dollar marketplaces like OpenSea. And funnily enough, unregulated multi-billion-dollar marketplaces have become a great place for fraudsters and others to operate. And so there has been a huge amount of harm done, and I think we are going to see a lot of people that lose money, a lot of concerns, a lot of mis-selling, and really the same principles of any investable asset Do people understand what they're buying? Do they know what they're buying? Is it clear what they're buying? And I think what we've seen with unregulated markets, where you don't have to provide any level of disclosure or information, or indeed in some cases no level of AML KYC of the people buying it, is this creates problems. So I think without doubt they should be regulated and need to be regulated, but not in a way that closes down the innovation, the creativity and the opportunity, but actually will foster a growth in the market. Now, the concept of NFTs for enterprise, which it's a broad statement. We were chatting about it in the Investor Lounge beforehand. You are not going to get large-scale corporate businesses engaging in consumer channels with NFTs and Metaverse strategies in an unregulated environment, where there are horror stories happening about rug pulls and frauds and insider trading and market manipulation and all of these things. You're just not going to get. You'll get the crypto kitties and you'll get those, you know, the Web3 natives and all of that. But actually the real world kind of large scale adoption of this technology within the enterprise will benefit from a degree of regulation. So one of the things we're doing with Toco at the moment, we've just received confirmation of our provisional license in Dubai to run what I believe will be the world's first regulated NFT exchange. And we're in process of setting that business up and launching the technology around that. It's going to provide a means by which the enterprises, the corporates, those who want to do it properly, to actually safely, securely and in a compliant manner build, launch and deploy their own NFT strategy and access a marketplace that is compliant with all of the types of rules that we know and expect from other marketplaces. So identification of investors, from disclosures about the underlying assets and what's actually going on in there, combined with obviously, you know, the kind of trust layer that comes with, you know, a regulated service provider like Toco, and the assurance that comes with, you know, the legal advice. And when we launched Toco nearly 2 years ago now at the Hong Kong Blockchain Week, we did an NFT project. I didn't know the acronym NFT at the time, but we worried about things like, it was an NFT of a physical piece of art. We broke up into small pieces. We made them non-fungible by putting a different part of the picture onto each of the tokens by breaking it up. We got a waiver of moral rights from the artist to chop up his painting, not the physical one, just the image. We got IP assignments and flows, and we baked that into the token. We gave the people who were buying those tokens very clear documentation about their 1/16th interest in the physical painting and their 1/16th entitlement to, you know, the capital gains as and when the painting gets sold, and all of these types of things. Now, again, this is going back nearly 2 years now, but these are the types of projects that I think will take off in the near future. The digital art NFT has been fantastic because we've seen how there is a desire for this. We've seen the creation of a lot of ecosystems and a lot of creativity. But as we start pivoting NFTs towards other activities, whether they're redemption tokens for retail goods manufacturers, whether they're SKU tokens for inventory management, you know, whatever they might be, they will benefit from this type of regulated exchange that brings the comfort. Because if you want to get an enterprise to do this, you are going to have to sit there, sadly, convincing the general counsel and the head of risk and the head of compliance that this is all going to be okay. And rightfully, there is nervousness within the corporates about some of these issues. They don't fully understand the technology and they see a lot of negative headlines. So I think it really is essential that they are regulated and we move in that space. And unfortunately, I think in some markets where, you know, the horse bolts as happens with technologies, and you see marketplaces just taking off and then regulators coming in after the fact and regulating through prosecution. And that's a destructive force. It creates a negative energy, a negative perception of the entire industry, and that's of no benefit to anyone who believes in the future of this technology and how it can be adopted for the benefit of, you know, humanity as a whole. So you know, for all those reasons, I think it is really important. I want to throw it back to you, Christy, because we've got this evolution of different asset classes. We had cryptocurrencies, ICO booms, fundraisings. We had NFTs, and they've gone through a kind of a bit of a bubble in the first generation. I think we're about to see the second. We've talked about the challenges of security tokens and asset-backed tokens and the need for regulatory reform around those. Let's do a little bit of a year in retrospect. You know, the best part of 12 months ago, maybe more like 10 or 11 months ago, we were at the SIS conference here in Hong Kong, a little east of here it was, and you know, there was a lot of excitement in the room about the future of this industry, about the future of Hong Kong in this industry. How do you think we've, if we go back to our expectations sitting in the lounge there to where we are today, have we met the expectations? Have we exceeded them? Have we failed? And what are we going to do to ignite the ecosystem if indeed we haven't progressed enough?
Yeah, sure. Being the eternal optimist, I don't like to think that we've failed, but I have to say, we came off of a little bit of a high last year when we were at SIS. I'm not saying this is not coming off of a high because of SIS, but it was because we just had people, NFTs, people finally understood, kind of what, Bitcoin. I always refer back to my previous firm when people said, Christy, Fintech, it's a great, I guess, thing to do, but it's not a real practice. And quite frankly, that Bitcoin thing is really annoying. I just wonder when it's going to go away. So we moved past that because we realized, Bitcoin doesn't have to be, kind of the whole Fintech space. It's a part of. And so with the NFT explosion, we kind of came off that high and said, people look at the artwork, look at what we're doing. The next natural progression, at least where I'm hoping it still will go, and I think it's on its way, is the security token offering space. The problem we have with security token offerings is that you're missing some of the pieces parts, as I was saying earlier, to the party. So you've got kind of the Tocos of the world, you've got the Angel Hubs of the world, you've got the DLA Pipers of the world. We get it. But unfortunately, we've got kind of humps in the road when it comes to regulatory and regulations. So this is where the jurisdictional arbitrage comes into play a little bit. Because if we're looking to do certain fundraising activities, or we're looking to do certain things, you have to look around for the regulations. And so that when we looked at regulations in different jurisdictions, as our topic suggests, we basically said, one of the biggest sticking points, and one of the things I think we're trying to solve for in the end-to-end solution, is how do we basically, from a Toco, Angel Hub, perhaps, DLA Piper perspective, how do we get these types of projects off the ground into market? And I think we're just about getting there with having the right relevant players, in the space. I think we are missing some, and unfortunately, once you get some of the players in the space, the two people that somewhat have licenses in Hong Kong aren't really geared up to do some of the things that we were interested in doing. So I think you have then the sticking points there. Do you have actually the relevant kind of mindset to get it over the hump? So I think the year, I guess looking back for the past year, maybe not exactly where I hoped it would be, but I am hopeful that we're closer this year than we were last year, and realizing, because I think we didn't know what we didn't know last year. This year we know that there's some missing links still. We've got to basically find relevant players to that and bring them to the party.
Let me offer a perspective on that, because I think you're right. I would say we're closer, but perhaps we haven't gone as far as we hoped we would in that time. That's a Hong Kong perspective. I think if we turn that perspective to what's happening in the Middle East, and we go back to us sitting at SIS last year, we didn't think what was about to happen. Who knew what was about to happen in the Middle East? We now know that Dubai in particular is launching a comprehensive virtual assets framework. It is encouraging market participants.
Exciting even. Very exciting.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting. And I think from that regulatory arbitrage point becomes very, very relevant. If I have assets here and I want to do fundraisings with assets here, and I have people who want to buy those things here, can I do those deals elsewhere? I think is the question. And there are other markets. Singapore is one, question mark where they are at. But I would say you answered the question in the context of Hong Kong. Not as far on, but it's one thing to be moving forward slowly. But if others are racing past you, where does that leave us?
Yeah, so I think that's a great point. I think Singapore, as I mentioned yesterday, I think they are probably slightly ahead of Hong Kong in this aspect of bringing relevant people to the party that can be licensed quicker. And I think Hong Kong has been a bit of a herd mentality, like I said, post-Lehman. But irrespective of that, where I think regulation's going is that places like the Middle East are basically seeing this opportunity and absolutely doing something about it, and they're thriving. They're figuring out what to do, how to do it. Perhaps some might say it's easier because they don't have a lot of the TradFi stuff to deal with, but I don't know that I agree with that, because you still have, they still have a central bank, they still have a securities regulator, just the same as we do in Hong Kong. They're about, half the size of Hong Kong population-wise, but growing by the day. So I think the thing is that, you know, consumer protection and, you know, FATF compliance will be kind of on their radar too. It's number one. But I think with it looking to see, let's put it another way, the good, the bad, the ugly. Where you probably don't want to be is in the US and looking how they're handling things if you were a regulator or a government. The land grab and the whole take me to your leader, I don't know where to take you, and if I wanted to be compliant, I don't know how. So I think regulations there have kind of probably gone a little bit to the extreme and to the fact that you don't even know where to go if you wanted to be compliant. So maybe just with the minute or two, Scott, that we have left, you know, do you think the STO market will take off Hong Kong? What's your bet? Hong Kong, other jurisdiction? If so, where? And kind of what are the challenges you see that lie ahead?
I cannot see it taking off in Hong Kong while we have a regulator whose view is they need to approve every single deal. I do not believe it is the role of a regulator to play market gateway for deals. It is their role to provide a framework of regulation and to ensure people follow them, but it is not their role to second guess the deals that are done within those rules. And I think one of the problems I believe is happening here in Hong Kong is no one may do anything without their approval, and that I think will prevent the market here from taking off. And until that changes, is my view. I think we are going to see the security token market. I can share with the audience the incredible pipeline of enterprise engagement in this area. We have some of the biggest, you know, fund managers, investment managers, asset owners, enormous companies with, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of assets that are now talking to us about digitizing and tokenizing that asset base. So it is, you know, it's not something that's maybe going to happen. It is clearly going to happen, and we now have the big players, you know, wanting to make sure it's happening, and they're coming to talk to Toco and DLA Piper about, you know, how we do these things. The issue then is going to be, where are we going to do it, and where's going to break first? And you know, what we're seeing in the Middle East suggests that it's very likely to be a market where this takes off quite quickly. I agree with your sentiment about the US, and I think the US tendency to regulate US investors regardless of where the deals might be done, I think will also limit US citizens, you know, US investor side participation as well. But I think it would be great to see that change, obviously, here in Hong Kong fairly soon. And, you know, there'll perhaps be a pivot, you know, fear will perhaps turn into FOMO at some point and a realisation that it needs to happen. I don't know. Right back at you on the same question. Where do you think the damn wall's going to break? Because I think we all agree it's going to break.
Yeah, true. I think it's not if it's gonna happen. It's not if, it's when. But when, I'm hoping in the next year. But I think with the advancement we're seeing in the Middle East, if I was a betting lady, as many know I'm not, I think I'd put my dollars on the Middle East to probably race ahead of everyone else on getting at least the regulations out there, and to basically get their grip on what's happening in this space, and try to tackle some of the hard problems and questions that nobody else kind of wants to do. As I said, they kind of want to put a Band-Aid over. So that's my guess.
We're over time.
We are over time. So thank you again to W Hub, Angel Hub, SIS, and thanks for the invitation to be back again this year. Thanks everyone for attending as well.
Thank you. Ooh, it's 6 p.m. people. This is virtual happy hour time. So please join us in the Metaverse for some bubbles. Look, we've had a long day. Thank you everyone for sticking by virtually, in person. I can see, you know, the whole space is still very active. Well, carrying on our previous conversation about regulation, we have a next session is about how do we make Metaverse safer, more open, and more accessible. So for this particular panel, we're so delighted to have 3 amazing speakers. First, Ms. Nina Jane Patel from Kabuni, Mr. Thibault Verbies from Payfoot, and of course, our very own, our very lovely Ms. Karina Berlin. Thank you so much, and take it away, Karina. Woo!
What a beautiful introduction to this very important panel, and I can see Nina and Thibaut are joining us here. Well, welcome to SIS 22.
Hi. Thanks for having us, Karina. Good to see you.
Great to see you guys again. Yeah, thank you. We're going to talk more about PayFoot in a few minutes, but I just want to say, you know, at SIS, we are not shy to really talk about very, very important topics and address the difficult ones as well. Because we talked a lot about the opportunities of the metaverse, but there's also a question about, is the metaverse safe? And if it's not, how can we make it safer? So you know the drill by now. The audience knows the drill as well. I always ask my panelists to give me a very, very bold statement just to set the tone. So I'm gonna start with you, Nina. Give me a bold statement, your bold statement about the metaverse and its dangers.
Well, we are living at a most extraordinary time in human history. We're at the cusp of exciting applications of metaverse technology and its components that will have significant potential in the areas we need them most, such as healthcare, and in my particular area of interest, education, unlocking imaginations, bringing awe, joy, and wonder into the classroom, into the lives of children. The technology points us in the right direction, but the rest is up to us to use the technology wisely, intentionally, and intelligently, not only for ourselves, but for future generations as well.
Thank you very much. Health, education, children, yes, we can understand why this topic about safety is very important. Thibaut, over to you. What is your bold statement about the need for safety or the dangers of the metaverse?
You know, I believe that every time humanity jumped to another level of consciousness, you know, you can say a new paradigm in society, it was always driven or accompanied by a new technology, you know. And 25 years ago, we had the internet that came up in our society. And that technology was needed to actually make it happen, that new level of consciousness. We are citizens of a global village, which is Earth, and I value other cultures as much as I value mine, etc. But at the same time, that new technology is also being used by people that not necessarily have, you know, embraced the same level of consciousness yet. So there are also abuses by people who can be greedy, by people who can have bad intentions. That's exactly what you call human evolution at any stage. So that technology of metaverse, like AI, like blockchain, are the new disruptive technologies that we need to jump to another level of consciousness, probably to survive at the end. But also, those technologies will be used by people who will not necessarily behave the way we want. So we need to be at the same time super excited, super optimistic, and at the same time not naive, and have the safeguards that we need. And it's always a question of balance.
Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. Big turning point, but watch out. And I think it's great to have both of you here on this panel to talk about that question on safety, because you're coming from very different backgrounds, both now joined in the metaverse, passionate about the same topic. But Thibaut, you started off as a lawyer, right? And then moved into technology. Tell us a bit more about the why and how of your journey.
But I would say it was easy because I've always been a tech lawyer. So, I did the merge many years ago between tech and law. I'm still a lawyer, but it's a fact that no, I am very dedicated to make that metaverse, emerge and be a reality. So for me, it's like a natural evolution, I would say. I've been involved in the tech space for my entire career, and so I'm just fascinated to see how we can shape society again, for the good and for the bad. That's the way it is. So try to contribute to the good as much as I can.
Yeah, you said you were very passionate about technology. Is it also fair to say you felt like it's a little bit of a no man's land that requires a little bit more intervention in terms of, legal and regulatory frameworks?
Uh, you know, when you say to a lawyer no man's land, this is not something he will understand, because there is no legal such a thing as legal no man's land. Law is everywhere, even if you don't see it. Try to murder someone on the moon, you will be persecuted when you are back on Earth. So no, there is nothing like legal no man's land. It's just to understand how we can enforce regulations that sometimes are not adapted yet, and make them evolve if necessary.
Brilliant, yes. And so, Nina, you are coming from a different background. By training, you're a psychotherapist, right? And then also very, very passionate about education and child development, right? In that overlay, in that intersection. And then you moved into technology, and more in particular, right, if I got this correct, immersive technological experiences. So tell us a little bit more about your story, your evolution.
Yeah, I'm just going to push back a little bit on the concept of moving into technology, because human beings have always used technology in different formats since the evolution of time. And so we are always using technology. So I trained as a psychotherapist, a movement psychotherapist, particularly interested in human expression, self-expression through nonverbal communication. And the introduction of immersive technology and the concept of us communicating nonverbally in digital spaces is very interesting to me, and very curious about how this may evolve us as humans as we begin to communicate in fully synthetic environments more and more in our daily lives. But yes, I am passionate about human development, child development. Co-founding Kabuni as a psychotherapist means my role is to prioritize the psychological and physiological needs of children who use our technology, and consider the impact, the long-term impact of what it means to be a child growing up in the metaverse, and how we can design technology today to protect them today and for the future, and next generations as well, and consistently innovate for the needs of the child, for their education, for their health, and for their happiness.
Yeah, and actually, so yeah, VP of Metaverse Research at Kabuni, is it you're focusing on children? Is there a specific age group actually you're particularly interested in?
Yeah, Kabuni is designed to elevate educational experiences for children between the ages of 8 to 16. So introducing the technology in intelligent, innovative ways to enhance their education, bringing awe, joy, and wonder into the classroom, and delivering education curriculum in exciting, new, innovative ways, which I think we can all agree the pandemic showed that education as a whole needs to be innovative and needs to engage and embrace technology in new, exciting ways for the betterment of our children's experience today, and also for their future, so that they understand technology and can use it and integrate it responsibly, safely, and intentionally.
Yeah, so actually right now, from first being potentially an opportunity, right, to leverage technology more in the classroom, now it became a need within the pandemic, right? So we're gonna very quickly then focus into, you know, the dangers or the opportunities. But again, Thibaut, at the beginning of the talk, we played Payfoot, the demo, right? Just bring us the audience a bit more up to speed. So what was the philosophy, the why of launching Payfoot.com?
So you may have understood it's a football or soccer related metaverse. So we like saying that we leverage football for inclusion and for evolution. And so you know, football is the largest community on earth. Actually, it's 4 billion people watch the World Cup every 4 years. There are probably more than 2 billion actual fans, football fans in the world. So it's a very big community driven by passion. And we believe that we have there an enormous, unique opportunity to actually leverage in a positive way that community for achieve great things in that new environment, Web3, Metaverse. And so we are trying to build a safe environment first, a safe environment for the fans, for the players, for the clubs. And with a regulator, I can explain later on when we're gonna tackle issues like, you know, regulation, governance, and there is independent self-regulating body overseeing that universe. And we are trying to also channel the actions, the behaviors of the participants also in a positive way. That's something that will unfold over the next year. So step by step. Now we are launching the Metaverse. It's in a few days, it's going to be live in a beta testing environment, in a beta testing mode. So beta testers will be able to, in the coming days, to join the Metaverse, beta test it, get rewarded. It's fully fledged. It's also a play-to-earn environment, of course. You can play games, football games. You can interact through a social network with other fans or players. There are different features and activities you can do. You can go on a train, rent a bike, visit the different islands. And in the coming months, you're going to be able also to participate in competitions between the clubs, because our first participants, or partners, I would say more than participants, partners, are the clubs. So the economy, if you want, of that Metaverse today is based on the clubs, the real clubs, joining the Metaverse, and they have their own stadium, virtual stadium, in the middle of their own island. So this is a universe or Metaverse made of different universes, islands. Every club has its own universe on its island, and they are all intertwined through teleportation gates.
Right, and we talked previously, again, in terms of what are the watch outs or the worries about safety in that context. And you told me, passion is great, and particularly, around soccer, a lot of people are very passionate, but sometimes people get too passionate, and in the physical world, that could lead to violence, that leads to corruption. Is that the type of, safety issues you have to deal with in that particular environment?
Yes. Yes, of course. We have a responsibility to create a space which is as safe as possible, because to a certain extent, and that's the paradox of a Metaverse as it is today, is that it is centralized in the I would say virtual aspect of it. The universe itself is today centralized because we are building it. In the future, it's going to be different. It's going to be more and more decentralized. I'm not talking about blockchain here, but the environment, the virtual environment itself. And so we need to create that space as safe as possible. So, but again, with a balance between the freedom of the people that we must also allow, and security, safety of the people. So we are implementing measures or tools to try to create that safe space. For instance, we're using an AI that is monitoring the conversations in an anonymous way. There is no one really watching you. That's in the AI that detects, chats or things that can be harmful, racist, against other people, and then certain measures can be taken. The balance being also respecting the privacy of the people, of course.
Right, absolutely. Now, Nina, zooming in again on naming the concrete dangers for children in the Metaverse. What are the exact consequences we're talking about? What are things that you have identified or things that you're worried about and you're closely watching? Is it dependence? Yeah, exactly.
To put it plainly, the Metaverse is not a safe place for children right now. It is not designed for children. Most hardware is for 13 and above, and the content within it is not designed for children in mind. So anyone who's putting their children into a headset right now to experience a fully immersive Metaverse is doing that against advised protocols around the age of children who should be using virtual reality. But the fact is that children are using virtual reality, and they will continue to do. And as we know, children adopt to technology quicker than any other generation or age group. And so this is unlikely to decline. So so children are currently being fully immersed, present, and embodied in virtual environments, social virtual environments, and also gaming environments that first of all are elevating their sensory experience because of that design of embodiment, immersion, and presence. And then they're witnessing experiences where people are not treating each other very kindly in current social virtual reality platforms. So they're experiencing racist language, homophobic language, they're experiencing bullying, verbal harassment, and in worst case scenarios, sexual harassment and attempted virtual groping. And that's a fact. And there's been research done to show that people who are vulnerable in the physical world are going to continue to be vulnerable in the virtual world. And we need to put up prioritization of regulation and also design spaces with safety as the priority. So those are the existing harms. And then we start talking about kind of near future harms and then longer term harms, which bring in the psychological impacts of what it means to be human in a fully digital synthetic environment. So we're talking about desensitization, also potential adult themes of content in virtual reality that we don't want our children exposed to, and all of the issues that are existing on online harms in the 2D format on the current internet will continue to advance and manifest in the 3D metaverse. And we need to take action because of that higher sense of emotional response due to the presence, embodiment, and immersion.
So are actually these dangers that exist in the physical world, you mentioned then, right, could be bullying, could be even, violence, etc. Are they reinforced and accelerated? Are they perceived even stronger in the digital world?
Well, the research, well, certainly there needs to be more research to understand the impact of embodiment, especially for children on a cognitive level in terms of their learning development from the earliest ages onwards, because we truly don't understand what the technology, how it's impacting us neurologically, physiologically, and psychologically. And more research needs to be done to prioritize innovation, putting those needs as paramount. And we need to create a business system and an industry ecosystem that allows that type of innovation to be encouraged. Otherwise, we're throwing our children into environments that we really just don't know how they're going to respond and who else is in those platforms with them. And we are not doing a good enough job in educating ourselves as adults, let alone our children, on how to treat each other with dignity and respect in our digital spaces.
Right. We also talked a little bit about, obviously, there's always a flip side to the coin, right? I mean, there are talks out there that actually gaming or virtual role play can actually help kids experiment. And I think you even said, it's part of actually growing up, that experimentation has positive effects. Again, so where's the balance? And, where do we strike that right role play experience, try to learn from, being risk-taking in the virtual world and then taking advantage of that in your behavioral, appearance in the physical world? Where do you see, basically the tipping point?
Yeah, at this point, we all know the technology in terms of the metaverse and the 3D synthetic environments where we're engaging with other human beings in capacities we don't quite yet comprehend, brings some very exciting opportunities and potential for us to elevate our lives, to bring joy, awe, and wonder, to engage in new possibilities, remove geographical boundaries, and all of the promises of the metaverse and all of the aspects that make it a compelling place to spend our time in exist. And if we work hard right now to prioritize the needs of those of us who are most vulnerable in our communities and design technology, including those needs, then we will have a technology that will do more good than harm. But the current state of development and the ecosystem in which technology is being designed does not serve those of us who are most in need of good technology and good design within technology. So there certainly needs to be a balance struck, and the time to do that is now, before the technology is massively adopted around the world, and we truly see the impact of what it means to be human in the metaverse, just like we've only recently come to terms with what it means to be a child growing up with social media.
Right.
This time around, we have to do better.
Absolutely. And I think that's why, Thibaut, I want to bring you back in, because you mentioned already at the beginning, so the role of regulations and regulatory frameworks. I mean, what have you seen something there on the horizon that could be a potential solution? Or, how are you actually going about it in your own universe? You mentioned that. Tell us a bit more what you're seeing.
Yeah, because we are fully aware of the possible harm that such a universe can cause if it is completely unregulated. And we decided to set up a body, a self-governing, self-regulating body in Switzerland. It's called VERFA, Virtual Football Association. You can visit the website. It's verfa.net. And that's, in a way, it's a little bit like FIFA, if you want, but for the football metaverse. But VERFA will have also other missions that FIFA doesn't have in the real world. Like, for instance, one of the missions of VERFA will be to make sure that no one is stealing the identity of a well-known football player, for instance, because that may be the temptation of many people when entering in such a world, is that I would like to be, I don't know, Mbappe or Ronaldo, you know, the big football stars, and because it may be very tempting to do so. And also because they can monetize maybe also that kind of avatar. So we need to avoid this. That's one of the abuses we need to avoid. There are many other abuses that not specific to a football metaverse that we need to monitor, like sexual harassment, of course, or racism. I've addressed this, but this is going to be one of the missions of that body. That body will be also there to make sure that's also an element which is a positive element of a metaverse, is that the body will be like the government of a football democracy, where the fans will be like the parliament of the democracy through governance tokens, because that's one of the upsides of those technologies, is that we can eventually come up with a new form of democracy, which is more direct, which is more liquid. It's an expression we use sometimes for Web3 democracies, and more decentralized. Decentralization is and will remain a challenge, and to some degree a utopia, to some degree. Because when you say decentralization, it's the key word you attach to Web3, and that's true. That's also what we want to do. We want to decentralize football, because for us it's like a laboratory for democracy. But full decentralization is an illusion, because you will always have some balances of powers, people trying to influence, etc. It's kind of human nature. And so what you can do is to limit centralization, but not to eradicate it.
Right. But talking about self-governance, and I get that probably when we're talking about adults being immersed in the metaverse, right? But I guess, Nina, back to you. I think probably it's asked too much of our children, our youngest ones, to self-regulate. So who should be intervening? Should these be organizations, similar ones that, you know, Thibaut was telling are forming, or should these be governments? Who should be taken control or guide our children?
Yeah, it really needs to be a collaborative effort, you know, working from the government to the platform to the community to the parents and to the individual child as well. And it's going to take that village to create and generate a metaverse or a series of platforms that allow children to explore, to learn, to grow in the metaverse, and to use it to the benefit of their lives, not as a platform to consume them and to manipulate their behaviors. And that will take government support. It will also take the buy-in from platforms, as well as communities coming together, both technology and non-technology people, to come together to co-create and collectively produce metaverses that serve the communities that they are intended to serve, for the better of them. And then the individual can feel protected, and then feel as though they are comfortable and safe and contained enough to be able to explore, learn and grow in a world that could be a very exciting metaverse that can bring us so much excitement and joy and opportunity.
Right, and I want to get like last advice from each of you. We're nearly running out of time. I think one of the things that we talk in our pre-alignment calls, as you said, well, the first advice is to say it's not because it's happening in the metaverse that it's not having a deep impact and that it's not real, right? It's very, very real. But what is a very concrete advice that, Nina, you can give to parents?
Yeah, the metaverse is not a game. Let's be clear about that. It's not a space that we are, just playing around in. This is a mirror of our real world and a reflection of who we are in the physical world. And so dividing it into real and non-real really does it a disservice, but also puts the challenge very clearly in place for how we are going to support our children who are growing up with metaverse technology components, and it will be integrating into their lives in today, in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. And we need to do the work now to support them, to do our best and to bring this metaverse to its full capability, to unlock humanity's potential for the future.
Thank you. And Thibaut, a short one, 30-second answer.
No, I think it's necessary now to seriously consider a self-regulation at a global level. And with something we could be like a council of responsible metaverses with, with a global or common code of conduct, where it will also help parents actually to discriminate between the wide metaverses and those who are responsible.
Thank you so much. We could have gone on longer, and I think it is a very important topic. We'll stay very close to it. Thank you so much to both of you for helping us to make the metaverse also a safe place in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're actually staying in the metaverse and wondering how we can sustain a life through the metaverse. And we're really thrilled to have one of our star moderators back on stage, Mike, who's founder and host and organizer at Cross Border Summit. And this time, he will be joined by Yassine Tahi, who's the co-founder and CEO of Kinetics, and John Ennis, the CEO of NeoSwap. Mike, the stage is yours.
All right. Yeah, we're back in the metaverse, living in the growing up in this new world, and I definitely agree. My children are like their reality is becoming the metaverse. So, thanks everyone for tuning into our panel today. We did some prep work for this, so I'm excited today. Sustaining a life through the metaverse is our topic, and yeah, as we have some great hosts, great people on the show with us here. And I'd like to have John, would you like to give us a couple minutes intro of yourself and your background for us to listen?
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm John Ennis. I am the CEO of a company called NeoSwap, where we are really reinventing commerce in the metaverse and in Web3. Web3 makes a new form of commerce possible. And maybe, Mike, if it's okay, I don't know if it's going to show up on the background here. Let me experiment with a little metaverse.
Sure, let's try it.
I'll try to put up a swap here and see what happens.
There we go.
Okay. All right, so behind me here, maybe you can see, this is 20 people trading things all at the same time, okay? In one go, this is something new that you can do in Web3 that's very, very hard to do in Web2 or in real life, which is you bring together a party of people, say 20 people, and everybody has things that other people want, and you can quickly figure out how to rearrange the ownership so that everyone benefits. So that's a new type of commerce that we're really interested in at NeoSwap, and that's kind of at the heart of what we're doing, and we can talk about how AI makes that possible later. So we really have all sorts of new economic possibilities, and I think with a lot of the work Yassine is doing, I think that what the future here is a world where everyone's able to collaborate very easily in ways that are mutually beneficial. So I'm excited to talk to you guys about that today.
Yeah, we have some great session discussions today about this. So thanks, John. Yassine, I'd love to hear a little bit more about you.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, I'm Yassine, the co-founder and CEO of Kinetics. What we're providing is a creator tool to enable anyone to bring to life their avatars as NFTs and being able to bring them across virtual worlds to create this content and sell it as NFTs. So we're trying to enable anyone to monetize, create, and have fun in virtual worlds through self-expression and new kind of games and experiences leveraging 3D animation. So yeah, we can get into more detail about it, but in the big lines, we're positioning ourselves as like an infrastructure for both creation, monetization, and integration of animation in virtual worlds.
Great, exciting, exciting. So I think we'll start with a little bit of a broader question. And I heard in a previous panel some great discussions about it too. But in your perspectives, what have you seen in the impact on real world now and in the future? John, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, I think that one of the things that has to happen to really connect the real world with the metaverse and the physical world. Well, first of all, let's just talk about what we're doing right now. We are in the metaverse right now. I didn't have to fly to Hong Kong. I'm in Virginia, in America. Okay, it's 6 a.m. here, but we're here meeting, talking, sharing information. And so we're all collaborating in a way that really wasn't possible before these tools. So right now we're already in a kind of light metaverse, and that's just going to get stronger and stronger. And I think that's going to facilitate groups of like-minded people quickly coming together, engaging in some sort of mutually beneficial activity like this conference, and then disassembling. And so you have really this new form of life where you have got billions of people around the planet where small groups can coalesce, and it doesn't matter where they are physically, they can cooperate and they can separate, okay? And that's going to impact, you know, it's going to impact the physical world as much as the in the virtual world. Like, think about all of the practical safety, like think about how much more sustainable this conference is when people can attend from all over the world without having to fly to Hong Kong. That's very good. Now, I think that's going to just get extended when you have the link between the physical and virtual world, which NFTs help to provide. That's what NFTs really do that's so important and so special. The default state of the regular world, of the physical world, is non-fungibility. And NFTs recreate that property in the digital space. That's why they're so incredibly important. People think NFTs are just trading donkey pictures or whatever, or monkey pictures. That's really just the beginning. That we have this link now between the virtual and physical world made possible by NFTs. And something is starting to happen. There's a company, Materium, in the UK that has done the legal legwork to get NFT ownership recognized as legal ownership. And that link is going to be very important for making it possible to have this one-to-one correspondence between physical worlds or physical items and digital items. But that's all coming. You have a much more efficient commerce, not just digitally, but also physically.
That's super interesting, John. Yeah, and just to bounce on that. So an interesting initiative we're launching, it's called Next Dancer, with one of the former breakdancer professionals, is that the community of dancer and artists that are working around movement, a lot of them approach us because today there is no right to movement. It's very hard to monetize the movement. So we're working with them to create collection of virtual assets, which are animation of dancers, and we're creating a whole experience around that so that people can use it. And there will be a link between these virtual movements, our virtual assets, the NFT that prove the ownership and give back also the money to the artists so that they can monetize through their assets that they're not using today. And we can create also experiences where they leverage the real life performance of the dancers and use it in-game. It's the same with Sorare, for example, here in France, which is a very successful, one of the biggest fundraise of NFT trading game, where you link the performance of the football players in real life with the holders, and NFT enables to do that very smoothly, to redistribute the royalties for everyone. And at the end of the day, it enables the creation of a whole new experiences, possibilities of creation, but also new revenue streams for artists, for dancers, for creators, which opens a lot of possibilities.
All right, thanks for these amazing insights.
I just add one thing to that, which I think is really
please
interesting.
go, John. Go ahead.
Think about historically how artists, how dancers have had to make a living, right? They've had to go to places like New York or Paris or Berlin or wherever, where the cost of living is very high, right? And they're having to work sometimes, very low-income jobs during the day just so they can pursue their passion at night. Now, you can be a dancer living anywhere with a much lower cost of living and monetizing your skill all day long and working on your skill, honing your craft, and engaging with people who really care about what you're doing, right? I mean, if you have 100 people around the world that support you, you're going to be able to make it. And you just have to find that's the 100 true fans idea. Now you can find them in the metaverse. And that's, I think, extremely powerful. So that's going to have a big positive impact, I think, on the quality of art and culture worldwide, right? You're going to have artists who can actually work full time instead of having to spend their days just to pay the bills in Paris. So I think this is really important.
Yeah, I like that. Sorry, Mike. I like just to bounce on the 100. Before we were talking about 1,000 fans. Now it's 100 because of the perpetuity you can have a lower audience and you can have a deeper, let's say, revenue streams. So it's not anymore the 1,000 fans. You need to find your 100 true fans, which is easier, I guess. And this is also a very positive aspect of monetization through NFTs.
Great. You guys are you're jumping ahead, which is fascinating. You know, e-commerce or commerce, you know, I mean, you're touching on it already, but I think it's worth bringing up as a specific point. You know, we talked about impact on society and the world, and, you know, this light, like you said, light metaverse right now with this online session. But how do you see it affecting commerce in the future? I mean, like you said, 1,000 true fans, Kevin Kelly. Now it's 100 true fans, maybe in the metaverse, right? Just need 100 people in the whole world to make a living instead of 1,000.
Yeah. Well, I would say that you've got the opportunity for much more efficient commerce. That the key idea for me of blockchain and Web3 is digital ownership, or ownership, really. I mean, what a blockchain does is it abstracts the idea of ownership to its most pure form, where really, if you own something and somebody else owns something, you should be able to transact without anybody's permission, okay? And that's what the blockchain allows you to do. You don't need, because you got a big database. People always ask, why can't you do this in Web 2? Well, in Web 2, you have a database, and you need to have all sorts of permissions to do things in that database. On a blockchain, you just need the permission of the people who own the things to do the commerce. So now what happens is you can get direct peer-to-peer exchanges. Like I showed that chart with 20 people trading things. There's no central, right now, oftentimes what happens is if 20 people are going to conduct commerce, they have to sell their items, they go to some central location, and then they buy the items, and it goes back out. It's incredibly inefficient. We take for granted the central market because it's what we're used to, but it's actually really inefficient. And you have the same thing happening with inventory liquidation. Stores can't sell things. So right now they have to send them all to a warehouse, they get sorted out, they get sold, they get sent back out. But Web3 supports a type of commerce where if somebody has something that somebody else wants, then that item can be sent directly, okay? And actually you're gonna have things like drone technology in the real world helping to support, you have commerce happening in the metaverse, and then the physical items will get transferred directly through drones, this kind of thing. So you have all of this technology happening, which is supporting decentralization and peer-to-peer commerce. So I think for me, that's the chance to get rid of the central mechanism and make commerce much more efficient is the big promise of Web3 commerce.
Okay, Yassine, do you have some insights?
Yeah, on my perspective, so we're talking about physical assets being traded and new ways of trading and new ways of exchanging. For me, we will exchange new things as well. And these new things for me are virtual assets and virtual goods. We are at the early beginning. And if you look at the market of virtual identity, which is avatar, wearables, animation, and avatar intelligence, it's a 600 billion market by 2030, meaning that the next generation will have 50% of their clothes will be virtual clothes. So there will be a new category of assets. We saw some like brands emerging, like Artifact that has been acquired by Nike, but it's just the beginning of it. And there are many fully virtual brands and only distributing through virtual worlds that will be appearing. And I think it's fascinating to see like new ways of creating assets, new kind of assets that will be emerging. We can imagine that we'll be wearing new things, that maybe there will be new categories of clothes that will be appearing. So it's a whole new world of assets and categories that will appear, and it will create a huge opportunities for designers, for creators to sell and create new brands. And it's a huge market that is coming.
Yeah, see, I love it. You're helping me out with the next question. Talking about brands, new brands, existing brands. What do you see? Is there an advantage for existing brands, or are they going to fall behind with like total metaverse only, or NFT only brands taking over? Or is there opportunities for existing 100+ year, even 10, 20-year-old brands? Who do you think has the advantage, or what's the pros and cons?
It's very hard to say that there are pros and cons. Of course, if you're a big established brand, you have already an audience, so you can offer new things. But the Web3 mentality is also something that is new, working with communities of people, engaging them. And for me, like a traditional brand will be, okay, there's an artistic director, he has an idea, he will push it and he will set the trend. I feel that Web3 is different. Like someone comes up with an idea, the community is involved, they participate to shaping what is the outcome of what's happening. So people want to take care of giving the ideas, they wanted to take care of the process and be involved. And this is something that was not in the Web2 ways of brands of producing. So what I see, I think the future will be a merge and work together between established brands and Web3 IPs and collection. We're already seeing that, for example, with the CryptoPunk collection that worked with Tiffany's, like the LVMH brand. So of course, LVMH don't need, like it's one of the biggest brands here in France, but still they're working with Web3 communities because they understand that something is happening there and they need to learn and integrate these new ways of doing business. So I think it's super interesting to see how both Web2 and Web3 new IPs will collaborate. And yeah, as we were saying, this is not just monkey pictures. It's basically they're creating IPs. Like if you think about Frozen or Disney, like these are big IPs that create a lot of merchandise and they're in the collective imaginary. And I think that the next brand and the next collective imaginary brands are being born in the Web3 space right now. And that's something that can be very threatening for the established brands.
Okay, thank you. John, do you have some thoughts?
Well, yeah, I've got a bunch of things to say. I mean, to follow up one of the things that Yassine mentioned, when you think about Web 2, you really have big two-sided marketplaces typically. And a lot of Web 2 commerce or even just traditional commerce, you have a large company like Nike and you have a big audience. And Nike's it's a little bit one directional, right? Where you've got the seller and you have the buyer and you don't really have a lot of these small communities forming. The thing that Web 3 allows us to do, first, is kind of two important properties. One is in Web 3, everyone can be a buyer and a seller at the same time. And whether you're talking about communicating ideas or you have actual goods you're trying to sell, but the point is the interactions can be two-way much more easily in Web 3, okay? And another thing is, because everyone has their digital assets in their own wallet, they can unplug their wallet from one community, plug into another. So Web 3 supports the rapid assembling of communities. And so communities can come together, do something, and disassemble. And in that way, it's much more like the physical world. If you think about the way humans evolved, it was a lot of, you have tribal organizations, you have markets that were generally temporary. People would show up to trade goods, they do their exchanges, they go away. And over time, that became a little bit more established. There would be a market. But even then, you had commerce and social activity happening in the same place. And a lot of that got separated in Web 2. I think in Web 3, we're going to go back to very human ways of interacting, where it's going to be a lot more collaborative. And I think the brands that get that are going to do well. And the brands that continue to kind of take the megaphone approach, where they're just going to blast their ideas down into the crowd, are not going to do well. So I think that you have to embrace the community and the collaboration to succeed. One other thing I would add is brands are going to have to question their assumptions. For example, I saw there's some car manufacturer that's now making cars in the metaverse, right? And a comment I read was, why would I want a car in the metaverse? I want to ride a dragon. And I think that's a good thing to think about, is that behavior in the metaverse doesn't have to just be a recreation of behavior in the physical world. So I think brands really need to question the assumptions, all these basic assumptions of what benefits they're offering. Are there still benefits in the metaverse? Maybe there's something else they could do that would be more beneficial.
Fascinating. Thank you for that insight. So we talked about secondary market changes. We were preparing for the session, and John, you had some really interesting insights about that. I'd love to hear what you think about the secondary market changes with the metaverse.
Yeah. Okay, well, typically in the physical world, secondary markets are very inefficient. That most people don't know that 50% of goods that are donated to thrift stores are never used again. They get recycled or they get thrown away. Okay, and something between 70 and 85% of high fashion ends up in landfills, where you have enormous waste. Where you have, everyone here, could think about all the items in their house that they don't use. I would guess it's probably 80-90% of the stuff they own they never use. Okay, and the trouble is, although that stuff is useful to somebody else, it's too hard to figure out where it should go, and it's too hard to make the transfers. Now, we will eventually at NeoSwap solve that problem in the real world, but it's much, much easier to solve in Web 3. And that's where I think, like with the sorts of things you see that you're doing, where your creators are creating content, it can be the case that their fans have content and they're ready to exchange it, swap it, get something else. And what can happen is those items can move around much more freely in Web3 because it's much easier to figure out where things need to go. And when they move, there can be royalties created. So I think there's a really exciting opportunity for recurring revenue coming through these much more efficient secondary markets as creators' items move through the ecosystem more fluidly, that the creators can be continuing to generate revenue. So I think that there are several benefits in Web3 for secondary markets.
True, like where our wallets are pretty much public, right, on a blockchain, so people can see what I have and make ideas and.
Well, that's just the beginning. You can be a lot better than that, but yeah, yeah, we can even predict what, like, if we see your activity on chain and we see Yassine's activity on chain, right? We know all about all the people on chain. We know about their activity. We probably know a lot. If we have that DApp, we know about the behavior inside the DApp. We can start to predict what people, trades that would be good for everyone. Where you're going to have some people aren't using things, some other people want those things. We can predict, we can facilitate those trades. So there's a lot of, this is where AI comes in terms of predicting what multi-way trades would be beneficial for people. So anyway, I could talk all day about that. So,
yeah, this is fascinating.
Yeah.
Yassine, do you have
and actually, it's not just an idea. I mean, like, I was looking at the figures of Nike's first sales versus secondary market. And actually, it's about 100 million on first sale and 100 million on the secondary royalties. That shows that the secondary is equivalent to the first sale, which is super, super interesting. Another collection, I think it was Other Did, that did like in 3 months on the secondary about $1 billion. So it shows like how huge can the secondary market be. And this is something where we are, like, our business model is based on that. Like, we're taking a very small percentage of the NFT creation. So basically, you can create for free in our tool. So we can also think that all the tools for creators will be free. We will take a 5% ownership on the asset at its perpetuity. So we can have a sustainable model, even if like 90% of the creators don't make it, but only a small percentage make it. We can still make money with the ones that are making it, even with a very small percentage. So the 30% commission of Web2 is not needed anymore in a certain way. So it enables anyone to make money on the first sale and still earn on a recurring basis. If you think about it, all the artists, when they were living, they never made money with because like the first sale, they sell their painting and they start to be famous after, and then they lose all the connection to the value they created initially. So it's a super interesting model to keep these revenues in the longer run and own your IP in a certain way, in a very dematerialized way.
Yeah, and Mike, if I can just add, royalties are very hot topic.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to point to you to royalty. I know you had a good point on that.
Well, it's just the royalties are a really hot topic, and there's a lot of discussion right now in the kind of Web3 space about whether there should be royalties, there shouldn't be royalties. I think these are to some extent market questions, but I think that, and another thing is, to Yassine's point here about when you talk about secondary market sales, if they can be more efficient, I think that some of our ideas about what is a fair level of royalty for an artist, we might be thinking, 10, 20%. That might be too high because it could be that you maximize revenue by lowering royalty so you get more movement and you end up with actually a greater volume of royalties. So I think there's really some market-based questions and experiments that have to be run. But there's no doubt that the possibility of royalties in the secondary market to artists is something that's pretty new. Like Van Gogh. I mean, he was unfortunately deceased before he became famous. But you think about how much his paintings eventually sold for versus, what they sold for during his lifetime, right? And that's true of most artists, really. That you have, you sell when you're not famous, and then later you get no benefit when somebody else sells for a large amount.
You're more famous dead than alive. Sometimes. Oh man. So we're getting towards the end of our panel. It's been fascinating. I think we can start to wrap up with maybe some people here totally new to Metaverse. Maybe they're at this event just trying to figure out how to get involved. Is there simple steps or like one thing you think each of you could recommend that they do to start to get involved?
Yassine, do you want to go?
I mean, there are so many angles to this question. I think if you want to explore a bit the virtual identity, there are many avatar companies now where you can customize your avatar. Of course, I'm promoting Kinetics. If you want to animate it, you can log in our platform, kinetics.tech, and you can bring it to life. In the next few months, we will have integration, so you can automatically use this avatar animated in multiple virtual worlds. But I can say, like, also you can explore some like super cool platforms like Spatial, like Sandbox. They just announced their season 3, so you can play these games. I need to remind everyone that you don't need a headset. Most of them are accessible through browser or mobile, so it's really accessible today. No need to think that the metaverse is only through VR and you need a headset. Like, you can access multiple virtual worlds today directly to your computer. So yeah, go on Decentraland, go on Sandbox, try out things, shape your first avatar, animate it, and yeah, have fun. I think it's a very fun space. And maybe also join some groups, follow some collections, and try to understand by reading their white papers where they're heading, what's their strategy. I think it's interesting to start grasping what's happening there.
Yeah.
How about you, John? What do you think?
I would echo that. I mean, one thing I would advise people is let go of the idea of NFTs as speculative investments. Okay, don't buy an NFT with a hope that it's going to make you rich or something. That's not the point, right? I mean, okay, maybe that'll happen. I think there's a space for that, but I think that really over time is going to become less and less important, and it's going to be more about the experiences and the connections you make, things you learn. So I would recommend. I mean, it depends on where somebody is, but at the very least, get a wallet for some sort of a chain that has, I would say, low fees. You definitely don't take, and of course, don't take any money that you're going to regret if it goes away, because you're just doing experiments here, right? But get wallets for some different chains. So you could look at Polygon, you could look at Solana. I mean, there's a lot of chains in here. I'm not going to support, like, I'm not going to Stacks. Find a chain with low fees, okay? And buy some NFTs, join some communities, get active on Twitter, talk to people, and just start to get involved, okay? And run some experiments. And not everything is going to work. So I would say just in a kind of low-cost way, start to get involved, start to get a sense of what's going on, and it'll be a little journey, and you'll learn that there's a lot of very interesting things happening. So, but don't think, okay, I'm going to save up my money and buy some expensive NFT and hopefully make me rich. That's really the wrong approach. Just try to get some experience. That's what I would say.
True. Yeah. I mean, in the event I've been learning, there's different layers, right? Layer 1 is the blockchain itself, just being familiar with how the blockchain works. And then on top of that is the NFTs or tokenomics. And then on the very top is the metaverse, which is kind of putting it all together and allowing you to have a fully immersive online persona and assets. So it's a fascinating point. What about time frame? What are your predictions on the mainstream adoption? To wrap up, what are your thoughts, or where most people will be using this?
Well, if I was going to guess, I would say within 5 years, because I think what's really going to move the needle will be big brands embracing NFTs. It might be as soon as 3 years. It depends. Things are moving fast, so it's hard to say. But more and more, you see what really has to happen is the cost of minting NFTs has to become very, very low. Okay, because a big brand, think about all the collectibles out there in the world. Think about how even things like cereal. It used to be you'd open a cereal box, there's a toy inside, right? That toy will get replaced by a QR code for an NFT, and there's going to be some game or whatever. There's going to be some way the brand interacts with the consumer. So, I own 2 companies, actually. I own another enterprise AI company that works with a lot of CPG companies. I can tell you they're all looking at Web3 and trying to figure out how to do it at scale in interesting ways and engage with their consumers. So I think you're going to see an interaction with kind of smart home, Internet of Things, Web3. It's all going to come together with new ways of interacting with consumers. And when that happens, when you have millions of NFTs being put out there by Procter & Gamble or whatever, then that'll drive adoption. That's my opinion. Yassine?
Yeah, it's a super hard question, because what is mass adoption? What is like metaverse? If you
maybe
look at Roblox, for example,
book, I guess the bell curve, something like that.
I mean, if you look at Roblox, which is a kind of metaverse, they already have like 50 million daily active users and a few hundred million of people. Of course, like if you look at social media, like TikTok, they have over 1 billion users. So to catch between the users of this virtual platform where you can build, exchange, and enjoy, experience work, it will take a few years from now. But I believe there are so many companies working on the infrastructure right now, many brands and artists and creators that are building the content, because without content, without experiences, they cannot be an attraction of the mass market. So definitely, I believe that the technology to enable a very smooth access will be there in the next few years. The experiences are being built right now, and a lot of companies are creating content. So I think the few years time frame to reach the same level as social media in Web 2 seems reasoning to me. Yeah, as an answer.
Can I say one quick thing, Mike, which is we'll know we're there when people don't realize they're using Web3. That when you're just using it, it's just, and you don't realize it's on a blockchain or Web3, then it's really arrived. That's what I think it would be.
True. And the hardware, the glasses, right? The AR glasses and things like that. It'll be evolution. Great. I think we're out of time. This was really fascinating. Thank you both for sharing your insights and inspiring us.
Okay. And if anyone wants to contact me, please, I guess my contact information, Mike, will be in the, yeah. So John Ennis at neoswap.ai, if anyone wants to contact me.
Yassine, do you have a way to people reach out to you?
Yeah, LinkedIn, Yassine Taïb.
LinkedIn.
You can add me and I'll be happy to discuss.
Yeah, perfect.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you all.
Have a good day.
Wow, thank you very much, Mike and Yassine and John. That was a very, very inspiring talk again. And we have 2 more interventions left, not the least ones. So I'm really looking forward now to welcoming Sandy, who is representing DBS, one of our gold sponsors here. And we will have really the pleasure to listen about how DBS is going to create an ecosystem and co-create innovation together with the unicorns of tomorrow. Sandy, the stage is yours.
Whoa, thank you for such a great welcome. So I'm very pleased today to actually join all of you here today at this summit. And I must say that this is actually a case where I would love to discuss and share what we think as a bank to be more like a startup. But the key point is to see how can we actually support startups through your journey to become tomorrow's unicorns. And I would love to have feedback from any of you, so please feel free to reach out. You know, we can have a discussion post this sharing. So I came to Hong Kong 3 years ago, and I took on this Hong Kong ecosystems role in DBS last year. Right? I was looking at GBA supply chains for DBS previously. And this is really very in line with my vision. I feel as banks today, and as a stakeholder in the community, what can we do to give back? And I think someone very famously said once that, you know, you don't need banks, we only need banking. And I'm sure all of you know who that is. And I will actually beg to differ slightly. I feel today we are in an era of invention, reinvention, and transformation. And what banks can do is actually to go along that flow to actually see how we can grow together in this digital era. And more importantly, I think in today's world, everything is changing so fast. You know, data is exploding. There are digital capabilities allowing us to access data digitally. So how can we actually leverage that and actually look at how we can give back and support the growth of digital ecosystems, right? And maybe before I go more into what I mean, let me actually share what ecosystems mean to us at DBS. To us, it's really about growing with our partners. And what we define as an ecosystem partnership is, number one, definitely digital in nature. If it's front-end digital, back-end manual, is definitely ain't digital. It's just manual. 1. 2, I think having that value exchange of data is very important, because then what can we do with some of these data? And these data are not just financial data. It could be transaction data, alternative data, how often you pay your phone bills, even data like that. All can contribute to being alternative data. So what can we do to have the exchange of data and at the same time be able to partner with our ecosystem platforms, right, to create win-win opportunities? So this is what it means in DBS. But maybe let me clarify a little bit more. So before I go into clarifying what we actually hope to do in DBS, and we think we're actually in a very good position today to do that, is to actually leverage our model and work with Hong Kong startups to actually grow, innovate, and support you on your journey to become tomorrow's unicorns, right? So to me, it's actually a triangle where there are three key stakeholders. Of course, there are corporates and SMEs being one of them, because we have corporates who have a large ecosystems in Hong Kong, and you know, what can we do, DBS do to support their ecosystems? But more importantly, how can we work with startups, with fintechs, to actually co-create innovative solutions, to partner with these Hong Kong corporates to actually grow their and support their ecosystems in this market? To me, this is actually the crux. And of course, we are all on a journey to see what we can do more together. So when we talk about co-creations of solutions, it's really about three very important pillars to us at DBS. One, customer journeys needs to be digital, simple, fast, and easy. Right? If you make it too difficult, no one ain't adopting our solution or whatever we have put out front. It also needs to be data-driven, and it actually, being data-driven means that we can be powered by digital and alternative data. More importantly, it's also about invisible banking. So in DBS, we call ourselves the digital bank of Singapore. But more importantly, we want to also be the disappearing bank of Singapore, where we disappear into our partners' platforms to actually then create customers' journeys that are actually very simple and easy to use. And more importantly, it's also about offering the right solutions at the right time. It's not about product pushing, but it's also about co-creating solutions that will actually address the needs and the pain points of the SMEs. So with that, actually, why do we feel we're actually in the right place to do this? So since about 2 years ago, we actually have partnered with quite a few digital platforms to actually co-create innovative solutions for the market. So for example, in 2020, right, we were the first bank partner with JD Logistics to actually offer financing for their e-commerce merchants, right, who are selling in China. And today, I'm quite pleased to mention that we still remain so. At that time, when we co-created with JD Logistics, it was basically a case, this was through COVID. And it was also a case that we were thinking, what can we do to help a lot of these e-commerce merchants, you know, be able to get financing to grow their business online, since digital was the key trend over the past few years. So we innovated. What we did was, I think, rarely would you hear that banks would waive financial statements or not require their customers to provide financial statements for the loans, right? For this situation, we actually went all out. We pushed the envelope and said, okay, why don't we remove the need for financial statements, but we supplement the data with alternative data that we can obtain through our platform partners and through other data alternative sources. So we launched that in 2020. We replicated that solution for Cainiao in 2021. And I'm also very pleased that we use a very similar solution to actually replicate a trade finance, on-demand financing solution for the spokes in our ecosystems partner GS1's ecosystems, offering them the ability, right, to use data to get financing. And of course, all this, we are able to do that because, you know, of our DBS APIs and our digital capabilities. Apparently now is the time to plug DBS, of course. But because we have learned from that, we've gotten actually a lot of recognition from partners and the market. For example, the supply chain solution that we got from JD, we were named by the asset, you know, as being one of the best supply chain solution for China in this year. And the product that we use, or the thinking that we use, was also named by the asset, you know, by the editors as a 3-star pick this year for Asia Pacific. We have recognition from partners and the markets, and we feel that we have learned enough, right? We have learned a lot, I would say, from our partners in using digital data, using digital capabilities, such that we think that this is actually the time that we are in a good position to work with startups, to work with fintechs, to actually see how can we support, right, startups to become the unicorns. And how we actually do that is because internally we have also reorganized or restructured ourselves. So today our main problem-solving framework is our 4D methodology, not new to most of us in this room, actually to everyone in this room. But basically, the reason why we actually put this out is because we wanted to say that customers are actually at the center of any co-creation of any solutions. Hearing the customer's voice is very important. So for us, the first step in creating solutions really is to discover, to deep dive into our customers' pain points and their needs, right? And we need to understand what our partners want and what are their objectives and their intent. And then in DBS, we reorganized ourselves into a cross-functional horizontal organization, right, to actually drive solutioning. What I mean is, together with me and my team, we actually have people who are from tech, we have people from credit. Instead of being, the last to know about the solution, today being a horizontal organization means that they are in the front line, they are front and center in terms of solutioning for and structuring for the solutions for our ecosystem partners. That in itself, not a big change maybe from your perspective, but the mindset change is huge. For example, if I'm a credit approver in the past, right, I would just say I approve the credit or I don't approve the credit. Now I apply my skills such that SMEs can easily get trade financing from DBS. So the mindset shift is actually quite profound. And having tech at the front and center of our solutioning team also means that we have digital customer journeys that's simple, fast, and easy. So then together with this cross-functional team, we actually co-develop a solution. And as part of this, we run a lot of experiments. It's about testing, learning, and then iterating about that so that we can actually launch a solution and then hopefully drive a successful commercialization of the solutions. So therefore, we have structured ourselves to work the DBS way or a new way of working, right? So this is the only way to actually drive innovation, and then we remove the silos across all the departments in DBS. So we actually bring everyone together in the horizontal organization to collaborate. We empower each of us to actually drive projects using data to drive the decisioning. So we are actually led by a data-driven operating model. Everything is about data. Even if a senior person says, I think it should be done a certain way, but if the data proves that it should be done yet another way, we go the way of what the data says, right? So that in itself, even the way we operate is very, very different. And of course, what it also means that doing data-driven operating model means also a culture of experiments. We run small experiments so that we can quickly see how we can enhance, we can actually improve the solutions that we have. In fact, as I was sharing earlier, the solution with some of our partners like JD Logistics, that solution has been enhanced many times, at least twice a year or 3 times a year, so that we keep improving, so that we can actually commercialize and launch and drive the scalability of these solutions. And so we actually, that is why we actually work together as a horizontal organization. And therefore, I would actually say today we are in a good position, right, to work with startups, leveraging on the learnings that DBS has had in a more agile, innovative way, and there are opportunities that we can work together to actually co-create solutions that we can offer, right, to corporates in Hong Kong or even in China. And what we have done as a first step is not just about working with startups, but how can we support startups through your journey to becoming unicorns, right? So we saw that at least from a bank's perspective, beyond collaboration, it's really about offering, account opening, maybe small loans, maybe securitizations or even IPO services. But then again, we heard from many of you, we did a customer immersion, again using our 4D framework. We spoke to quite a few startups, and we realized that it may not be so easy for startups to actually get a banking account or even a banking account to be opened. That itself, I heard, is not too easy. So as a first step, right, of this collaboration effort, we decided to, offer a startup account where we waive account opening fee, because we heard that any fees to start up is a huge amount. Even $1 is a huge amount, right? And then the minimum balance requirements is also tough on startups. So we actually offer this solution. And I think beyond just collaborating with startups, we also want to see how we can offer financing services. So this is where I'm at. This is where I'm at my sharing. Feel free to ask me questions. But actually, what we actually really hope to drive at is to see how we can work with startups to develop innovative solutions for the Hong Kong market. Thank you.
I was just wondering, are there any questions from the floor? We have some startups here, no? There was an online question that was asking, are you looking into specific geographies in particular?
Yes. So in DBS, we are actually, we have our arms in different markets in Asia. But what we decided to do is to experiment and pilot this in Hong Kong first. So the first geography that we're looking at is really Hong Kong and probably China. And then we will expand beyond that subsequently.
Brilliant, thank you. What do startups do? How do they get in touch with you? What is the best way to reach out to DBS to attract your interest?
Yes, so of course look for me and my team. I can be found on LinkedIn. I realized I didn't put up my QR code on LinkedIn on the slide. I should have, but please do look for me or reach out to any of us. Alternatively, my email address is just sandytan@dbs.com.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. And you're also at the after party, right?
Yes.
For those who want to hustle straight away tonight. Thank you so much, Sandy. Very insightful. Any last call to action from your side?
Get in touch with us. We would love to hear your feedback and incorporate that into our ecosystem proposition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tokenization is the answer to the question of how to access and discover new markets. You can turn your illiquid assets into investable opportunities. Opening up new capital markets by fractionalizing ownership, making it easier for smaller entrants to play. But you don't want to end up another headline, a victim of this complex, unregulated, and potentially risky process. So, two options: avoid tokenization or team up with experts. Toco is the digital asset creation engine, your go-to-market partner. Fast, safe, and easy. Toco is an integrated legal and technology platform that no one else offers, backed by a global law firm with deep understanding of local, multi-jurisdictional, and global regulations. So you get solid legal counsel to keep you compliant. And the technology platform to deal with the entire end-to-end tokenization process. Toco leaves nothing up to chance. Issue digital tokens with built-in smart contract creation and the functionality investors need. From asset servicing to capital distribution and voting, all the way to distribution, investor discovery, and trading. Toco works similar to traditional markets, but using tokenization makes it faster, cheaper, and easier. Plus, has upsides such as fewer middlemen, shorter settlement times, and as a result, lower fees. You also benefit from a vetted ecosystem of partners. Partners who fill in the gaps, helping you get to market safer and faster than you thought possible. Covering the entire tokenization journey, so you're never left figuring things out alone. Make questions like, are we compliant? What's the right thing to do? Easy to answer with Toco. And benefit from the compliance by design architecture, a hybrid public and private network, which keeps your sensitive securities information away from prying eyes. Toco deals with the complexity of tokenization, so you don't have to. Talk to the Toco team today.
I'm a startup founder. It's been 3 months since I've been able to hire the right software developer for my team. Skilled candidates are hard to find, and the qualified ones are asking for a salary I cannot afford. So I called the friendly recruiters at Glintz. They helped me to expand my sourcing pool through their fast regional network.
In just 7 days, I made many great candidates with a skill I desperately needed. Glints managed the entire recruitment process from start to finish. Interviews, onboarding, compliance, check. No administrative hassle, no worries. I was finally able to build my dream startup tech team quickly and affordably. With Glints taking care of my regional teams, I can finally focus on the things that matter most. Start your hiring journey with Glints today.
This is the client experience at Ryan's old office.
So, how are the wife and kids?
And this is the client experience at his new office at the Executive Center. First impressions reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the community at Ryan's old office.
What a day so far, huh? You going to client drinks tomorrow?
And this is the community at his new office with the Executive Center. Community reimagined at the Executive Center. This was IT at Ryan's old office. And this is IT at his new office with the Executive Center. Connectivity reimagined at the Executive Center. This is how Ryan used to enter his old office. And this is the entry to his new office at the Executive Center. Office locations reimagined at the Executive Center. This is the workplace at Ryan's.
Okay, one more talk. Unbelievable. We're nearly at the end. But you all know the saying, save the best for last. Huh? So I'm really super thrilled to one more time zoom into the opportunities of Web3 about something that maybe only a few of you already heard about historical NFTs and why preserve culture and history on the blockchain. And I'm joined by nobody less than our Gary Liu, now founder at Artifact Labs. Gary, come and join me on stage. Which one do you want to sit?
Yeah, we'll slide over.
Closer. Okay.
All
right, here we go. Fantastic.
Hello.
Good to have you here, Gary.
Good to be here.
Oh, thank you.
We have to have a lot of energy because this is the last session after 2 long days, 2 fruitful days, and we're keeping people away from alcohol right now for the next 40 minutes. So we need to be as entertaining as drinking.
Okay, the challenge is on.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, let's do that. So the funny thing is, some people ask me, like, wow, that's an interesting career move from Gary, being the CEO of the SCMP, the Post, as we love to call it, and to becoming an entrepreneur. But what maybe not everybody knows is you were coming from the entrepreneurial scene. So you were involved in some super cool startups back in the US and in New York, right? So Dig was a newspaper platform, right?
Yeah, it was a news aggregation platform. I come from the startup world. That's what I know. And the 5.5 years of the South China Morning Post was incredible, wonderful, and a very unique detour, I think, in some ways. But I was able to take a lot of what I learned in technology in the startup world and apply it to a very traditional organization, transform it, I hope, a little bit. And now I'm back home and where I feel most comfortable.
Yeah, totally. I have to admit that I did download and become actually user of the digital SCMP. So well done. And before that, you had some pretty cool and interesting jobs at Spotify as well, right?
I ran labs at Spotify for a bit, and it sounds cooler than it actually is. Labs back then was really a strategic organization that looked at cutting-edge technologies and how they would apply to music-loving consumers. And so actually back then, one of the cool things that we did do was we started really deploying artificial intelligence for the Spotify algorithm for the first time. And back then, music recommendations were made based on playlists. So in effect, if I was listening to a song and there were other songs like it on a playlist, then you would get those song recommendations. We ended up buying an awesome big data company based out of Boston called MusicNest, I believe, and turned that into what is now this world-class recommendation algorithm that Spotify still uses.
Now I understand better why all the article recommendations at the SMP are spot on. I guess you brought that over. So now you are the founder and CEO of Artifact Labs, and you're going to explain now the concept of historical NFTs. Super excited about that. And how to discover and own moments of history through unique NFT collections, the communities that are forming around that, and their passion to preserve history on the blockchain. And I think you followed a few of the talks, and you know that my first question to my fireside guests is always, give me a bold statement. And I'm going to ask you a bold statement in particular with about how blockchain will change the way we connect and interact with history.
The bold statement is that the blockchain is going to make all of the history of the world, especially the hidden history that in today's world we actually can't uncover, make all of that available to everyone. So this is truly about the democratization of information, the democratization of assets. So when we're talking about co-ownership of our collective history, we literally mean that we want the digital versions of these assets that museums hold in their archives, that newspapers hold in their storerooms, that universities hold in their libraries. We want to make all of those digital facsimiles available for anyone to collect and own and to be able to share with the rest of the world. That's the vision of this metadata standard and this overall project. We're only like step 0.5 into that vision, but we certainly hope over the course of the next few years we'll have very real applications for democratized knowledge.
That is brilliant, and that actually is another great reason why we have to shoot for way more mass adoption of blockchain technology. But before we get into that, bring us a little bit back to the beginnings, right? So you were the CEO of The Post, and I think that the birth of Artifact Labs started off as a project, or as what exactly?
You know, the Post had been looking at blockchain technologies for, at this point, over 4 years. And initially, the blockchain technologies we're looking at were the things that were disintermediate not only the economics of the news industry, but also the actual creation process of news. A lot of CMSs, decentralized storage for news articles, and then eventually decentralized governance over truth versus untruth. All very interesting philosophical things, but unfortunately today, still I think a little bit too early. And it wasn't really until 2021 that we first found, even continuous discovery of blockchain stuff, that we first found an application of blockchain technology that would have immediate and positive impact, we believed, on our news organization. And that, of course, was the NFT. NFT market was exploding at the start of 2021. We saw it like everyone else, and we thought, okay, this makes sense. We have archives, we have assets, we have things that can be tokenized, and we have a new way of being able to engage with people who care about our brand, care about our history and our news, and potentially a new sustainable revenue channel. So we started building it as an internal project, and over the course of time realized, oh, there are a lot of other news organizations, museums, universities, cultural institutions that could use what we're building right now. So that's when we decided to spin it out as an independent company to build it, not just for The Post, but for many others as well.
Right, so to be a little bit provocative, so it was a solution looking for a problem, and kind of like the overall objective was how to increase the turnover of The Post?
Yeah, so there was a problem, right? The problem being that the most valuable assets of many historical institutions and organizations are its archives, including the South China Morning Post. The South China Morning Post is a 118-year-old newspaper that has covered the last several transitions of Chinese leadership and governance, not to mention the evolution of Hong Kong from what at that point was just really a British colony and naval base to the incredible world city it is today, and also covered so much of Asia's rise over the last century plus. The issue is this: our archives are very, very valuable. They're locked away and no one gets to see them. Right? Besides some of our editors and some of our journalists who have access to our historical CRM, no one else ever gets to see these archives. It's an absolute shame. And the reason why no one gets to see it is because there's no economic model for making those archives available. So there was a very real problem. Our most interesting and most valuable assets not made available to the world because there's no economic model. And then suddenly, NFTs came about, and there was intrinsic value to digital media, which meant, new business model. We can actually democratize this information and make our archives available. So that's where the solution came from.
Oh, brilliant. And actually, we see here in the background, right, some of these very treasures that you own and that now became readily available. So tell me, but what was the exact turning point when you were like, okay, this is way more than just a side business or a business line of the Post, and we'll have to, spin it off and make it a standalone company?
So great timing, actually. What you see in the screen right now is metadata. And this was the turning point for the project. We started off by thinking, how do we tokenize our own assets, make them into NFTs, and make them valuable? We realized very quickly that so much of the value of a historical asset comes with understanding the historical context in which the asset should sit. The problem with NFTs in the blockchain world, as we know, even though everything that happens on the blockchain, all the transactional information is transparently available, the information about that asset from before it was minted doesn't exist anywhere on the blockchain, right? So all this information that we have in Web 2, that we have in our physical archives, none of that is being translated into the chain. So we decided that the first step we had to take was create a metadata standard. The moment we did that, our project changed. It became just about monetization and just about a single news organization to something that really could become of universal value for all of history and preservation of history on the blockchain. We started talking about the standard around the world, frankly, with a lot of organizations, not to sell them on it, but initially to get their advice, get their input as to how we should create this standard and how we can evolve it in the future to make it applicable to others. And that's when we started realizing everyone wants this. A lot of institutions came to us and said, if this standard works, if it actually imbues our digital asset with the context to provide it with long-term significance, then we want to mint NFTs using the standard. So that was really the turning point of our project.
Understand, and I think it would be really interesting to talk a little bit about, you realize that was one very, very crucial aspect to it, which arguably actually is translatable not only to history and historical moments, but to any type of project that is trying to bring real assets and bring them onto the blockchain,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Tell us more about that.
Oh, there's so many types of physical assets or in real life assets that should be preserved on the blockchain. It's not just stuff in museums. It's not just art in galleries. It is memorabilia. It is the things that we grew up with as kids in Hong Kong. That the calendar with the really, really thin paper that everyone had in their house, right? The bright red or bright green plastic rotary phones that were manufactured here in Hong Kong and shipped all over the world that every single Hong Kong family seemed to have sitting on the kitchen table, right? All of these little cultural artifacts that really established what individual cities or countries' culture is, that really was, it reminds us of our youth, right? All of these little moments and all of these little things, as the physical goods go away, we can't forget about these things. We may have images and photos of these artifacts, but to be able to preserve them on the blockchain takes that immutability to another level. So memorabilia, we believe, is a huge opportunity for us to address. So we are not in the market for PFPs that cost thousands, if not tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're trying to create NFT collections in each individual NFT that costs 80 Hong Kong dollars, 200 Hong Kong dollars, 300 Hong Kong dollars at most. And we buy these things not because we're speculating, not because we think that these things are going to triple, quadruple in value over time, right? And we are thinking about them as financial instruments for investment, but because they matter to us personally. And we want to collect the things that matter to us, just like the way that, at least when I was growing up, we were buying posters and sticking them on the wall because there are things that matter to us. We want to do that with digital assets, especially because this next generation of Gen Z are going to be spending all of their time in the digital world, and all of the things that represent their identity will be digital assets and not physical ones.
Absolutely, and I was also referring to another point. We talked about that, the last time we spoke, is in that process you realize the moment, or what really creates and holds the value, is something, not only the memorability, but you know what I'm referring to, right?
I think I know what you're referring to.
Authenticity.
Yeah, thank you. Authenticity, of course. So so in our opinion, there are several things that imbues an NFT with value, okay, that make sure that an NFT at least has value and holds value. The first, as we all know, is scarcity. Now, unfortunately, in the NFT world we live in today, too much value is put into just scarcity. Just because this thing is only one of one, it therefore should have value. No, not necessarily, in my opinion. But that is the first thing, scarcity. The second thing that imbues an NFT with value is provenance, is the fact that it's authentic. The NFT has been minted by an organization or an individual who actually owns the underlying asset, or is something real to offer from the underlying asset. The third thing that imbues an NFT with value, in our opinion, is utility, is what that NFT unlocks, which is why so many of these PFPs are so ridiculously priced, because they unlock access to a community that otherwise you could never get access to. And then obviously lots of benefits from not only that community, but the actual organizations that that are represented by this NFT. And then the fourth thing that that provides value for an NFT, well, at least a historical NFT for us, long term, we think is always going to be that context, right? So the fact that you can place an NFT within the context of sort of the event or the timeline or the other entities that it's associated with, that long-term matters as well. So all of these things together will provide an NFT with long-term value.
Right, and that's actually really, really fascinating. Again, coming back to in other areas where people try to really take real assets, physical assets, and put them on the blockchain. I think that's really inspiring to go through that grid of, these are the 4 elements where you need to tick the box. You talked about the community, but I'm wondering, you have a super active Discord channel. I love to tune in from time to time, but is there the community, or how diverse is your community? So why are people collecting, buying, and there are a lot of buyers, these historical NFTs?
Yeah, okay, we want to believe that there is a community of historical collectors, but we also know that that's impossible, and frankly speaking, it's a little bit unfair for us to say, oh, we are the only community of historical collectors on blockchain. We want to build one of the larger communities. We want to build one of the most impactful communities. But within that community, even though we're so incredibly early, our community is less than 6 months old at this point, okay? But even this early, there already clearly are people who are in this community for different reasons. There are folks that are there because they're nostalgic about the actual assets, right? So they, the SCMP assets, they're nostalgic, they're connected to Hong Kong, they're connected to the South China Morning Post, maybe. They're connected to this period of time in 1997 during the handover. That's why they decided to buy these things. It's nostalgia.
That was the first NFT, right?
That was the first, the handover series, right?
The pager, yeah, the first page.
The front page is from
Front
1997. Page, yeah. The second reason is that they are connected to the brand. And the brand in this first case is the South China Morning Post. And maybe because they grew up in Hong Kong and they read the South China Morning Post, or because they're China experts and they read the South China Morning Post every day, they care about the brand and they care about the archives of this brand. The third group of collectors we have already are people who care about the mission of preserving history on the blockchain. They recognize that these archives are really darn important. And frankly speaking, today our archives still, they're always at risk, right? And they're at risk from things that you would not imagine. For instance, well, actually, you might imagine. For instance, they're at risk from fire.
I was going to say,
right?
Yeah,
we literally have our microfiche and our physical copies in a library in our print press on Typo, and it's a locked room, air conditioned, humidity controlled, sprinklers everywhere just in case. But still, at the end of the day, force majeure, something could happen, and those archives will be gone, right? Even our digital archives. I know that right now no one ever could imagine that Amazon could disappear as a company. But it's a greater than zero probability that Amazon could disappear as a company. And if one day that were to happen for whatever reason overnight, everything that we saw on AWS, what happens to all that information? Of course, Google Cloud is not going to go away, right, Michael? But if we put it on the blockchain, we can properly preserve it. So there are people who care about that mission, about preserving history on the blockchain, just so that it cannot be destroyed by disaster. It can't be destroyed by companies going down. And it can never be censored by governments or those in power. That's also really, really, of course, important especially in Asia, right? Because there are plenty of places in Asia where this is a very real day-by-day concern. And then there's a fourth category of collector, and these are speculators. And you know what?
Say somebody's in it for the money, right?
I'm okay with that. I'm okay that there's speculators in this business today and in our world today, because we need these market makers. We need people who believe that there is an economic model to be built here, because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do, yes, there is a nonprofit part of our business, but what we're really trying to do is build a business model that helps sustain preservation, journalism, all of these industries that we are trying to serve.
Absolutely. And you said you don't want to be the only community out there. So my question is, I mean, are other newspapers approaching you? Do they develop their own historical NFTs? Where do we stand?
Yeah, there are awesome news organizations right now doing really cool NFT projects. Time Magazine, I would say, is by far the most famous one of these. Time has done something really unique because they own an extremely unique asset, which is their brand. They own the red border that no one else has. And the thing is, you put anything in that red border and it's suddenly important. To the point where we all know that Donald Trump put his own face in the red border and named himself Man of the Year when he never won Man of the Year, and actually supposedly hung this picture in the White House while he was president. That's how much that red border means. Okay, you can put something in there and then suddenly it has value. So what they've managed to do is they've created multiple series of NFTs that have value because artists have been able to take their art and put a red border around it, and suddenly it's worth something. I think that it's a brilliant use of their brand, and frankly speaking, Time has done a very good job of creating a community of these collectors and convincing them that these assets long-term, because of scarcity, because of the benefits that they unlock, will maintain value. So Time has done a very cool job. There's no historical metadata. So I certainly think that the Artifact project and our metadata could help that project gain even more relevance and have even more sustainable revenue long-term, right? There are museums who've also tried to take their assets that they have in their archives and mint them as NFTs. Again, most of those projects have almost no metadata, which means eventually, if you take those assets and look at them independently out of context, you may not know why they're significant. And we want to ensure that that's never the case with things that really matter to us. So hopefully those museums will eventually come talk to us about this metadata standard. But there are plenty of news organizations and cultural institutions who have found out about our project and are very, very keen to use this metadata standard to help make sure that significance is imbued into their assets.
Right, actually, artificial intelligence is really brilliant. We just had the metadata slide up again. But yeah, I think you actually said, again, coming back, arguably at this point in time where you're still at phase number 1, right? And you define these very clear milestones that you need to hit. And the first one was defined as, defining the product, the metadata, et cetera, the use case. And then what's next? What are the next steps to hit?
Phase 2, which we're, I think, in. I mean, these phases are really, really short because blockchain keeps changing so quickly. Phase 2 is about bringing as many assets onto the ecosystem as quickly as possible. So right now, we are in meeting mode. Anyone who has any assets that they think could add value to the Artifact ecosystem and that could benefit from this metadata should come talk to us. We want to bring lots of assets and preserve them on the blockchain and start the process of developing co-ownership of our history. Phase 3 is launching our own marketplace. Right now, there are plenty of awesome marketplaces out there that serve the NFT community and NFT assets today. But these marketplaces do not care about metadata. Maybe someday they will. Maybe OpenSea and Magic Eden and Rarible and others will eventually say, okay, we do care about metadata. And then at that point, I really want to talk to them to ask them to showcase the Artifact metadata schema on product listing pages. Okay, to put everything in context. But before that, we think we should build our own. A marketplace that is dedicated to historical NFTs, not new creations, not PFPs of ape art, which again, I'm not dissing. I own some of these things, and I think they absolutely have value, but that's a whole different category of asset. We're talking about historical NFTs that have underlying value and underlying assets that they're representing on the blockchain. We want to be able to showcase them properly in the proper environment for the proper type of trading and community building. So phase 3 is that marketplace.
Right, yeah, they're not digitally native, right? So that's totally different, yeah.
That's right.
Brilliant, and from there then, and again, you talked about the museums, right? I think there's this also grander vision from marketplace to then museum, or?
There is. You're giving away some
I'm
secrets
giving it away.
we haven't even...
Shoot, I'm not sure I was allowed to talk about it.
Listen, I'll say
That's
this.
part of SIS. You know, we're always like 5 years ahead.
Yeah,
here.
you guys are breaking news. Look at that.
Oh, gosh.
I will put it this way. So imagine a world in which we now have hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of historical assets on the blockchain using the same metadata schema. You have effectively created the first histograph. Effectively, what Wikipedia has done for information, connected all of the world's information together via a schema, right, in a kind of a taxonomy and hierarchy. You've done the same with historical assets. No, we've done the same with historical assets. At which point, the kind of ecosystem activities that we can build, the kind of sharing of assets. I can borrow assets from you and put together an exhibition of something that I know a lot about, that other people want to learn about. I could pull together exhibitions of artists that are little known and kind of share with the world why these artists matter. I can create an exhibition that draws from, you know, all the way from Bruegel, all the way through to the Dutch masters, and show the world how Renaissance art developed over the course of many centuries. These things in today's world are extremely difficult to curate. Museum curators spend months, if not years, trying to track down these assets, convince the people who own these assets to loan it to them, somehow be able to get the insurance and the logistics to ship these assets into a single place. Then they put it all together, and it takes months to put together the gallery, and then COVID hits and no one ever comes to visit these things, right? But instead, in this world where all of these assets are digitized, they're on the blockchain, you can imagine that within minutes, you can, as an expert, curate any type of collection, and then you can make it publicly available to everyone around the world. The immense educational value of that kind of ecosystem, I mean, it's untold right now. So that is like a phase, I don't know, that's a fourth horizon kind of goal. But in our minds, that is an inevitability for this organization. Hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, we get to a platform like that.
Yeah, and absolutely. And before what you said, you know, context is a huge part of value creation. Just imagine the opportunities and the possibilities it opens up, right? Now, coming back again a little bit, you know, more like what's happening right now. Robbie yesterday, you know, from Animuka was saying Web3 is a unique opportunity where communities and products are co-developed. So communities shape products, products shape communities. How do you go about community buildings, or, I mean, in Web 2 type of terms would be go-to-market strategy? Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, go-to-market strategy in Web 3 is community building. It's the same thing. If you don't build community before a product launch, and if you don't think about the product launch as actually a starting line as opposed to a finish line, you're going to fail in Web 3. So from our point of view, our jobs right now is to find the people who actually care about collecting assets and about preserving assets on the blockchain and really talk to them, right? The Discord that you mentioned is extremely active. And it's active because our community members are constantly sharing about history. They're constantly sharing about things they remember from the past, that they remember fondly, that they care about. They're constantly sharing stories. I mean, frankly, history is all about storytelling. And then we have an opportunity to meet them digitally and virtually in Discord and in other kinds of digital meetups, and also actually in real life. We just had our first in real life, in-person meetup last week, right? And at that point, we were able to hear from collectors what they care about, why they collect, and ask them, what do you want the project to be in the future? How should we evolve our metadata standard? What kinds of other assets should we actually go try and find and preserve on the blockchain? And what kind of benefits do you guys as collectors really want our project to I guess, open up and you know, give you guys access to? So those kinds of conversations are deeply important. We are so early in the process. There's a dozen ways that this project can go just in the next 12 months. And I don't know which one of them is right. But I do know that if the community is involved, it'll be okay.
And you're also, are you okay? You need some water. I don't know if somebody can
No, I'm
come
getting
in
too
to
excited.
The
No,
rescue.
it's okay, it's
I know. I know we have some of the beautiful volunteers in the back to give a glass of water here to Gary, just to make sure I don't lose him, not his voice. I don't want to lose you, but maybe your voice. No, coming back, and we saw here actually on the, well, in the back, and for us in front here, we saw the sandbox. I mean, coming back to your point, like engaging communities, etc. So that was, I guess, mostly the post, or was it Artifact Labs who actually made that debut into the sandbox?
Yeah, it was, Artifact Labs was the, well, I mean, it was the Artifact project back then. So it was an internal SCMP team, but now it's Artifact Labs. So the South China Morning Post partnered with Sandbox actually maybe a year and 3 months ago. We were early.
Super early, before Ocean Park, right?
Yes, I believe that we were. I mean, Ocean Park was relatively recent, right?
That's actually, yeah, true. Gosh.
Well,
yeah,
I think we were
Before
the
KLM.
first Hong Kong institution that partnered with Sandbox and got a piece of land in Sandbox. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. And that piece of land, the intent from the very beginning was to use it as a canvas for storytelling. And the kinds of stories the South China Morning Post can tell in the Sandbox are very unique. Because what our goal is, well, what the South China Morning Post's goal is to use historical assets from our archives and the contemporaneous journalism from those moments to transport people through time and space. And that's what the first build was. The Artifact project built in Sandbox, the Central Pier experience, which, by the way, now that Alpha 3 is out, Season 3 is out, you can go back and revisit that experience. It's relaunched. And you walk around. It's a single-player game, but it's really it's a game for the sake of narrative, to build narrative. And it tells a story of the Central Pier, why it's important, its history in Hong Kong, how it's constructed, and the people who work in and around the Central Pier. In fact, at some point, it takes you back in time. I don't want to ruin the narrative. If you haven't played it, go ahead. It's a relatively quick game to play. You can play through in about 30 minutes. But that was just a test. Can we tell compelling stories in the metaverse that take a person through time and space and use SCMP's unique historical assets to make that story come to life? And the answer turned out to be a resounding yes. We were the second most visited consumer experience during Alpha Season 2. We were just behind, by just a couple hundred users, just behind Snoop Dogg's mansion. So I feel like it's a pretty good performance. And in the future, Artifact Labs will continue to build, and thank goodness, the South China Morning Post has been very kind to allow Artifact Labs to build other historical discovery, storytelling experiences within Sandbox.
Right, I'm not going to give away the experience, but if it is what I think it was, and I tried it, I miserably failed, and luckily I had my girls to
Yeah,
save
no, there's
me.
one part that I could not get over. I had to get somebody in my
so
team.
I had my girls.
You did the jumping part?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we're not going to give it away. Okay, but coming to the point is probably one of the things we talked about, mass adoption, in the sense that you think like history is really it's a common good, should be accessible to everyone, should be used, utilized, etc. by everyone. Arguably, we're talking 80 million, 100 million max at this point in time. Wallet users.
Yeah, it's so small.
Versus,
and that's not even unique wallets. That's not even unique users.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so for us, we are building for scale, right? Again, we're not. Our goal is not to release a bunch of 0.2 ETH mint price PFPs and watch them go to 10, 15, 20 ETH in value. That's not what we're trying to accomplish. We are trying to bring historical assets as memorabilia onto blockchain. We want the collectors, many people, to be introduced to Web3 and digital assets for the first time through artifacts, through the memorabilia, historical things that we bring onto the blockchain. Which, by the way, is part of the reason why we chose Flow, which is the Dapper Labs blockchain, as our launch blockchain. Not our only one. This is a multi-chain project, and all of our platforms will be multi-chain. But we chose Flow to begin with because not only does Flow and Dapper Labs understand IP and know how to protect IP, but Flow and the dApps that are built on Flow right now make onboarding relatively easy for a new user. Much easier than trying to figure out MetaMask as a first-time user, adopter, I guess still an early adopter, but a first-time user, trying to figure out how to freaking wire money into some centralized exchange and get that over to MetaMask and all these things, and have to worry about all the security issues that there is to worry about in non-custodial wallets. We are trying to make it easy because we are waiting for the first 500 million, the first billion users. That's what we're building for. That memorabilia marketplace will hopefully be a part of blockchain scaling story.
Absolutely, and I think we have a little bit of a secret mission here, right? Which is showing some really, really important use cases and maybe a little bit provocative. It's like being in Hong Kong, does that make it easier, particularly to have people on board, exchange, trade? What are some of the things that you think are still missing here?
That's a good question, specific about Hong Kong. There's a very active NFT collecting community in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong consumers always are like, they're very technology forward. And so building in this city, which is still very much a world city, is a great advantage in that sense. In that, the fact that when I want to talk to people that represent the art industry, right, and archaeologists, and auction houses, and galleries, and world-class news organizations, and world-class universities, I can meet all of them in Hong Kong. There are very, very few other cities in the world where you can meet all of those people in the same place. A huge advantage for our project. Early adoption of technology, it means that even though we know our technology is nowhere near right yet, we know that there is a core group of potential collectors, and they have shown up in droves. They've joined our Discord. They have bought. They've given us feedback about where our product kind of still sucks, and we're hoping to improve it for the next drop for them. And then they've met with us in person. That's a huge advantage, especially during COVID. And yes, I know Hong Kong's a little bit behind. The rest of the world has moved on. We're getting there, okay? We're getting there. But it's been really, really nice to be able to actually spend this time with this kind of community here. So I think that, is that what you're asking? I think that there's an advantage to building.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the advantage. I think there was one question about, the kind of like question about digital assets and if digital assets need a regulatory framework or not. That was a little bit
what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I threw too many. I actually threw many points.
No.
Points into
you know
one
what?
question.
I will make this case if you'll give me just a couple minutes.
Yes, totally.
I'm not a Hong Kong native, as most of you in the audience know, and maybe many of you in the digital audience know. I moved here about 6 years ago to take on this job to transform the South China Morning Post, Hong Kong's newspaper of record for well over a century, and arguably the most important newspaper in all of Asia at this point. I didn't know much about Hong Kong. I'd visited as a tourist many times in the past, but I had no connection to this place beyond being a tourist. Over the last 6 years, not only have I fallen in love with this place, and this place is now very much home for me and my wife and our family, but I have become convinced, especially in the last 2 years, as I went deeper and deeper into Web3, that Hong Kong can and should be the Web3 capital of the world. And I will actually, this is not just me like hoping and wishing and praying, and it's because I really believe that there are very real reasons why Hong Kong can and should be the Web3 capital of the world. Let me submit these few reasons. The first is, to build the next internet, especially the decentralized internet, it's going to require an immense amount of capital. And guess what? Hong Kong has that capital and the financial infrastructure to provide that capital. The second is that applications for Web3 are deeply important for Web3 to scale. And the first few major industries that I would say would be perfect for Web3 applications are here in Hong Kong. Finance and fintech, logistics, okay, and trade, services, including advertising. This is one of the great advertising hubs of the world. And then finally, arts and culture and media. All of those four industries are core to what Hong Kong has to offer to the world. And Hong Kong is a global base for all four of those industries. MNCs, global companies who do these four things, base themselves out of Hong Kong, not just for the Asia headquarters, but sometimes for the global headquarters. So the industries through which we can apply and then showcase the value of Web3 are all here. And then the third reason why I believe that Hong Kong can be and should be the Web3 capital of the world is that today, Web3 is being built in two completely divergent ways. There are two Web3s being created in the world. The one that I think we've been talking about for the last 2 days in this conference, and then the one just north of the border in mainland China. Completely separate, disconnected, but still it's Web3. We're talking about a digital world where individual ownership of digital assets and data is real, and it's just being built in a different way with Chinese characteristics, as we would say. Inevitably and eventually, these two worlds are going to have to connect. And there's only one city in which it can possibly connect, and that's going to be here in Hong Kong, right? To be the bridge of two Web3s that are both going to be worth trillions of dollars, to be able to be the one place where it can connect in the future is a huge responsibility, also a huge opportunity. For those three reasons, we have the capital and the financial infrastructure, we have the industries for Web3 application, and we're the one place that the two Web3s that are being built right now can eventually connect. Why don't we build the Web3 capital of the world here? So that's my pitch to entrepreneurs who are looking for a place to build Web3. That's my pitch for people in Hong Kong to get into this industry, to learn how to be a blockchain engineer. And that's certainly my pitch to anyone watching who might be from the Hong Kong government, who are thinking about policies and investment and innovation in this city and ways to give this city a true technological identity, right? I think that we should all gang together and build towards, hopefully, that kind of future.
Very beautiful, and that's actually also a super beautiful conclusion on the past 1.5 days, and we had several entrepreneurs, investors, stakeholders that were really preaching in exactly the same sense. So let's think about that today is another milestone on this path, and we're going to make it a reality all together. I would really like to invite you all to give me a huge hand of applause to Gary. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
that
for having me,
very
Karina.
inspirational talk.
Thank you.
And have you back soon to hear even more exciting news about Artifact Labs. Thank you, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, and I know between now and the drinks is only the wrap-up. And yes, I mean, all great things have to come to an end, even SIS 22. But no worries. I mean, for those who have joined us here and have connected either online or in person, you know that our talks are all recorded. And for those who have a ticket, you know, you can always go back and listen into some of the amazing insights and learnings that we have been shared here. I'll just give you a few. You know, I love to wrap up a bit and look back and what are some of the really inspiring talks and quotes that we have heard today in particular. So we started off very on a high with Tim Kendall this morning from Common Metal, and he talked about the key to scaling is being incredibly clear about what it is you're doing in the world. If it's bold and mission-driven, people will be attracted. We had Matty from Mitaki joining in and said, when it is time to shine, once again, the ones that kept building will be 10 years ahead. A beautiful call to action, be very anti-cyclical in the way that you look at the current situation and the state of affairs. Maya from O Group was mentioning about the world runs on stories and crypto managed to give a great story. We had Angelica, who thinks about, you know, life beyond Earth. She says, if we don't take care of the Earth, we might end up like Mars. We do have also a beautiful quote from Yat that says, the future of work doesn't just require different skill sets, but entirely new ways of working. And last but not least, just give you one more quote from BNV, Nathan, who said, at BNV, we believe everyone can be whoever they want to be. So with that, I also encourage you to look back on some of the amazing scale-up pitches that we have. Well, the ones offline here were quite intriguing, but we also had Metaversity, Coloverse, OneChain, New Fast, Pawns Augment, Wealth Hackworks, DigiNation, and others that were sharing their beautiful product and services with us. And before I totally let you off the hook, I really, really have to thank one more time our amazing sponsors. I'll do have a bit of a cheat this because we have tons of sponsors with us again today. But of course, our platinum sponsors were DLA Piper and Toco, and of course, our friends and our family from Animoca Brands. We had amazing gold sponsors here with us, with DBS, with Google for Startups here still in the audience, as well as Jardins. And I do actually really, really have to find my cheese because we had tons of silver sponsors. Let me think about the ones that I know top of my mind. Top of my mind, I know we had our friends at Christie's. We did have our friends at Glynn's, at Gusto Collectives. We did had our friends also from Newman Capital. We had our friends from Megazone Cloud. And we are also super thankful once again for the amazing Web3 and Metaverse experience with our partners from MetaKey and from BNV and from Vertex and from Nifty's. Thank you to the Executive Center that's streaming